With national fortune collapsing and civilization on the brink, I became the final hope. Starting with the awakening of an SSS-level talent called Hetu Luoshu, yet the entire world regarded it as a joke. What can a tattered book do? With a swift motion, I summoned the mystical stone that birthed the great sage equal of heaven using my beginner's gift pack. Meditating for 3 days amidst mockery, a divine monkey descended into the world. His declaration, "Your old son is here," shook the celestial realms. A mere goblin invasion? The projection of the Monkey King reveals its divine power for the first time, using the 72 transformations as if entering an unguarded territory. With a single strike of his staff, he instantly kills the leader, and gold coins and blueprints overflow the inventory. But this is only the beginning. Within the river chart and the Luo writing, countless deities await awakening. Chapter 1, Nothing Left to Lose. Breaking news. China's astral territory defense against monster tide fails. All astral territories lost. The Chinese astral lord has been slain, now utterly annihilated. After this partition, only one last piece of Chinese territory remains. Lin Yang, a man who had lived 2 lives, felt a surge of sorrow as he watched the livestream news about China's defeat in this battle. In this world, China lost its historical legacy, resulting in the inability to awaken high-level talents in the astral realm. This was because the awakening of lord talents in the astral realm was strongly tied to a nation's civilization. Yet, the tragedy was that China's entire history had been wiped out during a catastrophic event decades ago. This resulted in only those lords with low-tier talents being chosen to journey to the astral realm. The outcome was predictable, there wasn't the slightest chance of victory. Now there's only one last piece of territory left. If we fail again, the next step will see all Chinese people punished by being enslaved to other civilizations. Lin Yang was seething with rage when suddenly, all Chinese people heard a voice. The new lord of China has perished. The position of Chinese astral lord is now vacant. The lord's talent activation function has been initiated, commencing selection of a new lord from China. All citizens with blood ties to Huaxia civilization are required to participate in the lord qualification test. Lord qualifications are graded into F, E, D, C, B, A, S, SS, and SSS tiers. The lord with the highest tested aptitude will be selected to journey to the astral realm. The sudden announcement blared from the massive screen towering at the city center. The reminder is that it's time for China to begin a new round of selection. Unfortunately, throughout these years, China has not drawn a single A-grade lord talent. Among the lords who ventured into the star realm, the best was only a B-grade talent. As for the last lord, after idling in the star realm for over a month, he was torn apart alive by monster hordes. His death was not just a personal tragedy, it also caused China to lose territory once again. Such is the cruel rule of the star realm, and its power has grown so immense that it has altered the fundamental operational rules of Blue Star itself. Influenced by the rules of the astral realm, many civilizations have been annexed by nations represented by powerful overlords in the real world due to their weak performance in the astral realm. In East Asia, the countries that benefited the most were Japan and South Korea. These wolf cubs have been eyeing the fertile land of China for a long time. When China was powerful, they bowed their heads in submission, hoping the celestial troops of the Middle Kingdom would spare them from annihilation. When China was weak, they would ruthlessly take a bite out of it. Most of Huaxia's territory was occupied by the Sakura nation and Qinchi nation. The last piece of territory of Huaxia, which is also the birthplace of civilization located at the center of Huaxia, the capital of Long Province, Luochuan City. Lin Yang waited quietly for the result, scrolling through forums discussing the astral realm on the phone. Alas, will China truly perish? Are we really destined to become a conquered people? If we're going to perish, let it happen sooner. Now we can't eat our fill or stay warm. It would be better to become citizens of another country. Inside, there was almost nothing but sighs and lamentations. After reading this, Lin Yang felt his heart shrouded in gloom. In his previous life, Lin Yang had been an ordinary person without any remarkable achievements. Could it be that in this life he would remain the same? Lin Yang refused to accept it. Finally, at this very moment, a voice resounded in Lin Yang's mind. Due to detecting that the host's world is on the brink of Chinese civilization's destruction, the celestial court system has been successfully activated. Though ethereal, this voice truly echoed within Lin Yang's consciousness, and he heard it with absolute clarity. Binding host soul in progress. Lin Yang could feel the sensation of reality and exclaimed excitedly. System, you finally arrived. Binding successful. Awakening host's exclusive talent now. Awakening successful. Host's astral talent is the Hetu Luoshu. The Hetu Luoshu's abilities include summoning divine projections, forging divine artifacts, invoking celestial abodes, and more. Specific functions will activate after the host is confirmed as a Huaxia Lord. Please wait patiently. The astral test results will be announced in 10 minutes. Upon hearing this announcement, Lin Yang patiently suppressed his excitement and continued waiting. The 10 minutes passed by quickly. Before long, a voice resonated in the ears of all Chinese citizens. Chinese Civilization Lord Talent Test completed. Aptitude, SSS. Lord Talent, Child of Destiny, possesses the Hetu Luoshu. This short sentence contains an immense amount of information. Upon hearing this voice, Lin Yang was so overwhelmed with emotion that he couldn't speak. An SSS-tier talent is exceptionally rare on a global scale. System, you're just too awesome. Lin Yang sighed inwardly. Upon hearing about Lin Yang's SSS grade aptitude, the citizens on the Astral Forum were all boiling with excitement. Great, our Huaxia has produced an SSS-level genius. Great, we finally have a chance to receive the favor of the Astral Realm. The time to rise has come? Doubts and skepticism began to arise. Indeed, it's an SSS-tier talent, but the description only has this single line. How can you be sure it's actually useful? Sigh, without combat talents, are we supposed to rely on this shabby book to fend off the monster tides? Anyway, let's try our luck. Looks like he's the only one who can go. A blind cat running into a dead rat. People who understand the rules of the astral realm are not optimistic about Lin Yang's talent. At this moment, Lin Yang's vision was filled with a white light. The original human form had completely vanished. Opening his eyes again, he found himself within the territory of the astral realm. Due to the existence of the astral announcement, the news of an SSS-grade lord appearing in Huaxia had already spread across the entire Blue Star. Inside the Northern Alliance conference room, several key members began discussing how to deal with Lin Yang, who possessed SSS-tier talent. United States, what? An SSS-grade chosen one. Japan, same old method, resource blockade. Even with SSS-grade talent, it's a dead end. Britain, as for how to deal with it specifically, let's wait until he goes to the astral plane. Pickled vegetable country, that's right, let's wait and see. The Northern Alliance. This is a global coalition led by the most powerful territory in the astral realm and the strongest surface force, the United States of America. It is an alliance composed of various nations. Although on the surface, the biggest beneficiaries of Huaxia's lost territory seem to be Sakura country and pickled vegetable country. In truth, the greatest beneficiary was the United States. Due to the existence of hegemony, the pretty country holds absolute control over East Asia. However, the awakening of China's SSS-grade talent has made the United States feel threatened. To prevent being surpassed by China in the future, the United States must eliminate China as soon as possible. The Northern Alliance's conspiracy. Lin Yang still doesn't know about it yet. At this moment, only one building stood within the territory of Huaxia. That is the Lord's Palace, the place where territorial affairs are handled. Chapter 2, The Divine Monkey Descends. Lin Yang arrived at the Lord's Palace of the Astral Realm. It wouldn't be accurate to call it a palace, for now, it's just a small wooden cabin. Welcome to the Astral Realm, Lord. Your territory is currently a low-level village. Your Lord rank is Apprentice Lord. Newbie territory protection period, 30 days. In 30 days, your territory will face an attack from a monster horde. Host must defend with full strength. Failure means death and soul annihilation, and your civilization will suffer a tribulation. The next punishment for Huaxia is losing the last piece of land, with all Huaxia citizens becoming slaves. The AI mechanical voice of the Lord's Palace, reminding Lin Yang that time was running out. Gold coins are the currency used in the astral realm. Novice Lord possesses 100 gold coins. You can obtain gold coins by clearing monsters, planting crops, or trading with other lords. Please open the store page, my lord. Lin Yang tapped lightly with his finger and opened the store page. The large screen in the Lord's Palace displayed the prices of items sold in the store. Wheat seeds, 100 gold coins. Add iron ore, 500 gold coins. Add a lake, 1,000 gold coins. Expand a clearing, 5,000 gold coins. Well, 100 gold coins can't do anything. Lin Yang felt somewhat helpless. After browsing through the official Astral Lord store's content, he sighed. Host, please open the Hetu Luoshu. As the voice in Lin Yang's mind faded away, a copy of the Hetu and Luoshu materialized in his hands out of thin air. The ancient and dignified parchment exudes a profound sense of antiquity. Lin Yang gently unfolded the Hetu Luoshu, and before his eyes appeared a scroll painting. It records the thousands of deities across the divine land of Huaxia and the 9 regions with their surrounding seas. Most of these patterns are not much different from modern maps. Reading this, Lin Yang couldn't help but marvel at the wisdom of the ancients. As for the method of use, Lin Yang immediately heard the system's voice echo in his mind the moment he opened it. Once the host opens the river map and Luo writings, simply shift their thoughts to activate them. The voice in his mind reminded Lin Yang to utilize the rules. Every summoning of a divine projection requires the use of astral coins. The good news is, you can summon a territory guardian deity at the start. Upon hearing this, Lin Yang didn't dare hesitate for even a moment. Time was far too precious to him. With a single thought, his consciousness merged with the river chart and Luo writing in his hand. Specks of shining light surged forth from the river chart and Luo scroll. Host has successfully understood the summoning rules. Congratulations on obtaining the beginner's gift package. Would you like to open it? Lin Yang was ecstatic. Activate. After the sound, the novice gift package was successfully opened. The river chart and Luo writing in his hand displayed a new pattern. That was a spirit stone, which Lin Yang could summon directly. Could it be? In Lin Yang's mind, that figure flashed by. In 3 days, the divine monkey descends upon the world. The inscriptions from the Hetu and Luoshu hinted to Lin Yang. Who else could this great deity within the spirit stone be? It was the projection of the great sage equal to heaven, Sun Wukong. That one, the god of war from myths, legends, and classical novels, the victorious fighting Buddha. 3 days or nothing, even if it were 10 days, Lin Yang would be willing to wait. Lin Yang began patrolling within his territory. He kept a simple plan for the territory's development route firmly in mind. All Chinese people are watching the actions of this new Huaxia leader in the astral realm. It has displayed all of Lin Yang's deeds in the astral realm. What the hell is this? That's it? This is what an SSS-tier talent looks like. So this so-called SSS-tier talent is just having a crappy book that summons a lousy piece of rock? Don't rush, the monster tide 30 days from now hasn't even arrived yet. How are we supposed to defend ourselves? With this rock? The emotions of the Chinese people were like riding a roller coaster. From the initial joy of discovering that SSS-tier talent lord, to the sorrow after summoning such a piece of stone. Life's ups and downs couldn't be more extreme than this. The president of beautiful country, upon seeing the new Lord Lin Yang from Huaxia summoning such a useless thing, couldn't stop laughing. It seems even the astral realm's tests can make mistakes. Such an SSS-tier talent is even worse than our lords with S-tier qualifications. Ha ha ha, I'd love to see that kid's despairing face. Huaxia, weren't they always fond of provoking us before? In the meeting room of beautiful country, everyone stared at the large screen, laughing uncontrollably. The President of the United States signaled for everyone to quiet down, then spoke to his assistant. Informed the United States and Sakura Nation that we demand half of Huaxia's population. After the President of the United States finished speaking, he continued watching the absurd scenes within Chinese territory with great interest. Within the Chinese territory of the astral realm, the host can meditate in front of the spirit stone to accelerate its incubation. A ethereal voice of the system echoed in his mind, reminding Lin Yang. Lin Yang maintained his composure, sitting calmly with eyes closed as he meditated before the divine stone nurturing Sun Wukong. His mind was crystal clear. Lin Yang could even sense the explosive energy contained within the massive rock. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth quickly gathered around Lin Yang. It seemed to be accelerating the incubation of the giant boulder before it. Audiences from other civilizations were spamming posts on the neutral forum while watching the scenes on the screen. This Chinese lord is hilarious. Seeing he got a trash talent, he just gave up and slacked off. I'm certain this Chinese lord must be absolutely raging. The truth is upstairs. Should you Chinese people consider seeking refuge with us in the beautiful USA? We might reluctantly take in these over 1 billion servants of yours. We from Sakura Nation will pay double. Chinese people should become our slaves. I can't wait to see this lunatic get torn apart by monsters in 30 days. Major media outlets, newspapers, and online forums also published their comments one after another. Meanwhile, the Chinese gamers watching Lin Yang simply sitting in meditation within his territory, seemingly too lazy to resist, felt utterly devastated. Ha ha ha, see that? The lords of China don't even have the courage to resist anymore. Yeah, this guy is completely unfit to be a leader, might as well give up already. People of Huaxia, follow us. Only by following the strong can you survive. Online mockery was rampant. The Knights of Huaxia watched Lin Yang's footage on their screens with deep sighs. After a full day and night, this piece of spirit stone had already begun to show signs of loosening. Yet Lin Yang remained seated cross-legged, his expression calm and unperturbed. Suddenly, the originally white glowing spirit stone abruptly radiated a dazzling golden light. A heart-palpitating surge of energy spread throughout the entire territory of Huaxia. Lin Yang opened his eyes, his gaze upon the spirit stone brimming with joy. Finally, success. The Monkey King emerges. The entire territory's heavens and earth transformed along with his arrival. Even though this was merely a divine projection of the Monkey King, such intimidation made the lords of other civilizations wear unpleasant expressions. Chapter 3, First Signs of Talent. This is just a little monkey? The President of the United States stared at the live stream from China, hesitating for a moment before bursting into laughter. Even the Chinese themselves were unaware of their own historical and cultural heritage, let alone the President of the United States. No need to investigate further. China clearly poses no threat to us. The President of the United States relaxed completely, watching the live stream from China with keen interest. To him, it was nothing more than a farce. Star Realm, within China's territory. The little monkey summoned by Lin Yang through meditation. Unfazed, it continued to absorb the essence of heaven and earth. At this moment, all the spectators from other civilizations watching the Huaxia livestream burst into laughter. Thought China was holding back for something big, but turns out they just took a big dump. This is hilarious. Is this what they call a SSS-tier talent in Huaxia? Even a pile of feces is praising Huaxia, right? Excellent. The fun with Huaxia continues. Every major forum across Blue Star was flooded with mockery directed at Huaxia. Host, please open the river diagram and Luo book. Invest gold coins to upgrade the Monkey King. Upgrade requirement, 100 gold coins to unlock stage 1. The voice in his mind guided Lin Yang through the process. Use 100 gold coins to upgrade. Lin Yang hesitated not a moment before investing the gold coins into the upgrade. With a slight thought, the upgrade succeeded. After investing the 100 gold coins into the upgrade, golden light swirled before his eyes, and the Monkey King's projection instantly grew over twice its original size. It now bore a resemblance to the peerless great sage equal to heaven who once caused chaos in the heavenly palace. Though he held no divine needle of the sea in his hand, he radiated the aura of the Monkey King. Little brother, this old son has arrived. The Monkey King grinned widely, speaking in human language. Before Lin Yang could respond, a notification echoed throughout the domain from the Lord's palace. Beep. Territory under attack. A cold, mechanical voice announced within the Lord's palace. Lin Yang and the Monkey King entered the Lord's palace, where the large screen already displayed the invading foe in vivid detail. It was a horde of diminutive goblins, marching toward Lin Yang's domain. Their numbers swelled to over 1,000. Glancing at the Monkey King who had followed him inside, Lin Yang lowered his head and asked, "Great Sage, it's up to you. Leave it to me. It's about time you saw what the Great Sage can do." With that, the Monkey King before him executed a light somersault, vanishing from Lin Yang's sight. In the blink of an eye, he materialized above the goblin army. I must say, even such minor monsters have invaded on this scale. What kind of terror awaits in the trial 30 days hence? Lin Yang was secretly astonished. Likewise, this served as a test for his so-called SSS-tier talent. Without the Monkey King summoned by the river diagram and Luoshu talent, who knows how these goblin monsters would have humiliated him? At this thought, Lin Yang grew even more eager to strengthen his domain. Just how powerful was this divine projection of the Monkey King? Analyze goblin data. Lin Yang commanded the AI in the Lord's Hall. Goblins. Race, humanoid. Combat tier, subpar. Summary, goblins are humanoid creatures typically possessing long pointed ears. An individual goblin can be subdued by a strong adult male, but when they gather in groups, humans must approach them with caution. The goblin captain possesses a combat rank of 9th grade. The Lord's Hall promptly delivered its response. So they're just a rabble. Lin Yang sneered coldly. Watching the large screen, he began to admire the Monkey King's battle prowess. The 36 heavenly transformations, the 72 earthly transformations. The latter were the 72 transformations taught to the Monkey King by the patriarch Bodhi. As classical poetry once proclaimed, 72 transformations, divine prowess unmatched pointing at objects, they soar a skill beyond compare. The so-called 72 transformations encompass 72 distinct abilities. Shouldering mountains and restraining waters, penetrating the unseen and commanding spirits, borrowing winds and spreading mists, slaying demons and vanquishing immortals, summoning clouds and capturing the moon. With these manifold transformations, the Monkey King, ruling the outer domains, had only scratched the surface of his abilities. The large screen before Lin Yang kept flashing with the loot dropped after Sun Wukong slayed goblins. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained 1 gold coin. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained 10 gold coins. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained 10 gold coins. The Monkey King's body darted and dodged with fluid grace, moving as effortlessly as a fish in water. Amidst the fluid motion, he deftly conjured a single iron rod in his hand. With effortless grace, he moved through the goblin minions as if entering an empty field. His form was as swift as a swallow, and in the blink of an eye, he had already closed in on the goblin squad leader. His arm swung, and the iron staff seemed to carry the force of 1,000 pounds. With a single strike, the goblin squad leader's skull shattered, its yellowish-white contents spilling out. Before the goblin squad leader could react, the Monkey King struck him down with a single blow. Congratulations, host. Killing the goblin squad leader dropped a farmland construction blueprint. Once the goblins' casualties exceeded 20%, they immediately fled in disarray. This was the weakness of low-intelligence humanoids they succumbed to fear. Enough, great sage. Rest now. Lin Yang, within the Lord's palace, communicated telepathically with the Monkey King. This was another function of the river diagram and the Book of Changes, communicating with the deities they projected. The deities summoned by the river diagram and the Book of Changes were all connected to the Lord's mind. Seeing the Monkey King's expression, still full of unfinished business, Lin Yang smiled and said, "Great sage, you're truly skilled, a real hero." The Monkey King seemed quite pleased with Lin Yang's flattery. Not at all. The Monkey King scratched his head and chuckled. Lin Yang then looked at the 200 gold coins displayed on the large screen. His heart gradually settled. For now, he finally had the confidence to begin building his domain. All the global viewers watching the Huaxia territory were stunned. Does this monkey really possess such formidable power? It seems we truly underestimated Huaxia. This new lord is quite intriguing. Surely you know this? He's the legendary Monkey King, a traditional deity of Huaxia. In an instant, international viewers erupted in heated discussion. Not only them, the flickering hope within the hearts of Huaxia's people began to reignite. Holy crap! So powerful! Too strong! Too strong! The Monkey King is unbeatable. Who knew this furry monkey could be so formidable? Just one upgrade makes him this powerful? If he keeps upgrading, won't he become invincible? The people of Huaxia harbored immense expectations for this Monkey King who'd seemingly sprung out of nowhere. In fact, many have even started placing bets, speculating on the odds after the match concludes and guessing who will ultimately emerge victorious. Meanwhile, the President of the United States, witnessing this spectacle, was filled with dread. He even contemplated launching a military offensive against China. However, constrained by the 30-day newbie protection period, the United States couldn't directly annihilate China. Chapter 4, right under their noses. Regarding everything unfolding in China as depicted in the footage, they had already devised a sinister strategy. The Cherry Blossom Nation and Kimchi Nation, practicing near China's borders, decided to execute their strategy within the Chinese territories of the astral realm. Lin Yang now held over 200 gold coins in his hands. Additionally, he had obtained a farmland construction blueprint by slaying a goblin squad leader. First, Lin Yang spent 100 gold coins to purchase 2 units of wheat seeds. 1 unit of wheat seeds can be used on 1 farm plot. This will yield 2 units of wheat harvest. Please use the recruitment camp to recruit 1 farmer unit. Only then did the voice in the Lord's Hall sound. Step by step, it guided Lin Yang on how to develop his domain. Lin Yang immediately located the recruit camp on the large screen. Recruitment barracks, 1 farmer unit costs 50 gold coins. Lin Yang quickly spent 100 gold coins to purchase a peasant. Peasant unit recruitment successful. Please select an area to begin constructing wheat fields. As the voice faded, the domain map appeared, and once Lin Yang selected an area, the peasant unit would then begin work to cultivate the first plot of farmland within Lin Yang's domain. Lin Yang had already surveyed the territory and formulated a preliminary development plan. Within the designated agricultural zone, he selected a plot to become the first wheat field in his domain. Construction commenced. Things are looking up. Seeing the initial construction take shape with some scale, Lin Yang felt a slight sense of satisfaction. At that moment, a voice echoed once more from within the Lord's palace. Please name your domain, Lord. Hearing this voice, Lin Yang paused in thought before declaring, let it be called Huaxia. Huaxia. The character Hua represents China's vast land and abundant resources, while Xia symbolizes the central great nation. Thus, this name is most fitting. Lord's naming successful. Lord level up unlocked. Upgrade requirements, 1,000 gold coins. 1,000 experience points. Lin Yang inquired, so? What are the benefits of upgrading? Within the Lord's palace. After upgrading, the Lord can unlock more purchasable items in the shop. Unlock the astral trading platform. Unlock new recruitment options. Check EXP. Lin Yang commanded. Host's current experience points, 113. Experience points required for upgrade, 1,000. After checking his experience points, Lin Yang opened the river diagram and Luo book once more. The characters and diagrams within had changed significantly from before. The pattern for the Monkey King's upgrade, along with new recruitable deities, were all displayed within the river diagram and Luo book. The Divine Emperor Shinong, ruler of the 5 grains, 1,000 gold coins. Dragon King, who controls the clouds and rain, 500 gold coins. The Thunder God and Lightning Goddess, who govern thunder and lightning, 500 gold coins. A quick glance revealed the prices for summoning divine projections were absurdly high. Monkey King's next upgrade requirement, 5,000 gold coins. Lin Yang nodded in understanding. For the Great Sage equal to heaven, the Monkey King, 5,000 gold coins was a fairly standard upgrade cost. His current skill set comprised the 72 transformations. Future upgrades would likely focus on equipment like the Rui Jindu Bang, Phoenix Wing Purple Gold Crown, Chainmail Golden Armor, and Lotus Thread Cloud Walking Shoes. Skills like Emulate Heaven and Earth, Supreme Celestial Immortal Technique, Diamond Hardbody, and Fire Eye Golden Vision. All would come in time. Until the ultimate transformation into the Battle Saint Buddha. Then Lin Yang could strut through the Star Realm with the might of the Great Sage. A wave of worry washed over him once more. Money and supplies are truly scarce right now. Fortunately, there was still the Monkey King, the guardian deity of this domain. This thought brought Lin Yang considerable comfort. He threw himself back into developing the domain. Lin Yang nodded. Yes. Cultivating grain is indeed the most suitable method at present, and it's the most urgent task. Planting wheat provides 2 units of grain production for the domain. Benefiting from the Huaxia civilization racial buff. Huaxia agricultural yield increased by 50%. Huaxia grain production speed increased by 50%. Wheat fields will be ready for harvest in 10 days. Estimated yield, 3 units of wheat. The next day, Lin Yang scrutinized the surrounding map displayed on the large screen. Ignoring the distant fog-shrouded areas, marked monster territories numbered over a dozen. besides the goblin territory he'd already dealt with. There were also territories of two-headed snakes, sawtooth tigers, bone-devouring wolves, and even the most terrifying of all, the Blood Clan territory. But in the eyes of Lin Yang, who had the Monkey King as his guardian deity, these were all gold mines, pieces of meat dripping with rich fat. To amass greater wealth, to advance the farming endeavors of Huaxia, and to give his impoverished domain a major upgrade. With this in mind, Lin Yang turned to Sun Wukong beside him. He chuckled, "Great sage, which one should we take down first?" Sun Wukong replied, "This old monkey can't be bothered to look. That green, short, ugly monster dared to cross this old monkey yesterday. They need to learn that the Horse King has 3 eyes." Hearing this, Lin Yang chuckled. This Monkey King truly possessed some of the fiery spirit of the legendary Great Sage, even if he was merely a divine projection. With that settled, they would attack the Goblin territory directly. Lin Yang addressed the Monkey King, "Then let's head straight for the Goblin territory." Simultaneously, he pointed out the Goblin territory's location on the map in his hand to the Great Sage before him. "This old son will be back in no time." With that, he somersaulted away. The Monkey King vanished instantly. Watching the battle transmitted by the Monkey King on the large screen, a strange stirring arose within his heart. Those goblin foot soldiers were as insignificant as ants in the Monkey King's eyes. The Great Sage effortlessly enlarged his form several times over. Though not as powerful as the heaven-earth transformation, in the eyes of those goblins, who were as short as dwarves, it loomed like a towering mountain, radiating overwhelming pressure and sheer terror. Then, the Monkey King's voice boomed throughout the goblin lair. "Capture only the leader. Who dares block my path? Kill without mercy." The thunderous roar, like the clang of a great bell, crushed countless goblins who failed to dodge in time. Many were crushed and trampled to death under the Monkey King's feet. Most fled in terror, unable to muster the courage to confront the Monkey King. After most of the remaining goblins fled, the Goblin Lord finally appeared. Clutching an iron rod in his hand, he roared furiously at Sun Wukong before him. "You insolent demon!" Sun Wukong sneered contemptuously, mocking, "Shorty, you think you're worthy to face this old monkey? Get lost." With that, he delivered a kick like striking a soccer ball. The Goblin Lord crashed heavily to the ground, crimson liquid trickling from the corner of his mouth. After a moment of struggling, he breathed his last. Goblin Territory Purge Drop, 300 gold coins. Goblin Territory Clearance Reward, 500 EXP, current EXP, 613. Goblin Lord Drop. Log Cabin Blueprint. Lin Yang surveyed the overflowing rewards from clearing the Goblin territory. These rewards. Enough to transform this penniless territory. Not even a quarter of an hour passed before Sun Wukong somersaulted back. Lin Yang respectfully clasped his hands and said, "This humble one, Lin Yang, welcomes the Great Sage." "Ha ha ha ha." Sun Wukong laughed heartily. Observing the Star Realm territory within Huaxia, things were gradually taking a turn for the worse. Foreigners who had hoped to see China humiliated were seething with rage. How is this possible? China must be cheating. This monkey is ridiculously strong. Is this what they call China's SSS-tier talent? Chapter 5, Dragon King of the East Sea. This marked the completion of the territory's initial construction, with the Great Sage stationed in Huaxia's territory. In the early stages, no monster could threaten China thanks to the Monkey King's presence. Lin Yang now held over 300 gold coins in his hands. He also possessed a blueprint for constructing a wooden hut. Upon using it in the Lord's marketplace, a mechanical AI voice announced, "Log cabin construction materials, 100 gold coins." He recruited 2 more peasant units and purchased 2 wooden huts. And just like that, the gold coins were spent. As expected, the items in the Lord's market were ridiculously expensive. Lin Yang couldn't help but recall the previous Lord, whose territory had fallen into stagnation due to the economic blockade strategy orchestrated by the Cherry Blossom and Kimchi nations under the Beautiful Country Organization. This led to stagnation in the domain's development, forcing reliance on the Lord's market for recruitment. Unable to withstand the monster tide's assault, he ultimately perished, leaving China in this dire straits. Damn Korea. One day, I'll make you crawl before me and swear allegiance. Lin Yang thought bitterly. The next day. Great Sage, we must trouble you once more. Lin Yang said respectfully. The Monkey King nodded. No need for formalities. Just point out where the enemy is for this old Sunday. Lin Yang nodded. It's the territory of the 2-headed snakes nearby. We're counting on you, Great Sage. After speaking, Lin Yang handed the map to the Monkey King. Then, the Great Sage soared through the clouds toward the target location. In the blink of an eye, he arrived atop a small hill outside the Huaxia territory. 3 enormous 2-headed serpents, each over 30 feet long, coiled within the cave. The Monkey King leapt lightly from the treetops. Then, wielding his divine power, he plucked a single hair from his body. Instantly, an iron staff materialized in his hand. This was the materialization from nothing technique among his 72 transformations. Though not as handy as his, it proved a formidable weapon nonetheless. Swish! The sound of tearing through the air echoed. The Monkey King suddenly struck from the shadows. Instantly, a thunderous roar echoed across the land as the iron staff in his hand slashed toward the two-headed serpent at the front. With a single strike, the staff sent the serpent flying with a thud. Blood spurted forth, leaving it half dead. The remaining two startled two-headed snakes screeched toward the heavens, launching their attack on the Monkey King below. Alas, they could not harm the Monkey King in the slightest. Swift as a flash, like a startled swan, executing the Mandarin duck step. With nimble agility, he advanced and struck down the half-dead two-headed serpent with another blow. The two remaining two-headed snakes attempted to swallow the Monkey King whole. But under the Monkey King's formidable power, a light leap sent the two-headed snakes lunging into thin air. Landing swiftly, the Monkey King unleashed his divine power once more. With two swift swishes, his iron staff traced multiple phantom trails. He swiftly dispatched the two remaining two-headed snakes. Under the Monkey King's immense strength, the iron staff bent and warped, clearly beyond use. After all, this was no. Lin Yang watched from the sidelines, utterly enthralled. This was his chance to witness the Monkey King's divine might firsthand. Clearing the two-headed snake territory dropped gold coins. 500 coins. Clearing the two-headed snake territory reward, 1000 EXP current EXP, 1613. Lord may use 1000 gold coins to upgrade Lord level. Double-headed snake territory drop. Water source projection order. The flashing text on the large screen stimulated Lin Yang's senses. Ah, young friend, rest easy. Old Sun here has taken care of all the nearby two-headed snakes for you. From now on, you'll be safe and sound. The Monkey King returned before Lin Yang, laughing heartily. Hearing this, Lin Yang immediately clasped his fists in gratitude. Thank you, great sage, for your assistance. I truly don't know how to repay you. Heh, no need for formalities, the Monkey King waved dismissively. The Monkey King swiftly leapt onto a nearby tree branch to rest. Lin Yang finally looked at the water source projection order in his hand, pondering how to use it. Water source projection order. Project a water source within your territory. Based on the size of your territory, you can now project a lake. A lake? Lin Yang's heart began to race. This meant his domain could now cultivate a far greater variety of crops. To hell with Kimchi Nation's blockade. Lin Yang would live self-sufficiently. He certainly wouldn't be a petty lord clinging to survival by relying on Kimchi Nation. This was the pride of the Chinese people. Soon, Lin Yang successfully projected the lake onto his domain map. His domain finally possessed a water source. Likewise, the 500 gold coins in his hand remained unspent. Thinking this, Lin Yang opened the river diagram and the Book of Lo. He began searching for deities suitable for planning and developing his current territory. Facing the dense array of options before him, the Divine Emperor Shinom, ruler of the 5 grains, 1000 gold coins. Dragon King, who controls the clouds and rain, 500 gold coins. God and Goddess of Thunder and Lightning, 500 gold coins. Jiron, the fire deity, 500 gold coins. The Giant Spirit, colossal and mighty, 500 gold coins. God of Forging, Gongshu Ban, 1000 gold coins. After careful consideration of the 500 gold coin recruitment options, he ultimately chose to recruit the Dragon King. In classical mythology, the Dragon King ruled over aquatic creatures from the depths, commanding clouds and rain. Legend held that dragons could summon storms, avert disasters, bestow blessings, and symbolized auspiciousness. I wonder which divine dragon it will be. The 4 sea dragon kings are deities of the oceans, dwelling far from the celestial realm. Their status among the gods is unique, granting them considerable autonomy. The heavenly palace generally leaves matters concerning the seas to their self-governance. The dragon kings had dragon sons and grandsons who resided peacefully in the lower realms. In short, the position of Dragon King is richly varied within the Chinese mythological system. After making his selection, Lin Yang placed 500 gold coins into the river diagram and Luo book. Golden light once again flickered within the river diagram and Luo book. Dragon King of the East Sea. Ao Guang. After the golden light faded, the characters appearing within the river diagram and Luo book revealed to Lin Yang. The deity summoned was none other than Dragon King of the East Sea. Ao Guang. Ao Guang, the leader of the dragons who threatened to flood the city of Chengtang. He was also the sovereign of all aquatic creatures. Ruling the East Sea, he commanded rain, thunder, floods, tides, and tsunamis. The divine projection of this Dragon King of the East Sea swiftly materialized before Lin Yang. Lin Yang examined the Dragon King before him closely. He saw a figure identical to the Dragon Kings depicted in ancient Chinese paintings, though 2 rows of dragon whiskers added an extra layer of majesty. At this moment, he wore a majestic dragon robe, radiating imposing authority. Junior Lin Yang greets the Dragon King. Lin Yang bowed respectfully. Ao Guang was momentarily taken aback by Lin Yang's gesture, then chuckled. Lord, you honor me with such formality. There's no need for such ceremony, simply call me by name. Lin Yang nodded. Very well. And so it was. The recruitment of a new deity was complete. From now on, he would never have to worry about the climate in his domain again. Similarly, the Dragon King of the East Sea could also coordinate the development of aquatic units. Although no aquatic units had yet been developed within the Huaxia territory, there will certainly be opportunities to establish aquatic units in the future. This would diversify Huaxia's industries even further. Lin Yang smiled at this thought. I suppose I'm thinking a bit too far ahead. Lin Yang scratched his head and began focusing on the tasks at hand. Chapter 6, How dare he? With the Dragon King in place, Lin Yang's domain now possessed a climate regulator capable of summoning clouds and rain. Such a controllable climate gave him an overwhelming advantage over other lords whose territories had been developed for years. Moreover, this ability could generate substantial profits. Now, the urgent priority was to develop the domain. After summoning the new deity and communicating with the Dragon King of the East Sea's projection, Lin Yang's current objective is to continue constructing farmland throughout the entire domain, as this is the only way to increase the population. Similarly, throughout the entire astral plane, the use of divine powers also has its limitations. After all, these are merely projections of the deities, not the true deities themselves appearing within his domain. Otherwise, they would be far too invincible. Take the Dragon King of the East Sea, Ao Guang, before us. In his prime, he could command tidal waves to flood Chentang Pass. Moreover, the Monkey King's divine projection also faces limitations in its power usage. As the guardian deity of this domain, the Monkey King could only purge monsters at the domain's periphery and maintain peace. He couldn't actively launch campaigns to destroy other nations' forces. Still, this was sufficient. With the Monkey King present, there was no need to fear any foolhardy invaders. He would teach them a lesson they wouldn't soon forget. After careful consideration, Lin Yang proceeded to the residence of the Dragon King of the East Sea, Ao Guang. He inquired, Your Excellency the Dragon King, might I request you to bestow a blessed rain upon my domain? Though his domain currently consisted of only 2 small plots of farmland. But for a good start, this was an essential step. As the saying goes, development is paramount. Farming is the primary productive force. The Dragon King nodded in agreement. Leave it to me, Lord. Rest assured. After speaking, the Eastern Sea Dragon King Ao Guang, who had been in human form before, transformed into his divine dragon form. The projection of this ruler of the aquatic realm exuded an aura of formidable authority. He possessed the majestic bearing of a divine dragon. Massive in stature, adorned with vibrant scales in the blink of an eye. Soaring high into the heavens, moments later. The sky was thick with neon-hued dark clouds, yet they did not completely block the sunlight. It was clear that this expanse of clouds covered only Lin Yang's domain. Truly formidable. The Dragon King's power was truly formidable. And so, the auspicious rain fell. It must be noted that this auspicious rain differs from ordinary rainfall. It is precisely the amount of rain needed to nourish crops. Moreover, this rain carried the Dragon King's blessing. As expected. When Lin Yang looked at the large screen in the Lord's Palace once more, the projected yield had doubled from 3 units of wheat to 6 units. Moreover, this figure remained stable, showing no fluctuation whatsoever. Lin Yang couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. It seemed this auspicious rain was indeed quite beneficial. Likewise, increased grain yields would eventually support a larger population. Simply put, grain production and population growth are inextricably linked. It made sense. Without sufficient grain, how could one possibly support a larger population? According to the rules of the Star Realm, the first harvest would be ready in 10 days. Assistant, how many units of grain production are required to recruit more people? Lin Yang asked the AI within the Lord's Palace. The answer he sought arrived swiftly. Every 2 units of grain yield increases 1 population unit. Lin Yang immediately followed up, then how many people does 1 population unit represent? Answering the novice lord, each population unit equals 100 people. After hearing this, the plans in Lin Yang's mind became increasingly clear. According to his original plan, Lin Yang still needed a substantial amount of funds to construct more facilities within his domain. Building walls, moats, defensive arrow towers, trap formations, mechanical traps, and various siege weapons. All these required manpower to operate, and equally, substantial funds were needed for their construction. Relying on future grain harvests to generate funds was clearly unfeasible now. Given this, he had no choice but to explore alternative avenues. Lin Yang thought to himself as he looked toward the Monkey King, who was resting by the lake's edge in the distance. Lin Yang walked slowly toward the Monkey King. He slowly bent his waist, clasped his hands, and bowed deeply to the Monkey King. Great sage, this humble disciple, Lin Yang, respectfully requests your noble presence to battle the Blood Clan. Lin Yang spoke thus. The Monkey King before him rose and stretched lazily. He casually waved his hand, signaling his understanding. This Monkey King was the guardian deity of the domain. The safety of the domain fell squarely upon the shoulders of the Monkey King's divine projection. The Monkey King then rose slowly and followed Lin Yang's footsteps toward the Lord's Palace. After conveying the location of the last remaining Blood Clan territory excluding the boundless mist that shrouded the domain's periphery. After conveying the location of the remaining Blood Clan territory to the Monkey King, the Monkey King prepared to enter the vampire territory to begin his duties. Lin Yang called out, "Great Sage, please wait a moment." After speaking, he inquired, "Little Assistant, please send me the Blood Clan's files." Lin Yang habitually referred to the AI as Little Assistant. The AI in the Lord's Palace didn't mind. Vampires. Race, supernatural. Combat tier, unknown. Summary: vampires are renowned supernatural creatures in Western folklore. They occupy an awkward position, neither gods, nor demons, nor humans. High-tier vampires possess combat strength reaching tier 1, while even the lowest-tier vampires boast tier 6 strength. High-tier vampires prefer solitary combat, whereas low-tier vampires tend to operate in packs. Lin Yang carefully reviewed the introduction to the vampire race. This race was indeed highly peculiar. The Monkey King before him, however, paid it no mind whatsoever. A mere minor demon? Not worth mentioning. Old Sun is off. Sun Wukong declared. He somersaulted out of the Lord's Palace. Lin Yang stood rooted to the spot, gazing at the direction where the Monkey King had vanished. He muttered to himself, "I hope this great sage can handle the Blood Clan's troubles smoothly." The Chinese citizens watching the live broadcast couldn't help but feel a twinge of anxiety. Why is this lord so reckless? He should just wait for the crops to grow. I agree with you, the previous comment is spot on. If he waited until the crops were harvested to sell the grain, he could recruit soldiers to defend against the monster tide. Sigh, I hope nothing goes wrong. Right now, fending off the monster tide is the absolute top priority. The people of Huaxia were anxious because they feared this Huaxia lord was acting too hastily. This has already compromised our strongest warrior, Sun Wukong. They also worried their production environment would be disrupted again. Meanwhile, citizens from other civilizations watched the spectacle unfold with keen interest. Why? Because the Blood Clan? That's a force even their highest-ranked lords. They wouldn't dare provoke them lightly. This new lord? How dare he? Chapter 7, Deep into Vampire Territory. Within the Astral Plane Neutral Forum, a flurry of comments poured in from citizens of other civilizations. Doesn't he know the Blood Clan holds grudges like no other? Forget grudges, if this monkey can beat the mighty Blood Clan, I'll wash my hair upside down. Heh, I'm actually looking forward to seeing if the new lord succeeds. We'll just sit back and watch the show. Within the vampire territory, numerous vampires patrolled the surroundings. These low-ranking vampires were inferior creatures who hadn't yet cultivated human form. Yet they possessed formidable combat prowess. Generally speaking, rulers of lesser civilizations, lacking formidable military strength, would never dare provoke these monsters. Similarly, the Blood Clan possesses an exceptionally strong sense of vengeance. If you defeat one of their territories, they will undoubtedly launch retaliatory actions. Minor retaliation involves preying upon the population of the conquered territory, while major retaliation involves summoning numerous fellow Blood Clan members to collectively invade and punish the target territory. Therefore, under such circumstances, other civilized lords dare not lightly provoke the Blood Clan. Unless the Blood Clan becomes excessively arrogant, other civilized lords generally turn a blind eye. After all, every civilization's territory requires entities with unique abilities, whether it be formidable operational capabilities or overwhelming military strength. Only then could they maintain a chance of survival within the treacherous and ever-shifting environment of the astral plane. Currently, though the Blood Clan is arrogant, they haven't taken any concrete actions. Instead, it was the ruler of Huaxia who had taken the initiative to purge their territory. In their view, this new ruler of China was likely courting death. Thus, the other lords choose not to intervene in this matter. The spectacle began to unfold. Lin Yang watched as the screens in the Lord's Palace projected footage of the Monkey King heading to purge the Blood Clan's territory. There were no other scenes, making it utterly terrifying. In the distance, countless giant bats filled the sky. Each was roughly 3 or 4 inches larger than ordinary bats. These bats bore a hideous, terrifying appearance. Their bodies were covered in bone spines, and the sight of their wings spread was enough to make one's stomach churn. As they drew nearer, an even more horrifying sight unfolded. The bats opened their mouths wide and lunged toward the Monkey King to tear into him. In an instant, the sky and the scene was filled entirely with the bodies of bats. Their density reached a truly terrifying level. To draw a comparison, it resembled an ant colony. "Oomph! You insignificant creatures dare to challenge me!" The Monkey King sneered coldly. Instantly, a brilliant light erupted from his body. This was the demon banishing technique from the 72 transformations. Even the Monkey King's projection possessed such formidable power. Upon witnessing this, Lin Yang couldn't help but feel a surge of admiration for the true capabilities of this great sage equal to heaven, the Monkey King. How powerful! If only I possessed such abilities. At this thought, Lin Yang couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement, imagining himself causing chaos in heaven like the Monkey King of old. In the scene, After the Monkey King's brilliant light flickered, the dense swarm of bats were instantly scattered by the Monkey King. Not even a trace remained. Then, the Monkey King's form shot forward. In an instant, he arrived within the territory where the Blood Clan gathered. He carefully surveyed the situation within the vampire territory from the outer perimeter. After a brief survey, he plunged headlong from the treetops. Outskirts of the Blood Clan territory. A small squad of low-level vampires. They were patrolling the outskirts of their territory. Suddenly, they witnessed a golden-haired monkey abruptly bursting into their midst. Instantly, their faces paled with shock and they turned to flee in panic. For they had already sensed the creature's formidable power. It was far beyond what they could possibly withstand. If caught, they would surely be killed. Such an outcome was the last thing they wanted to see. These low-level vampires were already intelligent beings. When facing an overwhelming foe, they would never rush to their deaths recklessly. But how could the Monkey King allow them to form an effective fighting force? He plucked a hair from his body and transformed it into an iron rod. Facing the 6-member vampire squad, he advanced, swinging the iron rod. A clanging din erupted. The heads of all 6 vampires were instantly smashed to pieces. Blood spilled across the ground. Yet the Monkey King showed no sign of stopping. With a fluid turn, he charged straight into the vampire territory before him. Damn, the highest level of infiltration is ensuring no survivors can detect you. Lin Yang realized these low-tier vampires were no match for the Monkey King. They were instantly slaughtered in a single encounter. Batwing Fiend, Combat Rating Grade 6. Type, Low-tier Blood Clan. Description, Batwing Fiends are a type of low-tier vampire. Do not underestimate them. Low-tier does not equate to weakness or stupidity. While their physical structure is more primitive, closer to beasts than humans, when Batwing Fiends descend from the sky to torment their prey, their capabilities are indistinguishable from those of high-tier vampires. That is, when facing low-level hunting targets. Lin Yang reviewed the description of low-tier vampires. No wonder. How could these creatures possibly harm the Monkey King? Even if this was merely his divine projection. The Monkey King. After eliminating the low-level vampires before him, he charged straight toward the cavernous lair of the vampire domain. It was a sinister presence. Entirely pitch black. The entire mountain seemed carved from a single mass of black rock. At the summit stood a massive circular altar. Upon the altar lay various vessels reeking of blood. Countless desiccated corpses also hang from its sides. These were the corpses of humans slaughtered by the bloodthirsty clan. How disgusting. Lin Yang sighed. How many innocent lives had these blood clans truly murdered? Lin Yang had made up his mind he would never allow the people within his domain to suffer such harm. Otherwise, what difference would they be from beasts? The fact that those lords hadn't purged the Blood Clan from their territories was utterly incomprehensible. Lin Yang found it utterly incomprehensible. The Monkey King in the scene. With a light swing of his staff, he smashed open the gates of the Blood Clan's domain. Upon entering, the iron staff in his hand had already bent slightly. After all, it's not as handy as the golden monkey staff. The Monkey King sighed. He plucked out a strand of hair once more, transforming it into an iron staff. Once more, he employed the transformation technique from the 72 changes. He transformed into a tiny mosquito. He infiltrated deep into the territory of the Blood Clan. Lin Yang, standing within the Lord's Hall, grew increasingly terrified the longer he looked. This vampire domain resembled a palace. Vast and expansive, it was filled with all manner of vessels. Lin Yang's resolve hardened within him. This Blood Clan territory. It must be eradicated today. Chapter 8, Eradicating the Blood Clan. This place was too cruel, almost like a living hell. At that moment, the Monkey King lay silently in wait within the Lord's Hall. His target was none other than the Blood Clan Lord. Seated upon a throne, the Lord wore an air of haughty arrogance. As a highly intelligent species, the Vampire Lord appeared indistinguishable from ordinary humans. Vampire, Combat Power Grade 3. Type, Mid-tier Blood Clan. Description, vampires are legendary supernatural beings that sustain eternal life by consuming the blood of humans or other creatures. Mid-tier vampires no longer fear sunlight and possess extraordinary combat prowess. The mid-tier vampire's stats panel had already popped up before Lin Yang's eyes. Lin Yang knew this creature was no ordinary foe, possessing formidable combat prowess. But this was nothing to the Monkey King. After all, even this AI couldn't measure the Monkey King's true combat power. Moreover, this wasn't even the Monkey King's highest level form. Transforming into insects? That's laughable. Blood Clan? Can this monkey really handle them? Humph, arrogant Chinese. I'll be watching as your strongest force gets torn apart by the Blood Clan. China? That's just plain arrogant. The Chinese are nothing but trash. How could they possibly defeat the Blood Clan? Intermediate lords from other civilizations were also monitoring China's every move through their upgraded Lord's Hall facilities. Meanwhile, the trainee lords were also monitoring the situation on the battlefield. On the screen, The lurking Monkey King had already assessed the situation within this Blood Clan territory. In an instant, he shifted from his insect form back to his true self. Raising his iron staff, he launched a surprise attack toward the Blood Clan Lord before him. The Blood Clan Lord clearly hadn't anticipated this Chinese man's sudden, violent attack. Caught off guard, he hastily summoned a Batwing Fiend to shield himself. Only then did he barely manage to survive. Boom! A cloud of dust billowed as the Batwing demon was smashed backward. Only a pool of blood remained, while the corpse in the distance was clearly shattered by the Monkey King. Roar! The Blood Clan Lord roared in fury. You lowly insect! How dare you challenge the mighty Blood Clan? Rumble! No sooner had the words left his mouth than the entire hall began to shake. The Blood Clan Lord slowly spread his wings, a pair of enormous bat wings. They began to beat, unleashing terrifying streams of blood toward the Monkey King. The Monkey King snorted coldly. Trivial tricks. Wielding his iron staff, he intercepted every single blood arrow. Then, the Monkey King charged fiercely toward the Blood Clan Lord once more. This time, he unleashed his full power. But a mid-tier vampire lord among the Blood Clan is no ordinary foe. Boom! The two collided, unleashing a whirlwind. At this level of combat, the lower-ranked vampires couldn't possibly intervene. Even the residual winds from such a clash swept away several low-tier Batwing Fiends. Meanwhile, Lin Yang watched the battle unfold on the palace screens. Watched the large screen in silence, a faint smile curling his lips as he murmured. The main event is about to begin. The Monkey King raised his iron staff, facing the massive Batwings spread by the mid-tier vampire. He showed no fear whatsoever, executing each move with precision. The mid-tier vampire, too, conjured a Western-style longsword, no ordinary weapon. On screen, the Monkey King's iron staff and the vampire's sword clashed in an instant. Lin Yang couldn't help but think that if the Great Sage equal to heaven were one level higher, he would absolutely obliterate such a vampire with ease. Great Sage, I'm truly sorry. Lin Yang felt a pang of regret for the Monkey King. It was all his fault for lacking the funds to upgrade the Monkey King through the river diagram and Book of Lo, preventing him from instantly defeating the mid-tier vampire. Within the vampire territory, the battle between the Monkey King and the vampire raged on. What a fierce battle! One swung his iron rod fiercely, the other wielded his long sword, exchanging blows with great enthusiasm. The iron rod in the Monkey King's grasp bore several deep gashes from the mid-tier vampire's well-crafted sword. The Monkey King swiftly unleashed the flame breath technique from his 72 transformations, sending tongues of fire surging forth. This flame was not the three-flame true fire, yet it was no ordinary blaze either. The intense heat instantly scorched the vampire's skin. Even a lock of his hair was singed away. The vampire let out a piercing scream. Perfect opportunity. Seeing such an opening, the Monkey King's mind flashed with 100% of his battle experience, though he couldn't fully restore the divine power of a true deity. In an instant, the Monkey King seized his iron staff and struck at the opening before him. Boom! The rod struck the vampire lord's body with brutal force. Blood spurted forth instantly. The Monkey King's blow shattered the vampire's entire arm. Arg! The vampire howled in agony. Seizing the moment, the Monkey King delivered two more crushing blows, reducing the Blood Clan Lord to a pulp. Instantly, the lower-ranked vampires scattered like birds and beasts. After all, who would dare fight to the death against this Monkey King, who seemed like a god of death incarnate? The Monkey King did not pursue the fleeing lesser vampires. This battle had indeed taken a heavy toll on the Great Sage. Though it might lead to some trouble later, for Lin Yang, this was nothing to fret over. Taking a deep breath, the Monkey King unleashed the mountain shouldering technique from his 72 transformations, smashing the entire Blood Clan territory to smithereens. After a deep breath to slowly recover his stamina, he somersaulted back into his own territory. Meanwhile, the President of the United States, equally focused on the Huaxia territory, furrowed his brow in tension. Isn't their pace of development a bit too rapid? Can they really wipe out a Blood Clan territory so effortlessly? The secret agent beside the President of the United States interjected, although it is currently the newbie protection period, Mr. President, perhaps we could. The Secretary advised the President of the United States. Contact Korea and Japan. Authorize them to employ every means necessary except for conquering the Huaxia territory. After the President of the United States issued the order, the Secretary immediately contacted the leaders of Japan and South Korea. Their leaders, in turn, contacted their respective lords in the Star Realm. The Emperor of Sakura Nation, what does the pretty country think we are? The President of Kimchi Nation wore an inscrutable smile, never mind. Better to be America's lapdog than be kept down by China. You're absolutely right, Your Excellency. Let's contact our respective lords. Implement an economic blockade strategy. Excellent idea. I'll see to it immediately. After this brief exchange between the leaders of the beautiful country and the land of cherry blossoms, they promptly delegated the task of implementing the economic blockade to their respective lords within the Star Realm. The economic blockade against China, in an inconspicuous corner, began quietly. Within the Huaxia territories, Lord, this old son is back. The Monkey King tossed his long sword to Lin Yang and closed his eyes to rest. You've truly worked hard, great sage. Lin Yang said respectfully. Congratulations. The trainee lord has successfully slain the Blood Clan Lord. Dropped 1000 EXP. 1000 gold coins. Thank you, trainee lord, for successfully defeating the Blood Clan Lord. Dropped, grade 3 weapon, Bloodthirsty Sword. Clearing Blood Clan territory drop, 1000 gold coins. Clearing Blood Clan territory reward, 2000 EXP current EXP, 3613. Gold experience sufficient. May the trainee lord now upgrade to lord rank? Lin Yang was stunned by the flurry of numbers bouncing across the large screen in the lord's palace. So clearing out monsters from territories like this yields such rich rewards. Monkey brother really worked hard. Without hesitation, Lin Yang snapped back to reality and addressed the lord's palace AI assistant. Please upgrade my lord rank. The moment the words left his mouth, the palace's main screen erupted. Countless beams of light projected onto the screen. Lin Yang couldn't help but think, this must be the glow of experience points, right? After all the light entered his body, the mechanical voice announced. Congratulations, Lord. You have successfully upgraded from trainee lord to apprentice lord. Please review the unlocked options for your upgrade. Chapter 9, Dragon King opens the river. Lin Yang nodded slightly. He began examining the newly unlocked abilities. These were crucial for his current situation. Unlocking new abilities, unlocking territory upgrades, unlocking the territory rankings. These were all features available after advancing his lord rank. He inquired again with the AI in the lord's palace. To upgrade from a barren territory to a small village, the domain must possess 10 units of grain production, 5 farmer units, and 10 population units. Detected that the trainee lord has met upgrade requirements. Proceed with upgrade? Lin Yang didn't hesitate and agreed to upgrade. Congratulations, host. Territory upgrade successful. Current territory level, small village. Territory upgrade unlocks new features. Use grain production to increase population. Unlocked Huaxia territory special buff, bountiful people and abundant goods. Abundant population and resources. When grain production reaches double the population count, population growth doubles. After interacting with the AI to complete the upgrade, the entire domain's landscape transformed dramatically. In an instant, a radiant glow enveloped the entire lord's palace. The original small wooden hut had been upgraded into a structure featuring the distinctive architectural style of Huaxia. Supported by pillars and beams, 4 columns formed a single room, resembling a grand courtyard residence. It featured 3 distinct levels upper, middle, and lower whose positions could be adjusted according to Lin Yang's needs. Every conceivable facility was present, making it vastly superior to his previous surroundings. Most crucially, the domain's jurisdiction has expanded significantly. The current domain now spans nearly 1/3 more than the previous barren territory. Just as Lin Yang was about to ask the AI within the palace, the AI promptly responded to Lin Yang. Territory level upgrades expand the outer perimeter of your domain. Host, you may view the expanded area on the territory map. Upon hearing this, Lin Yang's thoughts moved, and he opened the territory level upgrade map on the large screen. Sure enough, the palace AI hadn't deceived him. The upgrade was indeed effective. Soon, Lin Yang proceeded to activate the next feature. Namely, the territory rankings. This was a crucial feature. The top 50 lords on the rankings could claim stellar coins distributed by the stellar realm annually. The amount varied from highest to lowest, with higher ranked lords receiving more star coins. For instance, the 50th ranked domain lord could claim 10 stellar coins. For every rank higher, the star coins double. Stellar coins can be used in the hidden stellar coin shop to purchase various items that can be projected into the mortal realm. In a way, this also benefits their fellow citizens. Lin Yang immediately opened the Stardust Mall page and glanced at it. The Star Yuan Mall offered an incredibly comprehensive selection, encompassing nearly every item found in the human world. This included oil fields and coal mines that could be projected into the mortal realm, and even cultivation manuals and secret techniques, all priced exorbitantly. The most expensive items were beyond Lin Yang's current level to view. After a quick browse, Lin Yang checked his current ranking on the Lord's leaderboard. Among the 233 territories, Huaxia's had climbed to 167th place. Clearly, purging the surrounding monster territories had significantly boosted China's ranking. Looks like I still have work to do. Lin Yang murmured to himself after reviewing the rankings. He gathered his focus and carefully sensed the changes within his body. First, his vitality and spirit had received a tremendous boost, and the strength in his bones and muscles had also increased considerably. His mind felt clearer and sharper. Whereas the old Lin Yang could defeat 1 goblin, the upgraded Lin Yang could now take on 5. His physical prowess had roughly quintupled. Days passed, and the first harvest grew ever closer. Tomorrow, Lin Yang would harvest the first crop from his domain. As a result, Lin Yang felt a surge of excitement. Is there any way to further increase the wheat field's yield? A peculiar feeling stirred within Lin Yang. If he could figure out a way to boost his wheat field's yield now, then the yield of the next harvest would exceed 6 units. Suddenly, out of nowhere, it was as if lightning had struck his mind. An idea suddenly struck him. He rushed straight to the Eastern Sea Dragon King, Aogwang. He asked, "Your Excellency the Dragon King, could you help me carve out a river?" The Dragon King of the East Sea, Aogwang, was taken aback. He knew Lin Yang had come seeking something, but he hadn't expected such an unusual request to carve out a river. With the Dragon King's current abilities, carving out a river was certainly within his power. However, it would demand considerable attention and effort from the Dragon King of the East Sea, Aogwang. After careful consideration, the Dragon King Aogwang replied, "What kind of river does the Lord wish to create?" Without hesitation, Lin Yang answered, "One that runs from south to north, connecting all the water sources within the domain." The Dragon King of the East Sea, Aogwang, was taken aback. He hadn't anticipated Lin Yang having such a clear vision for the domain's development. What Lin Yang proposed would undoubtedly benefit all aquatic life across the domain. After all, carving out rivers flowing in 2 directions would undoubtedly bring countless benefits to the entire water domain without a single drawback. It would also enhance the aquatic race's influence within the domain. Undoubtedly, opening these waterways represented positive development for the domain. Crop yields would increase thanks to more convenient irrigation. After careful consideration, the Dragon King's projection agreed to Lin Yang's request. "Yes. As you command." Lin Yang was highly satisfied with the response from Aogwang, Dragon King of the East Sea. The Dragon King swiftly set to work. Soaring through the clouds into the sky, he drew forth his magical artifact. A pair of plowshares appeared in his hands. With one hand lightly swaying the plow and the other forming a seal while chanting incantations. Whoosh! In an instant, a fierce wind arose. Moments later, the magical plow in the Dragon King's hand soared into the sky, racing toward the southernmost edge of his domain. Rumble! The Dragon King kept his eyes closed as he continued chanting the incantation. With a resounding crash, the magical implement cleaved the earth apart, and a gentle stream began to flow. But the Dragon King Aogwang's spell seemed far from finished. Splash splash! Splash splash! After several more clangs, the artifact returned to the Dragon King's hand, restored to its original form. However, the area it had just shattered was now covered by the flowing water. Thus, as the water flowed over, the previously damaged area was swiftly submerged once more. A river thus emerged within the Huaxia territory, traversing the flat land from south to north, connecting the lakes within their domain, and finally flowing into the waters beyond the territory's borders. Lin Yang stood quietly by, observing. He couldn't help but be secretly astonished by the Dragon King's power. Though not a combat unit, this display still left Lin Yang deeply impressed. Chapter 10, Economic Blockade? Thus, under the spell of the East Sea Dragon King, Aogwang, a river was carved through the domain, flowing ceaselessly. Lin Yang swiftly commenced his next course of action. From his initial bewilderment upon arriving in the Star Realm, Lin Yang had now spent over 10 days within this realm. Tomorrow would finally be the day of harvest. Within the Star Realm, grain production could be exchanged for population or sold to acquire more gold coins. Lin Yang currently held over 1,000 gold coins obtained from clearing out the vampire territory. Clearly, if he wished to survive in the Star Realm, he had to take action. Wealth could change one's fate. Lin Yang believed that with sufficient gold coins and the right strategy, he would surely establish a foothold in the astral realm and gradually expand his influence. But before that, he needed to plan how to spend this 1,000 gold coins. An idea was already forming in Lin Yang's mind. That was to introduce a new development opportunity within his domain, increasing the fish catch. Lin Yang first opened the Astral Realm Lord trading platform. A quick glance revealed only the lords within his visible range, and the trading pages were grayed out. Assistant? What's going on here? Lin Yang couldn't help but ask. Due to surrounding lords choosing to disable trade with Huaxia, this feature is unavailable. Lin Yang understood immediately. The surrounding lords were likely all cowering under the tyranny of Kimchi Nation and Cherry Blossom Nation. They had no choice but to obey their commands, thus initiating an economic blockade against Huaxia. Then why can't I trade with distant territories? Your territory level and lord level are too low to unlock the unrestricted trading platform. Lin Yang was dumbfounded upon hearing this. So this trading platform I unlocked is just a watered-down version. The AI in the Lord's palace remained silent. Lin Yang forced himself to suppress his anger. Forcing surrounding lords to impose trade embargoes on him and block China's economy signified their fear of China's rise. He thought to himself, damn Koreans and Japanese. Is this how you play? Lin Yang knew that getting angry now would only be futile rage. It wouldn't solve anything. Calmness was the swiftest blade to slaughter the enemy. At this point, Lin Yang couldn't be bothered to look any further. He didn't need this feature anyway. With that thought, he turned and opened the official Star Realm Lord Marketplace. The prices were indeed outrageously high. A single unit of fish fry was priced at 100 gold coins. Meanwhile, on the Astral Realms trading platform, a single unit sold for just 10 gold coins. That was a full 10-fold markup. Lin Yang gritted his teeth in frustration. Given the current water areas within the Huaxia territory, even releasing 50 units of fry wouldn't cause any surplus in production. These guys really think they're something special? Lin Yang sneered coldly before purchasing 10 units of fish fry on the Star Realm platform. As for those kimchi-loving Koreans and cherry blossom-worshipping Japanese, focus on building your own strength, Lin Yang told himself. Inside the chairman's office at the Huaxia National Council, the chairman frowned deeply as he watched Lin Yang within the Star Realm territory. An overwhelming sense of frustration and pent-up frustration nearly consumed the chairman's heart. Knock knock knock. Suddenly, a knock sounded at the door. Who is it? The council chairman's irritation showed in his sharp tone. It's me, Zhang. Recognizing the voice. Come in. The voice belonged to Qin Lao, the chairman's aide. A man wearing black-rimmed glasses handed documents to the chairman. He spoke without emotion. The United States has proposed a trade agreement. They seek to acquire the mining rights to oil within China's territory for a period of 10 years, in exchange for lifting the trade embargo imposed on China within the Star Realms territory. They claim that if China agrees to this proposal, lifting the trade restrictions would be as easy as saying the word. After Old Chen finished his report, a dark expression clouded the chairman's face. Those damned bastards. They dare make such demands again. While agreeing would indeed alleviate the immediate crisis, China had endured so long only to finally glimpse a glimmer of hope. How could they possibly accept becoming slaves? The chairman knew full well the proverb about drinking poison to quench thirst. He roared, "Tell them to get lost. Never let them set foot in this place again." With that, he angrily tossed the documents on the table into the trash bin. This is all the support I can give you, boy. The council chairman stared at the large screen, his thoughts echoing the voice of Lin Yang within the Star Realm territory. Human affairs. Lin Yang knew nothing of them. The chairman of the Huaxia Council's state of mind, Lin Yang, had experienced a fraction of it within the Star Realm. Kimchi Nation ranked around 30 in the Star Realm, while Cherry Blossom Nation ranked around 20. Assistant, check my loot. Lin Yang commanded the AI. Soon, the grain harvest from the Huaxia territory appeared before Lin Yang. One wheat field yielded 12 units of wheat. The Lord owns 2 wheat fields, totaling 24 units of wheat. Wheat can be sold on the Astral Realm trading platform. 1 unit of wheat sells for 10 gold coins. It can also be listed on the trading platform. Wheat can also be used to trade for population. Each unit of wheat can be exchanged for 1 unit of residence. 1 unit of population consumes 1 unit of wheat per month. Similarly, additional population can be assigned by the apprentice lord to work in other industries. After hearing this, Lin Yang confirmed his suspicions development within the astral realm was indeed meticulously structured. Lin Yang resolved to use large quantities of wheat production to acquire residence for the astral realm. For Lin Yang at this stage, this resource was utterly indispensable. Within the Huaxia territory, the fisheries had yet to be assigned residents designated as fishermen to manage them. Therefore, he needn't yet consider what this wheat might yield him. Moreover, the territory currently lacked storage facilities, meaning resources couldn't be stockpiled. Might as well spend it can't be stored anyway. Lin Yang calculated in his mind. Trading population was the optimal solution at present. After a moment's thought, Lin Yang addressed the AI in the Lord's palace. Assistant, convert all 20 units of wheat into population. Ding. Transaction complete. Acquired 20 units of population. Phew. After completing this, Lin Yang breathed a sigh of relief. After all, 1 unit of population only consumed 1 unit of grain per month. With this step taken care of, he was 1 step closer to his goal. The next plan was to raise funds and construct the essential facilities within his domain. Lin Yang recalled the divine artifact dropped by the Blood Clan. Assistant, check the attributes of the Bloodthirsty Sword. Bloodthirsty Sword, longsword type weapon. Grade 3. Description: this longsword possesses a bloodthirsty ability, instantly sealing the throat upon contact with blood. Its sharpness is unmatched. For every 100 lives blood absorbed, it can be upgraded once. Each upgrade will also significantly enhance the user's abilities. Chapter 11, New Construction Funds. Whoa! Lin Yang sucked in a sharp breath. So that's the true nature of this bloodthirsty sword. It could actually consume others' blood to enhance its own properties. This damn thing is a killing machine. No wonder it dropped from a mid-tier vampire. Lin Yang pondered for a moment. He still refused to be seduced by this sword. This was utterly incompatible with the noble name of Huaxia, and equally detrimental to one's karmic merit. Lin Yang wouldn't touch this thing with a 10-foot pole, leaving the sword behind in the Lord's palace. We'll see about it later. Lin Yang murmured. Whether he eventually listed it on the trading platform or kept it for other purposes, either choice would be sound. As the saying goes, the noble man remains steadfast in poverty, while the petty man grows reckless in it. Lin Yang shook his head and smiled.
Pacing within his domain, he began to contemplate his next course of action.
Gazing at the river and wheat fields before me, a wave of emotion washed over him. On the map surrounding Huaxia, however, there were no monster nests left to attack, because this area had already been cleared. Lin Yang mused to himself, in that case, I'll have to figure out a way to expand the map. Lin Yang's decision. Though the Huaxia Council chairman expressed a hint of regret, he still supported Lin Yang's actions. Our Huaxia's virtue that youngster Lin Yang hasn't tarnished it after all. The chairman sighed softly. The other members nodded in agreement. Subsequently, they turned to discussing other matters, such as new strategic plans and so forth. On Huaxia's internet. How could Lin Yang not use such a divine artifact? I'm shocked. What's morality got to do with it at a time like this? Exactly. We're all in this together. Wouldn't using it make fighting the monster waves way easier? You guys just don't get it. Poverty doesn't change his principles. Huaxia sighed as he watched the live stream audience in the Star Realm. Of course, a small number of Huaxia people stepped forward to defend Lin Yang, urging everyone to calm down. Within the Star Realm, Lin Yang finally opened the river diagram and the Book of Changes once more. At a glance, he saw the changes brought about by his Lord rank upgrade. A new function had appeared, Divine Artifact Forging. It required 100 gold coins to unlock. Seeing this, Lin Yang's brow furrowed slightly. Right now, he simply didn't have that many gold coins. Lin Yang chuckled. It seemed time to expand the map's boundaries. Back in the main hall of the Lord's Palace, he asked, Little Assistant, is there a way to expand the map fog? Soon, the AI in the Lord's Palace hall responded to Lin Yang. Expand fog. 3 methods available. First method, purchase with gold coins. The first purchase requires 10 gold coins, the second 20 gold coins. And so on. Each subsequent purchase doubles the cost. Second method, negotiate map sharing with other Lord's factions. Third method, construct special buildings. After reviewing these 3 options, Lin Yang fell deep in thought. Based on the information provided by the assistant, the second approach was clearly unfeasible. After all, Lin Yang hadn't yet reached the level where he could collaborate with major lords, and likewise, they were deeply fearful of the pressure currently exerted by the Kimchi nation. At present, the first and third approaches seemed the most viable options. However, the third approach would require time for now. Then, let's purchase it with gold coins. Lin Yang made up his mind. He immediately opened the map and purchased the first wave of map fog removal. Soon, the moment the gold coins were invested, the strange light dissipated and the fog surrounding the map vanished completely in a circle. Phew! Staring at the map, Lin Yang took a deep breath. Continue purchasing. He promptly dropped another 20 gold coins, expanding the map's coverage once more. Monster territories seemed to materialize out of thin air. 3 goblin territories and 1 two-headed serpent territory. No particularly powerful monsters. Lin Yang couldn't help but feel a bit disappointed. If only there were a few more Blood Clan territories, I might have been able to level up Monkey Brother. As the guardian deity of the territory, this was precisely the kind of monster purge he needed. For the great sage, it didn't violate the rules. Expanding the Misty Realm's territory further was precisely where the Monkey King, as guardian deity, could launch an offensive. Heading toward the Monkey King's location, Lin Yang chuckled, Great sage, it seems we'll need to trouble you to stretch your muscles once more. No problem. This old son here couldn't wait any longer. These monsters are too weak, they're barely worth my effort. With that, the great sage charged forward eagerly. Lin Yang's face lit up with excitement. These creatures weren't monsters anymore, they were pure silver. Soon, Lin Yang returned to the Lord's Hall. He waited for the Monkey King to finish clearing out the monsters, the scenes of the 3 goblin territories and the two-headed serpent's domain being purged. Soon, the footage reached Lin Yang. The Monkey King had already arrived at the goblin territories and the two-headed serpent's domain. He commenced his operations. In no time, the 3 goblin territories were utterly slaughtered by the Monkey King, all within a mere quarter of an hour. The Monkey King unleashed a bloodbath, and these green-skinned dwarves were wiped out as easily as ants. Clearing goblin territory drops gold coins. 300 coins. Goblin territory clearance reward, 500 EXP, current EXP, 4113. Goblin Lord dropped. Log cabin blueprint. Clearing goblin territory drop, 300 gold coins. Goblin territory clearance reward, 500 EXP, current EXP, 4613. Goblin Lord drop. Wooden house production blueprint. Goblin territory clearance drop, 300 gold coins. Goblin territory clearance reward, 500 EXP, current EXP, 5113. Goblin Lord dropped. Wooden house blueprint. The continuous notification sounds filled Lin Yang with satisfaction. It was well worth the cost to clear the fog surrounding the territory. Now, he held 900 gold coins in his hands. Seeing the bountiful rewards from clearing the monster territory, Lin Yang felt a deep sense of satisfaction.
It was a shame that the giant-toothed tiger territory on the outskirts had been cleared out by those damn kimchi eaters while the Monkey King was attacking the Blood Clan territory. It was nothing short of stealing credit. Clearly, it was all to stifle the development of Huaxia. Every single debt, I'll settle with you sooner or later. Immediately after, the Monkey King arrived at the two-headed serpent's territory in the blink of an eye. This time, he didn't even bother transforming his iron staff. With just his bare fists, he smashed the two-headed serpent's skull clean off. Clearing the two-headed snake territory dropped gold coins. 500 coins. Clearing the two-headed snake territory reward, 1000 EXP, current EXP, 6113. Next level, 6113, 10,000. Seeing the notification flash across the Lord's Palace screen, Lin Yang felt a surge of satisfaction. The next level up was within reach. A faint smile touched his lips at the thought. Meanwhile, the Monkey King had already completed his task. With that, the funds for the next wave of territory development were fully secured. Chapter 12, The 9 Tripods. A total of 1,400 gold coins. Enough for Lin Yang to unleash a wave of ambition. Early the next morning, Lin Yang awoke from his slumber. After washing up and dressing neatly, the next phase of his plan took shape in Lin Yang's mind. The newly unlocked function of the river diagram and the Book of Changes represented a crucial step in his plan. With a thought, the river diagram and Luo book materialized in his hands. The artifact forging function appeared before his eyes. Lin Yang was already familiar with the attributes of the river diagram and Luo book. Without hesitation, Lin Yang poured all 100 gold coins into the river diagram and Luo book. His sole purpose was to forge divine weapons. All of this depended on the river diagram and the Book of Changes to achieve. As the gold coins were deposited, the river diagram and Luo book immediately began to spin. Gradually, the river diagram and Luo book began to radiate a brilliant light. Simultaneously, an even more terrifying power surged forth from within the river diagram and Luo book. It was an energy forged from the convergence of the world's spiritual essence. Only Lin Yang, holding the river diagram and Luo book, could sense it. This sensation had only ever appeared in Lin Yang's mind when the Monkey King had summoned him in the past. Before long, this sensation vanished completely. The signal of successful advancement crystallized within Lin Yang's mind. When Lin Yang opened the river diagram and Luo book once more, the interface for forging divine artifacts now appeared on the second page following the divine summoning. That was the interface for forging divine artifacts. After forging the first divine artifact, the 9 tripods, one could gain their recognition. Below it, a line of small text read: forged from the 9 tripods, 10 ores create 1 tripod. Each tripod forged gains new properties. 1 tripod's forging dispels ghosts and demons. Just like when he summoned the Monkey King back then. Lin Yang knew a little about the 9 tripods. In the early days of the Xia dynasty, Emperor Yu the Great divided the realm into 9 provinces. He commanded each province to contribute bronze to forge the 9 tripods, symbolizing the 9 provinces. The bodies of the tripods were engraved with the renowned mountains, great rivers, and wondrous artifacts of each province, and all 9 tripods were kept in the capital of the Xia dynasty. The forging of the 9 tripods and the very concept of Huaxia were inevitably intertwined. This explains why the 9 tripods were associated with the development of one's own domain and also appeared in the river diagram and the Book of Lo. As Lin Yang's thoughts raced, his next plan solidified in his mind. Of course, all this would have to wait until his catch was successfully reeled in. This was precisely what they meant by casting a long line to catch a big fish. Back in the domain hall, the large screen prominently displayed the fishing information Lin Yang required. Though there were no seas, there were indeed several rivers with fish fry. Territory contains rivers and lakes. In 10 days, harvest 20 units of fish. With the bonus effect from the Dragon King of the East Sea, the ruler of aquatic creatures, 30 units of fish. Lin Yang read the message and was instantly overjoyed. It was like a dream come true. His plan had just taken shape, and now he had an immediate opportunity to put it into action. Excellent. 10 days later, there was still time before the monster tide arrived. There was definitely still time to develop the territory. I'll wait for the fishing and grain harvests before building the territory's defensive structures. That would be the ideal scenario. Of course, the immediate issue is housing for the growing population within the domain. The 3 dropped wooden houses required a total of 300 gold coins to construct. With the Lord's trading platform unavailable for purchases, Lin Yang could only pin his hopes on the Astral Realm's official marketplace. The prices were outrageously high, making Lin Yang's heart bleed. But what choice did he have? For the survival of his domain, what did this money matter? Workers, construct 3 wooden huts. Lin Yang gritted his teeth as he commanded the AI. In the blink of an eye, the constructed wooden huts materialized within the Lord's domain. Similarly, Lin Yang glanced at the population satisfaction indicator on the large screen, which had turned green once more. This indicated that the cabins had been allocated as housing for the domain's residents. Lin Yang had settled all these people into the wooden huts. The domain was now taking shape.
The next plan?
Was to forge the 9 tripods.
He opened the river diagram and the Book of Changes. Forging the 9 tripods requires mineral resources.
Even the legendary Yu the Great, when forging the 9 tripods, had to gather copper and iron from across the land. Only then did he successfully forge the 9 tripods from bronze. One can only imagine how difficult the bronze smelting process must have been.
The wisdom of our ancestors was truly remarkable, and this filled Lin Yang with anticipation for the river diagram and the Book of Changes. Just how powerful were the functions of these 9 tripods? Each of the 9 tripods required 10 units of copper to forge. Lin Yang murmured after reading the inscription. There were no copper or units near his domain.
It seemed he'd have to wait for them to be projected from the system store.
Lin Yang opened the Lord's shop.
He located the projection method for copper ore. He still had 1,000 gold coins in his possession.
If not now, then when? Copper or price, 500 gold coins. Iron or price, 500 gold coins. Silver or price, 5,000 gold coins. Gold or price, 10,000 gold coins. These figures made Lin Yang's head spin. Sigh, just buy it. Lin Yang promptly placed an order for copper or an iron ore in the Lord's marketplace. The copper ore was for forging the 9 tripods, while the iron ore was for crafting iron weapons. He decided to postpone the construction of the city defenses until the final 10 days. After all, if monsters from this world attack the domain, Monkey Brother alone could handle them perfectly. Therefore, he would focus on completing the other 2 tasks first. First, he would wait for grain production and fishing yields to generate gold coins. Second, forge the 9 tripods. Soon,
the projections of copper and iron ore deposits appeared on the large screen.
With a simple tap on the territory, the mineral deposits would materialize within Lin Yang's territory, following the mining zones he had previously planned.
Lin Yang deployed the mineral deposits immediately within the Lord's palace, using the large screen to assign 2 units and over 100 residents to the iron and copper mines. To commence mining operations, check the mineral count. Lin Yang said indifferently.
Copper ore increases by 1 copper unit daily. Iron ore increases by 1 iron unit daily. It really is different.
Lin Yang nodded in agreement.
Unlike grain production, which requires a maturation period. Unlike fisheries, which also require a growth cycle. Mines simply sat there, waiting to be mined.
Each small-scale mine can produce 100 units of ore. The resource logic of the Star Realm is indeed remarkably rigorous.
Lin Yang smiled. The task ahead could be summed up in 2 words, waiting. Across major forums, the Chinese public's reaction to Lin Yang's decision
had been quite critical.
Has Lin Yang really just been waiting all this time? Not doing anything else? Let's be honest, does Lin Yang really have no idea how dangerous the monster tide is?
The monster waves attacks are based on the Lord's potential, you know.
I calculated it, an SSS-tier talent will attract first-grade monsters. Even the Monkey King won't be able to save Lin Yang then. Of course, Lin Yang knew nothing about these matters. Meanwhile, the chairman of the Huaxia Council was equally consumed by anxiety. Chapter 13, A New Deity is Needed. Several days passed. Lin Yang continued to roam the territory, which was gradually coming to life. During these days, Lin Yang did not waste a moment. Instead, he took the opportunity to understand the needs and demands of the people within his domain. Through conversations over these days, Lin Yang learned that the current population residing within the domain was roughly 10 units. This represented a slight increase from before. Even in recent days, the population of Huaxia continued to grow. Through the buff of that Huaxia territory, the population of Huaxia is directly linked to the grain production within the territory. Similarly, grain production is tied to the productivity of farmer units. Currently, the productivity of peasant units had reached the territory's peak state. This is solely due to the housing and food provided by Lin Yang. This advantage is immense. Thus, the population of Huaxia is growing at an unprecedented rate. Though harvest time has not yet arrived, Lin Yang is confident that the grain harvest will be bountiful. In the days that followed, the domain remained as tranquil as ever. Not only was the population growing, but all other aspects were progressing smoothly. Lin Yang was thoroughly satisfied with this. Moreover, the vegetation within the domain had become lush and thriving. Even Lin Yang could sense the soil's fertility. Evidently, the population growth rate within the domain had been remarkably rapid during this period. Moreover, beyond the issue of food supply, living conditions within the domain had indeed improved significantly compared to before. These past few days, the mines have been producing the necessary grain supplies, and efficiency remained unchanged. The daily output is sufficient to rebuild the entire domain in just 10 days. Yet just as Lin Yang basked in his triumph, darkness suddenly descended from the sky. Lin Yang's heart skipped a beat. He looked up at the sky. Boom! A thunderous roar echoed. Immediately, dark clouds swept across the entire sky. Lin Yang hurriedly ran outside the territory.
All he saw was a sea of crimson. Focusing his gaze, he recognized the onslaught of a swarm of bat-winged demons. Leading them was another mid-tier vampire.
The hierarchy of the Blood Clan was inherently ambiguous. Based on lineage,
they are categorized as low-tier, mid-tier, or high-tier. The vampire before him clearly belonged to the mid-tier. Lin Yang couldn't help but feel a jolt of alarm. The vampire invasion had indeed arrived.
And it had arrived sooner than Lin Yang had anticipated.
It was common knowledge that the Blood Clan harbored an intense desire for revenge.
They often preferred to strike by night.
Today, it seemed, was the day their vengeance had arrived.
And judging by the scale of this operation,
the Blood Clan had clearly come prepared. Lin Yang furrowed his brow slightly. After a moment's thought, he prepared to turn back toward the territory. He needed to rouse the Monkey King, now the guardian deity of the domain. In this situation, the Monkey King had to intervene. There was no other choice.
If the Monkey King didn't intervene, all the previous construction within the territory would be reduced to nothing. Lin Yang could only sigh inwardly. The Dragon King's projection could only be channeled into the domain's construction.
There was no way to enlist the Dragon King of the East Sea to aid in battle. It was simply beyond his control. The Monkey King awoke and did not blame Lin Yang unduly.
A mere bandit dares to trespass upon the lands of China?
Whether it was morning grogginess or something else, the Monkey King roared angrily upon waking.
He roared in fury.
An iron rod materialized in his hand as he charged toward the vampiric invaders before him. The Monkey King's charge instantly drew the attention of all the Blood Clan.
Roar!
A colossal bat flapped its wings, soaring into the sky as it glared down at the Monkey King below. Simultaneously, the remaining bat-winged demons spread their arms wide. Instantly, thousands of crimson beams surged forth from their bodies. These bat-winged fiends were all vampires possessing combat abilities.
Though low tier, their fighting prowess was far from ordinary.
After simultaneously releasing their crimson radiance, the air instantly thickened with the pungent stench of blood. At this moment, the people within the territory had long ceased their work. All stared blankly upward. Their faces turned deathly pale.
What is this? How could it possess such a terrifying aura? What do these creatures want? Do they intend to destroy us? No, we don't want to die. Wah! For a moment, cries and wails echoed incessantly.
Many had even wet themselves in terror.
Lin Yang frowned.
He bellowed through the megaphone inside the Lord's palace.
Fear not. We have our guardian deity, the Monkey King.
Though these people were added by the astral plane, they were flesh and blood beings. Just like Lin Yang's own subjects, he naturally did not wish for them to be harmed. Upon hearing Lin Yang's words, the people within the domain finally felt somewhat reassured.
Nevertheless, many still hid themselves away.
They were simply too terrified. After all, the power displayed by these Blood Clan members was overwhelming. Meanwhile, the Monkey King had already charged to the front lines. The low-tier Batwing demons could not withstand his advance.
In a single clash,
they were knocked flat to the ground by the Monkey King.
Such a Blood Clan force numbered a full 100. No wonder so many felt fear.
The Monkey King's eyes widened menacingly, his entire body radiating a terrifying aura.
Oomph! You dare trespass into my territory? You're asking for death.
With that, he swung his iron staff, smashing it down on one of the Batwing demons.
A thunderous crash echoed.
Blood spattered everywhere. Such was the Monkey King's power to safeguard the peace of his domain.
Soon, the Monkey King grew larger once more, instantly eliminating numerous low-level vampires. As for the mid-tier vampire, clutched a spear in his hand, facing the Monkey King's assault without flinching. Lin Yang stood within the Lord's palace. He asked, "Little assistant, scan enemy abilities." After Lin Yang asked, the assistant within the Lord's palace immediately relayed the information. Vampire, combat power grade 3, upper tier. Type, mid-tier Blood Clan.
Description: vampires are legendary supernatural beings that sustain themselves by consuming the blood of humans or other creatures.
Mid-tier vampires no longer fear sunlight and possess extraordinary combat prowess. Such concise information. It was undoubtedly telling Lin Yang. This vampire who dared to intrude upon his territory
was no pushover.
Holding a spear in hand,
facing the Monkey King's assault,
he was utterly powerless to retaliate. The Monkey King unleashed the transformation technique from his 72 metamorphoses. In his enlarged form, the mid-stage vampire could only block the blows. Clang! 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 After only a few exchanges,
the mid-tier vampire could no longer withstand the Monkey King's attacks. As for those bat-winged demons,
the Monkey King feared they might invade his territory.
With this worry in mind, he pressed his attack against the mid-tier vampire, while keeping a wary eye out for attacks from the low-tier vampires.
Lin Yang couldn't help but feel a pang of unease.
It seems the time has come to summon a new deity to fight alongside the Monkey King.
Chapter 14, Territory Resident Satisfaction.
Lin Yang thought to himself. The current state of the domain truly demanded a new deity to fight alongside the Monkey King. The Monkey King could focus solely on executing enemy commanders, while the newly recruited deity would handle the rank-and-file troops.
Similarly, the territory needed to build its own army.
Only then could it effectively repel these common soldiers and prevent them from harming the people within the Huaxia territory.
This thought, once formed in his mind, took root in Lin Yang's heart. For now, he could only wait for the Monkey King to deal with that mid-tier vampire. This was a third-tier upper-grade combatant, and the Monkey King also had to guard against attacks on his territory by the Batwing demons. It was no easy fight. The Monkey King must hold out. Otherwise, all our previous efforts will be wasted. It's all Lin Yang's fault for provoking the Blood Clan. Now look what happens, they're getting their revenge. Hey, you guys upstairs, are you kidding? How could we not fight the Blood Clan? Let them harm our own people? We could have fought them gradually. What do we do now? Those monitoring the situation within the Chinese territory of the astral realm grew increasingly dissatisfied with Lin Yang. In their eyes, it was all Lin Yang's fault for overreaching and provoking those demons. While the domestic forums were erupting in heated debate, on forums of other civilizations, were filled with spectator chatter. Hopefully China gets taken care of this time, saves us from having to step in. Even China's SSS-tier talent can't be this reckless. This is hilarious, the Huaxia are practically asking for it. The spectators from other civilizations shared one hope, that China would collapse quickly. Because it was plain for all to see, China possessed immense potential. The battle within the territory raged on. Seeing this, the Monkey King had no choice but to resort to the clone technique from his 72 transformations. He plucked countless hairs from his body and flung them toward the ground. Countless clones of the Monkey King materialized. Each clone wielded weapons, engaging in fierce combat with the low-level vampire Batwing demons. Of course, the most crucial figure remained the Monkey King himself. He locked horns with the mid-tier vampire. One wielded a spear, the other a iron rod. After deploying his clone technique to deal with the low-level vampires on the ground, the Monkey King held nothing back against this mid-tier vampire. A direct blow from the iron staff came crashing down. The mid-tier vampire raised his spear to block. That spear was no ordinary weapon. Lin Yang could tell it was definitely a third-grade weapon, perhaps even stronger. Lin Yang paid it little mind. Had it not been for this artifact, the Monkey King would have crushed the mid-tier vampire with that single blow. The disparity in their strength was simply too vast. Yet despite the mid-tier vampire's powerful spear, it still couldn't withstand the Monkey King's iron staff. This was the inherent gap between them. Even wielding the most formidable weapon would be useless.
Employing the great strength technique from the earthly fiend's 72 transformations, the Monkey King executed it with almost no wind-up.
His iron staff seemed imbued with 1,000-pound force, utterly unstoppable.
The Monkey King fought with increasing ferocity. Meanwhile, the corpses of Batwing demons piled up like mountains on the ground. Even the corpse of a low-level vampire would cause an uproar in the ordinary human world. Even the appearance of a mid-tier vampire on the outskirts of any territory would send its lord into a panic. But today, at the outskirts of the Huaxia territory, the Monkey King single-handedly took on such a large number of blood clansmen. Lords from other civilizations could only regard it as inconceivable. As for Lin Yang himself, he was plunged into deep contemplation. The monster tide 30 days hence would likely prove far more perilous than this situation. One moment of carelessness, and he might well meet the same fate as that previous lord. No matter how formidable the Monkey King was, he couldn't possibly defend every corner of the territory. The mid-tier vampire before him was beaten black and blue by the Monkey King. He could barely hold onto his weapon, his eyes bloodshot as he glared furiously at the Monkey King. At this moment, he sensed the threat of death. Especially as the Monkey King across from him grew increasingly savage. Each swing of the iron staff threatened to take his life. He finally acknowledged he'd met a formidable foe and dared not underestimate him any longer. With a fierce roar, his form abruptly grew larger. His bat wings grew so vast they nearly obscured the sky. "I never intended to use this move, you damned monkey. Prepare to die." The vampire's mouth opened wide, spewing a torrent of black liquid. A hissing sound filled the air. This technique was undoubtedly consuming his own life force. Lin Yang silently worried for the Monkey King. But the Monkey King paid no heed whatsoever to the scene unfolding before him. His iron staff swung with even greater ferocity. Lin Yang knew his old friend was on the brink of an explosive outburst. "Where do you think you're going?" The Monkey King snorted coldly. His figure flickered as he gave chase. Seeing escape was hopeless, the mid-tier vampire threw caution to the wind. He turned and glared viciously at the Monkey King. "Damned monkey, I'll fight you to the death." As he spoke, he raised both hands high, his form swelling once more. The spear in his grasp had transformed into a crimson blade, its length stretching to countless times its original size. "Die!" The vampire roared, swinging his spear down toward the Monkey King. The Monkey King snorted coldly. His iron staff met the blow head-on. A thunderous crash echoed. The Monkey King's staff collided with the vampire's spear.
Sparks flew instantly.
The surrounding air grew scorching hot, the temperature soaring. Lin Yang stared in disbelief.
Holy crap! That's insane! They actually went head-to-head like that. Boom! A deafening roar echoed across the entire domain.
The ground shook violently. The populace within the Huaxia territory grew even more terrified. Lin Yang glanced at the residents' satisfaction rate on the large screen. It had already turned yellow.
Grain production would also decrease by 4 units. Assistant? What's going on? Lin Yang asked anxiously.
Answer, Apprentice Lord. When residents face security threats, their satisfaction plummets significantly, naturally leading to reduced output.
The trainee lord may enhance resident satisfaction by constructing defensive structures within the domain and recruiting additional combat units. After this simple explanation, Lin Yang understood.
The situation within the domain was extremely critical for the Huaxia domain. A solution must be found immediately.
Building fortifications was indeed an imperative task. The fighting on the domain's periphery gradually subsided.
The lower-tier vampires had been completely eliminated by the Great Sage's avatars. All the Monkey King's clones vanished. This signified that the magical energy had returned to the Monkey King's body. This was the drawback of the clone technique. It scattered a portion of the magical power.
Chapter 15, Satisfaction Level, Red Alert.
Moreover, maintaining this state demands immense energy every single minute.
And this wasn't even the Monkey King's peak form, it was merely a projection.
Naturally, his abilities were somewhat diminished. Had it been the Monkey King in his usual form, this battle likely wouldn't have been so grueling. He should have been able to handle this wave of invaders with ease. The battle at the territory's periphery was already entering its final stages. Once the Monkey King's super strength state activated, his power surged dramatically. He sent the vampire's spear flying, smashing it into the distance where it rolled several times before coming to rest. The mid-tier vampire was covered in wounds, looking utterly disheveled. Such bloodline forces were truly troublesome.
Their vengeance is relentless.
But the Monkey King paid them no mind. He gathered his divine power once more, extended his monkey arm with a light flick, and delivered another heavy blow with his staff, smashing it into the vampire's body. With a thunderous crash, flesh and blood flew everywhere.
The Monkey King sneered coldly. Heh! With such meager abilities, you dare to boast?
At the very instant the Monkey King swung his staff. A reward screen appeared on the large display within the Lord's palace. Congratulations, host! You have successfully repelled the vampire invasion within your domain. Congratulations, host! Slaying a low-tier Batwing Fiend dropped 314 gold coins. Congratulations, host!
Defeated mid-tier vampire of the Blood Clan. Dropped gold, 500 gold.
Congratulations, host!
Defeating a mid-tier vampire dropped a tier 3 weapon, Bloodthirsty Gun.
Gazing at the screen filled with notification messages,
Lin Yang felt immense satisfaction.
Meanwhile, the Monkey King somersaulted back to his side. Lin Yang respectfully bowed his hands and said, "Thank you for your hard work, great sage. Without you in this battle, the domain would have suffered." The Monkey King nodded wearily, then closed his eyes to rest within the Lord's Hall. Lin Yang understood this was all because he hadn't fully leveled up the Monkey King.
Moreover, this Monkey King was merely a projection. Lin Yang felt an increasingly urgent need to enhance his domain's city defenses.
This way, the Monkey King wouldn't have to exert himself so much each time.
And so it was.
The crisis in the territory was resolved. The residents' satisfaction levels within the territory turned green again, displaying smiling faces. We managed to weather this storm so smoothly this time, but what about the next one?
Lin Yang pondered.
He immediately sank into deeper contemplation.
Across major neutral forums. What a pity, how did Huaxia manage to survive this invasion again?
Are they really indestructible cockroaches? Damn those Huaxia people, I'm growing increasingly sick of them. Meanwhile, Chinese netizens gained the confidence to speak up on neutral forums.
Heh, got your guard down?
We'll crush you all someday. Before long, that post by the Huaxia citizen was buried under a barrage of attacks from foreign trolls.
Office of the Chinese parliamentary speaker. During the vampire invasion, the chairman had been sweating buckets.
But after the Monkey King demonstrated his divine might, the chairman's heart, which had been hanging in suspense, finally settled back into place. Just moments ago, he had nearly reached for that document from the United States to sign.
There was no other way. Rebuilding after the battle would inevitably require utilizing the Lord's trading platform. Similarly, the population within the domain had now reached over 20 units. That meant over 20,000 people resided within its borders. Relying solely on that one plot of farmland would inevitably prove insufficient. Lin Yang promptly used gold coins to purchase 4 farmland construction blueprints from the system store.
Without hesitation, he put them to use immediately. This time, Lin Yang did not utilize the functions within the Lord's palace. Instead, he used labor to construct the fields, leaving him with roughly 100 gold coins remaining. With roughly 800 gold coins available, he spent a total of 200 gold coins.
Expand your domain's farmland. Each expansion costs 50 gold coins. Each expansion doubles the farmland area. Each expansion doubles grain production.
Similarly, he spent another 50 gold coins to expand each of the existing farmlands once more.
This meant the next harvest would yield a full 48 units. Plus 20 units of fish production. This is more than enough to fund the next wave of construction in the territory. True to the Chinese infrastructure maniac's nature, the farmland in the domain was constructed at an astonishing pace.
Within a single day, they were put into production after spending gold coins to purchase seeds.
Thus, the new farmland and the two expanded plots from before began synchronized production. Following this wave of straightforward planning and construction,
the future of the domain became increasingly clear. Looking at the 400 gold coins spent, Lin Yang now had only a little over 400 gold coins left in his hands. He couldn't help but sigh inwardly, man, this place really eats up money. Bloodthirsty sword, spear-type weapon. Grade 3. Description: this spear possesses a bloodthirsty ability. It severs throats upon contact with blood and is incredibly sharp. For every 100 lives blood it absorbs, it upgrades once. Each upgrade significantly enhances the wielder's abilities. Damn, the stats are pretty decent. Why are all vampire weapons so ridiculously overpowered? Lin Yang couldn't help but sigh after examining it. These two vampire weapons were displayed within the Lord's palace. Naturally, Lin Yang couldn't possibly wield such weapons, no matter how powerful they were. These things were far too unnatural. No one could predict when they might erupt and turn on their owner. Moreover, they were far too detrimental to one's moral standing. Lin Yang pondered what other uses these items might have. For now, he didn't dwell on it too much. Tomorrow marked the harvest day for the next batch of minerals, grain, and fish. This meant over 20 days had passed within the domain. The countdown to the monster tide's arrival now stood at 10 days. According to the rules of the Lord's Palace, the monster tide must be resolved within 10 days to safeguard the domain's current development achievements and continue its journey through the astral plane. Lin Yang had no desire to meet a fate of death and soul obliteration. Likewise, he refused to see his nation suffer punishment once more. They were now in a position where they could afford no further losses. Yet the monster tide had not arrived. The next crisis loomed before Lin Yang. The territory's population satisfaction rating. It had plummeted into the red zone. This was the change that had occurred over the past few days. A detail Lin Yang, preoccupied with domain development, had overlooked. The populace was already deeply discontented. Warning, trainee lord. Resident satisfaction has now reached a critically dangerous level. In 62 days, the residents will rebel against the lord. Lin Yang was stunned upon hearing this. Why is this happening? Lin Yang asked. The AI in the Lord's Palace swiftly switched the display to the resident satisfaction interface. Lin Yang examined it carefully. Resident satisfaction interface. Satisfaction, critical red alert. Lord will rebel in 62 days. Housing, critical shortage. Livability, 5100. The interface was awash in red. Lin Yang fell deep in thought. Chapter 16, The Wood God, Jiumeng. Could insufficient livability truly lead to such consequences? Lin Yang's heart was filled with deep concern. But it was of no use. In the star realm, no matter what you build, requires blueprints, be it farmland or wooden huts. And these blueprints were prohibitively expensive in the Lord's Hall. Even if Lin Yang spent all 400 gold coins he had, he could only construct a few thatched huts. Not to mention the cost of materials for wooden houses. Moreover, this was merely a basic foundation, utterly insufficient to address the housing and livability issues within his domain. In the end, Lin Yang made a decision. Forget it. I'll deal with the immediate trouble first. Lin Yang paced the manor hall. Countless solutions flashed through his mind. But he was constrained by the current state of the domain's development and the economic blockade imposed by the Qinchi nation. Thoughts swirled in his mind, yet no other solutions presented themselves. Amidst his worries, he happened to open the river diagram and the Book of Lo. He sought solutions within its pages. Sure enough, on the page detailing the summoning of deities, Lin Yang instantly found the solution. Would Spirit Jiumeng? Upon seeing those words, Lin Yang couldn't help but freeze. The information contained in this passage was overwhelming. Lin Yang needed a moment to process it. Immediately, his divine consciousness touched the river diagram and the Book of Lo, opening the information list for the wood god, Jiumeng. Jiumeng is the ancient Chinese deity of wood, spring, and the east. He presides over the sprouting and growth of trees, loyally assisting Fuxi. After reading this, Lin Yang, a plan suddenly formed in my mind. Yet he knew not if it would work. This wood deity, Jiumeng, might just be the solution to his pressing crisis. While recruiting combat-capable deities was indeed what Lin Yang needed. Without resolving this satisfaction issue, it was clear that China's grain production would suffer. Regardless of the reasons, even if it meant gambling, Lin Yang had to recruit this projection of the Eastern wood deity. After all, his domain was only just beginning to develop.
If it were to stagnate like this, destruction awaited them. Lin Yang took another circuit around his domain before returning to the Lord's Hall. After this inspection, Lin Yang felt that the domain's satisfaction level was indeed a problem that must be addressed. Under the influence of this crimson hue, Lin Yang could only observe that his domain had completely lost its former thriving vitality. This inspection left Lin Yang filled with profound emotion. And so, Lin Yang opened the river diagram and the Book of Lo once more. Upon closer inspection, the gold coin requirement to recruit the wood spirit, Jiumeng, was a mere 300 gold coins. That cheap? Lin Yang was puzzled. Back then, recruiting the Dragon King of the East Sea, Aoguang, had cost 500 gold coins. Why did it only cost 300 gold coins for the wood spirit? Lin Yang was puzzled. He scrutinized the river diagram and the Book of Changes. He noticed a line of small text had appeared amidst the shifting patterns. After the Lord's level upgrades, the cost to recruit deities previously available at lower levels will decrease. After reading this, he flipped the river diagram and Luo book back to the page detailing the Monkey King's upgrade. Next Monkey King upgrade requirement, 5,000 gold coins. Lin Yang finally understood. The deity upgrade system was indeed separate from the recruitment system. Forget it. Recruit. Lin Yang couldn't be bothered to overthink it. After all, this was a gamble. Even if recruiting Dongfang Jiumeng didn't solve the problem, there was nothing to be done. Who could blame him for ending up in this predicament? He'd just have to grit his teeth and keep betting. With this thought in mind, Lin Yang opened the river diagram and Luo book once more and selected the summoning option. This recruitment unfolded differently from previous attempts. Instead, it unfolded with remarkable gentleness. True to the attributes embodied by the wood spirit, Dongfang Jiumeng. Moistening all things silently. Guided by Lin Yang's divine consciousness, a flash of light appeared, revealing a figure with the body of a bird and the face of a human. Mounted upon two dragons, his features were strikingly handsome. Lin Yang knew this was the divine projection of the wood god, Jiumeng. We humbly welcome the wood god's arrival. Lin Yang promptly bowed in reverence. Very well. I am Jiumeng of the East. The divine projection spoke sparingly. Yet, every word and gesture radiated an air of noble elegance. Hearing this, Lin Yang inwardly marveled. Truly worthy of a deity from ancient Chinese legends. That bearing and presence alone are enough to command anyone's respect. However, Lin Yang quickly composed himself. He paid even greater attention to the projection of Jiumeng. He placed even greater importance. May I ask, wood god, can you aid the beings within my domain? Lin Yang cut straight to the chase, posing the question that weighed heaviest on his mind. I am the wood deity. It is my duty to resolve the troubles of all beings within my domain. Zhu Mang replied. Hearing this, Lin Yang's face lit up with joy. He briefly described the problems facing his domain. He detailed the housing shortage crisis plaguing the domain. Lin Yang detailed each point to the wood god. As the wood god, I shall offer you various suggestions. Jiumeng said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Lin Yang immediately focused his attention intently. You may summon the domain's residents to gather timber. I have my own methods to resolve the Lord's concerns. After speaking, the wood spirit conjured a giant tree from the ground and retired to rest. Lin Yang promptly followed the instructions. Moments later, Lin Yang designated one unit of the populace in the Lord's Hall to become lumberjacks. He then used the remaining gold coins to purchase logging equipment. Thus, 100 residents swiftly donned their gear and marched out of the city in a mighty procession, heading toward the outer reaches of the domain. After completing this series of actions, Lin Yang stared at the empty gold coins in his hand. Sigh broke again. Lin Yang gave a helpless chuckle. Now, he can only hope to resolve the domain's crisis before tomorrow. If that happened, tomorrow's domain would still yield a wave of gold coins. The 10-day countdown had now reached its 9th day. Night fell. It was already past dinner time. After a simple meal, he sat in the main hall, gazing at the moon outside the window. Hoo-oo. He exhaled a breath of stale air, slightly easing the anxiety in his heart. Finally, the notification sound from the Lord's Hall rang out. Lumberjack task completed. Harvested 20 units of wood. Lin Yang's heart surged with joy upon hearing the announcement. He rushed out to find the resting spot of the wood spirit, Dongfang Jiumeng. That giant tree, as expected. The wood spirit, Jiumeng, was still resting there. Your Excellency, the timber collection is complete. At this moment, there were still 5 hours left until tomorrow. Lin Yang respectfully addressed the wood spirit. He could only hope the wood god would help resolve the current crisis in his domain. Well done. The wood god responded indifferently. Then, a faint green light flickered as the wood spirit descended from the giant tree. Lin Yang hurriedly approached. He watched as the wood spirit formed hand seals with both hands, murmuring incantations. Instantly, the once pitch-black territory was instantly dotted with green fluorescent light, creating a dreamlike scene. Chapter 17, Banishing Ghosts.
Moreover, these green points of light rapidly coalesced into a vast, emerald river.
Lin Yang gaped in astonishment. His heart trembled with inexplicable shock. He never imagined that Dongfang Jumon could wield such extraordinary abilities.
This was truly formidable. Similarly, the wood he had gathered earlier vanished instantly. In the blink of an eye, it vanished under Dongfang Jumong's spell. In the blink of an eye, the trees of the domain were uprooted.
The green glow symbolizing vitality flickered once more.
The planned residential area within the domain was enveloped in a sea of emerald green.
Lin Yang's heart surged with excitement.
As the light faded, the wooden houses needed for the domain materialized under Dongfang Jumong's spell timber transformed into dwellings in the blink of an eye.
My lord, my work is complete.
With those words spoken, the wood spirit Dongfang Jumong returned to his resting place. Closing his eyes, he began to restore his physical and spiritual energy. After expending their powers, divine projections required time to replenish themselves. Just as the Dragon King of the East Sea, Ao Guang, who had carved out the rivers, returned to his waters to recuperate. Even the Monkey King, after defeating the mid-tier vampire last time, he still needed time to recover his physical strength. After the wooden hut was constructed, Lin Yang returned to the Lord's palace.
Assistant, open the resident satisfaction interface for me.
Lin Yang addressed the AI within the Lord's palace.
The resident satisfaction interface immediately popped up. Resident satisfaction interface. Satisfaction, green safe status. Housing, satisfied. Livability, 8100. Lin Yang nodded upon seeing this.
The crisis in the domain's resident satisfaction had finally been resolved. With the current increase in population, it was only natural that livability had declined compared to before.
This issue could be addressed after resolving the monster tide.
Under current circumstances, maintaining the original production levels would be considered a success.
What effect does a 100% livability rating have? Lin Yang asked the AI within the Lord's palace.
It will boost the output of all facilities within the domain that require resident labor. The AI in the Lord's palace promptly replied to Lin Yang.
Then what exactly is the issue with the current 80%? Lin Yang asked in confusion.
The AI in the Lord's palace remained silent.
Clearly, the answer was something Lin Yang would have to discover on his own.
Lin Yang shook his head helplessly. The mental strain of the past day and night had drained him considerably. After all, tomorrow marked the second wave of Harvest Day for the domain. Lin Yang must be in peak mental condition to greet this auspicious day. He would tackle these troublesome issues after the harvest. Having made up his mind, Lin Yang said no more. He returned to his room upstairs in the Lord's palace and fell into a deep, sound sleep.
The mortal realm.
After staying up all night watching Lin Yang complete yet another round of territory development and crisis resolution within the Huaxia domain, all foreign viewers were on the verge of losing their composure.
Neutral forum of the astral plane. Holy crap, how does China get such incredible luck? Another one of their gods? Solving their problems again. Jealous? Our Sila lords have the innate ability to summon Sila deities. You savages can just keep envying us. Poof. If the Shira don't join forces with us, China's rise will spell doom for you lot. Exactly. Unite and crush that damn China's progress. People from various civilizations even began praying inwardly, hoping China's progress would halt right there. Nothing but impotent rage.
A Huaxia netizen infiltrating the neutral forum sneered sarcastically. They were immediately banned at lightning speed.
Immediately followed by another, looks like someone won't be sleeping tonight. The disguised Chinese netizen added another taunt. Though the comment vanished in an instant, many foreign netizens harboring animosity toward China caught sight of it. But they couldn't find the Chinese netizen, leaving their pent-up fury bottled up inside. Tonight, they could only drift off to sleep with endless fury burning within them. Late at night. Lin Yang had long since fallen asleep. That night, Lin Yang slept restlessly. In his dream, dozens of pitch-black shadows surrounded him. Yet they could not draw near. What's going on? Lin Yang watched the shadowy figures in his dream, growing increasingly puzzled. Meanwhile, the river diagram and the Book of Lo in his hands emitted golden light, keeping those ghostly figures from drawing near. Ah! Where am I? Who am I? What am I doing? As he reached out to touch the river diagram and Luo book, suddenly, an excruciating pain shot through his entire mind, jolting Lin Yang awake. The next day arrived swiftly. Lin Yang awoke within the Star Realm's domain, his sleep far from peaceful. Last night's dream left him troubled. He opened the river diagram and Luo book. Last night's dream had been too vivid, unmistakably hinting that he should open the river diagram and Luo book to seek the answers he sought. His eyes scanned the text, noticing a crucial function of the 9 tripods he had overlooked before. Dispel ghosts and spirits. These spirits dared to invade the dreams of Lin Yang, the very keeper of the river diagram and Luo book, to cause disturbance. The residents within the Huaxia territories must surely be suffering considerable disturbance. It seems the casting of the 9 tripods must be prioritized.
Fortunately, Lin Yang had shown foresight in purchasing mineral resources earlier. Even he couldn't help but admire his own foresight at this thought. His original goal had been unlocking new forging capabilities to craft divine weapons, but now it served a far more significant purpose. After reviewing the guidance from the river diagram and the Book of Changes, Lin Yang approached the large screen in the first floor Lord's Hall. Assistant, harvest all yields from my holdings. The moment Lin Yang finished speaking, a line of data immediately appeared on the large screen. Harvest successful. Territory grain harvest, 48 units. Grain currently being produced, 24 units. Territory fishing harvest, 20 units. Territory mineral harvest, 10 units of copper ore, 10 units of iron ore. Daily logging yield, 20 units. Quite a bountiful harvest. A rare smile appeared on Lin Yang's face. The pressure of recent days would have crushed an ordinary person. Fortunately, Lin Yang was no ordinary man, he possessed SSS-tier talent. Time to move on to the next step. After the harvest, Lin Yang set about tackling the next problem. That was to raise the livability of his domain to a full 100%. Dispel those damn specters. Restore peace to the land of Huaxia. Lin Yang's goal was to forge one of the 9 tripods. The 9 tripods symbolized the supreme authority of the Huaxia monarchy and the nation's unified prosperity. China was divided into 9 provinces, with each tripod representing one province. Subsequent emperors throughout Chinese history placed immense importance on the 9 tripods as symbols of imperial power and significance, often ordering their recasting. At this moment, whether for practical or symbolic reasons, Lin Yang felt that forging the 9 tripods was an absolute necessity. Soon, Lin Yang focused his divine consciousness on the river diagram and the Book of Lo. Simultaneously, he channeled all 10 copper ore units within his domain into his divine consciousness. When it came to wielding the river diagram and the Book of Changes, Lin Yang was now a seasoned master. With almost no resistance whatsoever, the moment the mineral units vanished, the Yuzhou Ding, representing the central plains, materialized as a phantom within the domain. To transform this phantom into a tangible object, Lin Yang needed to achieve unity of mind and spirit, synthesizing the territory's copper units into the cauldron. Lin Yang had to maintain absolute mental clarity. Only then could he ensure the forging of one of the 9 tripods proceeded without issue. The slightest distraction would cause the forging of the 9 tripods to fail. Lin Yang had no time to wait another 10 days to harvest copper ore for forging. This time, success was non-negotiable. Chapter 18, the Yuzhou Tripod. What's our lord up to? Daydreaming again? Last time his daydreams brought us the Monkey King, but what's he conjuring up this time? Stop guessing. We'll find out soon enough. So, is this a giant cauldron? What's it even for? Within the Huaxia territory, countless citizens were also watching everything unfolding within the astral realm territory. Each bore a skeptical gaze as they continued to scrutinize the actions of Lin Yang, the Huaxia lord within the live-streamed astral territory. At that moment, Lin Yang was merging his divine consciousness with the river diagram and the Book of Changes, using this fusion to forge the Yuzhou Ding from the 9 tripods. Thus, the Yuzhou Ding within the 9 tripods gradually took shape. A colossal aura of authority radiated outward from the domain. The shockwave struck Lin Yang's soul. Yet he gritted his teeth and endured it. Finally, when the 9 tripods were fully formed, the air throughout the entire Huaxia domain seemed to freeze solid in an instant. Everyone could sense the astonishing aura emanating from the 9 tripods. This aura was so immense that even other civilizations within the star realm sensed its terrifying fluctuations. Whoa, that aura is terrifying. I need to investigate. Could it be that the beautiful country's overlord is preparing to create another terrifying weapon? Is there truly such a level of fluctuation in this world? It seems the information is being transmitted back from the Huaxia territory. Lords from other civilizations murmured in shock. These lords were all of considerable rank, which is why they could speak on the communication platform specially set up by the astral realm. Lin Yang's face turned pale as a result. As a novice lord, Lin Yang naturally found this level of power overwhelming. Forging the 9 tripods this time proved many times more arduous than the previous attempts to summon divine projections. It demanded an even greater toll on his mental and spiritual energy. Beads of sweat as large as soybeans had already formed on Lin Yang's forehead. Yet, the forging of the 9 tripods proceeded without a single hitch. The 9 tripods representing Ji Province, Yan Province, Qing Province, Su Province, Yang Province, Jing Province, Yu Province, Liang Province, and Yang Province, the 9 provinces of Huaxia, had been successfully cast into a single entity. Crafted in bronze, the 9 tripods radiated the ancient simplicity of Huaxia. Inside, they bore the topographical patterns of central Yuzhou, the heartland of the 9 provinces. In ancient times, Yu the Great cast the 9 tripods, 5 to correspond with the Yang principle, 4 to represent the Yin principle. He instructed the craftsman to use female metal for the Yin tripods and male metal for the Yang tripods. 5 to correspond with the Yang principle, 4 to represent the Yin principle. He instructed the craftsman to use female metal for the Yin tripods and male metal for the Yang tripods.
now appearing before Lin Yang.
Truly a masterpiece of divine craftsmanship. After merging with the 9 tripods, Lin Yang's divine consciousness gained new insights into them.
Successful forging of the 9 tripods. Territory gains the buff orthodoxy of Huaxia.
Crafting the remaining 9 tripods will amplify the orthodoxy of Huaxia buff effect. Orthodoxy of Huaxia, all agricultural, fishery, mineral production, and population growth within the domain are doubled. Yuzhou Ding ability, banish all demonic disturbances from the domain, averting misfortune and inviting good fortune.
The river diagram and the Book of Changes swiftly provided Lin Yang with all these answers.
Such was the power of the river diagram and the Book of Changes. They were that powerful.
Production doubled, guaranteeing the domain's safety from demonic disturbances. Moreover, these 9 tripods also possessed this ability. The river diagram and the Book of Changes truly held boundless wonders. Lin Yang felt utterly triumphant. Thus, the forging of the 9 tripods was a complete success. Meanwhile, the reconnaissance efforts of other civilization lords immediately yielded results.
It was no surprise that Zhanbul Nation, whose ruler possessed an S-tier mechanical talent, made the first move.
Employing their latest technology, they used drones to directly monitor every development within the Huaxia territory. They are indeed troublesome. So what's our next move? Has Huaxia's development progressed this far?
Then, if I may venture a suggestion, after the monster tide subsides, we should launch a joint assault against them. Inside the Northern Alliance conference room, 2 blonde-haired, blue-eyed foreigners were holding a small meeting. These 2 individuals were renowned figures on the global stage. One was the President of the United States, and the other was the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom.
Excellent idea. We'll each notify our respective lords. If the Huaxia Cup monster wave eliminates them, then all will be well. If the monster wave fails to eliminate them, we'll wipe out China once the newbie protection period ends.
The President of the United States' sinister expression spoke volumes. On the other side, the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom nodded in agreement.
All right. Since we've reached a mutual agreement, let's each handle our respective duties. Got it. Immediately.
Under the direction of the 2 leaders, researchers within Zhanbul Nation's territory reported a series of data concerning the 9 tripods to their respective lords. The lords then relayed this information to the Prime Minister's office in the human realm.
And so it went.
The Northern Alliance, wielding global hegemony, initiated a series of plans targeting Huaxia. Within the Huaxia Parliament Hall, all assembly members awaited the speaker's address.
China had already caught wind of certain rumors.
Whispers that the Northern Alliance was preparing to take action against Huaxia territory. The chairman cleared his throat with a soft cough. He stated, "We currently have no means to communicate with the Lord, which presents a challenge." Then, the council president composed himself and continued. "Therefore, I ask you to trust our Lord in the astral plane. He has already brought us so much hope. Likewise, I believe he can sustain this hope. So let those people scheme and plot to their heart's content. What we must do now is to trust him unconditionally. Trust our Lord of the astral plane." The chairman's words barely managed to quell the internal unease. Though, beneath his placid exterior, the council president's heart churned violently upon learning of the Northern Alliance's plan.
The astral plane. Within the Huaxia territory, Lin Yang allocated 8 units of grain for the domain's residents.
The remaining fish and grain products were sold entirely. 40 grain units sold for 400 gold coins, each grain unit priced at 10 gold coins.
20 units of fish produced 400 gold coins at 20 gold coins per unit.
The copper ore harvest was used to forge 9 tripods. The iron ore harvest and timber gathered by the lumberjacks. Lin Yang had other uses for these, so he naturally did not sell them.
Adding the remaining 100 gold coins from his earlier recruitment of Dongfang Jiumeng, Lin Yang now held over 900 gold coins in his possession. This should be sufficient. Lin Yang sighed. But suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind. Could I sell the weapon dropped by that vampire earlier?
The thought arose in Lin Yang's mind.
Damn those sticks. Looks like I'll have to sell it through the Lord's Mall after all.
Lin Yang decisively opened the official Lord's Trading Mall.
Chapter 19, Recruiting Jiang Taigong. Can't weapons be sold here?
Lin Yang felt a pang of disappointment, lowering his head in silence. Yet a sliver of hope remained. With a thought, he placed the bloodthirsty sword into the system marketplace.
Not long after,
Lin Yang received the answer he sought. Bloodthirsty sword, official Lord's marketplace price, 3,000 gold coins. Lin Yang nodded upon reading it.
This item might fetch an even higher price on the Lord's trading platform. But Lin Yang didn't care. As long as it could create value for his domain, such petty gains were insignificant. Lin Yang clicked the sell button directly on the large screen. And just like that, 3,000 gold coins landed in Lin Yang's purse.
The remaining bloodthirsty spear
were sold in the same manner.
Bloodthirsty gun, official Lord's store price, 4,000 gold coins.
Lin Yang repeated the process, selling the bloodthirsty gun.
Lin Yang wouldn't keep such a morally corrupt item. Selling it off was a blessing. These gold coins would be enough to build a wave of new facilities within his domain. The moment Lin Yang listed the item for sale, it immediately caused a huge stir.
Such a fine weapon? He's willing to part with it? Let's be honest, I think Lin Yang has lost his mind. Even if you don't need it yourself, you could always sell it later. Who knows? Maybe he's just lost his mind.
The crowd buzzed with speculation.
A faint smile touched the corners of Lin Yang's lips. Now, the real construction begins.
Lin Yang thought to himself. He didn't rush to upgrade his territory or lord rank first. Instead, he took the 7,900 gold coins. He began searching through the list of constructible facilities for his domain, seeking out what he needed.
Anything related to city defenses was what Lin Yang urgently needed right now.
Page by page, Lin Yang scanned the list of available constructions.
With this substantial sum now at his disposal, the construction of these facilities was finally unlocked from their grayed out status. Smithy, construction cost, 500 gold coins, requires 1 iron ore. Warehouse, construction cost, 500 funds, requires 10 units of wood. Recruitment camp, construction cost, 500, requires 10 units of wood. These 3 facilities were precisely what Lin Yang needed most. Though costly, they were essential. Lin Yang directly input the required funds and materials for all 3 units onto the large screen in the Lord's Palace. And just like that, under Lin Yang's command, these 3 structures were swiftly erected within the domain. Smithy converts entrances into blacksmiths to forge metal tools. Warehouse stores grain, weapons, and surplus materials. Recruitment camp can convert population units into soldiers. As the Lord's level and territory level increase, it will upgrade to recruit stronger soldiers. After construction was complete, the AI within the Lord's Palace provided a concise introduction to the new structures. Purchasing buildings from the official Lord's store comes at a high price. The advantage is that the structure appears directly within your domain. Lin Yang was overjoyed and headed toward the new building's location. There was no time to waste now. First up was the forge. Before heading there, Lin Yang had already converted the resident units into blacksmith units. The place was still quiet, as Lin Yang hadn't assigned any tasks yet. All the blacksmiths were resting. He had researched this before leaving earlier. 1 unit of iron ore could forge 100 blades. And among 100 weapons, the spear reigns supreme. The history of spear usage in Chinese civilization is profoundly long. Its history traces back to the late Sui and early Tang dynasties, when it began widespread use in formations as a replacement for spears. The prowess of spearmen made them the most formidable force within the ranks. The old saying, an inch longer, an inch stronger, is no joke. It stems from the bloody lessons of history. Another advantage is that spears are remarkably simple to forge. Simply combine wood with an iron spearhead to assemble one. In contrast, forging long swords required 1 unit of iron to produce only 50 swords. With that, Lin Yang snapped out of his reverie. He gave the order in the forge spears. Done. Next location. Without pausing, Lin Yang walked briskly to the next location. That was the warehouse. Here, Lin Yang only needed to make a simple plan for storing weapons, materials, and provisions to complete his work. The final location was the recruitment camp. The troops defending against the monster tide all depended on this place. Begin recruitment. Lin Yang stood within the recruitment camp and issued the command. Immediately, the recruitment drive commenced. Given China's population size, a simple conversion is all that's needed. Thus, 10,000 troops could be deployed instantly without disrupting other construction projects within the territory. Of course, these troops were untrained. Lin Yang had no intention of utilizing the training capabilities of the mercenary camp. Otherwise, training these untrained recruits into spearmen would still require a training cycle. At a minimum, 20 days, at most, 40 days. Lin Yang made arrangements for these troops and directed them to the training area he had planned. Training these greenhorns? Lin Yang naturally had his own methods. After finalizing the layout for these 3 positions, Lin Yang opened the river diagram and the Book of Changes. In this situation, Lin Yang naturally needed new deities to assist him in training his soldiers. Within the river diagram and Luo book, there were numerous deities associated with military strategy. But Lin Yang currently deemed the most cost-effective recruitment to be that particular deity. Zhang Zia, the legendary strategist, military tactician, and statesman of the late Shang dynasty, was also a founding hero of the Western Zhou dynasty. In history, he is also credited as the author of the 6 secret teachings. In mythical lore, however, his persona became even more formidable. Also known as Jiang Taigong, with the pseudonym Feixiong Xiansheng, he rode the 4 unlikes mount and wielded divine artifacts like the list of deified beings, the divine smiting whip, and the Wuji apricot yellow banner. Similarly, Zhang Zia is revered as the progenitor of military strategy. Lin Yang, naturally, did not hesitate to summon the projection of this great deity. Recruitment cost for Zhang Zia, 1,000 gold coins. Lin Yang saw this price on the river diagram and Luo book.
He immediately proceeded to summon Jiang Taigong to his domain.
Moments later, a white-haired elder materialized beside Lin Yang. "Greetings, Lord."
Jiang Taigong bowed slightly in greeting to Lin Yang.
"Jiang Taigong, no need for formalities.
I require your assistance in establishing training grounds for my domain's soldiers." Lin Yang quickly steadied the old man and explained his plans.
"If that is the case, this old man shall obey your command."
Jiang Taigong agreed to Lin Yang's request immediately upon hearing it.
"Thank you for your assistance, Grand Duke Jiang." Lin Yang expressed his gratitude once more.
Jiang Taigong waved his hand dismissively and headed toward the training grounds where the soldiers were stationed.
Jiang Ziya's recruitment.
The people of Huaxia began discussing among themselves.
"Seriously, what's the point of recruiting that old geezer?"
"Yeah, that old geezer? I could probably knock him out with one punch."
"Ha! Lin Yang's lost his mind. Utterly useless. Pure time wasting." Chapter 20, New Facilities. New Opportunities.
Lin Yang followed behind the other person.
This was a flat area within the territory.
In Lin Yang's eyes, it was the perfect spot for training troops, the ideal location for drills.
Jiang Taigong's figure radiated an otherworldly, ethereal aura. With his snow-white hair and youthful complexion, it was immediately apparent he was no ordinary mortal.
After all, this was Jiang Ziya after the investiture of the gods. He was vastly different from the Jiang Ziya who had once lived in obscurity among mortals. With each step he took, the earth beneath his feet seemed to yield in harmony with his stride. Before long, Lin Yang and Jiang Ziya arrived at the location where the 10,000 conscripts were gathered. Surveying the disorderly ranks of conscripts before him, Lin Yang remarked with a hint of disappointment, "These recruits have received little to no training. I'm afraid we'll be relying heavily on your expertise, old master." Lin Yang addressed Jiang Ziya beside him. He added, "If we still lack combat-ready soldiers in 10 days, our domain will face utter destruction."
Lin Yang said helplessly to Jiang Ziya. Jiang Ziya smiled. "No problem. 10 days is ample time." Jiang Ziya's confident smile brought a slight sense of reassurance to Lin Yang's heart. Lin Yang and Jiang Ziya soon walked to the front of the troops.
Along the way, Jiang Ziya began explaining all the training methods and military regulations of the 6 secret teachings.
Of course, he used simple, accessible explanations whenever possible.
The 6 tactics are titled Civil, Martial, Dragon, Tiger, Leopard, and Dog. The literary tactics discuss the path to governing a nation and achieving strength. The military tactics expounds on strategies for conquering powerful enemies and seizing the realm. The Dragon tactics detail military administration, operational deployment, and comprehensive logistics support. The Tiger tactics details weaponry, equipment, and combat methods. The tactics of the Leopard summarizes tactical implementation across various battlefield environments. The art of the Dog addresses the coordination of chariot, cavalry, and infantry forces. These are the 6 military treatises. The knowledge Jiang Ziya needed on this occasion was the Dragon, Tiger, and Leopard strategies from the 6 tactics. The soldiers being trained were all basic spearmen and archers.
Lin Yang nodded. He no longer interfered with the training matters.
That old man our lord summoned this time seems utterly useless.
Yeah, he just rambled on and on, sounded like nothing but hot air. We're running out of time.
Summoning this old man is useless. We should have called someone who can actually fight to support the Monkey King.
Time was running short. Lin Yang didn't linger here long.
Instead, he entrusted all matters here entirely to Jiang Ziya. He immediately returned to the Lord's palace.
Next, Lin Yang would begin constructing the city defenses. Assistant. Open the city defense construction page.
Lin Yang commanded the AI within the Lord's palace.
Before long, the Lord AI opened the construction facilities page for the territory city defenses. Watchtower cost 500 gold coins. Effects: dispels fog of war, enhances territory visibility. Expands enemy detection range. City walls, priced based on territory perimeter. Current required cost, 614 gold coins. Effect: simple blue brick walls. Constructs the best walls possible at the current territory level. Simple structure with below average defense. Library cost 500 gold coins. Effect: periodically unlocks one book from the civilization with random effects. These 3 structures comprise the second batch of territory buildings planned by Lin Yang. After investing gold coins in the official Star Realm Lord store, the 3 structures rose from the ground. Lin Yang felt satisfied. Though it cost him over 1,600 gold coins, it was money well spent. After all, Lin Yang still lacked sufficient resources at this stage. These were the best facilities he could construct at this stage. These facilities would form the foundation for future growth. Check remaining funds. Lin Yang addressed the AI of the Lord's palace. 3,800 gold coins. Lin Yang looked at the 3,800 gold coins in his hand. He felt quite satisfied. It only cost these gold coins. And built a decent batch of facilities. This has expanded the range of trades available within the domain. Similarly, after fortifying the city defenses, through this dual approach, the livability of the domain improved once more. Not only were various functions strengthened, but the city defenses were also reinforced. Soon, Lin Yang stepped outside. He headed to the first location. That was the newly established library. Lin Yang had planned and constructed this place right next to the Lord's palace. The library was quite spacious. The moment he stepped inside, a book materialized before Lin Yang. Who knew buying a library would come with a newbie gift pack? Lin Yang chuckled. Opening the book, he discovered only the most fundamental martial arts technique found in Chinese wuxia novels. That was breathing techniques. After flipping through it briefly, the book contained a very simple record of breathing techniques. It stated, breath control is the art of breathing, expelling impure air and drawing in the pure air needed by the body to cultivate and nurture the vital energy within, thereby achieving the effect of strengthening the body and promoting health. Lin Yang nodded after reading it. A remarkably straightforward effect. Truly, this breathing technique passed down through the ages is exceptional. The other texts, however, were mostly introductory manuals. Lin Yang, being merely mortal, couldn't sustain such a grueling day's journey. It seems practicing breathing techniques should be prioritized. The relentless pace of recent days had left Lin Yang utterly drained, both physically and mentally. He was barely holding on by sheer willpower. With that thought, why not test the breathing technique's efficacy? Though exhausted to the point of mental haze, Lin Yang opened the breathing technique manual in his hands. Following the instructions, he began adjusting his breathing rhythm. Slowly and evenly, he expelled the stale air from his body, then guided it back through his breath toward his dantian, forming a cycle. Then, Lin Yang closed his eyes and sat cross-legged on the stone slab. Time slipped away unnoticed. When Lin Yang opened his eyes, he realized night had fallen. But after completing this entire cycle, I feel no fatigue at all. Instead, I'm bursting with energy. It's nearly dusk already? No wonder I feel so famished. Lin Yang murmured to himself as he rose. He felt his body brimming with energy, his mind much clearer. Without another word, he swiftly set off for his next destination. That was the watchtower rising prominently within the territory. This place was the most crucial point, the key to the next strategic move. Lin Yang strode along as if his feet were flying. Having cultivated the breath control technique, Lin Yang no longer propelled his flesh and blood like an ordinary mortal. Instead, he channeled the energy from his dantian through his internal organs and limbs. Walking became effortless. What would normally take over 20 minutes to traverse was covered in just 5 or 6 minutes under his feet. His destination was the watchtower at the outer perimeter of the domain. Lin Yang took a step forward, channeling the true qi accumulated through his breath control cultivation to climb upward. Chapter 21, The One-Legged Ghost. Upon reaching the top of the watchtower, inside the tower, he found a map and a pair of telescopes. It seemed this was the facility used to detect enemy attacks. Lin Yang quickly got the hang of it, dispelling the mist surrounding the territory's perimeter. The mist, which had already been dispelled several times before. Once again, it was cleared away. Within the mist lay many unknown dangers. Yet it also concealed countless opportunities. A newly revealed map soon appeared on the screen. Lin Yang examined it closely. He discovered that several new monster lairs had appeared. Moreover, with the mist already cleared, the visible range had expanded significantly. He could even make out the territorial borders of Sakura Nation and Kinchi Nation. Similarly, other minor lords were also spotted by Lin Yang. Beyond the territories of common monsters like the sawtooth tiger, there were other, more powerful monsters with distinct cultural characteristics. The domain of the Earth Spider Demon in Sakura Nation, and the domain of the Korean One-Legged Ghost Demon. These 3 territories were practically juicy targets in Lin Yang's eyes. They could also send newly trained soldiers from China to test their capabilities. In terms of resources, fresh mineral deposits abound. What captured Lin Yang's attention most was a region marked by a blue chi vessel pattern. Could it be? Lin Yang frowned and thought. If it truly matched his conjecture, then he'd strike it rich. Lin Yang knew in his heart that this situation demanded further investigation. Regardless of the outcome, a field investigation was essential. Lin Yang decided this minor matter didn't warrant troubling the Monkey King. All he needed to do was assemble an expedition team. After all, he was already preparing to recruit men and gather supplies. After pondering for a moment, Lin Yang left the watchtower, noting the task of recruiting an expedition team. He then headed toward the location of the green brick city walls. The wall's construction was simple, just arrow towers and a walkway along the ramparts. Currently, no garrison troops had been stationed along the walls. Once Jiang Taigong finished training the troops, they could be deployed to defend the walls. After this brief inspection, Lin Yang returned to the Lord's palace. After a full day of walking, Lin Yang's body was utterly exhausted. After all, before arriving in the Star Realm, he had possessed only the ordinary physique of an office worker. Although his previous rank advancement had granted him some physical enhancements, It remained a mortal frame, incapable of enduring such relentless exertion. Lin Yang let out a soft sigh. He then walked into the Lord's Hall. He began his final wave of planning. That was to recruit an expeditionary force to explore new resources within the domain. Currently, aside from the population units designated by Lin Yang as soldiers, there were 100 units of soldiers. Beyond the population units tasked with daily facility maintenance, and over 10 population units remained idle. Soon, Lin Yang allocated 1 unit of population. Assemble a 100-man expeditionary force to begin exploring the outer reaches of the territory. Of course, before that, Lin Yang planned to wipe out the monster lairs outside the territories of Sakura and Kimchi. It wasn't that he feared the monsters. Rather, Lin Yang saw these monsters as resources. Such valuable materials were lying idle and used. This filled Lin Yang with regret and heartache. Moreover, without first eliminating these monster nests, the expedition teams he planned to establish would lose their fundamental prerequisite for safety. After clearing the line of sight from the watchtower, Lin Yang returned to his resting place. Without a moment's pause, he resumed his cultivation of the breathing technique. Over the course of an afternoon, Lin Yang had only mastered the first tier of the breathing technique. To break through to its highest level, he would need to persevere day and night without rest. One night passed. Lin Yang made his way to Zhang Ziya's location. He was unaware that after this night, Zhang Ziya had already assessed the progress of the new soldiers' training. The Lord has arrived so early? Zhang Ziya greeted Lin Yang with a faint, ambiguous smile. Lin Yang smiled. No problem. Continue the training, Lord Jiang. With that, Lin Yang scanned the scene. The Huaxia troops, who had been mere greenhorns just yesterday, had now transformed into a fully formed military unit. The soldiers understood the discipline of formation drills quite well. The only drawback was that the forge workshops had yet to fully complete the weapons. Even so, the first 3,000 to receive their equipment had already become well-trained soldiers. Witnessing this, Lin Yang couldn't help but exclaim in admiration, Grandmaster Jiang is truly remarkable. Zhang Ziya, however, addressed Lin Yang sternly, Lord, if you have business today, speak now. Hearing this, Lin Yang no longer held back. He stated earnestly, there are several low-tier monsters lurking on the outskirts of the domain. If we could send our newly trained soldiers to eliminate them, achieving the effect of sustaining themselves through combat, that would be most ideal. Upon hearing this, Zhang Ziya nodded. Rest assured, Lord. I have already made preparations. I shall lead these 3,000 men myself. Lin Yang breathed a sigh of relief. Indeed, Lord Jiang handles matters with such steadiness. In that case, I'll entrust you with leading the expedition. Lin Yang provided Zhang Taigong with detailed coordinates for the monsters' locations. The first battle, naturally, would target the weakest monsters. That would be the monsters from Kimchi country. The one-legged ghost. Lin Yang had already consulted the monster compendium. One-legged ghost. Species, fairy clan. Combat rank, lower 7th grade. The one-legged ghost is a creature from Korean folklore known for its mischievous pranks. Possessing only a single leg, it is a loathsome entity akin to the ghosts of Chinese legends. These spirits typically dwell in forests, graveyards, wildernesses, and abandoned houses. Occasionally, they disguise themselves to live among humans in an attempt to understand human culture. I know Korea has stolen this ghost legend from China again. This one-legged ghost possesses only a single leg, yet it is exceptionally thick and sturdy. It has no minions, existing as a solitary monster. I silently shook my head. Those Kimchi country folks are just useless. They lack even basic imagination in their legends. But that's fine. With Zhang Taigong as our backup, whether the new Chinese army can show its true strength depends on this useless monster from Korea. At this moment, the Chinese populace watching the development of the astral realm had largely ceased questioning Lord Lin Yang. Is this old man training troops that fast? But I can't shake this uneasy feeling. Yeah. Sending mortal soldiers to actively attack monsters? That's just suicide. And judging by Zhang Ziya's appearance, he probably isn't a combat deity, right? The people of Huaxia buzzed with speculation. Meanwhile, the high-ranking officials of various nations grew tense. How could China's power have grown to this extent? They could even send troops to proactively attack monsters. Now they too watched China's eradication of this monster lair with growing unease. This can't go on. When will this damn newbie protection period end? I want our lords to crush China immediately. We can't let them keep growing like this. Indeed, China is terrifying. We should unite with other nations' forces to launch a joint campaign against Huaxia. Exactly. This is our only chance. If we don't act now, there won't be a place for us in the future. China will seize any chance to exact revenge. Can you guys stop worrying so much? Anyone of Japan or Korea could wipe out China, couldn't they? Meanwhile, within the Huaxia territories of the Stellar Realm, Zhang Ziya had mustered the soldiers trained overnight, advancing toward the monster's lair. Chapter 22, War Feeds War. Lin Yang remained stationed at the territory headquarters. His gaze fixed intently on the situation unfolding across the large screen. Zhang Zia led his troops forward at a forced march pace toward their objective. The one-legged demon's territory wasn't particularly far away. Combined with the soldiers' swift pace, therefore, they soon reached the vicinity of that area. Not seeing the one-legged monster, Lin Yang's brow furrowed slightly. Lin Yang knew this creature excelled at concealment, and they didn't know its exact location. Rushing recklessly into the monster's lair would be tantamount to courting death. Zhang Zia wasn't the only one aware of this danger. The soldiers, who had undergone rigorous selection and training, understood this as well. Thus, they restrained themselves from rash actions, remaining in place to observe their surroundings. Zhang Zia gave a brief smile and silently performed a hand seal. Though Zhang Zia was still at the initial level, he could still cast the spell Immortal Guidance. Soon, the low-tier monster, the one-legged ghost, appeared in Zhang Zia's vision. He pinched a flying dagger in his hand and flung it out, striking the one-legged ghost with pinpoint accuracy. Immediately after completing his spell, Zhang Zia bellowed, "Soldiers, form ranks." In an instant, the soldiers formed a perfectly aligned formation. A force of 3,000 men advanced toward the monster's territory in a goose formation. The one-legged ghost, wounded by Zhang Zia's flying dagger, could no longer hide. It was forced to reveal itself, baring its teeth and snarling at the advancing troops. Zhang Zia remained calmly within the ranks, showing no intention of interfering with the Huaxia recruits' task of eliminating the one-legged demon. The 3,000 spearmen advanced steadily toward the unicorn demon's domain. Not a trace of fear showed among them. This was the result of Jiang Taigon's rigorous training. As an exceptional commander, instilling fearlessness in his soldiers was fundamental. Of course, if one wished to instill terror and fear in the troops, that would be another matter entirely. It would require encouragement to keep morale high. Soon, the distance between the two sides narrowed. Finally, they halted within 100 meters. Zhang Zia calmly observed the one-legged monster and commanded in a deep voice, "All troops, charge!" The one-legged demon now saw only the 3,000 soldiers of Huaxia, yet they charged toward its position with the overwhelming momentum of 1,000 horsemen. A chill gripped its heart, yet it felt an unexpected surge of fury. It let out a piercing howl, its voice echoing across the sky. Rip! In an instant, the entire domain grew eerily dark. It seemed as though he intended to instill fear in the new recruits of Huaxia through his intimidating presence. Yet the truth proved. Such tactics proved utterly useless. The 3,000 spearmen of Huaxia had long been accustomed to life and death. No matter how formidable the one-legged demon's presence, it could not intimidate these men of iron will. Soon, the distance between the two sides closed to about 50 meters. As the gap steadily narrowed, Zhang Zia drew his throwing knives and aimed them at the low-tier monster. If anything went wrong, Zhang Zia was ready to strike at any moment. After drawing his dagger, Zhang Zia bellowed, "Soldiers, form a goose formation." In an instant, the soldiers formed a perfectly aligned formation. The 3,000-strong force advanced toward the monster territory in a goose formation. Their spears formed a tight, impenetrable line, trapping the one-legged demon with no escape. Seeing this, the monster attempted to turn and flee. But as it turned, it was pierced by the spears of the newly recruited Huaxia soldiers who had already advanced to surround it from the rear. In the blink of an eye, several holes pierced the monster's abdomen. Blood gushed out in a torrent, a pitiful sight. The monster's fighting spirit vanished completely. The Huaxia recruits immediately thrust their spears upward, stabbing the unicorn demon repeatedly. With its concealment spell shattered by Zhang Zia, the one-legged demon could not escape. Pierced like a sieve by the Huaxia soldiers. Clearing the unicorn demon territory drops gold. 500 coins. Clear one-legged ghost territory reward, 1000 EXP, current EXP, 7113. One-legged demon territory drop, bow design blueprint. Such rewards truly satisfied Lin Yang. Especially that bow blueprint. This meant the territory could now utilize cold weapons beyond swords, spears, and lances. Bows. The ultimate ranged weapon of the cold weapon era. This was incredibly significant for the territory. The current situation still required some waiting time. Once the 5 iron units arrive in 5 days, we can equip our domain's troops and develop new bow and arrow weapons. Meanwhile, the next target for the Huaxia recruits is the domain of the Tsuchigumo demons in the land of cherry blossoms. Lin Yang had no intention of letting the Huaxia recruits return after just one sortie. With Zhang Zia's backup, the Huaxia soldiers should have no trouble dealing with the Earth Spider demons. Assistant, retrieve the Earth Spider's data for me. Lin Yang addressed the AI in the Lord's Palace. Shortly thereafter, the AI in the Lord's Palace broadcast the Earth Spider's data. Earth Spider. Species, Demon Beast Clan. Combat rank, lower 6th grade. A legendary creature from the land of cherry blossoms, this abnormally large spider frequently roams the mountains and is also known as the mountain spider. It possesses a vicious nature, often binding those it encounters with silk threads and dragging them back to its cave lair for consumption. Its 8 legs, fangs, and bristles are all lethal weapons capable of inflicting injury. The Huaxia recruits arrived at the location under Zhang Ziya's guidance. Unlike the monopod demon's lair, the outer perimeter of the earth spider's nest, it was highly conspicuous. The perimeter was densely woven with spider webs. Within the web center lay a cave of moderate size. The outer perimeter lay barren, strewn only with countless white bones. Humans, beasts, and birds countless in number. Lin Yang couldn't help but mutter, Korea and Japan really don't treat the inhabitants of the astral plane like human beings. Clearly, many birds and beasts had fallen victim to that earth spider. Zhang Ziya shook his head at the sight. Only then did he step forward, leading his soldiers into the cave. A thick, foul stench filled the cavern. Zhang Ziya knew at a glance that the source of this stench was far from as easy to deal with as that one-legged ghost. He steeled himself, retracting his command flag. He drew forth the talisman, murmuring incantations under his breath. Heavenly Thunder Talisman, go! No sooner had the words left his lips than the talisman transformed into a serpent of lightning, darting straight into the darkness ahead. With a thunderous boom, it exploded. Intense flames erupted in all directions, illuminating the entire cavern. Zhang Ziya shouted, soldiers, be careful. Don't get hit by the poison mist. Meanwhile, within the Lord's palace, Lin Yang frowned as he noticed movement ahead. At that moment, Zhang Ziya also caught sight of the scene ahead. His expression turned alarmed as he urgently cried out, trouble! Enemy attack! Before his words had fully faded, a pitch-black mass surged forth from the depths of the cavern. Chapter 23, Revealing the Edge. And so it began. Zhang Ziya sprang into action. Watch out! It's a dirt spider! Zhang Ziya shouted urgently. But it was too late. The dark shadow flickered and vanished, appearing before the new recruits in the blink of an eye. Zhang Ziya reacted with lightning speed. The moment the shadow appeared, he clutched another talisman in his hand and swept it toward the earth spider. Extreme! The talisman transformed into a raging inferno, scorching the earth spider. The Huaxia recruits, however, showed no sign of panic. Instead, following Zhang Ziya's commands, they began circling the earth spider. They relentlessly sought opportunities to strike the creature with their weapons. Unfortunately, the earth spider's thick, leathery hide proved impervious to the soldiers' weapons, which failed to inflict lethal damage. Seeing this, Zhang Ziya immediately ordered the troops to retreat. He once again formed the mystic seal with his fingers. With sincere devotion, I bow in reverence. Open the golden gate of energy, each displaying divine prowess. As the incantation concluded, Zhang Ziya roared with fury, extreme. At that moment, the spears held by the Huaxia soldiers were already infused with golden light by Zhang Ziya. Form the square formation. Zhang Ziya bellowed, and the soldiers swiftly took their positions. Then, a golden light erupted from each soldier's body, linking them together in a chain. This was Zhang Ziya's spell, temporarily enchanting the soldiers trained in the 6 secret teachings. Now, every thrust from the Huaxia soldiers dealt devastating blows to the earth spiders. Suddenly, the earth spiders went berserk, becoming wildly aggressive. Ah! Roar! The earth spider's mouth gaped wide, its 2 sharp fangs protruding from its jaws, revealing a bloodthirsty, ferocious visage. Its eyes blazed crimson, radiating savage ferocity, and its strength multiplied several-fold. Yet, before the Huaxia soldiers enchanted by Zhang Ziya, this proved utterly useless. A single Huaxia soldier might fear the earth spider's might, but hundreds upon hundreds of Huaxia soldiers, arrayed in formation, would never be intimidated. Moreover, with Zhang Ziya's enchantment, even a third-rank monster could only be mercilessly skewered to death by the spears wielded by the Huaxia soldiers. The battle concluded with the earth spider once again pierced to pieces by the Huaxia spearman's formation. Holy crap! That old man had this up his sleeve? I was stunned, but for the Huaxia territories, this is truly wonderful. We once possessed such mighty deities. And not just the Monkey King alone. The people of Huaxia gasped in astonishment. Meanwhile, Lin Yang received a voice message from the AI within the Lord's palace. Clearing the Earth Spider territory dropped gold coins. 800 coins. Reward for clearing the Earth Spider territory, 1500 EXP, current EXP, 8613. Earth Spider territory drop, shield blueprint. Lin Yang was overjoyed upon seeing this. This was precisely what his territory needed most right now. Especially that shield blueprint, it was incredibly valuable. For the current territory, it meant they could recruit new equipment. Likewise, it would unlock greater possibilities for the troops trained by Zhang Ziya. More tactical combinations, more formation synergies, more combat techniques. It could even increase the soldiers' survival rate and chances of staying alive. After all, human resources are finite, and risks must ultimately be mitigated. Without safeguards, who would willingly take such risks? That's how it is. Lin Yang stared at the over 4,800 gold coins in his hand. He had considered upgrading the Monkey King, but it wasn't quite enough. His mind began calculating how to spend this pile of gold coins. Meanwhile, Zhang Ziya had already led the Huaxia soldiers back into Huaxia territory. Meanwhile, Lin Yang gazed at the Sawtooth Tiger territory. A plan began to form in his mind.
Once the next batch of equipment was forged, he could send Zhang Zia to lead a force to subdue the Sawtooth Tiger's territory. The Sawtooth Tiger was considerably more powerful than the previous two monsters. Sending a fully equipped Huaxia soldier to challenge it would be the safer approach. With that, Lin Yang headed out to the forge. He sent the list of equipment to be crafted next to the forge's manager. Using 200 units of wood, forge 1,000 bows. Then, using 1 unit of iron plus 200 units of wood, forge 10,000 arrows. Against magical beasts, nothing was more suitable than bows and arrows. Lin Yang had already researched the synthesis recipes for bows and arrows before leaving. 2 wood units could craft 10 bows. 1 unit of iron plus 2 units of wood could craft 100 arrows. As for giant shields, 2 iron units could craft 200 giant shields. As for those one-handed sword shields, Lin Yang had no intention of using them. Pikemen didn't need one-handed shields, they required large shields to help bear the defensive burden. After making these simple arrangements, Lin Yang headed to the training grounds where Zhang Zia was stationed. Another night passed. Zhang Zia's training had already yielded results. Though these soldiers were still unfamiliar with tactical execution, they had begun to take shape as a proper unit. At the very least, they now understood the importance of mutual cover and the tactics of dispersing for surprise attacks. Lin Yang approached Zhang Zia once more and explained his purpose. "Oh, you mean that matter? No problem. No problem. I'll have them get to it right away," Zhang Zia replied with a smile. Zhang Zia's smile radiated warmth and approachability. Lin Yang chuckled in response, "Haha, Grandmaster Jiang, you're too kind." The weapons Lin Yang had forged earlier had already been distributed among the ranks of the 10,000 men. Next, we only need to teach them how to wield them effectively, Zhang Zia remarked calmly. He then divided the 2,000-strong force into archers and shield bearers. Each massive shield required 5 men to fully raise it. For these massive shields demanded soldiers of immense strength. Otherwise, forget about carrying them while marching. They would likely struggle to even move it. Thus, the 10,000 soldiers were fully assigned. Lin Yang nodded with satisfaction. He immediately addressed Zhang Zia. "Well then, I humbly request your guidance moving forward." Zhang Zia smiled warmly. "No problem. Rest assured, I shall impart all my knowledge to you." "Then I am truly grateful, sir." Lin Yang expressed his gratitude. Armed with Zhang Zia's 6 secret teachings, the Huaxia Army's training program was swiftly established. Zhang Zia then declared, "In 6 days, all the soldiers will be fully trained." Zhang Zia addressed Lin Yang. And so, Lin Yang departed. Everything was proceeding smoothly. All that remained was to await the assembly of the great army in 6 days' time. Then, it would be time to purge the Sawtooth Tiger's territory. After returning to the Lord's palace, Lin Yang began practicing his breathing technique. Slowly inhaling a breath of pure air, he then expelled the impure energy within his body. His entire being felt refreshed and invigorated. As his mastery of the breathing technique deepened, Lin Yang felt his strength steadily increasing. Moreover, he gradually grasped the essence of the breathing technique. Each practice session strengthened the internal energy stored in his dantian. Similarly, for reasons unknown, Lin Yang's cultivation of this breathing technique yielded twice the results with half the effort. Perhaps it was due to his status as a domain lord. Lin Yang didn't dwell on it. Distractions were the greatest enemy of cultivation. As the monster tide drew ever closer, Lin Yang continued his practice of the breathing technique. Chapter 24, They could only envy, resent, and hate. A day passed in the blink of an eye. After practicing breathing techniques all night, Lin Yang realized one thing. Despite practicing non-stop through the night without rest, he felt no fatigue whatsoever. On the contrary, he felt refreshed and energetic. Similarly, when he rose again, his body felt as though it were fully charged. Lin Yang felt no confusion. This was normal. After all, this was a renowned internal cultivation technique from China's history. Moreover, as a domain lord, it was only natural for Lin Yang to progress more swiftly in his cultivation. After a simple breakfast, he headed to the AI's location in the first floor Lord's Hall. Assistant, distribute the breathing technique to every resident in the domain. Received Lord's request. Current population units in the domain, 253. Assigning 1 copy per unit costs 0.5 gold coins each, totaling 126 gold coins. Asking host if they agree to spend this amount of gold coins. The AI in the Lord's palace inquired. Lin Yang quickly agreed to the request. Now, spending 126 gold coins would grant every resident in the domain this item that significantly enhances their physical fitness. Why not? Meanwhile, Zhang Taigong's training continued unabated. Zhang Zia looked at the soldiers, their expressions earnest. The frontline troops currently undergoing training had already mastered most of the tactics outlined in the 6 strategies authored by Zhang Taigong. The 6 tactics are titled Civil, Martial, Dragon, Tiger, Leopard, and Dog. The literary tactics expounded on the principles of governing a nation and strengthening its power. The military tactics expounded on strategies for conquering powerful enemies and seizing the realm. The Dragon Tactics detailed military administration, operational deployment, and comprehensive logistics support. The Tiger Tactics describe weaponry, equipment, and combat methods. The Tactics of the Leopard summarizes tactical implementation across various battlefield environments. The Art of the Dog addresses the coordination of chariot, cavalry, and infantry forces. These works were authored by the historical Zhang Taigong, truly deserving of his status as the foremost deity in the temple of martial arts.
Thus, everything proceeded in an orderly fashion.
On the surface of Huaxia, the council chairman watched Lin Yang on the live feed, deeply impressed by his capabilities. Though initially, he shared the same reservations as other council members.
Lin Yang proved far more bold and ambitious than any of them. In fact, the pace at which he was now driving the development of the Huaxia territory had far exceeded their expectations. The council president felt his heart surge with excitement. He desired only one thing, for Lin Yang to lead Huaxia even further within the Star Realm. That way, they wouldn't have to kowtow to the Northern Alliance led by the United States anymore. Meanwhile, in the Northern Alliance conference room, the President of the United States pinned his hopes on one thing alone: that the monster tide would directly destroy the territories China was developing. The astral plane. 6 days had passed in the blink of an eye. During this period, Lin Yang constructed numerous new facilities within the territory. Catapults, arrow towers, and pure grain in the warehouses. Fortification unit, catapult. Effect, curls massive stones to inflict area of effect damage on enemies, capable of harming monsters below grade 7. Fortification unit, arrow tower. Effect, newly added units on the city walls, positioned at elevated locations to provide archers with excellent visibility against enemies. The pure grain stored within the warehouses also maintained excellent quality. As these structures took shape across Huaxia territory, the satisfaction level of Huaxia territory's residents has risen to a commendable height. It consistently remained in the green zone, though livability hadn't seen significant improvement. Lin Yang had no time to ponder these matters now. As the weapons and equipment fell into Zhang Taigong's hands, the soldiers now gradually resembled a regular army. Lin Yang resolved to name the domain's first legion, and he hoped this legion would endure forever. Assistant, how do I name the legion? The AI in the Lord's Hall promptly provided the naming procedure to Lin Yang. To establish a legion, assemble soldiers of sufficient numbers into a unit and assign it a name. Hint, unique names unlock positive legion buffs and must be historically relevant to your civilization. As the AI in the Lord's Palace transmitted the text to the large screen, Lin Yang's mind raced as he read it. This hint clearly suggests I can name it after a renowned legion from Chinese history. For instance, from the Three Kingdoms period, the White Horse Righteous Troops, the Tiger Leopard Cavalry, the Flying Bear Army, and the famed Wudong Flying Army. From the Tang Dynasty, the Black Armor Army, the Nameless 13, and the 18 Riders of Yen Yun. Lin Yang pondered for a moment. He ultimately decided to name it after Zhang Taigong's own historical military unit. Assistant. Name it the Tiger Guard. Naming successful. Tiger Guard Army Special Buff Explanation, Martial Tactics. Martial Tactics, under the guidance of Zhang Zia, the projection of the Huaxia deity, the Tiger Guard Army gains a 50% boost to morale. A 60% increase in individual combat effectiveness. A 60% improvement in military organization. Lin Yang read the description of this positive buff. He was overjoyed. He hadn't named it wrong after all. The Tiger Guard was a special force established by Zhang Zia during the Zhou dynasty, tasked with breaching fortifications and protecting the sovereign. Moreover, Lin Yang knew this force commanded by Zhang Zia possessed formidable combat prowess. But the essence of time. Only 4 days remained before the monster tide struck. Lin Yang needed the Dragon King of the East Sea to step forward once more, to assist him with one crucial task. There was one final task to complete for the territory's defenses. Then it could be considered complete. That final task was to dig a moat around the outer perimeter of the city walls. Lin Yang knew he could use laborers to accomplish this task. But it would be time-consuming and labor-intensive. It would be far more efficient to enlist the Dragon King of the East Sea, summoned through the river diagram and the Book of Changes, to accomplish this task. When it came to water management, who else but the Dragon King of the East Sea possessed such unmatched prowess? Lin Yang swiftly arrived at the lake's perimeter within his domain. A gentle call summoned the Dragon King of the East Sea before him. From the tranquil lake surface, the colossal dragon soared skyward. His iridescent scales shimmered golden in the sunlight. Soon, the Dragon King of the East Sea transformed into human form and walked slowly toward Lin Yang. He addressed Lin Yang, "My lord, what brings you here?" The Dragon King of the East Sea inquired of Lin Yang. "Indeed, I require your assistance in constructing a moat around the outer perimeter of my domain." Lin Yang cut straight to the point, stating his request plainly. The Dragon King nodded. "No problem. I'll see to it immediately." After the Dragon King agreed, he transformed back into his colossal dragon form. He headed toward the outer walls of the domain. He began his work. Lin Yang watched and couldn't help but sigh inwardly.
With the Dragon King of the East Sea here, I won't have to worry about the territory's water management myself.
Other civilizations, witnessing Huaxia's possession of such power, could only harbor envy and resentment. Chapter 25, The Tiger Guard Army's First Engagement. Of course, their reactions were limited to envy and resentment. They racked their brains but couldn't fathom how such a miraculous being could emerge within Huaxia's divine system. Moreover, the current Lin Yang feared no one. If blame must be placed, it could only be on their ancestors for lacking the formidable imagination of Huaxia. For China possessed its own unique civilizational heritage and the fundamental reason it could endure for thousands of years. Lin Yang strode swiftly toward the outer perimeter of the domain. With the enhancement of his breathing technique, he moved with remarkable speed, practically flying alone. Still, he couldn't help but think how convenient it would be to have a mode of transportation. Outside the city walls, the Dragon King had already begun his work on the moat. As the dragon's body rolled and twisted, countless fragments of rock were flung from the heights and crashed down. The colossal dragon's body twisted and turned mid-air, unleashing the power of the Dragon King of the East Sea, the sovereign of all aquatic creatures. Wave after wave swept through the construction of the moat surrounding the domain's perimeter. Before long, the framework of the moat encircling the entire domain had taken shape. Though not particularly wide, it was sufficient to slow the monster tide's advance. Roar! A deep dragon's roar echoed through the air. The Dragon King continued to sway his tail, channeling the water into the moat. Lin Yang stood at a distance, observing the unfolding events. As time passed, the entire bottom of the moat finally filled with water. It was evident that the Dragon King of the East Sea had exerted great effort to transport this water. Moreover, a river connected the water source within his domain, ensuring the moat would never run dry. Suddenly, the East Sea Dragon King's massive form leapt high into the sky before plunging back down. Using his divine power, he fashioned the hard stones within the earth's surface into the inner lining of the moat. This construction of the moat took considerably longer than previous efforts. After all, the materials for the moat were the hardest rocks found within the Huaxia territory. Within a single morning, as the Dragon King of the East Sea, Ao Guang, soared back and forth, the moat was fully completed. This development brought Lin Yang's strategic plan significantly closer to fruition. Lin Yang gazed at the newly formed moat and finally breathed a sigh of relief. Now, all that remained was to await the arrival of those demonic creatures. According to the conventions of the Star Realm, whenever a monster tide invaded a domain in the past, a warning would appear. This warning would arrive 3 days prior to the actual invasion. In other words, tomorrow, Lin Yang will learn what level of monsters will invade his territory. As the military strategist said, know yourself and know your enemy, and you will win 100 battles. Lin Yang naturally needed to understand the composition of his enemy to formulate more precise strategic deployments. Just as Lin Yang was lost in thought, the Dragon King of the East Sea appeared before him. Such intense work left even the Dragon King of the East Sea's divine body somewhat weary. After a brief bow of respect, the Dragon King of the East Sea returned to his palace to rest. Watching this, Lin Yang felt a strange pang of guilt well up within him. He resolved within himself, in the future, I must expand the Dragon King of the East Sea's domain countless times over. Thus, with his resolve set on conquering the vast seas and stars, he dared not pause for even a moment. He headed straight for Zhang Ziya's training grounds. Master. Seeing Zhang Ziya training his soldiers, Lin Yang addressed him respectfully. Zhang Ziya gave a slight nod. He flashed his signature warm smile at Lin Yang. My lord, the sun is perfect today, truly an ideal time for training. Lin Yang smiled and replied, indeed. However, I have a suggestion. What do you think, Lord Zhang? Zhang Ziya, puzzled by Lin Yang's words, inquired, oh? What might that be? I wouldn't dare claim credit for it. Lin Yang scratched his head and chuckled. Beyond the borders of our domain lies the lair of the sawtooth tiger's demonic beasts. And beyond that lair, there exists a place where spiritual energy gathers. All we need to do is... Zhang Ziya finished Lin Yang's thought aloud, so by eliminating the sawtooth tiger's forces, we could absorb that spiritual energy? Lin Yang burst into laughter upon hearing this, exactly. Zhang Ziya grasped Lin Yang's purpose for today, excellent. As the saying goes, war sustains war. It's time to take our fine young men of Huaxia out for some training. Seeing Zhang Ziya grasp his meaning, he said no more, stepping aside to watch Zhang Ziya take action. As for the art of command, Lin Yang was utterly clueless at present. Watching Zhang Ziya's maneuvers would allow him to pick up a thing or two. After a while, Zhang Ziya waved his command flag and instructed the surrounding squad leaders, you lead your teams to hunt down the sawtooth tiger monsters with us. Remember, do not linger in battle. Go swiftly and return swiftly. I shall remain with the central command to provide rear support for you. Lin Yang knew Zhang Ziya's level hadn't risen much at this point. His arsenal of magical artifacts was nowhere near as extensive as depicted in the investiture of the gods. However, even if Zhang Ziya wasn't at full strength, he should be able to handle them with ease. Zhang Ziya spoke these words to convey one thing to these newly trained greenhorns.
that he would only serve as a commander and a safety net. He would never actively engage to aid them in combat. Jiang Ziya also worried that if any squad encountered danger and he didn't intervene, these greenhorns would suffer heavy casualties. Sure enough, under the leadership of the squad leaders, 10 teams set out, each guided by a different commander. Jiang Ziya's most valued soldiers, those who had already seen combat, served as the vanguard. They charged ahead, spearheading the advance with their formidable forces. Following them were the spearmen and shield bearers. Archers formed the central line, while spearmen brought up the rear to guard against enemies approaching from behind. Jiang Ziya himself commanded from the central command post. Without any spare magical artifacts, he advanced with the troops, holding his command flag in hand. Just how formidable is the fighting power of the Huaxia army? Hard to say. We'll find out soon enough. They don't even have armor? This is going to end in heavy casualties. Remember, the Sawtooth Tiger is a mid-tier 4th rank combatant. How could ordinary troops possibly defeat it? Just wait and see this arrogant lord's downfall. On the neutral forum, mockery grew thicker toward Lin Yang for deploying his newly trained troops against the Sawtooth Tiger, a mid-tier 4th rank combat power. Within the Star Realm, the Tiger Guard army, led by Jiang Ziya. Studying the map, they advanced cautiously step by step toward the Sawtooth Tiger's territory. The Sawtooth Tiger territory lay not far from the Huaxia domain. It was also free from attacks by other monsters. It was considered an ideal training ground for newcomers. Lin Yang watched Jiang Ziya's advancing troops from within the Lord's palace, silently estimating they should be arriving soon, right? Sure enough, just as Lin Yang murmured to himself, a deafening roar suddenly echoed through the air. Lin Yang focused his gaze and saw, high above the Sawtooth Tiger territory, the solitary Sawtooth Tiger. It glared at the Tiger Guard army with palpable hostility. Chapter 26, Training Results. Assistant, retrieve the Sawtooth Tiger's data for me. Upon Lin Yang's command, the AI in the Lord's palace immediately transmitted the Sawtooth Tiger's data to him. Sawtooth Tiger. Species, Demon Beast. Combat rank, mid-tier 4th grade. Sawtooth tigers vary in size, but typically exceed 5 meters in length. These colossal beasts prefer solitary existence and possess terrifying combat prowess, capable of effortlessly annihilating a 1,000-strong force. After reading the details, Lin Yang sucked in a sharp breath. Clearly, the true capability of Huaben army in Huaxia. This battle would reveal all. Moreover, the cold glint flashing in its eyes made it clear the enemy was furious. Clearly, Jiang Ziya's advancing troops had disturbed its slumber. The marching of 10,000 troops was a force capable of shaking mountains and shaking the wilderness. Even the Kimchi Nation and the Cherry Blossom Nation would find it astonishing that China had dispatched such a force. Are they harboring some unwarranted ambitions toward our territory? Were it not for the newbie protection period, they would have already launched an attack against Huaxia. The destination of Huaxia's Tiger Guard army was undoubtedly the territory of the Sawtooth Tigers. The sound of massive footsteps and the advance of a colossal force toward its territory. This only fueled the already savage nature of the Sawtooth Tiger, driving it into a frenzy. He leapt down abruptly, landing before the vanguard. He let out a thunderous roar at Jiang Ziya and the others within the ranks. It was an attempt to warn the Huaxia Tiger Guard to rein in their actions. But Jiang Ziya wasn't one for idle chatter. He commanded 1,000 archers, 1,000 shield bearers, and 1,000 spearmen in the front ranks. He deployed his formation. In the slightly narrower section ahead, he commanded the 3 types of soldiers to deploy in formation. Each 100 formed a squad. Each squad comprised 40 spearmen, 20 shield bearers, and 20 archers. This formation proved most effective for close quarters combat. Jiang Ziya's objective is to eliminate the Sawtooth Tiger with just 1,000 men, while minimizing casualties. The front ranks reconfigured their formations. They would spread out only upon approaching the Sawtooth Tiger's territory. This was the safest approach. The troops continued advancing, while the Sawtooth Tiger's agitation grew increasingly intense. Another furious roar sounded as a warning. The Huaxia troops showed no fear. This was Jiang Ziya's personal ability activating. Wu Tao's buff combined with Jiang Ziya's own buff. The Huaxia soldiers embraced death with unwavering resolve, utterly oblivious to the very concept of fear. Ordinary troops would collapse when casualties reached 50%. Stronger units could withstand 80% casualties without breaking. As for this Huaxia Tiger Guard unit, Lin Yang could guarantee they would fight to the last man without retreating a single step. This was the confidence Jiang Ziya instilled in Lin Yang. Finally, the front 1,000 of the Huaxia army charged deep into the Sawtooth Tiger territory. Jiang Ziya had already cast his spell, appearing at a high vantage point beyond the reach of the Sawtooth Tiger's attacks. Waving his command flag, he directed the troops to spread out once more. The 1,000 soldiers now encircled the Sawtooth Tigers. Shields formed a tight cordon around the Sawtooth Tigers, while archers drew their arrows, poised and ready. Spearmen, protected behind the shield bearers, raised their iron spears, aiming them at the Sawtooth Tiger. At this moment, the Sawtooth Tiger was truly fighting like a cornered beast. However, as an intelligent creature, the sawtooth tiger clearly had no grasp of how dire its situation truly was. Finally, the sawtooth tiger could endure no longer. With a furious roar, it charged straight out. In an instant, it plunged into the midst of the Huaxia soldiers. The Chinese forces maintained their tight defensive formation,
waiting for an opening, ready to strike.
Finally, blades and spear tips pierced the sawtooth tiger's body, blood spattering everywhere. The sawtooth tiger did not stand idle either, its sharp claws seeking to shatter the shields. But these were massive shields forged from pure iron.
At Zhang Ziya's signal,
the shield bearers seemed to gain immense strength, holding firm against the beast's charge.
Simultaneously, the spearmen seized the opportunity,
thrusting their weapons deep into the sawtooth tiger's flesh.
Though its hide was tough,
the pure iron spearheads still pierced deep into its hide. They swiftly withdrew their spears only to thrust them forward again. Instantly, the sawtooth tiger's hide resembled a sieve, its agonized cries piercing the air. However, being a minor boss-level demon beast, it did not perish immediately despite such severe wounds. Instead, it rallied its remaining strength, attempting to break through the encirclement of the Huaxia soldiers. Seeing this, Zhang Ziya ordered all archers to fire once more.
After a volley of arrows,
the archers swiftly withdrew. Only then was the sawtooth tiger's escape route completely sealed off. Now resembling a hedgehog, the sawtooth tiger still clung to life. However, its body was severely wounded, its movement slowed considerably, and its attack frequency decreased significantly. The Huaxia forces continued to organize their troops and launch their assault. Zhang Ziya remained suspended in the air, observing the situation and ready to provide backup for the troops at any moment. Finally, after nearly an hour of grueling combat, the Huaxia forces managed to wear down the sawtooth tiger to death.
The sawtooth tiger was finally dealt with. However, the Huaxia Legion paid a heavy price.
Without provisions or water. After all, they were mortal beings, and every last one of them collapsed onto the ground, utterly exhausted.
Drag this sawtooth tiger away. Zhang Ziya observed the colossal beast as he spoke.
Though exhausted and weary, the command from the head of the martial temple, they managed to muster their strength. Soon, the group carried the sawtooth tiger's carcass toward the Huaxia camp.
The results of their training these past days were truly formidable.
Seeing this, Lin Yang felt more and more convinced that summoning Zhang Ziya's projection had been an absolutely correct choice.
The effectiveness of this training was truly remarkable. Let's move out. Zhang Ziya smiled faintly.
He led the 10,000-strong force back toward the territories of Huaxia. The Huaxia Legion engaged in a brutal slaughter with the sawtooth tigers in this region. News of this spread, sending shivers down the spines of the lords of both Sakura Nation and Kinchi Nation.
Meanwhile, Lin Yang received the reward for eradicating the sawtooth tiger territory. Clearing sawtooth tiger territory drop, gold coins. 700. Reward for clearing sawtooth tiger territory, 1300 EXP, current EXP, 9913. Sawtooth tiger territory drop, sawtooth tiger fur perfect. Gazing at the overflowing rewards, Lin Yang was delighted. But what made him happiest was seeing his team. They had effortlessly wiped out the sawtooth tiger territory without losing a single soldier. And securing the sawtooth tiger's pelt? That was beyond exceeding expectations. At least, that's how Lin Yang saw it. Shortly thereafter, the Huaxia Legion returned to Huaxia territory. My lord, we have fulfilled our mission. Zhang Li reported respectfully. Zhang Ziya smiled and asked, My lord, did you witness the effectiveness of today's training? Chapter 27, The Xian Yuan Sword. Lin Yang nodded. Excellent. You have worked hard.
With that, he began examining the sawtooth tiger's pelt.
This battle was indeed a resounding victory for Huaxia.
The Huaben army of Huaxia had subdued the sawtooth tiger without losing a single life.
Lin Yang was immensely satisfied.
Similarly, the sawtooth tiger's carcass had been brought back. It must be noted that within the Star Realm, every part of a sawtooth tiger's corpse is considered a treasure. The sawtooth tiger's pelt, especially one of perfect quality, on the official sales platform of the Star Realm Lords, it can fetch a very good price. Moreover, the sawtooth tiger's meat is highly prized. Its blood, too, serves as a cultivation artifact. Lin Yang had no intention of wasting any of the sawtooth tiger's valuable parts. He intended to utilize every part to its fullest potential. First up was selling the sawtooth tiger's pelt. Lin Yang entrusted all troop training duties to Zhang Ziya. He himself returned to the Lord's palace.
He began taking action.
Assistant, check the market price for sawtooth tiger pelts.
Lin Yang couldn't be bothered to open the trading platform anymore, it wouldn't sell anyway.
Better to spare himself the disappointment.
That was the true essence of happiness. Thus, the AI of the Lord's Palace promptly provided Lin Yang with the selling price. Serrated tiger fur perfect, 1,000 gold coins.
Lin Yang's heart surged with joy upon seeing it. The flawless condition of this sawtooth tiger pelt ensured its price would not disappoint him.
Without further ado, Lin Yang proceeded to sell it. With that,
Lin Yang's recent cleanup operation not only demonstrated the formidable strength of his troops, but also yielded a substantial haul of gold coins, a total of 1,700 gold coins added to his coffers. Lin Yang now held a solid 6,500 gold coins in his hands. At this moment, even ecstatic joy couldn't fully describe his state of mind.
Without further ado, Lin Yang opened the river diagram and the book of changes.
He began his next round of operations.
With the experience gained from before, he now navigated the process with ease, simply visualizing his objectives in his mind.
The moment he opened the river diagram and Luo book, Lin Yang immediately flipped to the page detailing the Monkey King's upgrade. Gold required for Sun Wukong's upgrade, 5,000. Lin Yang decisively invested the hefty sum of 5,000 gold coins. Upgrading the Monkey King had been something Lin Yang had always wanted to do. Unfortunately, he had previously needed to invest in fortifying his territory's defenses, leaving him without sufficient gold coins for the upgrade. Now, he finally possessed the capital.
Lin Yang wasted no time.
With a flick of his divine consciousness, he channeled the gold coins into the river diagram and the book of changes. As golden light flickered, the Monkey King's form materialized vividly within Lin Yang's mind. The Monkey King, who had been sound asleep on the peach tree, was instantly enveloped by a surge of immense power. This projection of the Monkey King, representing the mightiest combat power of Huaxia,
had finally arrived at the moment for its next wave of advancement.
The great celestial immortal technique. The phoenix-winged purple gold crown provided by the Dragon King of the South Sea, Ao Qin.
The chainmail golden armor provided by Ao Shun, Dragon King of the North Sea. The lotus thread cloud stepping shoes provided by the Dragon King of the Western Sea, Ao Run. And the divine artifact, the Rui Jingu Bang, bestowed upon the Monkey King by the Dragon King of the East Sea. Lin Yang channeled all these gold coins into the river diagram and book of changes, aiming to help the Monkey King level up. Wave after wave of immense power surged through the river diagram and book of changes into the Monkey King's body.
In that moment, the Monkey King felt his body brimming with boundless power, yearning to soar to the 9 heavens at once. Similarly, the Monkey King's equipment, all materialized upon his form.
Now, clad in gleaming armor, was undeniably dashing. This was the true bearing the Monkey King should possess.
Then, wave after wave of powerful spiritual energy surged into the Monkey King's body, nourishing his sinews and bones. This was the Monkey King in his complete form. Lin Yang watched the Monkey King's transformation with satisfaction. He believed that news of such a transformation would surely send shockwaves throughout the entire star realm. For the Monkey King was truly formidable, all who had witnessed his prowess knew it.
The Monkey King would undoubtedly shine brilliantly amidst the monster tide.
At that moment, within the star realm's neutral forum,
Huaxia had already delivered too many shocks to those online games that didn't wish Huaxia well. Has Huaxia really begun? What should we do? Huaxia seems so powerful.
Their tiger guard is overwhelming.
How? How did Huaxia become so powerful?
Such voices grew louder and louder. After all, in the eyes of countless spectators across the star realm, Huaxia had always been a weak territory, an insignificant presence. But today, the power Huaxia unleashed left them utterly stunned. Especially Huaxia's tiger guard, they were pure killing machines.
The strength of every soldier was terrifying. They effortlessly annihilated the sawtooth tiger's territory.
The divine projections, in particular, left them utterly speechless. Consider this, the ruler of Huaxia was barely in his 20s.
How could he have awakened an SSS-tier talent? Such an unearthly talent, how could anyone else possibly compete? They all expressed their bewilderment at China's development. The lords of major factions across the star realm could no longer sit idly by.
Oomph! A mere China dares to challenge us. Regardless, we must send someone to probe their strength this time.
Indeed. Otherwise, if we allow China to continue growing unchecked, how can we ever maintain the authority of our star realm territories? Agreed. I support this course of action.
Subsequently, the major factions dispatched their respective agents. They headed to Huaxia to gather intelligence.
However, Lin Yang wasn't about to let them act recklessly.
After all, he now had the newbie protection period mechanism. He wasn't afraid of these people causing trouble. But these individuals would inevitably expend considerable time and effort in their quest for intelligence.
Moreover, Lin Yang had no intention of letting them go.
Therefore, before they could reach China, Lin Yang had already positioned archers. From the city walls, the order was clear: spot them, shoot them dead.
Not a single chance would be given. Similarly,
Lin Yang discovered that in the section for forging divine artifacts within the river diagram and Luo book, a new forging option had appeared.
Wow, this is rare.
After forging the Yuzhou Ding among the 9 tripods, the artifact forging function was fully unlocked. A new divine artifact had been added. The divine sword of the Yellow Emperor of Huaxia, Xian Yuan sword.
Effect: enhances user attributes, unlocks attribute data page. Grants divine power to the wielder. Lin Yang was utterly stunned upon seeing this. Divine power? What on earth is that? Lin Yang couldn't help but sigh inwardly.
It seems the heritage of Huaxia runs far deeper than I ever imagined. Even legendary artifacts like the Xianyuan sword exist.
But that just made it more fun. Lin Yang quickly resumed his reading.
The page detailing the forging of the Xianyuan sword.
Regardless of what the actual effects might be, Lin Yang felt that this Xianyuan sword representing the Yellow Emperor must be forged. Chapter 28, The Expedition Team. Because the additional effect of the Xianyuan sword could actually enhance one's physical attributes by 50%. For Lin Yang, this was simply too tempting. Regardless of the reason, Lin Yang must forge this Xianyuan sword to represent the orthodox lineage of Huaxia on this land of the Star Realm. The Chinese people are descendants of the Yellow Emperor and Yen Emperor. There was nothing to lose. As for the materials needed for the Xianyuan sword, Lin Yang had no worries. A simple glance would suffice. Lin Yang was confident he could meet these requirements. Within the Huaxia territories, there were 2 mines. Lin Yang didn't dwell on it. He checked the equipment forging interface marked within the river diagram and Luo book. Upon closer inspection, the required materials were clearly listed: 10 units of copper ore, 2 giant beast teeth, and forging must be done in a place with spiritual energy. After reading this, a wave of curiosity surged within him. What the heck is a spiritual energy site? Lin Yang asked in confusion. The AI in the Lord's Palace responded immediately. Please unlock the spirit energy unit to view constructible buildings. Upon hearing this, Lin Yang nodded in agreement. He then turned his gaze to the map of his domain. The blue energy pocket marked at the outer edge of the territory on the map. That was the area Lin Yang wished to investigate. All he needed was the time ahead. And he could organize an expedition team to head there. With that thought, Lin Yang hesitated no longer. He immediately followed the map's guidance. He assembled a small exploration team. A unit of personnel was organized into an expedition team under Lin Yang's command. A total of 100 people. Lin Yang decided to place Zhongli in command. After all, this guy was quite familiar with the surrounding area. Moreover, he was also a combatant himself. Having someone like him serve as captain was the most suitable choice. Upon hearing Lin Yang's assignment, without a word, he immediately accepted the assignment. He knew the danger level for this mission wasn't particularly high. The monster nests on the territory's outskirts had all been thoroughly cleared. There were few truly perilous areas. The only critical concern was this blue energy pocket. Lin Yang emphasized specifically. Zhongli, lead the team with utmost caution on this mission. This blue energy pocket is far from ordinary. Understood, Lord. Rest assured. I'll ensure everyone's safety. Immediately after, Lin Yang instructed everyone to prepare for departure early the next morning. Zhongli and the others departed the Lord's palace one after another. Lin Yang remained seated in his chamber, lost in quiet contemplation. The next plan remained the utmost priority. Now, the only thing they could rely on was Huaxia itself. How to strengthen Huaxia. This was Lin Yang's foremost concern. Now, what Lin Yang must do was make the Huaxia Star Realm territory even more powerful, thus gaining the strength to stand against the various nations within this Star Realm. Only then can it survive the competitive pressures of the future. Otherwise, failure would mean certain death. The relentless churning of thoughts left Lin Yang utterly exhausted. He could only sit upon his bed and recommence his practice of the breathing technique. The next day, after a night's rest, he awoke feeling refreshed and energetic. After washing up, Lin Yang hurried straight to the Lord's palace. He skipped breakfast entirely, because today was the day to test his abilities against the monster tide. Lin Yang took this matter extremely seriously. Upon reaching the first floor, Lin Yang heard the AI alert from the Lord's palace. Critical alert! Critical alert! Critical alert! The 3 consecutive alerts made Lin Yang's heart race. His expression remained impassive, yet his mind churned with turmoil. He waited for the message. 3 days left. Monster tide approaching. Given the SSS-tier talent of the Huaxia Overlord, the monster tide invasion difficulty is set to maximum. The weakest monsters possess grade 3 combat strength, while the strongest are grade 1 demonic beasts. The weakest are grade 3 demonic beasts. The Lord of Huaxia must prepare to confront the impending monster tide. Under the AI's repeated prompts from the Star Realm Lord's Palace, Lin Yang nodded in acknowledgement. This was undoubtedly the astral realm setting boundaries for him. That is, the difference in the levels of the attacking beasts. Without further thought, he immediately opened the river diagram and the book of changes. He opened the page detailing Zhang Ziya's upgrade. He still had a balance of 1,500 gold coins. Lin Yang prepared to upgrade Zhang Ziya as well. This would give them greater confidence in facing the monster tide. Dealing with first-tier monsters was naturally left to the strongest combatant, the Monkey King. For the remaining third-tier monsters, he would rely on Jiang Taigong and himself. Lin Yang's final plan.
First, locate that blue energy pocket through the expedition team. Second, upgrade Jiang Zia to enhance the combat effectiveness of the Tiger Guard army. Third, forge the Xian Yuan sword. This would grant him the ability to participate in battle himself. With that thought, Lin Yang wasted no more words. He flipped the river diagram and Luo book to Jiang Zia's page. Without hesitation, he invested 1,000 gold coins.
Finally, Lin Yang's divine consciousness merged completely with Jiang Zia's.
Soon, Jiang Zia, who was training troops at the drill ground within the domain,
received the upgrade signal sent by Lin Yang through the river diagram and Luo book.
At this moment, Jiang Zia had fully ascended to the rank of Lord Flying Bear. The over 10,000 soldiers watched as golden light enveloped their commander.
Master Flying Bear Jiang Zia. Upgrade successful.
His right hand gripped the divine slaying whip, his left hand lightly held the apricot yellow banner, his waist adorned with the three-ring sword and the immortal slaying flying dagger, and beneath him rode the divine beast, the four unlikes. Thus, Jiang Zia's ascension was complete. The divine being of the mortal realm, Lord Flying Bear Jiang Zia, was officially born. He felt power surging through his entire being. At this moment, Jiang Zia possessed sufficient confidence. He could lead the soldiers within the Huaxia lantern to withstand the attacks of third-grade demonic beasts. He also possessed the certainty to assist the Lord in safeguarding the entire domain.
Thank you, Lord.
Jiang Zia's projection bowed respectfully toward the direction of Lord Lin Yang's palace.
Simultaneously,
the river diagram and the Book of Changes sent a notification to Lin Yang's mind.
Jiang Zia has one upgrade remaining. Next upgrade requires 5,000 gold coins.
Jiang Zia's personal ability, 6 strategies, upgraded successfully. The personal valor of troops commanded by Jiang Zia increases by 100%.
Troop morale increases by 100%.
When facing adversity, the aforementioned abilities are further enhanced by 50%. Lin Yang's heart surged with wild joy upon reading this. It truly was a treasure.
With the river diagram and the Book of Changes in hand, Lin Yang believed that the Huaxia planet in this world would eventually establish a firm foothold.
One day, it might even surpass all the lords.
After all,
the Hetu and Luoshu were simply too extraordinary. Lin Yang thought to himself with a satisfied smile. The first major task was completed. Lin Yang began scrutinizing the expedition team's progress with full attention. He opened the large screen on the first floor of the Lord's palace to observe.
Their progress was solid. They hadn't encountered any dangers after leaving.
With ample water and provisions in hand,
they hadn't encountered any danger. Chapter 29, The Realm of Spiritual Energy.
On the contrary, the expedition team had already hunted several wild wolves and boars, securing pelts and meat a bountiful reward.
Though hunting wasn't their primary mission, Lin Yang was quite satisfied nonetheless.
A new vision for the territory began to take shape in his mind. That was to establish a team of hunters. This way, the domain would gain fresh meat and pelts daily. This would also constitute a substantial source of income. With that thought, Lin Yang wasted no time.
He began taking action.
Inside the Lord's palace, Lin Yang addressed the AI team leader, "Convert 3 units into hunters for me."
After Lin Yang spoke,
the AI in the Lord's palace responded immediately.
Conversion successful. Would the Lord like to review the hunter units information? Lin Yang nodded upon hearing this. Sure, I don't mind listening. Hunters are units that hunt beasts on the outskirts of your territory. They can be deployed in unlocked areas around your domain. Daily harvest guarantees, 1 unit of fur low quality and meat low quality. Maximum harvest is unlimited.
Lin Yang had initially thought the hunter unit was nothing special.
Little did he know that within the astral domain there were so many intricacies.
Lin Yang said, "Alright, deploy the units." Soon, the unit of population he allocated transformed into 5 hunter squads. Each hunter squad unit comprised 10 individuals. They would be responsible for hunting beasts. After arranging these hunters, Lin Yang spent the following time. He focused his attention on studying the conditions surrounding the territory. Within the Huaxia Council chamber, the council president had become thoroughly acquainted with the Star Realm's affairs over recent days. Yet the more he observed, the greater his astonishment grew. The monsters Huaxia would face were all at least first-rank powerful beasts. These past days, the chairman had been living in constant dread, praying only that the day of the monster tide's arrival would be delayed. Yet, the day would inevitably come, with time ticking away second by second. For you must understand, the council chairman's worries were not unfounded. The previous ruler of Huaxia, faced with a monster tide, the strongest enemy was merely a 5th-rank deer-headed spirit. Yet he was still torn apart without mercy. This time, the monster tide emerging from the astral plane posed an even greater challenge. This filled the council chairman's heart with despair. What should we do? That was the only thought currently occupying the council president's mind. Is there truly no way to escape? While the Huaxia council president was gripped by dread, other nations watched the unfolding events in the Huaxia Star Realm territory with a look of gleeful anticipation.
Didn't you boast about your SSS-tier talents being so formidable? Exactly. Now I finally get to see you make fools of yourselves. Enjoy your first-grade beasts. Has everyone prepared their water supply orders for Huaxia? With all that territory, our beautiful country alone won't be enough. These nations, reveling in their misfortune, had long had their eyes on Huaxia. They had even secretly contacted various domains in the Star Realm, discussing plans to carve up China. So when these nations learned the sheer number of monsters China faced, all converging upon it, they became as excited as if injected with adrenaline. They were eager for Huaxia's territories to be destroyed, so they could seize more land for themselves. Within the Star Realm at this moment, Lin Yang remained unaware of the other nations' intentions. It was already afternoon. Lin Yang finally received news from the expedition team he had dispatched on the large screen. On the screen, the expedition had located their target. Just as Lin Yang had anticipated. The location was a place of spiritual energy. The vegetation there was exceptionally dense. Moreover, the air was extremely humid. According to the expedition team's transmitted report, the location of that spiritual energy site is no ordinary place. The nearby creatures and vegetation were nourished far beyond the ordinary, fostering countless precious medicinal herbs. After inspecting the site, he immediately addressed the AI of the Lord's Palace, transport this spiritual energy site into our domain. Lin Yang knew the AI within the Lord's Palace possessed this capability. After all, within the Lord's Palace, any problem that could be solved with gold coins was no problem at all. And within the Star Realm's territory, gold coins could resolve 50% of the issues. And so it was. The AI of the Lord's Palace responded, "Receive Lord's request. Transporting spiritual energy requires 100 gold coins." Upon hearing this, he promptly deposited 100 gold coins. This amount of gold was insignificant compared to the potential gains. And so it was. The spirit energy site at the domain's periphery vanished from the outer borders and immediately materialized within Lin Yang's own domain. Please select the placement location for the spirit energy site, Lord. Lin Yang pondered for a moment. He placed the spirit energy hubs at the resting spots of the Dragon King, the Monkey King, and Jiang Taigong. That is, beside the lake. After all, if the spirit energy sanctuary were placed there, it might prove beneficial for the deities within the domain. Spirit Energy Hub, an area that gathers and generates spiritual energy from heaven and earth, unlocking special units. Spiritual Energy Site unlocks cultivator units for your domain. Unlocks special crops. After reading this, he felt immensely satisfied. He immediately allocated 1 unit of population to the Spirit Energy Site. And so it was. Within Lin Yang's domain, the first unit of cultivators appeared. Cultivator, a unit that cultivates supernatural powers. Junior cultivators can use Fireball spell in combat. They can use the blessing function in domain construction. Each domain is limited to recruiting 100 cultivators, equivalent to 1 population unit. In the blink of an eye. Only 2 days remained until the monster tide's arrival. On this day, Lin Yang sat with eyes closed, resting in his domain's lord's residence. He awaited the copper ore harvest in just 1 hour. Then, he would have enough materials to forge the legendary sword of China, the Xianyuan sword. An hour is neither long nor short. Soon, Lin Yang heard the AI voice from the Lord's Palace. Reminder to the Lord. 10 copper ore units within your domain are ready for harvest. This alert instantly snapped Lin Yang out of his drowsiness, his alertness sharpening to its peak. He immediately placed the 2 giant beast fangs from the sawtooth tiger and the 10 units of copper ore into the spirit energy chamber. The Xianyuan sword had clearly indicated this location for forging. Thus, Lin Yang made no further alterations. Let's begin. Lin Yang opened his eyes and murmured softly. With solemn expression, he opened the river diagram and Book of Lo, turning to the page detailing the forging of the Xianyuan sword. As he poured his divine sense into it, the spirit chi chamber erupted with an intense golden radiance. Simultaneously, a colossal aura of pressure radiated from within the spiritual energy. This pressure instantly enveloped the entire domain. Weaker beasts at the domain's periphery, sensing this pressure, instantly fell to the ground, trembling in fear. Even Lin Yang couldn't help but suck in a sharp breath at that moment. This pressure was terrifying. Though it had only just been triggered, it still left Lin Yang feeling stunned and fearful. Truly worthy of the Xianyuan sword. It possessed such overwhelming power. Chapter 30, True Martial Sword Technique. Huff. After exhaling a breath of stale air, Lin Yang once again immersed his divine consciousness into the river diagram and the Book of Changes. This time, it was the official forging. Lin Yang had to achieve complete unity of mind and spirit, allowing not a single stray thought. For if his mind faltered, the forging would fail and the cost would be more than just the divine weapon. It would be his very life. Whoosh! The spiritual energy erupted into towering golden waves. The area, which had been glowing blue, instantly transformed into a dazzling golden splendor.
The golden ripples coalesced into the phantom of a colossal, gleaming golden sword.
Clang! Suddenly, the immense golden sword phantom flashed violently, plunging directly into the ground ahead. Instantly, the earth trembled.
Simultaneously, Lin Yang's divine sense strained to fuse the materials for forging the Xianyuan sword with the projection of the golden greatsword. Even so, the commotion within the Huaxia territory had already drawn the attention of all territories across the Star Realm.
Sakura Nation, what's that commotion? Kimchi Nation, coming from the direction of Huaxia again? Tianzhu Kingdom, damn it, what are they up to now?
Senior lords from across the Star Realm buzzed with discussion in the Star Realm chat room. Yet none dared to act rashly. After all, the vivid scene of the divine projection summoned by the Huaxia domain annihilating the Blood Clan was still fresh in their minds.
That scene had left an indelible impression upon them.
They didn't believe the Huaxia domain would conjure something so earth-shattering for no reason.
Yet, the more uneasy and fearful they grew, the more certain it seemed that something was about to happen. This feeling was unbearably agonizing. And the source of it all? Was none other than Lin Yang, who was currently forging the Xianyuan sword within the territory. Boom! As Lin Yang's true qi surged into the spiritual energy source, the golden radiance grew even more dazzling. Lin Yang's divine consciousness was fully immersed within it, forging the divine sword with mind and spirit united. Time slowly passed. Before he knew it, an entire hour had passed, and the materials gradually merged with the golden phantom. As the final bronze shard was cast into the spiritual energy chamber, the radiant golden sword, radiating an aura of overwhelming might, was finally forged into its complete form. Legend holds that this sword was forged by the immortals using copper from Mount Chosho for the Yellow Emperor, later passed down to Yu the Great. One side of the blade was engraved with the sun, moon, and stars, while the other depicted mountains, rivers, and vegetation. One side of the hilt inscribed the arts of farming and animal husbandry, the other the strategies for unifying the four seas. Within it lay boundless power, making it a divine blade for slaying demons and exorcising evil spirits. Ha! It's done! Finally forged successfully. Lin Yang leapt up in excitement.
He casually swung this divine sword of China. The blade is razor sharp, its icy glint piercing, yet it retains the weighty aura of ancient China. Its body glowed a crimson gold, with the characters Xianyuan engraved upon the hilt, lending it an air of majestic authority. This was forged by the Yellow Emperor himself. Even Lin Yang, who had weathered countless storms, couldn't suppress the wild joy that flashed across his face as he gazed upon this divine sword of ancient China.
Ha! Xianyuan divine sword, you've finally been forged! Lin Yang exclaimed excitedly. The moment he grasped the Xianyuan sword, Lin Yang felt his physical prowess surge exponentially. Without hesitation, he raised the Xianyuan divine sword and swung it fiercely through the air. A golden sword aura sliced through the sky, shattering a massive boulder cleanly. A satisfied smile curved the corners of Lin Yang's mouth. That's right. This was the true power of the Xianyuan divine sword. Lin Yang sheathed the sword once more. He checked his attributes. This was the ability unlocked by the Xianyuan sword. Quantifying every unit's combat strength. Name, Lin Yang. Status, Lord. Combat rating, Great Perfection Foundation Establishment Cultivator.
Lin Yang felt a surge of delight upon reading the data. With the Xianyuan sword in hand, he felt his abilities had surged significantly.
Compared to the combat strength of the Star Realm territory, he now possessed combat prowess equivalent to roughly mid-tier 3rd rank.
With the right martial arts techniques, taking on a high-tier 3rd-grade demon beast was no longer beyond his reach. At that moment, the Xianyuan sword was finally forged to completion. This resolved a major concern in Lin Yang's mind. Over the next 2 days, Lin Yang dared not relax in the slightest. He first headed to Zhang Zia's location. He sought to learn martial arts from this deity who had authored the Divine Six Secret Teachings. Upon hearing of Lin Yang's request to become his disciple, Zhang Zia readily agreed.
He immediately instructed Lin Yang in a sword technique.
Though Lin Yang had long known of Zhang Zia's prowess. But now, as he personally performed the techniques, he couldn't help but marvel repeatedly. Lin Yang's mind was now completely unified with his divine consciousness. Thus, he learned exceptionally quickly. This sword technique, known as the true martial sword art, was said to have been passed down by the true martial emperor. As a disciple of the primordial lord, it was a sword technique that balanced both offense and defense. The sword technique was divided into 5 levels, comprising 8 forms in total. Most martial artists can only grasp the essence of the first 4 levels. As for the final level, it requires individuals of exceptional talent to cultivate. Zhang Zia wondered if Lin Yang could master the final tier. In any case, he had already imparted this sword technique.
How many layers he could master was up to him. As for how many levels Lin Yang could reach,
that depended entirely on his innate talent and comprehension.
Swish! A flash of sword light.
Lin Yang now began practicing alongside the soldiers of his domain. The soldiers were utterly astonished by this scene.
A whole day passed in the blink of an eye. Lin Yang's talent for martial arts proved exceptional.
Within a single day, he had already mastered the first 3 layers of the true martial sword technique. As night fell, Lin Yang sat in meditation on his bed, beginning to cultivate the breath control technique.
The next day,
after a night of practicing breathing techniques, Lin Yang headed to the first floor of the Lord's Hall, feeling refreshed and energetic. This time, however, he did not sell the grain fields in the official domain marketplace. Instead, he stored the fish products, furs, and meats. As for the minerals, Lin Yang invested them all into weapon production. Who knew how many arrows would be needed during the siege? Alert! Monster tide invasion in your territory in 1 day. Alert! Monster tide invasion in 1 day. Notice! Monster tide invasion in your territory in 1 day. Just 1 more day until the monster wave arrives. Lin Yang felt not a shred of fear in his heart. Over these past 29 days, his experiences within the territory had honed his cultivation, making him vastly stronger than he had been back on Blue Star. He had no intention of wasting today either. He headed to Jiang Taigon's location and began practicing the true martial sword technique. With each stroke and stance, his movements grew increasingly fluid and the power behind them surged. The 4th layer, too, grew increasingly mastered under the transformed Lin Yang's hands. Zhang Zia watched Lin Yang's performance and nodded in satisfaction. Well done, Lord. Your true martial sword technique is now quite impressive. Upon hearing this, Lin Yang concluded his practice with a sword retrieving stance. Next, I shall teach you the secrets of the 5th layer of the true martial sword technique. Whether you grasp it depends entirely on your own talent, Lord. Chapter 31, The Great Domain Trial. The monster tide approaches. Hearing Zhang Zia's words, Lin Yang's eyes lit up with anticipation. After all, the true martial sword technique was divided into 5 layers, each capable of bringing earth-shattering changes. Lin Yang did not wish to squander this opportunity. Grandmaster Jiang, please proceed. Zhang Zia nodded. The true martial sword technique is divided into 5 layers. From lowest to highest, the first tier is the preliminary sword form, the second tier is the intermediate sword form, the third tier is the peak sword form, and the fourth tier is the attainment of sword intent. You have only just begun to grasp the essence of sword momentum. You are still far from comprehending its profound mysteries. Lin Yang nodded in agreement. Indeed. The true martial sword technique is divided into 5 levels. Once one breaks through to the 5th level, a single strike obliterates the enemy, decisive and unstoppable, invincible in battle. Hearing Zhang Zia's description, Lin Yang grew visibly excited. Lord Jiang, isn't that a bit exaggerated? Not exaggerated at all. I'd even say it's too slow. Zhang Zia shook his head. Mark my words, even at the foundational level of this sword technique, mastering the 2nd tier alone is sufficient to effortlessly annihilate ordinary 7th tier demonic beasts. What? Hearing Zhang Zia's words, Lin Yang was instantly stunned into silence. Gulp. He swallowed hard. Lin Yang could scarcely believe it. So formidable. A single sword strike could instantly slay a 7th tier demonic beast. Then Jiang Taigong continued speaking. And with the 5th layer of the true martial sword technique, one can challenge beasts beyond their own tier. What? This time, it was Lin Yang's turn to be stunned. Well, are you interested, Lord? Zhang Zia asked with a smile. Lin Yang answered without hesitation, of course I'm interested. Then Grand Duke Jiang, please tell me how to proceed. Jiang Taigong stopped teasing him and smiled. Now, Lord, listen carefully. The techniques of the 5th layer. Jiang Taigong's smile faded as he addressed Lin Yang. Lin Yang listened intently and answered solemnly. Of course I need it. He was desperate to enhance his strength. And only by rapidly increasing his strength could he do so. Otherwise, how could he possibly face the terrifying tide of monsters? Zhang Taijing's expression turned serious, the 5th layer of the true martial sword technique. It requires the master to completely forget the techniques of the previous 4 layers. Hearing this, Lin Yang was utterly perplexed. Why forget? Zhang Zia explained with a smile, because the 5th layer requires the Lord to abandon the techniques of the previous layers. This is a sword cultivation method that unites mind and spirit, merges with heaven and earth, transcends the mundane, and blazes a unique trail. Without this, one cannot possibly step onto the 5th layer. Lin Yang frowned in deep thought. He replied, I understand. After responding, Lin Yang closed his eyes. He erased all memory of the first 4 layers he had cultivated. Then, he opened his eyes once more. He glanced at the long sword in his hand. Lin Yang took a deep breath. Gripping the sword tightly, his form soared into the air. Swish! The sword swept through the air, tracing a beautiful arc. Yet, these techniques were still drawn from the Jinwu sword art. Lin Yang still hadn't managed to completely forget the sword techniques from the first 4 layers of the true martial sword art. What exactly should I do? Lin Yang pondered inwardly, a bitter expression flickering across his face. He knew this was undoubtedly tied to his previous accumulation and innate understanding. Otherwise, this situation would never have arisen. Yet he refused to give up. Swish! One move executed. Lin Yang used it again. Still failed. Lin Yang felt a bit defeated. Seeing this, Jiang Zia hurriedly comforted him, "My lord, do not be impatient.
Haste makes waste." After saying this, Zhang Taigong watched Lin Yang continue his attempts with a smile.
Then, he reminded him once more. "My lord, do not lose your composure.
Once you lose control, there is no turning back." "Yes. I know."
Despite this, Lin Yang had no intention of giving up. He still refused to accept defeat.
And so, under Jiang Zia's patient guidance,
Lin Yang finally regained his previous sense of control.
Gradually, a blurred, ethereal aura began to form around him. Though indistinct, he could sense a peculiar energy inherent within the sword technique. This force guided Lin Yang.
No longer confined to the techniques of the Jinwu sword art cultivated within the previous 4 layers. Instead, he began anew to grasp the profound mysteries of the true martial sword art.
I've grasped it," Lin Yang exclaimed in astonished delight. He immediately began wielding the Xianyuan sword once more. "Brilliant! Brilliant! Brilliant!" Zhang Zia exclaimed with delight.
He then composed himself and began explaining the profound essence of the 5th layer of the true martial sword technique. "Lord, feel it deeply. The most unique aspect of the 5th layer lies in requiring you to discard all techniques from the first 4 layers, including all weapon forms, retaining only your own sword techniques."
Listening to Jiang Zia's voice,
Lin Yang gradually grasped the profound essence of this Taoist sword technique.
To act without action, nothing remains undone.
The words of Laozi, this classic Taoist saying, surfaced in Lin Yang's mind. The sword in his hand danced with increasing fluidity. It was as if he had truly become a Taoist practitioner of non-action. In that moment, Lin Yang forgot all techniques and patterns. He forgot everything, leaving only the pure essence of swordsmanship. He danced with the Xianyuan sword in his hand, oblivious to everything around him.
Zhang Taigong observed Lin Yang's swordplay. He finally smiled and said, "Congratulations, Lord.
You have now fully grasped the 5th layer of the true martial sword art."
Lin Yang was overjoyed upon hearing this.
With this, the monster tide would hold no fear for him.
"Thank you for your guidance, Grand Duke."
Lin Yang bowed his hands in gratitude.
Zhang Zia waved his hand dismissively and smiled. "Lord, you're too polite. I'm merely helping you strengthen your abilities." With that, Zhang Zia departed.
Lin Yang remained standing in the courtyard, quietly absorbing the sword technique he had just learned.
Ha ha ha.
Just as Zhang Taigong said, the 5th layer of this true martial sword technique is truly formidable. At that moment, Lin Yang's mind was filled only with the flowing movements of the true martial. His mind was filled solely with the flowing movements of the true martial sword technique, that carefree and effortless sensation. Indeed, Taoist sword techniques required a deep understanding of Taoist philosophy to truly grasp their essence.
The remaining time,
Lin Yang wandered through his domain for a while. His mind was already set on a plan.
Though the cultivator unit numbered only 100, they could likely serve as Lin Yang's defense against the monster tide.
Though he still lacked something like a sacrificial altar, he sought out the cultivators
and activated the blessing function. Reminder to the Lord. The next use of the blessing function will require 30 days. Lin Yang couldn't care less about that. If tomorrow's monster tide overwhelms him, he wouldn't even know if he'd still be around 30 days from now. So be it. Congratulations, Lord. The blessing result is extremely auspicious. Lin Yang laughed heartily upon hearing this. If tomorrow's monster tide strikes and it still turns out to be a great fortune, that would be truly fortunate. Great fortune, all soldiers within the domain gain plus 10 combat power. The domain's next harvest yields plus 10 bonus. After hearing this notification, Lin Yang once again wielded the Xianyuan sword in his hand, performing a set of Jinwu sword techniques. He then drifted into sleep while practicing his breathing techniques. One night passed. Today, the day of the great domain trial, the monster tide is upon us. Chapter 32, They're Here. They're here. Early in the morning, the entire domain was shrouded in a grim, tense atmosphere. All soldiers were fully equipped and ready, prepared to repel the monster tide. Lin Yang had even used the domain's forge to craft himself a full set of armor. He stood atop the city walls, Xianyuan sword in hand, surveying the boundless expanse of wilderness beyond the domain's borders. The monster tide would strike today. Lin Yang had no idea when it would begin. All he could do now was wait. He waited for the AI prompt from the Lord's palace. This waiting was undoubtedly a deadly poison. It left Lin Yang anxious and restless. This deadly poison was slow-acting, causing Lin Yang to lose patience, gradually eroding his patience. By the time the entire morning had passed, Lin Yang still hadn't received any hostile attack notifications from the Lord's palace. A chill crept into Lin Yang's heart. Could it truly be a major disaster? At that thought, Lin Yang's face turned icy cold. He rushed without pause to the area where the cultivators were staying. He began divining to foretell fortune or misfortune. "Sir, please divine what I should do now." Lin Yang approached the nearest elder, his expression solemn.
This place, established by Lin Yang as a cultivation site for cultivators, was situated right beside the source of spiritual energy.
Soon, the cultivator delivered the divination results to Lin Yang. The answer was vastly different from what he had anticipated.
The cultivator swiftly deciphered 2 characters from the inscriptions on the tortoise shell: great misfortune.
Upon hearing this, Lin Yang's expression shifted slightly. He glanced around at the surrounding crowd. He noticed the other cultivators also appeared tense and prepared for battle. Yet some stubbornly refused to believe in misfortune, continuing to cast divination. The results remained identical to before, all indicating the worst possible fortune. Ha ha! It's actually a major misfortune. We're doomed. Soon, news of the dire omens spread throughout the entire Huaxia territory.
Panic swept through the populace, and the military grew tense. Lin Yang felt a slight jolt of alarm. He hurried back to the Lord's palace. On the large screen in the first-floor hall, "Assistant, check the residents' satisfaction ratings for me,"
Lin Yang asked with a hint of urgency. The current situation was extremely unfavorable for him. He must secure as much public approval as possible.
Soon, the AI within the Lord's palace sent over the current satisfaction chart.
Residents' satisfaction interface. Satisfaction, orange warning status. Housing, satisfactory. Livability, 8100.
After reviewing the chart data, Lin Yang understood.
The current low satisfaction levels were undoubtedly due to the monster tide and the divination's dire omen. Lin Yang knew it was crucial to stabilize public sentiment now. "Assistant, relay my message."
This was one of the features unlocked upon reaching Lord rank. It was the broadcast function.
"Please wait, Lord."
A few minutes later, the AI of the Lord's palace relayed its voice to Lin Yang once more.
"Please proceed to the broadcast hall."
Lin Yang quickly arrived at the broadcast hall, a chamber located within the Lord's palace.
Reminder:
the Lord may now address the populace.
Your voice will be transmitted to every corner of the palace. Upon hearing this announcement, Lin Yang understood that whatever he said now would impact the residents' satisfaction levels.
Therefore, every word needed careful consideration before being spoken. Lin Yang composed himself and declared solemnly, "My fellow citizens, we face an unprecedented crisis today.
But, trust me, as long as we stand united, we can weather this storm together. Trust me. We are absolutely fearless. We have fought relentlessly these past days and never retreated. We are proud Chinese people. We have purged enemies beyond our borders. We have thwarted the enemy nation's schemes. Yet we also have vulnerable loved ones. Therefore, I urge everyone to brace themselves mentally this time. We may not all return alive from this territory." Lin Yang's impassioned voice echoed throughout the territory. All the domain's residents fell silent upon hearing these words. They knew exactly what the Lord was referring to. The tide of monsters beyond the borders was drawing ever closer. This was the most severe challenge the domain had faced since its founding. Should it fall, all inhabitants would perish, and this land would welcome its next lord. They would lose everything. This was a fate none of the inhabitants wished to see. Lin Yang, in the broadcast hall, was aware of the voices of all the people. Seeing everyone fall silent, he continued, "We don't aspire to be heroes, but to protect our home that we've guarded for so many days. This time, we must fight to the end. Fight. For survival is impossible without battle. As long as all Chinese people unite in shared hatred and resolve, there is no enemy we cannot defeat." As soon as Lin Yang finished speaking, the residents of the territory erupted in fervor. One by one, they raised their weapons and shouted with clenched fists, "We swear to defend the Chinese territory to the death. We swear to defend our homeland to the death. We swear to defend our homeland to the death. We swear to defend our homeland to the death." Lin Yang surveyed the scene before him. He nodded with satisfaction. This was precisely the scene he had hoped to see. Then, Lin Yang continued, "Now, everyone to your posts. Prepare for the monster tide. I promise you all, we will emerge unscathed." After speaking, Lin Yang slowly walked back to the main screen in the Lord's palace. "Assistant, check residents' satisfaction. Residents' satisfaction interface. Satisfaction, green satisfied status. Housing, satisfied. Livability, 8100. Lin Yang smiled contentedly after reviewing the data. "Seems my words still carry weight." Lin Yang smiled confidently. Human realm. Within the Great Hall of the Huaxia Council, the chairman watched Lin Yang's figure on the livestream with a resolute expression. Lin Yang's speech ignited a surge of passion within the chairman's heart. And so, the chairman declared, he might just be the one to bring us a miracle. The astral realm. Lin Yang stood atop the city walls in full military gear. He began waiting for the monster tide to strike. His gaze was unwavering. Beside him, Zhang Zia and the Monkey King stood silently by his side. The Dragon King of the East Sea and the Eastern Guardian Spirit, Jiumeng, were unable to directly join the battle. But Lin Yang still put them to good use. The moat and the thorn trap beyond it were all the result of Lin Yang's arrangements. Though they couldn't directly harm the monsters, they slowed the onslaught of the monster tide. That was sufficient.
At that moment, Lin Yang stood silently atop the city wall, observing the movements around him.
Suddenly,
a thunderous roar erupted. It felt like an earthquake. The entire Huaxia region trembled violently.
Lin Yang's expression instantly turned grim. He could sense that this incoming monster was no ordinary foe. It's really here. All units, prepare for battle.
Lin Yang roared in fury.
Chapter 33, United as One. Alert! Monster tide approaching. Prepare, Lord. Alert! Monster tide approaching. Prepare, Lord. Alert! Monster tide approaching. Prepare, Lord. 3 consecutive alerts stretched Lin Yang's nerves to breaking point. Immediately after, prepare for battle.
Non-combatants, no need to panic.
Stick to your posts.
Every soul within the city received Lin Yang's transmitted command.
Instantly, all of China entered a state of combat readiness.
Zhang Zia swiftly transformed into the 4 unlikes and raced back to his command post. Meanwhile, the Monkey King rode the clouds to a high vantage point, using his fiery eyes to scan the distant dark cloud. When he saw the tide of monsters surging forward like a flood,
Lin Yang couldn't help but gasp in shock. The sheer number of monsters at this level is unbelievable.
In all the time he'd been monitoring the Star Realm Wars,
had never been witnessed before.
This time, Lin Yang was truly seeing something he'd never witnessed before. Every single monster possessed combat strength of at least 3rd grade.
Among them were bloodthirsty beasts, werewolves, bear demons, mantis monsters, giant serpents, and more. Each creature was distinctly different.
The most numerous were the Headless Knights, possessing the lowest tier of 3rd grade combat strength. They formed a cavalry unit, charging relentlessly toward the territories of Huaxia. Similarly, this single squadron of Headless Knights numbered over 300. As the vanguard, they marched toward the lands of Huaxia. Meanwhile, the Monkey King in the sky soon identified his greatest adversary this time. It was the colossal creature soaring directly at the center, advancing steadily toward the lands of Huaxia. The creature was entirely crimson, possessing wings so vast that when spread, they could obscure the sky and block out the sun. Each flap of its wings stirred a hurricane that swept toward the lands of Huaxia. Its head resembled that of a lizard, flickering its tongue and spewing searing flames.
Lin Yang now saw clearly. The creature was undoubtedly a Western.
Lin Yang had studied the records earlier.
Evil Dragon. Species, Demon Beast Clan. Combat rank, mid-tier 1st grade.
Description: evil dragons are typically depicted with an enormous body, 2 massive bat-like wings or feathered wings, for legs, and a head somewhat resembling a lizard's, complete with horns and scales. Their colors are usually green, gold, or red. Their tails are long and serpentine, tipped with spikes. They possess the ability to breathe fire and spew toxic gas, their blood is highly venomous, and they wield formidable physical strength and magical prowess.
Ha 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 ha. Evil dragons. China is doomed. Even if this monster invaded our kimchi nation's territory, it'd be a tough foe. You Chinese are finished. Time to watch the show. Looks like our lord won't need to lift a finger. On the official forum, a frenzy of mockery erupted over the evil dragon's assault on the Huaxia territories. Lin Yang mentally reviewed the description. The Monkey King's face was already brimming with eagerness, itching to charge straight in and take on that evil dragon. Understanding the Monkey King's eagerness, Lin Yang smiled and said, "Let's observe the demon's movements first, great sage. We'll decide our course of action then." The blood of the victor over demons burned fiercely within the Monkey King's veins. Awaiting the tide of monsters, the Monkey King stood ready to strike at any moment. And so it was. All combatants of Huaxia stood at the ready, each in their designated positions. The Monkey King, Zhang Zia, commanding 10,000 elite Tiger Guard soldiers, and Lin Yang, wielding the Xian Yuan sword. The 3 stood proudly in the air, gazing at the dense, endless horde of evil dragons stretching as far as the eye could see. The monster tide advanced swiftly, yet Lin Yang waited with unbearable tension as they marched forward. I wonder if the traps set by the wood spirit, Jomon, will actually work. Lin Yang sighed inwardly. This battle held immense stakes. Failure would mean not only the loss of Huaxia's territory, but likely even his own life. But having chosen this path, Lin Yang feared nothing. The Headless Knight's forces finally reached the trap set by the wood god, Jumon. Will it work or not? Lin Yang's heart was in his throat. Arg! The leader of the Headless Knights roared in fury. Then, rumble! The Headless Knights drove their undead war horses forward, charging madly toward the territory of Huaxia. Boom! A series of dull thuds echoed. Instantly, vast swaths of earth churned violently. The trap of the wood god, Jumon. It worked! Hordes of Headless Knights plunged into the pre-dug pits. And the wooden spikes at the bottom? That was the handiwork of the wood god, Jumon. Fire! Seeing the trap succeed, Zhang Zia waved his command flag. In an instant, arrows pierced the air. Thud! 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 The leader of the Headless Knights laughed, "Humph, useless.
They can't harm us in the slightest. Lin Yang had already reviewed the intelligence.
Headless Knight. Race, undead. Combat rank, lower tier 3.
Description: on moonless, windy nights, the Headless Knights roam the sleeping valley atop their undead steeds, searching for their lost heads. If encountered by daylight, beware, they form squads to slaughter all living things in sight.
Forged from undead iron, their armor renders mortal weapons utterly useless.
Arrows slammed into the Headless Knights' hardened armor. To their surprise,
these arrows pierced through their armor with brutal force.
In an instant, over 100 Headless Knights trapped in the front ranks were riddled with arrows like sieves.
Ha 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 ha.
Lin Yang roared with laughter.
These arrows were no ordinary iron weapons.
Anticipating the undead's assault, Lin Yang had long ago instructed the cultivators within his domain to enchant these arrows.
Now, these arrows proved even more effective than silver ones, truly indispensable tools for dealing with undead, whether at home or on the road.
Hiss! The leader of the Headless Knights, enraged, let out a furious roar. He violently spurred his undead warhorse, dodging the massive trap entirely. With frenzied momentum, he charged toward the city walls of Huaxia.
Not bad. Much more effective than anticipated.
Originally, Lin Yang had anticipated that
the trap set by the wood spirit Jumon would only eliminate a dozen or so monsters. The actual outcome left Lin Yang immensely satisfied.
Prepare for battle.
Zhang Zia held his command flag aloft.
He commanded the soldiers to raise their large shields, protecting the archers' firing positions.
Similarly, the soldiers below the city walls maintained intense focus,
awaiting Zhang Zia's command to form ranks against the Headless Knights' assault. After all, Lin Yang's plan was to resolve the Monster Tide's assault. He intended to eliminate the Monster Tide's assault. This would alleviate the pressure on the populace. Lin Yang believed that the united Huaxia Tiger Guard troops below the walls would surely block the enemy's path into the city.
Chapter 34, The Shen Yuan Sword.
The leader of the Headless Knights drew ever closer. Kill! At Zhang Zia's command, archers drew their bows and aimed at the Headless Knight's skull. Whoosh! Arrows shot forth. After one volley, another frontline unit of the Headless Knights fell dead.
The remaining knights, undeterred, charged forward with renewed ferocity, seemingly oblivious to the hail of arrows. Though countless of their men had already fallen. Oomph! Zhang Zia gave a cold snort, his expression solemn. Holding his command flag, he began urging the frontline troops at the city gate into action. The Tiger Guard soldiers at the front formed their battle array and commenced defensive preparations. Suddenly, the city gates slowly swung open. Charge! At Zhang Zia's command, thousands of soldiers atop the city walls thrust their spears forward and charged toward the horde of Headless Knights. The leader of the Headless Horsemen, seeing this, flew into a rage. Kill! The leader bellowed, swinging his massive sword as he led the remaining knights in a charge against the Huaxia Legion. Charge! The Huaben soldiers of Huaxia showed no sign of retreat, and both sides engaged in a desperate, life-or-death struggle. A brutal slaughter erupted within the sleeping valley. The leader of the Headless Knights, amidst the chaos of battle, constantly shifted tactics. Ha! The leader of the Headless Knights suddenly lunged forward, swinging his blade at an ordinary Huaxia soldier. Splatter! Blood spurted everywhere. With this single, clean strike, the leader severed the general's head cleanly, flesh and blood flying everywhere. Kill! The Huaxia generals roared in fury. Clearly, the leader of the Headless Knights had thoroughly enraged the Huaxia soldiers. PSSSH. PSSSH. The Huaben army of China, formed into a defensive circle, showed no fear in the face of the enemy's fierce assault. However, during the clash, 2 ordinary Tiger Guard soldiers were either wounded or killed by the enemy. This situation infuriated Zhang Zia. Although the front ranks of the Headless Knights had been thoroughly routed by the Huaxia legions, once the Huaxia spearmen had formed their battle array, the Tiger Guard, whose combat strength was originally only 9th grade, harnessed the united strength of thousands, achieving combat effectiveness equivalent to the 2nd rank. Lin Yang knew this was the true might of Huaxia. Yet Zhang Zia remained unsatisfied. He hadn't expected his troops to suffer even a single casualty. So Zhang Zia raised his command flag once more, ordering his soldiers, release the arrows. Shoot down their cavalry and infantry mercilessly. Drive every last one of them out. Whoosh! Arrow after arrow flew toward the enemy's rear ranks. But the enemy reacted swiftly, dodging the attack. Boom! A fireball plummeted from the sky, seemingly aimed at devastating the Huaxia forces. This fireball was unleashed by a massive area of effect spell. Clearly, he was dissatisfied with the Headless Knight's attack. At that very moment, the Monkey King roared in fury, swinging his clang. The golden staff collided with the fireball, shattering it instantly. This was the might of the Monkey King. Though not yet as formidable as the true form of the victor over demons Buddha, it was more than enough to showcase his full potential. Moreover, the Monkey King is the key to this battle. Haha, what a thrill! The Monkey King roared with laughter, head thrown back.
Then, wielding his, he charged straight toward the headless knight.
But the evil dragon, in the blink of an eye,
Had already closed in beside the Monkey King.
It unleashed blazing flames, seeking to scorch the Monkey King. But how could the Monkey King allow such flames to harm him in the slightest?
Even the flames of the Red Boy had failed to kill him.
How could the mere flames of an evil dragon possibly wound the Monkey King? With a deft dodge,
climbing clouds soared through the sky, locking eyes with the colossal demon dragon. The dragon's gaze seemed to declare, "Monkey King,
I am your opponent."
Meanwhile, Lin Yang. He had already activated the Xianyuan sword in his hand and was descending toward the lower levels. He was locked in combat with the leader of the Headless Knights. The other third-grade monsters, however, lacked the speed of the Headless Knights and the evil dragon. Thus, they had no time to spare for the Chinese soldiers below. Thus,
under these circumstances,
the morale of the Huaxia troops soared. Under Jiang Ziya's command, they swiftly gained the upper hand against the Headless Knights. Charge! Jiang Ziya continued to wave his command flag, driving the Huaxia Tiger Guard to slaughter the enemy.
With each wave of his command flag,
the Tiger Guard seemed to draw boundless strength. Their spears swung through the air,
like sharp spikes, viciously piercing the enemy's heart.
Lin Yang now wielded the Xianyuan sword, locked in combat with the leader of the Headless Knights. The Xianyuan sword in his hand was not only razor-sharp but also carried the weight of China's ancient and modern history. The Headless Knight leader's massive sword clashed with Lin Yang's Xianyuan sword. Without their leader, the Headless Knights scattered like headless flies. They were mercilessly slaughtered by the fierce Huiben soldiers of China. Jiang Ziya watched the battle below with satisfaction, yet a lingering anxiety remained.
There was no helping at the waves of monsters ahead.
Though slow, they were already nearing the Huaxia legions.
Jiang Ziya knew clearly that if they didn't move quickly, this entire operation would fail. The plan was this: to annihilate the Headless Knight Corps before the moat, then use the moat to slow the enemy's advance before striking them down once more. Meanwhile, the leader of the Headless Knights felt an indescribable, immense force surge through him, causing his right hand, gripping the greatsword, to tremble slightly. Clang!
Lin Yang and the leader of the Headless Knights each stepped back several paces. Gazing at his opponent, a solemn expression crossed Lin Yang's eyes. He understood that based on this alone, it would likely take him some time to deal with the leader of the Headless Knights.
Sure enough,
the leader of the Headless Knights let out a savage laugh. Then, a patch of black light appeared on his left arm. Instantly, the black light coalesced into the phantom of a massive sword. Without delay, the leader swung the sword down toward Lin Yang. The sword's energy sliced through the sky. Lin Yang dodged swiftly.
Boom!
The sword energy struck the ground.
In an instant,
a crack appeared across the entire ground. This must be the power of a third-grade monster. Though Lin Yang had already witnessed the abilities of those blood clansmen before this. But when it came to facing them in combat himself, he was still somewhat shocked. Had that strike landed cleanly, he estimated he would have been finished. The Headless Knight, however, let out a savage, cold snort.
Oomph! You're nothing but an insect.
Today, I'll show you what true despair feels like. With that, he launched another attack.
The leader of the Headless Knights looked down on Lin Yang, this ordinary mortal, with utter arrogance.
What he didn't know was that Lin Yang, wielding the Xianyuan sword,
was no longer an opponent he could defeat at will. Chapter 35, Strangulation.
The fierce battle between the two sent dust swirling thickly around them. Unless one was highly experienced, it would be impossible to discern the details of this brutal clash.
As a lord personally engaging in combat at this level
would astonish any spectator. Meanwhile, Lin Yang gradually felt his stamina rapidly depleting. After all, the Headless Knight leader before him possessed mid-tier third-grade strength. The other Headless Knights were all lower-tier third rank. In the Star Realm, the gap between tiers above the third rank was vast. This single-tier difference made it utterly impossible for even the lower-tier Headless Knights to intervene in the battle between Lin Yang and their leader. Any few reckless ones who dared to approach a battle of this caliber were instantly obliterated by the gale force winds swept up by the swirling blades of Lin Yang's Xianyuan sword.
Regarding the Headless Knight leader's combat prowess,
Lin Yang's ability to endure this long was already remarkable. And this was merely the beginning.
Boom! Another clash.
The Headless Knight leader was sent flying backwards several meters. Meanwhile, Lin Yang was also sent reeling by the immense force, yet he stood firmly rooted to the spot. Not having moved an inch, he stared at the Headless Knight, panting heavily. Looks like I'll have to unleash the final layer of the true martial sword technique. Lin Yang thought to himself, his expression remaining utterly calm.
Witnessing this scene, the Headless Knight leader's face turned ashen.
He had assumed that with his own strength, slaying this young man before him should be easy. But the opponent's strength far exceeded his expectations. Gritting his teeth, he roared at the remaining Headless Knights beside him, "Charge!
Take this brat down! Kill!"
Instantly, the dozen or so remaining Headless Knights let out a unified roar and charged toward Lin Yang. Seeing this, a cold smile spread across Lin Yang's lips. A cold gleam flashed in his eyes.
Then, a thunderous shout erupted from his mouth.
Swish! The Xianyuan sword sliced through the air.
Its blade glowed with a blinding light. Boom! In an instant, thunderous roars echoed through the air. Then, the headless knights charging toward Lin Yang
were all swept away by a single stroke of Lin Yang's sword.
These third-tier lower-grade monsters were no match for Lin Yang.
They were instantly slain by the gale force winds whirling around the Xianyuan sword.
How is this possible?
The leader of the headless knights stared wide-eyed. Awe overwhelmed his heart. Thud! His corpse collapsed to the ground. Lin Yang, however, sheathed his sword with detached indifference. He turned his gaze toward Zhang Ziya's position, where Zhang Ziya remained impassive, directing the Huaxia Legion's assault. As if none of this concerned him.
Seeing this, Lin Yang's frown relaxed considerably. Zhang Ziya's composed expression signified one thing.
The Huaxia Legion beyond the moat below the city walls posed no real threat. He could still handle the leader of these headless knights. With this thought, Lin Yang strode toward the headless knight leader. Wielding the Xianyuan sword in his hand, he unleashed the fifth layer of the true martial sword technique. The fifth layer of the true martial sword was the most free-flowing martial art.
Therefore, its power was all the more terrifying. As Lin Yang unleashed it, the entire world seemed to fall silent.
Only the sharp whistling sound could be heard. The Xianyuan sword sliced through the void.
A piercing, razor-sharp aura erupted. The sword technique unfolded with exquisite grace.
The headless knight leader found himself unable to block the left side, nor block the right, and thus his left arm was slashed by Lin Yang's sword technique. A great swordsman once said, "No technique surpasses technique." The fifth level of Lin Yang's true martial sword technique pursued precisely this realm. No need for excessive feints. The Xianyuan sword in his hand was the ultimate feint. Slashing countless sword flowers, he lunged toward the headless knight. This was the second strike, yet the leader of the headless knights barely managed to block it. Following swiftly with the third, fourth, and fifth strikes, Lin Yang's swordplay was executed with breathtaking grace. With each thrust, his feet simultaneously stepped in accordance with the hexagram directions.
This footwork was extraordinarily intricate. The principles of heaven and earth unfolded beneath his feet. The true essence of the true martial sword technique lay in the seamless integration of swordplay and footwork. By the time the seventh strike landed, the leader of the headless knights finally could not hold on.
His body was pierced clean through the chest by the Xianyuan sword.
Thud!
The corpse of a headless knight crashed to the ground. That was their leader.
Pant, pant. After finishing this, Lin Yang exhaled a heavy breath.
Then, he turned his head, his gaze fixed upon Zhang Ziya atop the city walls. Zhang Ziya, commander of the Tiger Guard army, remained as calm as ever.
As if he wasn't the least bit concerned that Lin Yang might lose this battle. All troops, annihilate the enemy. Zhang Ziya waved his command flag, clearly issuing his final order. That was it. The annihilation order. An order with the ultimate goal of annihilating the opposing forces. In an instant, as Zhang Ziya's voice faded, the Huaxia Legion, already bursting with pent-up fury, roared and charged forward. Wave after wave, like surging tides, they pressed toward the enemy. This was the offensive formation. The fish scale formation. Formed by several units arranged in a sharp diagonal staggered formation, resembling fish scales. This formation could be used to encircle the enemy and launch an attack. It was precisely the most effective formation for annihilating the enemy. In that instant, the slaughter erupted. In the blink of an eye, the opposing forces were scattered and their formation shattered. Immediately following, a torrent of spear thrusts descended upon the fleeing foes. In an instant, screams and wails filled the entire battlefield. The headless knights had no means to evade, falling one by one beneath the spear strikes. Moreover, the Huaxia Legion deliberately targeted the headless horsemen for attack. Once targeted, they were doomed to receive the spear thrusts. After one wave of thrusts, half of the headless knights on the opposing side had been eliminated. The remaining half fled in panic. Though they lacked heads, fear still gripped them. Witnessing this scene, a faint smile curved the corners of Lin Yang's mouth. He understood Zhang Ziya's meaning. Since the outcome of this battle was already decided, he would strike while the enemy was weak and finish them off completely. Otherwise, once the enemy recovered, the Huaxia Legion would be in grave danger. All units, pursue and eliminate. Lin Yang commanded in a clear voice. Then, he led the charge, sword raised, pursuing the headless knight leader across the battlefield. Swish! The blade sliced through the air, carrying unmatched momentum as it struck down the fleeing headless knights. Lin Yang poured nearly all his strength into this strike. He even drew upon the spiritual energy stored within his dantian. With a single slash, the sword chi unleashed by the Xianyuan sword slaughtered half of them. Chapter 36, Initial Victory. The remaining half scattered in retreat, fleeing for their lives. Lin Yang did not pursue them, for he knew this battle had only just begun. Soon, Zhang Ziya waved his command flag, ordering the soldiers to fire in unison. They were to wipe out the last remnants of the headless knights. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. A dense hail of arrows poured down.
The headless horsemen's bodies were pierced once more by countless bloody holes. Finally, they dissolved into a swirling dust cloud. The initial battle at the outskirts of the Huaxia territory concluded. Through Lin Yang's arduous struggle and Zhang Ziya's masterful command, the battle concluded thus. Yet the remaining tide of monsters still surged toward the Huaxia territories. Lin Yang and the assembled generals awaited the final moment. At this moment, fear no longer dwelled in his heart. Instead, he felt a sense of anticipation. All troops, retreat into the city. At Zhang Ziya's command, the troops retreated into the city to prepare for the final decisive battle. However, once everyone had entered the city walls and clearly saw the situation outside, shock spread across every face. Where the open field had once been empty, thick smoke suddenly billowed upward. Immediately after, a dark, swarming horde of monsters came into view. This was the assault of a fresh wave of monsters. Lin Yang's brow furrowed slightly. He knew he had underestimated the monsters of this world. Like an unstoppable tide, they surged forward in endless waves. In the mortal realm of China, the council chairman watched Lin Yang's combat display. His heart nearly shouted aloud. Brilliant! Absolutely brilliant! Lin Yang's first battle was executed with flawless precision. To the council chairman, it was nothing short of a flawless performance. The parliament was itching to tear up every single treaty the United States had previously sent them. But the Speaker of the Assembly held back. After all, the latest treaty offered by the United States was highly tempting. All China needed to do was cede mining rights in maritime territories, and in return, it would receive an endless supply of water and electricity. But after witnessing Lin Yang's performance, who would willingly submit to the beautiful country and scrape by under its thumb? Inside the United States presidential palace at that moment, the American president watched Lin Yang's battle. He felt deeply dissatisfied. Damn Korea and Japan. Didn't they impose an economic blockade on China? Where did they get these resources? The beautiful country's secret agent fawned obsequiously. Your Excellency need not worry, the remaining monster waves remain exceptionally formidable. The President of the United States retorted, regardless. If China emerges victorious against the monster tide after this war, let the United States join forces with Korea and Japan. Together, we will annihilate China. At this point, a sinister grin spread across the American president's face. By then, their newbie protection period will be over. Meanwhile, the prime ministers of Kimchi Nation and Cherry Blossom Nation were discussing the same matter. Where on earth did this China get so many resources? I suspect there's a bug in the astral plane. The Kimchi Nation prime minister declared angrily. The prime minister of Sakura Nation shook his head and sighed. I don't think so. Perhaps this is the power of China's SSS-tier talent. All we can do now is pray the monster tide tears them apart. Within the Prime Minister's residence of the land of the John Bull, they had long since received intelligence from the United States and relayed it to the American overlord in the astral plane. Outskirts of the Huaxia territory. Just beyond the city's moat. A new wave of monsters had already arrived. Above, the battle between the Monkey King and the evil dragon raged on. The Monkey King swung his 1,000-pound with all his might, smashing it down toward the evil dragon's head. Clang! Clang! The wicked dragon, however, was not foolish enough to take this blow head-on. Instead, it spread its massive wings and braced its colossal exoskeleton. Thud! He crashed heavily against the dragon's exoskeleton. Sparks flew everywhere. One section of the exoskeleton even shattered under the blow. However, the exoskeleton was composed of a special alloy, hard as diamond. Even so, it barely withstood the Monkey King's strike. Yet this only ignited the evil dragon's savage fury. It roared furiously, roar. Then, its wings flapped violently. In an instant, a howling gale swept through the air. The evil dragon's flight speed suddenly accelerated considerably. In an instant, it closed the distance between itself and the Monkey King. Boom! The demon dragon's sharp claws lunged for the Monkey King's shoulders, its mouth spewing venomous gas. It sought to bring the Monkey King to his knees. But the Monkey King's reaction was faster. At this critical moment, he planted his left foot firmly into the air. Boom! His entire body soared several meters upward. Dodging the demon dragon's deadly strike, he simultaneously clenched the golden cudgel in his right hand and swung it fiercely toward the dragon's back. Caught off guard, the evil dragon cried out in pain. Roar! The demon dragon roared toward the heavens, revealing its fury. Then, its eyes flashed with a cold, murderous intent. Roar! Another piercing screech. Then, the demon dragon's tail lashed out violently. Its power was staggering, comparable to a missile. Whoosh! The demon dragon's tail sliced through the air with a powerful whistling sound, hurtling straight toward the Monkey King's chest. Had this strike landed, the Monkey King would have been gravely wounded. Yet, facing such peril, the Monkey King remained utterly unflappable. A cold smile played at the corners of his mouth. Then, the Monkey King stretched out both hands and shouted, "Big!" The golden staff in his hands abruptly grew to over 10 feet in length. Boom! A dull thud echoed. The demon dragon's tail collided with the Monkey King's only to be intercepted. Roar! Roar!
The demon dragon roared furiously in succession.
It opened its mouth and spewed a cloud of green poisonous mist toward the Monkey King. The Monkey King wasted no time. He immediately cast a spell, the Thunder Summoning Technique from the 72 transformations, unleashing a 5 thunderbolt strike.
Crackle, crackle, crackle.
Lightning bolts as thick as a baby's arm struck the poisonous mist, instantly dissipating it. Another incantation pressed, and the thunder spell in his hand transformed once more. Crack! Crack! Countless bolts of thunder crashed down from the heavens, striking the wicked dragon. Roar! Roar!
The demon dragon howled in agony.
Its massive body, constantly struggling, had long since lost the pride befitting a first-rank demon beast. And in its eyes, the Monkey King was the very embodiment of the scourge.
Thus, whether driven by rage or agony, it unleashed its ultimate technique.
Lin Yang saw this and immediately drew his breath into his lower abdomen, bellowing, "Monkey King!
Watch out!"
He paid no heed to his own waning stamina. But the Monkey King showed no sign of panic.
He only sneered coldly, "Humph! Would this old son of mine fear a mere demon like you?" With that, the Monkey King lightly formed a magical seal.
Chapter 37, Zhang Taigong steps in. Suddenly, the Monkey King's body began to grow. His once frail frame instantly grew more than twice its original size. This was the power of the Heaven-Earth transformation spell. Now, the Monkey King's muscles bulged like coiled dragons, a sight that sent shivers down the spine. His form now soared to a height of 10,000 zhang,
emulating heaven and earth.
This divine power allowed the caster to transform into the very embodiment of the cosmos, mirroring the scale of heaven and earth. It enabled one to become as towering as the heavens and as vast as the earth itself, a skill that allowed one to stand shoulder to shoulder with the cosmos. This was a supreme divine power. Throughout the entire journey to the west, only Sun Wukong and Erlangshan mastered this technique. Sun Wukong employed it only 3 times throughout the entire story. These instances were demonstrating his might at Flower Fruit Mountain, battling Erlangshan, and confronting the Bull Demon King. Now, let us turn to the Monkey King battling the evil dragon at the outskirts of the Huaxia territory. The Monkey King thrust his legs powerfully against the ground, instantly cracking the earth beneath him. Harnessing this momentum, he charged directly at the evil dragon, swinging his golden staff to strike at its head. Suddenly, a massive golden staff materialized out of thin air. It slammed down hard on the back of the evil dragon.
Boom! The evil dragon let out a wail of agony. Clearly, this blow was utterly unavoidable for the demonic dragon. Its massive back was drenched in blood, flesh torn and scattered. Its body nearly crashed to the ground. Fortunately, the demonic dragon struggled to maintain its balance, preventing itself from crashing to the ground. Clearly, the demonic dragon was utterly cowed by the might of the Monkey King's heaven-shaping technique. It dared not launch an attack rashly. Instead, it prowled at a distance, letting out waves of furious roars in an attempt to intimidate the Monkey King. Roar! The western demon dragon's low growl echoed across the mountains and wilderness. The Monkey King paid it no mind whatsoever. He had only one thought now, to eliminate the enemy before him. Thus, the Monkey King strode forward, striding swiftly toward the demonic dragon. With each step, the earth shook and mountains trembled. Roar! The demonic dragon seemed to sense danger, letting out another furious roar. Simultaneously, it channeled the flames in its mouth into a massive fireball. Whoosh! The evil dragon opened its maw and unleashed the blast. Whoosh! The fireball, accompanied by a fierce gale, hurtled toward the Monkey King. The Monkey King's brow furrowed. He could distinctly sense the terrifying power contained within the fireball unleashed by his opponent. After all, it was a first-class monster, while the Monkey King's projection had only upgraded his armor and he hadn't yet attained the invincible body forged by consuming golden elixirs and peaches, nor the fiery eyes honed in the alchemy furnace of the Supreme Elder Lord. He dared not delay for a moment. Swiftly channeling his techniques, he swung his in a dense, impenetrable dance, striking directly at the oncoming fireball. Boom! A massive fireball collided with the Monkey King's. In an instant, an explosion roared, sparks flew everywhere, and waves of scorching heat rolled out. The intense heat wave nearly engulfed the entire outer perimeter of the domain. Even the other 3rd and 2nd grade monsters had their advance slowed by the scorching heat. As for the Huaxia Tiger Guard soldiers, the weaker ones among them suffered non-combat casualties. They were knocked unconscious by the scorching heat. Seeing this, Zhang Zia immediately commanded the reserve forces to fill the gaps in the Tiger Guard's ranks. Below the city walls, the Tiger Guard soldiers witnessed their comrades collapsing and dying around them. Their will to fight only grew stronger. Gritting their teeth, they held their positions, ready to face the onslaught of 3rd-rank monsters and even 2nd-rank beasts. Finally, the heat wave subsided slightly. While the Monkey King continued battling in the distance, the second wave of monsters had already surged across the moat.
Lin Yang paid little heed to the other monsters, all of them third-rank creatures. Such as werewolves, blood clans, and bear demons. These were easily handled by the United Tiger Guard army.
What truly caught Lin Yang's attention was an enormous three-headed hound. Hellhound. Race, demon beast. Combat grade, mid-tier 2nd grade. Description: when it barks furiously, venom sprays from its mouth. In combat, one head spews poison, another possesses unyielding hardness for tearing flesh, and the third unleashes scorching flames. This demon beast is an absolute force to be reckoned with. Not only Lin Yang, but Zhang Zia also noticed this scene. He looked down at Lin Yang below the city walls, now fully aware. If he didn't intervene personally, the battle would likely turn increasingly unfavorable. With that thought, Zhang Zia mounted his 4 unlikes and galloped toward the city walls where Lin Yang stood. At that moment, beneath the city walls, the hellhound opened its gaping maw. Black poisonous mist billowed from its tongue, sweeping toward the city gates. Whoosh! A flying dagger shot forth. It struck the hellhound squarely in the mouth. With a wet thud, the dagger pierced through its jaw, embedding itself deep within its maw. This was Jiang Taigong's heaven-slaying flying dagger. Zhang Zia rode the 4 unlikes swiftly toward the base of the city wall. Arg! Though wounded by Jiang Taigong's blade, the hellhound showed little sign of agony. Instead, the wound on its head was rapidly healing. The speed was astonishing, causing even Lin Yang to glance over in surprise. However, there was no time to spare for Zhang Zia's situation now. Now, Lin Yang's position was clearly facing an even more perilous situation. The moment the three-headed beast finished healing, it charged toward Lin Yang like a mad beast. Their speed was so great that even with his current cultivation, Lin Yang could barely discern their approach. What was even more terrifying was that Lin Yang had no way to evade them at this moment. He was already entangled by a bear demon. The bear demon possessed a massive paw, stretching a full 2 meters in length. Now, its claws gleamed with a cold light as it lunged toward Lin Yang. Crash! Lin Yang raised his sword to block, but was knocked back in a single strike, crashing down from the city wall. This bear demon was a 3rd-grade upper-tier demon beast. Lin Yang could handle it, but he had no time to notice the hellhound charging toward him. Boom! A deafening clang echoed as flesh collided with metal. It was Zhang Zia, wielding his divine slaying whip to halt the hellhound's frenzied assault. Now blocked by the divine slaying whip, it let out a furious howl to the heavens. Boom! A massive shockwave uprooted numerous surrounding trees. Then, the hellhound lunged fiercely toward Zhang Zia. Roar! Zhang Zia let out a piercing cry. He commanded the 4 unlikes to swiftly move aside. The 3-headed beast pursued him relentlessly. However, Zhang Zia's interference caused the hellhound to lose its target. They had no choice but to continue their fierce battle with Zhang Zia. Chapter 38, 3 Flowers Gathering at the Summit. Lin Yang seized the moment to regulate his breath. Earlier, the sonic shockwaves from those 3 vicious dogs had caused his qi and blood to surge violently, leaving his internal organs in disarray. This was the overwhelming power of a higher tier. Even with the divine artifact, the Shenyuan sword, in his possession, could barely withstand it. Fortunately, the Shenyuan sword, combined with his relentless day and night practice of the breathing technique, allowed Lin Yang to barely suppress the chaotic qi. Otherwise, he would have been gravely injured. But even so, the outcome awaiting him was hardly better. The bear demon continued its assault on Lin Yang, whose stamina was rapidly depleting. Archers and Tiger Guard soldiers each faced their own adversaries. The Tiger Guard must maintain their formation to withstand wave after wave of enemy assaults. Should their ranks be broken, death would be inevitable. Meanwhile, if Zhang Zia faltered in his struggle against the 3-headed hellhound, the beast would unleash devastating attacks upon the Tiger Guard troops below the city gates. Lin Yang was consumed by anxiety, yet helpless to intervene. In the distance, the Monkey King still battled the dying. The situation now depended solely on him, Lin Yang. With this thought, Lin Yang steeled his resolve. He wiped the monster's blood from the Shenyuan sword, steeled his resolve, and stood ready with the blade, awaiting the bear demon's attack. Roar! The bear demon roared and charged toward Lin Yang. It swung its massive claws, aiming to smash into Lin Yang. Lin Yang blocked the blow with his sword, instantly feeling a numbing ache in his arm. He stumbled backward several steps, nearly tumbling into the moat below. Seeing this, the bear demon's eyes flashed with savage intent as it closed the distance once more. Its massive paw struck out, cutting through the air with a sharp whistle as it slammed down toward Lin Yang's chest. Lin Yang hastily raised his right arm to block with his sword, yet was still struck by the bear demon, sending him flying several meters away. Boom! The immense impact reverberated through his body, causing excruciating pain. The immense force seeped through his skin into his bones, making the agony unbearable. Gah! Lin Yang couldn't help but suck in a sharp breath. Had he not practiced breathing techniques day and night without rest, that bear demon's claw strike would have crippled him instantly. Though he hadn't lost his life, he was now utterly battered and bruised. Blood flowed steadily down his arm, seeping from the gash torn open by the bear demon's immense force. Roar! Seeing this, the bear demon grew even more excited. Boom! It leapt high into the air, aiming to deliver the final blow to Lin Yang. At that very moment,
the Xianyuan sword clenched tightly in Lin Yang's hand, already soaked in his own blood, flashed with an overwhelming golden light in an instant. The true qi cultivated through his breathing techniques surged wildly within him. Wave after wave of visible white qi gathered from the air around him, fusing into his skin. The stamina he had lost battling the headless knight leader returned completely to his body. Every wound on his body was completely healed. Only then did Lin Yang realize the Xianyuan sword possessed this ability. With my blood, I consecrate Xianyuan. Lin Yang roared, and the bear demon leaping high before him appeared painfully slow to his now fully restored eyes. He raised the Xianyuan sword and swung it with all his might, cleaving the bear demon in midair cleanly in two. Its scalding black blood spilled into the moat below. The bear demon's corpse crashed into the moat, sending towering waves crashing upward. But this did not scare away the other monsters. Instead, it only made them grow more frenzied. One by one, their hideous heads surfaced above the moat, swimming toward Lin Yang's position. In an instant, the moat water turned abysmally murky, an utterly nauseating sight. Lin Yang's expression darkened. Clearly, the second wave of monsters was the most formidable. In military strategy, this could be called the central force, the largest in number, the highest in quality, and the most troublesome. The bear demon's gruesome death, split in two before the other's eyes, seemed to drive the horde into a frenzy. Now seemingly fearless of death itself, they continued charging toward him. These beasts deserved to die. Lin Yang's eyes blazed crimson, his gaze icy and piercing. The creatures still surged toward him. Meanwhile, on the other side, Zhang Taigong battled the hellhound for dozens of rounds, his divine smashing whip repeatedly shattering the beast's skulls. Yet this only served to drain its strength. The three-headed hellhound kept regenerating new heads. This sight made Zhang Zia frown. He hadn't expected such a monster to possess a regeneration ability. He withdrew the left command banner and drew forth the apricot yellow banner. With a gentle wave, he summoned 8 yellow turban warriors. They surrounded the hellhound, trapping it in place. These yellow turban warriors were a group of divine soldiers and generals, wearing yellow square headbands. They were a cohort of celestial beings commanded by the immortals. When immortals required their services, they would summon the yellow scarf warriors through magic. These warriors possessed immense strength and the power to protect the righteous and subdue demons. Now, under Zhang Zia's command, the 8 yellow scarf warriors attacked in unison, trapping the hellhound. Despite the hellhound's formidable strength, it could gain no advantage whatsoever under the combined assault of the 8 yellow scarf warriors. This gave Zhang Zia ample time to seek out the beast's vulnerability. Finally, after much effort, Zhang Zia discovered the hellhound's only fatal weakness: each of its 3 heads was a lethal vulnerability. However, all 3 must be struck simultaneously. Moreover, the heads were positioned far apart. The slightest miscalculation would miss the critical point. It was precisely because of this that the hellhound maintained its peak strength. No matter how Zhang Zia attacked it, he could not destroy it. Ha ha ha. Suddenly, Zhang Zia burst into a loud, hearty laugh. Easy enough. Just watch this old man's divine power. Zhang Zia declared with confident laughter. He swiftly withdrew the divine slaying whip in his right hand and the apricot yellow banner in his left. Drawing the 3-ringed sword from the 4 unmatched beasts' back, Zhang Zia stepped onto the Heavenly Gang's 7 stars formation, moving swiftly in place. His movements were lightning fast as he unleashed strike after strike. Each strike was powerful and forceful, aimed directly at the location of the hellhound's head. The hellhound sensed the danger and desperately tried to dodge, but it was utterly unable to evade. Its 4 legs and 3 heads were firmly restrained by the 8 yellow turban warriors. Now, the 3-headed hellhound could neither spew fire nor release poison. Its struggles could not break free from the yellow turban warrior's grip. All it could do was watch Zhang Zia wield his swords. 3 swords unleashed simultaneously. This was the Taoist 3 flowers gathering at the summit technique, applied with equal mastery to swordplay. Blade followed blade like a torrential downpour of pear blossoms, striking the infernal hound with each thrust deadly, each strike lethal, its power staggering. All 3 swords pierced deep into the hellhound's skull, blood gushing forth as all 3 heads fell simultaneously. The hellhound's corpse abruptly collapsed to the ground, becoming a lifeless pool of blood. Chapter 39, Prelude to Victory. Lin Yang stood on the moat's edge, witnessing it all with eyes filled with awe. Zhang Zia unleashed the 3 flowers gathering at the summit technique. The 3 flowers represented the 3 blossoms of the purple qi rising in the east and the 5 zhang soaring of the azure dragon. Such formidable sword techniques were indeed terrifying and awe-inspiring. Yet, even these techniques of the Xian sect were no different from those of the Taoists. Next, Zhang Zia swung his 3-ringed sword, unleashing a flurry of strikes that instantly slaughtered the entire group of low-tier 3rd-grade demonic beasts surrounding him. Many vicious beasts finally met their end. Lin Yang breathed a silent sigh of relief. But his vigilance quickly returned. The monsters remained within the moat, refusing to leave. Moreover, their numbers seemed to have swelled considerably. Lin Yang focused his gaze and realized the rear ranks of monsters had now advanced to this position. This time, it was the entire horde of monsters. All assembled.
Before long, a dense swarm of monsters once again surrounded Lin Yang completely.
Each one snarled and clawed, as if eager to tear him apart at once. Yet not a single one dared approach Lin Yang, all cowering before the Xian Yuan sword in his grasp.
They knew full well they weren't as powerful as that bear demon,
capable of handling both Lin Yang and the tiger guard's attacks simultaneously. "You forced my hand," Lin Yang murmured under his breath, fully aware of what these monsters feared. Thus, sword in hand, Lin Yang strode step by step toward the moat, determined to drive the monsters beyond its banks to keep them out of the way.
"All troops, advance to the moat," Lin Yang commanded loudly. He immediately gathered his chi in his lower abdomen and roared with fury, "Archers on the city walls, strike the enemy mid-crossing."
Meanwhile, 10 kilometers beyond the city walls,
the Monkey King's tactics have been fully revealed. That is, to remove the evil dragon's position from the territory of China. This way, the evil dragon could be prevented from threatening the entire territory of China. After all, the demon dragon's power was overwhelming.
If it truly broke through the seal and unleashed its fury, it would surely bring utter devastation upon all living things.
Therefore, it must be eliminated first.
To prevent the demon dragon's escape, the Monkey King unleashed his own magic. Driving the divine speed technique, he clung relentlessly to the demon dragon's location. Yet no matter how cunning the demonic dragon might be, when fighting the Monkey King who had activated the heaven-earth transformation technique, it acted like a complete fool, sweating buckets under the Monkey King's tactical assault.
"Awoo!"
The evil dragon roared in fury, thrashing violently to break free from the Monkey King's grasp.
Another thunderous blow crashed down. Boom!
The evil dragon let out a series of agonized screams. The Monkey King's speed was simply too swift for it to evade.
Roar! Suddenly, the demon dragon let out a piercing howl to the heavens, its eyes bloodshot, its entire body radiating a bloodthirsty aura. "What's going on?"
the Monkey King asked in confusion. He dared not relax his grip on the golden monkey staff for even a moment. For the sense of danger emanating from the demonic dragon grew ever more intense, as if its very existence threatened to bring calamity upon the lands of Huaxia.
Rumble! Giant waves suddenly surged around the demonic dragon's body, crashing out in all directions. The entire body of the demonic dragon was engulfed in flames. It had transformed into a veritable fire dragon. The scorching heat caused the Monkey King's fur to dry out, clearly affected by the intense heat. Roar! 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 The demonic dragon roared incessantly, clearly revealing its final form. A desperate, all-out form. Damn it! This demonic dragon has actually cultivated a Dharma form.
The Monkey King's expression darkened instantly, his heart filled with intense wariness.
He knew he'd met his match today. This was no easy foe.
Instantly, he wielded his like a whirlwind, blocking the demon dragon's frenzied attacks. Thud, thud, thud. Each clash between them stirred the moat until it seemed ready to boil.
Fortunately, they were far from the Huaben army of Huaxia.
Otherwise, such an earth-shattering clash would surely have collateral damage. The Monkey King swung his golden staff once more, this time clearly intending to leave the demonic dragon no chance of survival. Yet, as the demonic dragon shifted into its final form, it clearly possessed the power to withstand the Monkey King. It spewed smoke and flames once more, causing even this Monkey King projection carrying the memories of the original Monkey King to recall the red boy of old. He dodged swiftly, for he knew well. His fiery eyes feared not flames, but smoke. If the smoke were to cloud his vision, the most dreadful outcome would unfold. China's mightiest warrior would likely be compromised. Fortunately, the Monkey King's abilities remained intact, suffering little harm. It was the evil dragon whose condition grew dire. Boom! The evil dragon was struck down again by the Monkey King, its scales cracking open, blood streaming down its body. Its hideous, terrifying visage grew even more sinister and dreadful, its eyes brimming with overwhelming hatred. With a frenzied roar, it lunged toward the Monkey King, determined to fight to the death. By this stage, the Monkey King had long recognized the evil dragon's cultivation level was nothing special. A mid-tier first-rank demon beast. Though it could cause the Monkey King some trouble, it was utterly insufficient to warrant the Monkey King's full attention. "You little demon, dare you defy the majesty of your great sage grandfather?" With that, he plucked countless hairs from his body. He employed the art of multiplication, conjuring countless duplicates. Instantly, each clone wielded weapons and charged toward the demonic dragon. Each clone was cultivated from the Monkey King's own essence and blood, endowed with formidable power. Moreover, each clone possessed unique skills and wielded different weapons. Swords, spears, halberds, axes, battle axes, hooks, and forks all descended upon the wicked dragon. Though insufficient to slay the demonic dragon outright, the relentless assault proved overwhelming. It was like a single hornet's venom might not be lethal to humans, but the relentless assault of countless hornets could threaten one's life. The wicked dragon roared incessantly, writhing in agony. Finally, it revealed a rare opening. The Monkey King's heart leapt with joy. He formed a hand seal, summoning back the countless hairs. The monkey warriors transformed back into hairs and returned to the Monkey King's body. Gripping his with all his might, the Monkey King unleashed his full strength.
He aimed directly at the evil dragon's skull and struck with all his might. He roared with fury, "Take this!" Boom! A dull thud echoed. The evil dragon's head exploded instantly, turning into a foul-smelling mass of liquid. This strike, channeling the colossal force of the heavens and earth, sufficient to shatter an entire mountain range. The dragon's corpse plummeted slowly downward. Roar! The Monkey King's eyes widened in fury as he unleashed a deafening roar. Monsters with combat strength barely above 3rd grade were shattered by the Monkey King's roar, which echoed across the wilderness, leaving them utterly terrified. They were swiftly slaughtered to the last by the Tiger Guard army. Chapter 40. The enemy is now a spent force. Oomph. You think such petty tricks could deceive me? I nearly fell for your scheme. Truly, you are a vicious beast. The Monkey King sneered coldly, flinging Dia's corpse far away. After completing this, the Monkey King's body could no longer sustain the divine power that had allowed him to mimic the heavens and earth. He pressed on toward the Huaxia territories, desperately needing rest to replenish his magical power. Lin Yang understood that the remaining battles would likely fall to him and Jiang Zia, who led the Tiger Guard army. The monster tide before them was clearly a spent force. This was the final wave of their assault. Lin Yang turned to Jiang Zia and declared, "Grand Duke Jiang, I leave this to you. I'll go assist the Tiger Guard army in exterminating the monsters. Lord, please be extremely cautious." Jiang Zia cautioned. "MHM." Lin Yang nodded, then twisted his body and strode swiftly toward the Tiger Guard army on the other side. Boom! A werewolf charged headlong, blocking his path. "Get lost!" Lin Yang roared in anger, thrusting his arm forward lightly. The Xianyuan sword pierced through the lower-tier 3rd-grade werewolf's body. Splatter! The werewolf was instantly blown to smithereens. The scene left the nearby soldiers utterly stunned. A 3rd-tier lower-grade demon beast, instantly obliterated in a single strike. It was simply too powerful. Lin Yang paid no heed to the commotion, his stride unbroken as he pressed forward toward the Tiger Guard. Their desperate battle raged on. They faced a wave of White Walker attacks. Lin Yang had already reviewed the intelligence. White Walkers. Race, undead. Military tier, lower tier 3. Description: the White Walkers can transform deceased humans or animals into whites moving corpses. These whites possess the same blue eyes as the White Walkers and are controlled by them, forming the core of the White Walker army. Consequently, their numbers are vast, nearly forming an entire army. They are powerful and agile. A mere 1,000 whites could shake a 10,000-strong conventional legion. Lin Yang knew these White Walkers weren't exceptionally formidable foes individually, but their sheer numbers, once amassed, could overwhelm even the Tiger Guard, a force specially trained by Jiang Zia to combat monsters. Lin Yang was now facing an immense headache. If Jiang Zia were available to assist the Tiger Guard, it would be somewhat manageable. But Jiang Zia was already occupied fighting other formidable monsters, 3rd-tier upper-grade and 2nd-tier mid-grade beasts. Now, it was up to Lin Yang alone. Lin Yang felt an immense sense of relief. Thankfully, he had consecrated the Xianyuan sword with his blood earlier. It had accelerated his physical recovery and true qi regeneration by many times over. Otherwise, who knew how long he'd have to wait for Jiang Zia's reinforcements? Whoosh! Whoosh! Sharp arrows pierced the air from the city walls, striking down the monsters lunging at him. This was it. Reinforcements from the elite archers of the Huaxia Tiger Guard. At the same time, some monsters charged toward Lin Yang. But each one was effortlessly dispatched by Lin Yang's Xianyuan sword. His long sword swung through the air, claiming a life with every swing. These undead creatures likely owed their status as 3rd-tier monsters solely to their terrifying numbers. As individual creatures, none could stand against Lin Yang. Lin Yang's power was utterly terrifying. The ordinary undead couldn't withstand his attacks. Soon, Lin Yang charged to the vicinity of the Tiger Guard army. Gripping his sword tightly, he felt the sword energy of the Xianyuan sword grow increasingly potent, its power intensifying and making his own true qi more formidable. He prepared to unleash a mighty strike, halting the Whites' assault on the Huaben army. In that instant, Lin Yang felt the hairs on the back of his neck stand on end. Spinning around in horror, he saw an ice-encased spear hurtling toward his back. He leapt upward to evade the spear. Staring intently, he saw the creature radiating a bone-chilling cold. It was the White King, the leader of the Whites. Die! Ha! The White Walker roared, charging fiercely toward Lin Yang. Its eyes blazed crimson, radiating unbridled fury. You seek death. Lin Yang snarled coldly, swinging his long sword once more. Crash! A deafening crash echoed as the sword's light collided with the spear. An intense explosion erupted, sending violent shockwaves rippling outward. The entire area was saturated with terrifying sword intent. Lin Yang stood suspended midair, his battle armor fluttering in the wind. This alien king possessed cultivation at the upper tier of the 3rd rank, a formidable power. Yet Lin Yang showed no fear whatsoever. Instead, he gazed at the foreign king with keen interest. Such a formidable opponent would be perfect for tempering his own strength. With a body fortified by the Xianyuan sword, Lin Yang possessed immense courage.
At that moment, the 9 tripods began to resonate with powerful vibrations. This significantly weakened the power of the foreign ghosts. This was the power of the 9 tripods. Upon approaching the lands of Huaxia, all those demonic creatures would have their power diminished by the 9 tripods. Hiss. Suddenly, the Shadow King vanished without a trace. Lin Yang's brows furrowed slightly. Whoosh. Whoosh. Thud. A series of dull thuds echoed as the alien king suddenly materialized to Lin Yang's left, thrusting a spear toward his throat. Clang. 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 Lin Yang swiftly swung his sword to parry, sparks flying everywhere. What a formidable opponent! Lin Yang inwardly cursed his misfortune. The alien king's assault was ferocious. Lin Yang dodged repeatedly, barely evading the opponent's strikes. Poof! The alien king let out a low, guttural growl, like a bloodthirsty wild wolf, relentlessly launching frenzied attacks at Lin Yang. Clearly, it intended to take Lin Yang's head. Lin Yang couldn't help but wear a bitter expression. He could clearly sense the intense killing intent radiating from this alien king. This alien king was indeed a formidable foe, especially given its considerable strength. However, while the alien king focused all its efforts on Lin Yang, the Tiger Guard had already launched a counterattack against the whites. After all, a leaderless horde of undead could not withstand the united might of the Tiger Guard. The bloody battle between Lin Yang and the alien king raged on. As time passed, Lin Yang gradually deciphered the other king's offensive patterns. Employing his true martial sword technique, he executed the first 4 layers with precise, measured strokes, engaging the White Walker King blow for blow. Gradually, Lin Yang gained the upper hand. The Wild King's movements grew sluggish, and wounds began to appear on his body. Lin Yang remained unflustered. Though this was only his 3rd battle, his mind was as seasoned as a veteran who had fought 100 wars. Through the fight, he relentlessly searched for the alien king's weakness. The moment he found it, he would unleash the 5th layer of the true martial sword technique, a formless technique that surpassed all forms. Finally, after narrowly evading yet another deadly attack from the alien king, Lin Yang seized his chance. He thrust his sword forward with blinding speed, missing by a hair's breadth from inflicting a fatal wound that could have ended the alien king's life. Ah, what a pity! Lin Yang sighed. Chapter 41, We've won. With that strike, he could have secured victory. Yet, due to the alien king's final, desperate maneuver, it had somehow forced itself to bend in another direction, a feat of such incredible difficulty. Lin Yang knew this was likely a feat only the otherworldly tribe could achieve. This left Lin Yang deeply regretful. But since events had reached this point, the battle must continue. Lin Yang took a deep breath, raised the Shenyuan sword above his head, and swung it fiercely toward the other king's skull. The other king executed another grotesquely twisted movement, evading Lin Yang's strike. It then condensed the frigid air around itself and hurled a spear toward Lin Yang's position. Lin Yang paid it no mind, deftly twisting aside to evade the spear. Channeling his true chi into the Shenyuan sword, he began to wield it. It was none other than the 5th layer of the true martial sword technique. Lin Yang moved with agile precision, circling the alien king relentlessly. The Shenyuan sword transformed into a streak of golden light, darting toward the alien king from every angle. This embodied the true essence of victory through formlessness. The alien king, however, moved with eerie agility, weaving through the golden sword glints. The two exchanged blows relentlessly, neither able to gain the upper hand. The Huaxia citizens watching the Star Realm Lord began to worry for Lin Yang. Our lord is simply too formidable. I'm starting to worry about Lin Yang. If we lose this battle, we're done for. Calm down, everyone. Our territory's guardian deity took care of their strongest monster. Exactly. What are you all scared of? The Shenyuan sword is so powerful. The Jinwu sword technique is unbeatable. The Huaxia people's worries were not without reason. On the battlefield, the Demon King's movement slowed, yet his body twisted with an even more bizarre agility. The Alien King's movement slowed, yet his body twisted with an even more bizarre agility. Its icy eyes locked onto Lin Yang. Roar. Suddenly, the Alien King let out a deafening roar, its entire form contorting into a hideous, monstrous shape. A thick black mist erupted from its body. The chill intensified, sending shivers down Lin Yang's spine. With this, the Alien King's speed surged once more, far surpassing its previous pace. Swish! Suddenly, 2 sharp spears appeared on the Alien King's arms, gleaming with a chilling, razor-sharp edge. Its movements grew even more agile. Lin Yang raised his eyebrows slightly. He hadn't expected the Alien King to be hiding such capabilities. The spears traced several arcs through the air, lunging directly toward Lin Yang's chest. Lin Yang swiftly parried the strike with his Shenyuan sword, repelling it several meters away. This was the sword chi of the Shenyuan sword. However, whenever the spear neared Lin Yang, the clawed hand grasping the other spear would extend once more, lunging to tear at him. The Demon King seized the moment to circle around Lin Yang, launching another assault. Simultaneously, he wielded both spears to stab at Lin Yang's back. Lin Yang swiftly sidestepped, parrying the Alien King's assault with the Shenyuan sword in his grasp. This time, however, the alien king attacked like a rabid dog, disregarding his own injuries as he relentlessly swung his spears at Lin Yang. Every strike was delivered with full force. One misstep and Lin Yang would have been struck. Fortunately, his reflexes were sharp enough to narrowly evade each blow. The alien king's speed was astonishing, and Lin Yang dared not let his guard down, constantly defending against the relentless barrage. The alien king's attacks were exceptionally sharp now, precisely because he was no longer a flesh and blood being. Lin Yang found himself fighting with increasing difficulty. Even wielding the divine artifact, the Xianyuan sword, couldn't withstand such relentless assaults. Finally, Lin Yang gradually found himself at a disadvantage. However, the alien king was clearly suffering severe injuries. Its massive body now displayed numerous vulnerabilities, presenting opportunities for Lin Yang to exploit. Though not made of flesh and blood, its muscles could still be sliced open by Lin Yang's Xianyuan sword. Thus, both Lin Yang and the alien king were now fighting on their last legs. Lin Yang gasped for breath, exhaustion setting in as his energy drained away. The alien king before him was in a similar state, its massive form now scarred with gruesome wounds. At that very moment, the Huaxia Tiger Guard had completely repelled the collective assault of the alien horde. This was excellent news for Lin Yang. For him, it meant the archers and crossbowmen on the city walls finally had time to provide long-range support for his side. With that, Lin Yang charged once more toward the White King before him. The White Walker's massive head lifted. Its icy eyes burned with hatred. It knew this battle must be won or it would be finished. Just as it steeled itself, an arrow whistled from the ramparts, striking its chest. Lin Yang instantly drew his sword, feinting a strike at the White's head. The other king attempted to block again, but Lin Yang showed no hesitation. He swung his blade at the creature's feet. Thud! The White's left leg was severed, and it howled in agony. Losing both legs meant losing the ability to move, whether human or monster. Seizing the moment, Lin Yang, sword in hand, strode forward and stood before the White. A single strike split the White's neck cleanly. The White collapsed to the ground, screaming in agony. He leapt swiftly aside, no longer blocking the arrow attack trajectory from the city tower. In an instant, countless arrows pierced the body of the Demon King. Arrows rained down like a storm. These arrows, enhanced by the cultivators, fell thick and fast upon the foreign king's body. His body was pierced like a hedgehog. Roar! A piercing wail echoed as the foreign king glared at Lin Yang, his eyes filled with hatred and savagery. Lin Yang sheathed his sword, surveyed the situation at the city gate, and then commanded the Tiger Guard to retreat to the gate area. Outside the city walls, Zhang Zia had also purged the demonic forces. The heaven-slaying flying knife, the god-smashing whip, and the triple-ring sword, countless martial arts techniques were unleashed. All the third-rank and even low-tier second-rank demons were effortlessly slaughtered. Lin Yang looked at Zhang Zia and said, "Master Zia, you've worked hard. These demons have been cleared. Leave the rest to me." Zhang Zia nodded. "Very well, Lord. Be extremely cautious. Though the monster tide has been largely eradicated, we must not let our guard down." Lin Yang smiled reassuringly. "Rest assured, I know what to do. Mr. Zhang Zia, please return and rest. Watch as I drive them out." Witnessing Lin Yang's battle in the Star Realm, the people of Huaxia rejoiced with cheers and exclamations. "We finally have a lord who survived the monster tide's assault. Wonderful. Absolutely wonderful. I'm going to set off firecrackers for 10 straight days. We'll never be humiliated by other civilizations again. China rocks. Lin Yang rocks. I'll always support Lin Yang." Amidst the jubilant celebrations across Huaxia territory, in another place, a blonde-haired, blue-eyed man sat with a face as still as water, stared intently at the screen. Chapter 42, Bring it on. Useless. All of you are useless. You let the people from the Huaxia territory walk out alive. You bastards. You all deserve to die. The blonde man roared furiously, his expression shifting between rage and gloom. Hundreds of guards armed with M16 rifles stood around him, each wearing a look of terror as they watched the blonde man. One burly man with a bushy beard plucked up the courage to ask, "Your Excellency, are we truly going to let China continue to rise?" The blonde man whipped his head around, his eyes dark and menacing, his voice icy. "Oomph. Do you think I want this? All I hope is those bastards finish the job quickly." He sighed again. "Ah. The losses this time are too great. We planned to use the monster tide to crush China's territory and then plunder them. Now, it's all gone to waste." "What? Are you saying our plan was exposed, Your Excellency?" The man with the bushy beard stared wide-eyed in shock. "Yes. The remaining monsters stand no chance against those people from China." The blonde man was the president of the United States. He had hoped China would collapse quickly so he could seek revenge. Yet none of it had happened. This was something even the president of the United States found hard to accept. Within the walls of the Huaxia territory city, the crossbowmen stationed atop the ramparts began withdrawing. Lin Yang frowned as he surveyed the scene outside the city gates. He could tell that the Demon King was thoroughly dead. And now, Lin Yang needed rest. After all, the ritual of offering blood to Xian Yuan could not be repeated.
The remaining battle would be solely between the Tiger Guard army and Jiang Ziya. Zhang Li cursed angrily. These beasts are tough as nails. Following this battle, the people of Huaxia cheered and rejoiced. Wonderful! We've won! Long live the Lord!
Lin Yang stood atop the platform, smiling down at the gathered people below.
Thank you all for your trust and support. I believe that after this battle, the lands of Huaxia will no longer face danger. Long live the Lord! Everyone cheered excitedly. Damn monsters! Kill them all!
The Tiger Guard soldiers shouted in unison.
They charged forward immediately, engaging the horde of beasts in fierce combat.
Under Zhang Li's command.
Roar!
The horde of beasts seemed enraged, roaring madly as they lunged and bit at the Huaben soldiers of Huaxia. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Just as the monsters were about to reach the city walls, countless arrows suddenly rained down from the sky. They pierced some of the monsters, charging the walls like porcupines, causing them to scream and collapse to the ground.
Roar!
The beasts grew even more ferocious, tearing wildly at the wall and shattering one massive wooden pillar after another.
Fortunately, the walls were high enough.
Even so, they couldn't withstand the relentless onslaught of the monster horde.
Many soldiers, unable to dodge in time, were torn apart by the beasts. Bodies piled up beneath the walls, quickly filling the space.
Bright red blood stained the soil below the ramparts, creating a particularly gruesome sight. It was a situation of mutual destruction. Yet, the battle gradually subsided.
Huaxia! Victory!
After resting for a while beneath the city walls, his body gradually regained the strength to move. Watching the victorious posture of the Huaxia legions, Lin Yang felt a surge of emotion.
He had finally done it.
This was his dream, and today he had taken the first step toward realizing it. They had successfully repelled the monster tide's assault. At least for the short term, Huaxia's peaceful existence was assured. Of course, relying solely on the defenses of a single city would inevitably leave gaps. After all, the Tiger Guard army suffered considerable casualties this time.
Jiang Ziya now rode his 4 unlikes back into Huaxia's territory.
Lin Yang resolved that once the Huaxia forces had fully recuperated, he would reorganize an elite military unit to guard against unforeseen threats. After the battle concluded, the people of Huaxia finally relaxed completely. Each person was overjoyed, especially filled with immense admiration for Lin Yang. Satisfaction levels within Huaxia's territories had climbed to the green zone. Meanwhile, the President of the United States had already contacted the United Kingdom, South Korea, and Japan, preparing to launch a new offensive against China at any moment.
These nations likewise expressed their willingness to aid the United States in confronting China. Regardless, once China, this formidable adversary, was eliminated, the United States' ambition to dominate the world would be laid bare. But none of that concerned them. Even if it meant a bloody storm,
they were willing to sacrifice anything to destroy China.
At this moment, soldiers from Korea and special forces from Japan are preparing to march into China's territory. Even elite legions from the land of the free were joining the ranks. All were poised to march into Huaxia territory at a moment's notice. Lin Yang was well aware of these forces. Therefore, under these circumstances, Lin Yang must focus on recuperation and restoration. Only by maintaining sufficient strength could he withstand the onslaught. Though the territories of Kimchi Nation and Cherry Blossom Nation were situated on the periphery of China's territories, Lin Yang remained perpetually prepared to meet their attacks head-on. He felt no fear a battle was inevitable sooner or later. He neither sought conflict nor feared it. This was the confidence instilled in Lin Yang by the history of Chinese civilization. Lin Yang understood the history of China. The Han dynasty, if the Xiongnu hadn't relentlessly humiliated and invaded Huaxia's territories, would Emperor Wu of Han have annihilated them in one decisive blow? During the Tang dynasty, had the Turks not launched their own offensive, would Emperor Taizong, the Heavenly Khan, have felt compelled to annihilate the Khagan of the Turks? Moreover, Lin Yang was confident he could win this war. In fact, he viewed it as an opportunity. What he hadn't anticipated was that the leaders of the three kingdoms would visit one after another. These were neighboring states on the periphery of Chinese territory. Each announced a single matter: that they would lift their economic blockade against China. Lin Yang naturally responded to their proposals. After all, China couldn't rely on the Star Realm Lord's official trading platform forever. Since the leaders of these three nations were willing to lift the economic blockade, so be it. Within the Huaxia territories, Lin Yang sat atop the city walls, receiving reports from Jiang Ziya and others. Lord, as per your instructions, the people of Huaxia have been properly settled. Now, we only need to secure the city walls. Lin Yang's newly formed Tiger Guard army remained fully deployed, standing ready at all times, awaiting Jiang Ziya's inspection. In Lin Yang's calculations, John Bull's nation's assault should commence in 3 days. By then, his Tiger Guard army should be thoroughly trained. Lin Yang knew, as long as his Tiger Guard army was well trained, dealing with them would be a piece of cake. He wouldn't even need the Monkey King's intervention. However, China possessed the formidable presence of Jiang Ziya.
All Jiang Ziya needed to do was train the new Tiger Guard army according to the 6 secret teachings. Lin Yang hadn't yet processed the remaining casualty reports. This battle had taken an immense toll on China and on Lin Yang's energy. Chapter 43, we can definitely weather this. Congratulations to Huaxia for successfully weathering the Monster Tide. Monster Tide survival reward, 5,000 gold. 1,000 EXP, current EXP, 10,913. Reminder to the Lord. Level up conditions have been met. You may spend 3,000 gold coins to upgrade your Lord level. Upgrade to unlock new buildings. New troop types. New features. After Lin Yang finished meditating on his breathing technique, he heard a voice from the Lord's palace. It was the AI prompting him to upgrade. Hearing these words, a smile spread across Lin Yang's face. Indeed. Repelling the Monster Tide had yielded rich rewards for Lin Yang. This upgrade marker signified that the power within the Huaxia territory had reached a new stage. Lin Yang's heart surged with excitement. Level up. He was eager to level up. Only after upgrading would the development pace of the Huaxia territory accelerate dramatically, free from any further obstacles. Then, Lin Yang chose to upgrade. Instantly. After Lin Yang deposited the gold coins into the upgrade interface, a golden light flashed. Ding! Congratulations, Lord! Upgrade successful. Current rank, Intermediate Lord. Unlocked ability, Storage Ring. Store items from your domain that cannot be carried on your person. Holds up to 10 items. Unlock new building, this civilization's wonder. Construct it to unlock a special territory buff. Civilization wonders list, the Great Wall. Unlocks other wonders upon completion. Lin Yang's heart surged with joy upon hearing the words Lord's Palace. Unlocked, Lord Platform Communication feature. Unlock communication opportunities with the mortal realm of Huaxia. 3 times per month. The AI of the Lord's Palace continuously prompted him, confirming Lin Yang's successful upgrade. Ha ha ha. Excellent. Absolutely fantastic. His eyes sparkled with excitement as he stared at the system notifications on the screen. At that moment, a ring materialized in Lin Yang's palm. This was the storage ring function granted upon reaching the Lord rank. Lin Yang slipped it on to test it out. The storage ring was small and delicate, fitting perfectly on his right index finger. Then, Lin Yang tentatively placed his Shenyuan sword into the storage ring. Clatter. With a sound, the Shenyuan sword vanished into the storage ring. After retrieving the item, Lin Yang tossed it back inside. Pretty convenient. Lin Yang chuckled. This item certainly made things much easier. Immediately after, Lin Yang opened the Star Realm's Lord communication space to take a look. Inside, almost every territory listed on the rankings were discussing the news of Huaxia successfully repelling the Monster Tide. Good heavens! They can handle monsters ranging from the weakest 3rd tier to the strongest 1st tier with ease? Of course. After all, they possess SSS-tier talent. How do you even fight these things? Seems like Korea and Japan aren't so scary anymore. I wonder when exactly Huaxia's territories started getting this powerful. Seeing that the renowned lords on the astral realm rankings all recognized his domain, Lin Yang's lips curved into a faint smile. Though this world differed greatly from the Earth he once knew, at least there were commonalities. Those strategies could still be applied within these domains. Moreover, the major factions and organizations within this game world were clearly defined, just as complex as those in the human realm. Yet, the political systems of the mortal world bore a profound connection to this realm. In this world, might makes the ruler. Take the Northern Alliance, led by the United States, for example. They are now coveting the territories of Huaxia. Lin Yang believed that with his current rank as an intermediate lord, he possessed sufficient authority to intimidate the weaker lords surrounding him. For Lin Yang, his sole focus is to develop his domain to its fullest potential. And Lin Yang knew one reason they still refused to establish formal diplomatic relations with the Chinese territories was this. The invasion of Huaxia led by the United States had yet to conclude. If Lin Yang could lead the Huaxia territories to successfully repel this invasion once more, only then would they truly be convinced and submit to China. Huff. He took a deep breath to calm his surging emotions. Lin Yang rose to his feet, stepped out of the Lord's palace, and headed toward the recruitment camp. With his increased Lord level, new troop types had become available for recruitment. He planned to consult Jiang Ziya first about how to manage the domain after the Lord level upgrade. As for upgrading the domain level, Lin Yang had no immediate plans for that. However, the immediate priority was to strengthen his military forces. The mortal realm of Huaxia. A trace of worry lingered on the counselor's face. The reason was simple: the pace of the John Bull nation's offensive was drawing ever closer to the borders of China. Yet at this moment, seeing Lin Yang still wearing that indifferent expression, the council chairman couldn't help but feel profoundly troubled. After all, the forces dispatched by John Bull's nation possess terrifying strength, far surpassing that of ordinary combatants. Say something. This attitude of yours is going to drive me to my grave. The council chairman couldn't help but feel exasperated as he observed his advisor maintaining his calm demeanor. The advisor was a white-haired elder. His name was Old Chen, and he was also the chairman's teacher. Therefore, the chairman set aside his usual airs when addressing Old Chen. Master Chen took a sip of tea and replied calmly to the council chairman, "You've witnessed our lord's conduct these past days." Master Chen did not spell out his meaning explicitly, yet his words carried an unwavering conviction he believed in Lin Yang. He held high expectations for Lin Yang, and thus Old Chen harbored no concern that Lin Yang would fail. After hearing Elder Chen's words, the council president pondered for a moment. In the end, he could only shake his head with a wry smile. Old Chen was absolutely right. Lin Yang's recent performance had been truly outstanding. An SSS-tier talent was both an opportunity and a curse. Without Lin Yang's strategic planning, who else could possibly withstand the invasion of this monster tide? Indeed, across all of China, who else besides Lin Yang could repel this highest-tier monster tide? And each time, Lin Yang managed to create a miracle. The council chairman believed Lin Yang could do it again this time. At this thought, a resolute gleam flashed in the council chairman's eyes as he turned to look at Elder Chen. "Elder Chen, what do you estimate our chances of victory to be?" Old Chen pondered for a moment before replying slowly, 95%, I'd say. What? 95%? The council chairman couldn't help but feel Elder Chen's target was a bit ambitious. Old Chen, you're being overly optimistic. The chairman sighed. No, I even suspect I may have underestimated Lin Yang. Old Chen sighed. After finishing his tea, he declared solemnly, "Rest assured, Chairman. We will definitely hold the line." Chapter 44, Alchemy. Hearing this, the chairman's gaze fell upon Elder Chen. After a moment of silence, he suddenly addressed him, "Elder Chen, since you insist so strongly, I support your proposal." "Thank you for your trust, Chairman." Old Chen bowed slightly. He continued, "Then let us wait and see." Agreed. The two exchanged nods of understanding before leaving the conference room together. When Lin Yang arrived at the recruitment camp, he found the atmosphere inside had changed considerably. At the same time, Jiang Zia was resting there. Lin Yang knew these days must have exhausted the projection of this great deity. "Greetings, Lord." As Lin Yang pushed open the door, every pair of eyes in the room turned to him. Among them was Jiang Zia's projection. Jiang Zia's gaze toward Lin Yang clearly betrayed a hint of surprise. "My lord, you've advanced so swiftly." Jiang Zia exclaimed in surprise. "My congratulations, old man." Lin Yang waved his hand dismissively. "Flattery indeed." He then spoke up, "You've worked hard these past days, sir." Jiang Zia smiled, however. "It's nothing. But reinforcements are indeed urgently needed." "Very well. I'll organize reinforcements as soon as possible." After saying this, Lin Yang planned a new contingent of reserves within the volunteer recruitment camp. At this moment, Lin Yang's domain still required fresh troops. He had no choice but to ask the people of his domain to make some sacrifices. However, before recruiting soldiers, they must first be trained into competent warriors. For the journey ahead might prove perilous. They would also have to contend with enemies harboring unscrupulous intentions toward the Huaxia territories. The volunteer corps also recorded the casualties suffered by the Tiger Guard during the Monster Tide's assault. Wounded, 1,411. Killed, 553. After reading this, Lin Yang felt an inexplicable emotion welling up within him. It was a profoundly sorrowful feeling. The residents of the astral domain, though not true Chinese people, they were still his subjects. As their lord, he had failed to protect them perfectly. Instead, they suffered losses. Ask any flesh and blood person. Could not feel anguish? Alas, with a formidable enemy at hand, Lin Yang had little time for sorrow. At the same time, a decision took root in his heart. After repelling the invasion of the Zhanbul nation, he would erect a monument to honor the warriors who sacrificed their lives for the Chinese homeland. Each hero's name would be engraved upon it. Let them be remembered forever by future generations after their deaths. After reaching this conclusion, Lin Yang turned his attention to the new troop types within the volunteer corps. That was the heavy cavalry. Specifically, the heavy cavalry unique to Huaxia. Lin Yang could still name the new troop type to gain a fresh buff. Lin Yang pondered. The oldest heavy cavalry in China, renowned for carving out a legendary legacy. After much thought, this is the only fitting choice. After deciding, Lin Yang named the new unit. Let's call it the Tiger Leopard Cavalry. As soon as Lin Yang finished speaking, the recruitment camp system alert sounded. Ding! Host has successfully named the new troop type Tiger Leopard Cavalry. Congratulations, host. The Tiger Leopard Cavalry has been successfully summoned. And just like that, the recruitment interface for the Tiger Leopard Cavalry appeared before Lin Yang. Recruitment requirements: forge workshop to craft heavy armor and a stable within your territory. Lin Yang chuckled to himself after reading the requirements. How exactly was he supposed to suddenly build stables on his territory? As for heavy armor, that was actually quite simple. If quantity was the goal, he could simply recruit another batch of blacksmiths. Similarly, iron resources were not scarce in the Huaxia territory. But the stables. Lin Yang sighed. He first replenished the Tiger Guard's numbers at the volunteer recruitment camp. Fortunately, the Huiben army's archers had suffered no casualties. These archers possessed combat experience and were now seasoned veterans. After replenishing the Tiger Guard's numbers to 10,000, Lin Yang once again entrusted Jiang Zia with a formidable enemy at hand. You've worked tirelessly these past days.
It's nothing. Jiang Zia shook his head lightly. Lin Yang promptly exited the gates of the recruitment camp.
He headed toward the cultivation grounds for cultivators located beyond the area where spiritual energy gathered. It must be noted that beyond their roles in blessing ceremonies, divination, and enchantment, they could also refine elixirs. For the present situation, even a mosquito's leg was worth biting for Lin Yang. Those elixirs? Lin Yang naturally couldn't ask for more. Moreover, he knew full well that these pills would undoubtedly be far more potent than any wild harvested pills sold by other civilizations on the market. This was the confidence Lin Yang possessed as a Chinese person. Moreover, Lin Yang had a hunch these pills might be similar to certain pills from the interstellar world, perhaps even more potent. Never mind. He'd grab a few to sample first. With that thought, Lin Yang stepped into the cultivator's training grounds. Instantly, he drew the attention of those around him. Greetings, Lord. What brings you here? Upon seeing Lin Yang enter, a young man nearby immediately rushed over to ask. Excuse me, has the elixir been refined yet? Lin Yang paused for a moment before asking. After all, his knowledge in this area was limited. Pills? The young man frowned and thought for a moment before suddenly realizing, I'll take you to the master right away. With that, the young man led Lin Yang to another section. There, various alchemy furnaces were arranged. And there, cultivators were busy refining pills. Lin Yang's eyes lit up. Ha! Looks like we're in luck. After saying that, he walked straight up to an alchemist and asked, what is the function of this pill? Lin Yang's actions drew the attention of several alchemists. However, they merely glanced at him without paying much attention. After all, refining pills demanded unwavering focus and concentration. This was entirely different from the elixirs concocted by quacks and charlatans in the mortal world. Within the star realm, spiritual energy was a tangible substance. Hearing Lin Yang's question, the alchemist explained, this pill is called the pulse coalescing pill. After consumption, it not only purges impurities from the body but also fortifies the cultivator's physique, doubling their cultivation speed. Lin Yang couldn't help but smile. He never imagined this world would possess elixirs specifically designed to aid cultivation. Soon, another cultivator who had finished refining his pill addressed Lin Yang, Lord, this is the Great Restoration Pill. It can replenish most of the depleted true qi and physical stamina. Lord. The Spirit Focus Pill, take it now for a 100-fold surge in energy. My lord. My lord. This is... Only now did the cultivators belatedly begin promoting their pills to Lin Yang. Hold on one at a time. Lin Yang still didn't know what exactly had caused the pills to be refined this way. But these pills before him were absolutely sufficient for his needs. Chapter 45, Accidental Ingestion of Pills? Therefore, he was quite content to play along. Once all the alchemists had finished their announcements, Lin Yang addressed the crowd. Alright, everyone, go about your business. As soon as he finished speaking, the alchemists resumed their respective tasks. As for those pills? Lin Yang certainly wouldn't be polite. The domain desperately needed them now. After speaking, he used his storage ring to gather a large batch of pills. He then slowly walked out of the cultivation site. He believed that with this batch of pills in hand, China would have greater confidence in confronting powerful adversaries. At this moment, Lin Yang estimated that the main force of the John Bull Nations organization would enter China in 2 days. As the saying goes, when armies lack cohesion, they hesitate and march in scattered formation. The Northern Alliance placed excessive emphasis on sheer military numbers, while Korea and Japan would never dare to rashly attack Chinese territory. They would certainly wait until the British Empire and its vassal states' main forces had entered China before launching their assault. These 2 days provided Lin Yang ample time to accomplish many tasks. But the most urgent task at hand. First, test the practicality of the elixirs. Second, dispatch the expedition team to explore the territory's outskirts in search of horses. Only then could the basic structure of a stable be constructed within the domain. It must be understood that while many resources appear on the map, those resources would never appear on the Huaxia territory map unless units from this civilization interacted with them. If they didn't appear on the map, it meant they couldn't be incorporated into his sphere of influence. The third task, naturally, was to establish new military units. Tiger Leopard Cavalry and Tiger Guard Army. Lin Yang wants them all. However, both these units evolved from existing legions. The Tiger Leopard Cavalry, however, requires entirely new recruits. Jiang Zia really had his work cut out for him.
At this thought, Lin Yang couldn't help but sigh. In the days ahead, he would have to carve out his spare time to get things done. For instance, he would first scout for suitable horses. Then he'd figure out how to train these two elite units. Of course, Lin Yang still hoped his people would return alive. Whether they were part of the expedition or the soldiers. After all, without these soldiers, China would lose its safeguard. With these thoughts in mind, Lin Yang had already made up his mind. He would head to the Lord's palace first. He would dispatch the expedition team to seek out horse resources. "We'll do our best, but the rest is up to fate," Lin Yang said calmly. He immediately returned to the Lord's palace. He organized the idle expedition teams for departure. Open residents' satisfaction. As Lin Yang routinely checked the residents' satisfaction metrics, he discovered a shocking truth. Residents' satisfaction interface. Satisfaction, green safe status. Housing, satisfied. Livability, 3100. What's going on here? Lin Yang couldn't help but ask. Soon, the AI of the Lord's palace responded to Lin Yang. Monster corpses outside the domain perimeter remain uncollected. Environmental degradation within the domain will occur in one day. The Lord may recruit laborers to collect the monster corpses at a cost of 100 gold coins. After this deployment, the laborers will be reclassified as residents. It all clicked into place for Lin Yang. Why ancient armies and historical records always collected enemy corpses during battles? It was to prevent plagues and stop those corpses from polluting the environment like water sources and the land. With this realization, Lin Yang reluctantly recruited the disposable laborers. They headed to the outskirts of the territory to begin collecting the monsters' corpses. 100 gold coins could hire 10 units of laborers to collect the monster corpses. There was no other way. This battle in Huaxia had claimed far too many monsters, especially with a first-ranked demon beast among them. Reminder to the Lord. After collecting monster corpses, you may divide them into spoils. Use 100 gold coins to divide the monster corpses into spoils. Damn it! Lin Yang cursed under his breath. This AI in the Lord's palace really won't get up early without a profit. But for the sake of making the Huaxia territory more prosperous and thriving, Lin Yang gritted his teeth and agreed. After all, this money wasn't coming out of his own pocket, nor was it exactly a waste. It was more like an investment. With that thought, he immediately allocated 200 gold coins and handed them over to the AI at the Lord's palace. Then, with the AI's assistance, he smoothly recruited 10 units of laborers, a full 1,000 men. They began heading to the outskirts of the domain to collect monster corpses. He swiftly returned to the upper floors of the Lord's palace. He retrieved the pills from his storage ring, swallowed them, and commenced his cultivation. Meridian condensing pill. Lin Yang hesitated slightly. This pill's effect was to expel impurities from the body, condense energy meridians, and enhance cultivation efficiency. Forget it. For the sake of China, I'll give it my all. With a resolute heart, Lin Yang swallowed the pill. Boom! In an instant, he felt thunderous roars echo within his body. Then, a surging torrent of spiritual energy instantly flooded every inch of his flesh and bone. Simultaneously, his internal organs began to twist and contort as if they were deforming. Holy crap! Holy crap! I knew this stuff wasn't safe to mess with. Images of countless emperors who had perished from accidentally ingesting elixirs began flashing through Lin Yang's mind. Heaven help me! I can't die now. Lin Yang felt his insides burning, utterly devastated. All he could see flashing through his mind was the scenario of the Huaxia territories collapsing after his death, and the countless disappointed gazes of the Chinese people. He longed to tear apart the cultivator who had given him the elixir. At that moment, on the official forum of the Stellar Realm territory, what's gotten into the lords of Huaxia? Ha 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 ha. Does the Lord of Huaxia enjoy eating random things? Excellent. Heaven is on our side. The lands of Huaxia are now ours. Kimchi Nation? What's Sakura Nation doing? Why haven't they attacked yet? Exactly. Strike while the iron is hot. If Kimchi Nation and Cherry Blossom Nation launch a joint assault, everything will turn out fine. The spectators from other civilizations on these neutral forums watched Lin Yang's agonized expression with quiet satisfaction. They only wished the leader of Huaxia would die in this incident. Alas! They had miscalculated. Just as the excruciating pain in Lin Yang's internal organs subsided, waves of steam began to rise from his skin. An immense heat surged throughout his entire body. After enduring the agony within his viscera, a powerful surge of true qi instead manifested in his dantian. At that moment, Lin Yang felt as though he were sitting inside a steamer. Lin Yang knew this pill was likely genuinely effective. Without another word, and without further distraction, he sat down and began meditating. He felt the true energy coursing through his internal organs. He began practicing the breathing technique. Put. As Lin Yang channeled his cultivation technique, the true qi transformed into threads, rushing straight toward the acupoints all over his body. SSS-tier.
The sound of qi coursing through the acupoints reached his ears.
A warm sensation spread throughout his entire spine.
Lin Yang felt all his fatigue vanish. Then, a colossal surge of energy surged toward the top of his head. Lin Yang's heart pounded wildly.
Chapter 46, Sword Flight? Is this what breaking through feels like?
The sensation was utterly bizarre. It felt as though he had reached a tipping point. Just one final step remained to cross over. The pinnacle of this breathing technique,
in the blink of an eye,
was about to be shattered.
Lin Yang knew this was the bottleneck. He didn't bother overthinking it. There was nothing urgent for him to do now.
He could only wait for the laborers to finish their tasks and for the expedition team to complete their search. At this moment, it seemed wiser to push through to the highest realm of this breathing technique. As the saying goes, the greatest truths are the simplest.
Simple techniques often conceal profound secrets.
As for how much strength he would gain after breaking through, that depended entirely on his own skill.
Thus, the night slipped away unnoticed. Dawn.
Lin Yang opened his eyes, feeling refreshed and alert. The pinnacle of the breathing technique was indeed formidable. At this moment, Lin Yang could feel his abilities had grown significantly stronger than before. With that thought, Lin Yang retrieved the Xianyuan sword from the storage ring on his finger. He gripped it firmly in his hand.
Name, Lin Yang. Status, Lord. Combat rating, Golden Core Cultivator.
Lin Yang knew this signified he had crossed a threshold.
The current Lin Yang could easily handle a high-tier third-grade monster.
Compared to when he first arrived in the Star Realm, he was now immeasurably stronger.
With that said, he leapt lightly from the second floor and jumped out the window. Another graceful landing. Feels so good. Lin Yang felt a surge of satisfaction.
He began to wield the true martial sword technique.
What had once required immense mental energy to reach the fifth layer now seemed effortless.
With remarkable ease, he wielded his Xianyuan sword. Countless gale winds and powerful qi surged forth, forming a whirlwind that swept up the surroundings. Lin Yang smiled with satisfaction.
This confrontation would surely astonish those enemies of the Northern Alliance. The neutral forum of the Star Realm. Regarding Lin Yang's performance this time,
they were utterly flabbergasted.
How the hell is he still alive? FCK. That damn Chinese bastard has such incredible luck. Doesn't matter. Our reinforcements will be here soon anyway. One day.
That's plenty of time for them to die. Meanwhile, Lin Yang was still quietly delighted by his own progress. He slowly made his way back to the Lord's palace. He watched the large screen. The cleanup of monster corpses outside the city walls was clearly over 50% complete, with full clearance expected by afternoon. The expedition team's work was also progressing exceptionally well. Over the past day and night, the expedition team had already mapped out most of the areas where the fog restrictions had been lifted. They had encountered no attacks either.
Based on estimates, the remaining areas should be fully explored within half a day.
Moreover, according to intelligence relayed back by the expedition team, it appears they have uncovered some clues.
However, the exact nature of these clues remains undetermined for now, requiring more detailed information.
After all, matters like this are best left to the professionals. Lin Yang wasn't overly concerned. After all, he had dispatched the expedition team himself. They were also equipped with provisions and water supplies. Whatever problems might arise, there was no need for worry. Lin Yang had now confirmed the practicality of this elixir. He immediately headed toward Jiang Ziya's location, where the Monkey King was still resting. Jiang Ziya's exertion was nowhere near as taxing as that of the Monkey King, who had single-handedly fought a first-grade demon beast.
Naturally, Lin Yang intended to seek out Jiang Ziya to learn new techniques.
Lin Yang had no intention of letting the power of the Xianyuan sword go to waste.
Grandmaster Jiang, I believe I am now ready to learn new techniques from you.
Lin Yang said respectfully, clasping his hands together.
He, young friend Lin Yang, please follow me. Jiang Ziya could see at a glance.
Lin Yang's abilities had indeed grown significantly stronger than before.
Here we go. Jiang Ziya extended his hand toward Lin Yang as he spoke. A mist rose instantly. Carrying Lin Yang, it ascended to the highest point of the city tower. Wish to learn the art of soaring through clouds? Seeing Lin Yang standing amidst the clouds, Jiang Ziya extended an olive branch directly. Oh, Lord Jiang, might I try this art of riding clouds? Should I master it, I would be eternally grateful.
Lin Yang replied with delight. Though he was already far stronger than before. But the allure of soaring through the clouds still stirred an irresistible longing within him.
Who among mortals does not yearn to fly? Simple.
What I shall now impart to you is the art of sword riding flight. Before his words had fully faded, Jiang Ziya formed a hand seal. Immediately, a sword drew from its scabbard.
Lin Yang recognized it as the three-talent sword.
It hovered above his head. Suddenly, a fierce wind swept through. The curtains hanging from the beams above the city gate fluttered and rustled in the gusts.
Wow, is this the power of immortals? Lin Yang exclaimed with envy. His heart was filled with profound awe. Such divine power was simply too formidable.
Ha, young friend, don't get ahead of yourself, there's even more to come. Jiang Ziya chuckled. Then, with a wave of his right hand, a piercing sword cry echoed as the floating blade instantly grew significantly larger. Lin Yang's mouth fell slightly open. His eyes widened in astonishment. Was this the magic Jiang Ziya wielded? It was nothing short of defying the heavens. Of course, this was merely a fleeting thought that flashed through Lin Yang's mind. He knew. He was no ordinary mortal. Since he had appeared in this realm of the star realm, he would never fade into obscurity among the masses. Ha! Jiang Ziya roared. The sword transformed into a streak of light, streaking toward the distance. Simultaneously, he too took flight, stepping onto the blade. Lin Yang watched in awe. Soon, Jiang Ziya returned to his position beside Lin Yang. How was it? Jiang Ziya inquired. Lin Yang replied sincerely, please teach me this technique, Lord Jiang. He now desperately wished to possess such abilities to safeguard the security of his domain. That's simple. Please. The Lord should jump down. Jiang Ziya chuckled. Lin Yang, however, asked in confusion, jump down? Wouldn't that shatter me to pieces? Jiang Ziya shook his head. Not at all. As one who offered blood to Xian Yuan, such a fate shall never befall you. Immediately, Jiang Ziya imparted the secrets of sword flight to Lin Yang. After listening, Lin Yang grasped the concept, merely unifying mind and spirit? That's all it takes to fly on a sword? Jiang Ziya nodded, stroking his beard with a satisfied smile. The Lord is quick to grasp things. With that, Jiang Ziya summoned the 4 unlikes and rode off into the sky, leaving Lin Yang standing there, utterly flabbergasted. Holy crap! Why does our Lord keep courting death like this? Seriously, is he really going all out like that? Wait, how can you be so sure that projection from the deity is teaching you the right thing? Yeah. If you die, we're screwed. Within the Huaxia Forum, countless citizens began to worry. Meanwhile, Lin Yang stood on the city wall, eyes tightly shut. The bold survive while the timid perish. I'm jumping. With a sudden resolve, Lin Yang drew the Xianyuan sword from his storage ring. From the heights, he plunged straight down. Here it comes. Lin Yang roared with fury. Chapter 47, Forward. The location of the wild horses. His toes lightly touched the ground as he plunged downward. His speed was now incredibly fast. Like an arrow released from its bow. His speed was immense. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, he was already plummeting toward the ground. Suddenly, Lin Yang closed his eyes. He knew. Jiang Ziya had already imparted his technique to him. Whoosh! He snapped his eyes open. His pupils contracted. He felt his vision shift. Beneath Lin Yang's feet, a current of energy had already begun to form. The surrounding scene seemed to slow down countless times in his eyes. Moreover, he could clearly see the fine cracks on every brick and stone. Is this what Jiang Taigong referred to as sword flight? Lin Yang murmured. Indeed. How does it feel? Jiang Ziya's voice echoed in his ears. This was Jiang Ziya's unique spell. Through the art of secret transmission, Lin Yang could naturally hear his voice. Lin Yang nodded earnestly. Excellent. Now I shall instruct you on how to wield this sword riding technique. Next, as Lin Yang focused his mind and calmed his spirit, he gradually grasped the principles of sword flight. It turned out that by standing upon this treasure sword, when flying with this sword, he could control the spiritual energy surrounding his body. He could make it serve his purpose, thus achieving the effect of sword flight. No wonder he's Jiang Taigong, he even understood this. He marveled inwardly. Thus, Lin Yang had fully mastered the sword riding technique taught by his mentor. At that moment, he stood suspended mid-air, feeling the howling wind brush past his ears. His entire being surged with exhilaration. Sword flight, something that had only existed in books, movies, and novels before. Now he could finally experience it for himself. He wanted to try the sensation of flying on a sword. Swish! With a single hand forming a seal, directing the sword beneath his feet to soar upward. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, the sword vanished into the sky. Lin Yang soared through the sky, stepping on the sword. About 10 minutes passed. A flickering light appeared in the distance. It was Lin Yang's figure. He had fully mastered the art of sword flight. Meanwhile, Jiang Ziya was not idle either. He was training the soldiers in martial arts cultivation. They practiced sword techniques, spearmanship, and other martial arts. As time passed, before they knew it, a full day had passed. The army led by Jiang Ziya grew increasingly formidable. Lin Yang followed behind Jiang Ziya, learning various skills. He had already fully mastered the art of sword flight. Yet Jiang Ziya showed no signs of stopping. He continued to refine his tactics, formations, weaponry, and more. Lin Yang, unwilling to be outdone, directed the cultivators to begin refining elixirs once more. Prior to this, Lin Yang had already provided the soldiers with ample resources. Thus, they now had more than enough to spare for alchemy. Meanwhile, the John Bull Nation's forces had already advanced into the territories of Sakura Nation and Kinchi Nation. They did not rush to press on. Instead, they chose to rest. Although their forces were mechanized armies, their demand for petroleum remained immense. Especially during wartime, ample oil was essential to sustain military operations. Therefore, ensuring sufficient supplies was imperative.
This applies not only to them, but also to the forces of Sakura and Kinchi Nation.
All chose to halt and regroup. But for them, this was a forced choice. Without the leading force of the John Bull Nation's army, neither nation dared to rashly attack China. This was the formidable pressure China had exerted on the rulers of both nations during the previous battle. Meanwhile, John Bull's mechanized forces had only just begun their slow advance into the Kinchi Nation's troops stationed closest to the Chinese border.
Truthfully, China's formidable reputation held sway, yet in the eyes of the British, China was nothing special.
Thus, in their eyes, Korea and Japan were mere cannon fodder.
Only their mechanical legions could deliver a devastating blow to Huaxia.
Within China's borders at this moment, Lin Yang had already distributed the large quantities of low-grade pills mass-produced by the cultivators
to the wounded, along with high-grade medicines like the Great Restoration Pill.
Thus, after 2 days of recuperation, the Huaxia Legion had nearly returned to its pre-monster tide strength.
The 10,000-strong Tiger Guard army. Meanwhile, news from the expedition team
also reached Lin Yang's eyes. On the large screen, the expedition team had finally located a stable.
However, the location of that stable was indeed at the northernmost edge of the territory. This was unavoidable.
After all, if it had been near the Huaxia territory, it would have been claimed by Lin Yang long ago.
Why would he go through such trouble to claim it now? The outer periphery of the territory was where the risks lay. While all monster lairs within the domain had been thoroughly cleared, the visibility around the territory's periphery remained unknown to Lin Yang.
This made Lin Yang feel a hint of risk.
But for the Tiger Leopard cavalry, Lin Yang was willing to push through. Let's proceed this way.
After making up his mind, he headed to Zhang Ziya's location, leading the veteran soldiers of the Huaben army of Huaxia. They immediately set off for the expedition team's location. Lin Yang commanded a force of 3,000 Tiger Guard soldiers, elite archers and infantry alike. All were under his command, awaiting orders to head to the outer borders of the territory. Lin Yang had no idea when the John Bull Nation's forces would attack. This expedition had two objectives: to gather wild horses, was to uncover any traces of the John Bull Nation's forces. This task could only be undertaken by Lin Yang himself. Zhang Ziya needed to train the soldiers, while the Monkey King and other deities each had their own duties.
Brothers, prepare to depart.
Lin Yang raised the Xianyuan sword in his hand and gave the order.
Zhang Ziya, however, seemed utterly unconcerned about Lin Yang.
After all, Lin Yang's combat prowess was formidable now, not to mention the Tiger Guard accompanying him.
Lord, may you depart swiftly and return safely. Zhang Ziya called out in the direction of Lin Yang.
His voice boomed, sounding nothing like an old man.
Our lord is quite the warrior. Our lord sure can hold his own in a fight. Let's be honest, those John Bull Nation troops? They're nothing special. Are you crazy? John Bull's country is the 5th strongest territory. So who are the top 5 then? First is the United States, second is Russia, third is France, fourth is Germany, and fifth is John Bull. So, this time we're facing a top 5 level enemy. While the people of China were filled with dread and anxiety, Lin Yang had long since grown accustomed to it. He led the Tiger Guard army, marching at the fastest possible pace toward the location of the wild horses. Brothers, this time, we must succeed. Chapter 48, In Search of the 1,000-Mile Steed.
Observing the expressions of the soldiers around him, Lin Yang paused in thought. Then he shouted loudly. Immediately, the group quickened their pace and charged toward their objective. The Tiger Guard was a force renowned for its formidable combat prowess and disciplined organization.
Under Lin Yang's impassioned leadership,
their march progressed swiftly.
Half an hour later, they finally reached their destination. At that moment, the expedition team's camp was set up nearby.
They dared not take a single step forward. As for Lin Yang, ever since mastering the breathing technique to its highest level, his gaze had grown significantly sharper. He could discern whether the flow of energies was beneficial or harmful. All this stemmed from his cultivation of martial arts techniques. When he clearly saw the sinister currents swirling at the territory's perimeter,
he immediately frowned. Everyone, I think we need to take this seriously. These guys are no ordinary foes.
Hearing his words, the expressions of the surrounding Huaxia soldiers shifted.
What are those things? Such powerful auras, probably monsters of 5th rank or higher. Lin Yang shook his head. Whatever these things are, we must succeed this time.
If they try to stop us, we'll kill them first and ask questions later. With that, Lin Yang charged forward first, and the Huaxia Tiger Guard followed his lead. They charged forward. The Huaxia expeditionary team remained behind. They waited for the main army to return. Their combat strength was insufficient to face such danger. Therefore, they chose not to get involved in this mess.
Then, Lin Yang was the first to enter the gloomy forest.
The air was thick with miasma, but fortunately, the Huaxia tiger guard had trained in breathing techniques. Still, this place was no place to linger. They needed to push through quickly. Only by reaching the giant trees would they be safe. However, they had barely gone a short distance. Lin Yang suddenly sensed a palpable threat approaching from nearby. He halted abruptly and whipped his head around. He saw a jet black vine lashing out toward him. He dodged it at once. But the vine seemed to have eyes of its own, relentlessly pursuing him. Left with no choice, Lin Yang drew the Xianyuan sword and swung it at the vine.
Clang!
The sound of metal clashing echoed.
The vine was made of iron. Lin Yang felt a chill run down his spine.
He began to ponder the monsters he had seen in the monster compendium.
Was there a magical beast matching this creature's characteristics? Sure enough. Lin Yang soon discovered one. Iron Tree Spirit. Species, Tree Spirit. Combat Power Tier, Lower 4th Grade. Deep within distant forests or mountain ranges lies a potent ancient power. Trees that absorb this force become awe-inspiring sources of strength. Species growing in this region are said to be peculiar. Its vines gradually harden like ironstone, making it terrifying. It actively attacks humans who invade its territory.
Especially terrifying is how its vines gradually harden like ironstone.
It will actively attack humans who invade its territory.
Reading this, Lin Yang couldn't help but swallow hard.
Could it be that terrifying? No wonder I couldn't sense its presence. But what should he do now?
Lin Yang gritted his teeth.
He had no choice.
He channeled the spiritual energy within his body into the Xianyuan sword. Instantly, the sword's color turned crimson. Lin Yang swung the sword down with all his might.
Boom! A massive burst of flames erupted. The vine was severed by Lin Yang. Meanwhile, the Tiger Guard soldiers formed a tight formation, leaving no opening for the Iron Tree Spirit to attack them.
Seizing this opening, Lin Yang hurriedly dashed backward. Now Lin Yang needed to locate the Iron Tree Spirit's true form.
Then devise a way to eliminate it.
Otherwise, being beaten like this was nothing short of humiliating. Lin Yang swiftly commenced his plan. He channeled the spiritual energy within his body. He rode his sword into the sky. He surveyed the entire dense forest below, searching for the Iron Tree Spirit's whereabouts. This was no difficult task for Lin Yang from his lofty vantage point. However, Lin Yang discovered a problem. The Iron Tree Spirit was exceptionally well hidden.
Two eyes 2 levels above its own
were virtually impossible to conceal.
The moment Lin Yang drew near, it immediately went on the defensive and counterattacked. Lin Yang let out a cold laugh. He channeled his spiritual energy against a monster with no offensive patterns whatsoever. Lin Yang showed no mercy.
The Iron Tree Spirit's movement speed was also extremely swift.
Moreover, it seemed aware of its own formidable nature. It always chose the most advantageous angle to dodge. This caused every one of Lin Yang's attacks to miss their mark. He even ended up looking a bit flustered. This sent Lin Yang's anger flaring. He refused to accept defeat.
He channeled the spiritual energy within his body, driving it to surge wildly.
In an instant, Lin Yang's eyes turned crimson.
A fierce sword intent erupted from him. His entire being radiated a sharp, cutting edge. The Xianyuan sword in his hand blazed with dazzling brilliance. Lin Yang struck directly downward toward a specific point below.
But
a spray of blood mist shot out.
The Iron Tree Spirit couldn't dodge in time. It was severely wounded by Lin Yang.
Though such damage posed no real threat to the Iron Tree Spirit, it still sent the creature into a furious rage.
Vines, like tentacles, surged toward Lin Yang's position.
However, Lin Yang had learned his lesson. Instead of confronting the vines head-on, he used his agility to evade them. His goal was to force the Iron Tree Spirit to reveal its true form. But would the Iron Tree Spirit fall for such a ploy so easily? It too understood the folly of low intelligence. Thus, the two engaged in a back-and-forth struggle. They fought until the sky grew dark. He had no idea how much time had passed.
Lin Yang's patience was wearing thin.
He was ready to give it his all. He believed, as long as he gave it his all, the Iron Tree Spirit would surely fall.
Die! Lin Yang roared furiously.
His aura surged violently. He swung the Xianyuan sword in his hand. Swish, swish, swish. Countless streaks of sword light rained down like drops of rain. Instantly, the sound of cracking filled the air.
The vines attacking Lin Yang snapped one after another.
The Iron Tree Spirit let out a wretched cry. A faint smile curved the corners of Lin Yang's mouth. This was the exhilaration of overwhelming power. Lin Yang wasted no time, immediately swinging the Xianyuan sword in his hand. He lunged toward the Iron Tree Spirit. Splatter! Blood spattered everywhere. The Iron Tree Spirit's massive trunk crashed to the ground.
It burst into flames. However, these flames could not consume the Iron Tree Spirit.
for it was a tangible form condensed from pure energy.
Lin Yang descended from the sky and saw everyone waiting for him. So,
he led the group toward the outside world.
Half a month later,
the group emerged from the dense jungle. They had finally traversed the forbidden forest.
Before them lay the region discovered by the expedition teams, the wild horse gathering ground.
That place, they suspected, was where the real danger lay. The moment they set foot here, vigilance flashed across their faces. For the scenery around them had completely transformed.
The sight of 10,000 horses galloping here filled Lin Yang with awe. Chapter 49, Tiger Leopard Cavalry.
He yearned for the sensation of charging across the battlefield on horseback. These were fine steeds, snow-white coats, sturdy hooves, clearly exceptional horses.
Lin Yang's eyes lit up. If he could tame these steeds, he could ride them across the battlefield.
These horses were the perfect equipment for the Tiger Leopard Cavalry. Lin Yang now soared through the skies on his sword, still observing the distant movements.
The soldiers of John Bull's nation hadn't even set foot on Chinese soil yet.
This puzzled Lin Yang.
In an instant, Lin Yang understood. These soldiers had already headed toward the wild horses' location, driving the herds toward China's territory.
Given this, Lin Yang decided to leave the matter alone.
After all, the slower John Bull's forces arrived, the better it was for Lin Yang. Because he needed every second he could get. Only when John Bull's forces arrived in Huaxia could Lin Yang seize the initiative.
Only then could he secure the greatest advantage. He rode his flying sword, speeding rapidly toward the front. He commanded the Huaxia army to drive their horses toward Huaxia territory. There was no reward for eliminating that iron tree.
Lin Yang couldn't help but feel puzzled. Given the system's usual behavior, shouldn't it have given him something?
Yet this time, he received nothing. After pondering this, Lin Yang returned to the location of the iron tree spirit. Sure enough, where the iron tree spirit's corpse had lain,
another corpse remained, still present and not vanished. Lin Yang knew this was unusual in the star realm.
Perhaps there was still a secret at the site of the iron tree spirit's corpse.
This secret was connected to the iron tree itself.
Without delay, Lin Yang approached and began searching the area around the iron tree spirit's corpse for clues to the tree's secrets. Meanwhile, the Huaxia teams drove their horses along the road. Though exhausted, none complained.
For deep down, they all understood.
All of this was for the sake of protecting their homeland. There was no waiting for Lin Yang's next move, as he had ordered them to return to their territory first. Lin Yang could reach the Huaxia territory in no time by flying on his sword.
But Lin Yang did not do so.
He intended to remain here and observe the situation. With a few simple flourishes of the Xianyuan sword in his hand, the corpse left behind by the iron tree spirit shattered into pieces. Lin Yang then began a thorough search of the area where the iron tree's corpse had lain. Before long, Lin Yang finally discovered some clues. Indeed, there was something peculiar within the corpse. It was the iron tree spirit's condensed inner core. The inner core was purple, radiating a rich aura of spiritual energy.
So this corpse couldn't decay because it was imbued with spiritual energy.
Lin Yang murmured to himself before stowing the inner core away. With this, he might be able to concoct even more potent elixirs among the cultivators in his domain later. After completing this task, Lin Yang swiftly flew back to his team on his sword.
"Brothers, advance toward the territory," Lin Yang commanded. "Aye." The group responded in unison, following Lin Yang's lead as they pressed onward. Roar! The Huaxia army marched swiftly toward the territory.
On the other side, the commander leading the mechanized legion of John Bull Nation, Steve, commanded this force of mechanical beings who, despite their mechanical nature, possessed the capacity for thought.
Particularly, this unit was already known as the Iron Brigade. In combat, their intelligence utterly outclassed soldiers of comparable rank.
At this moment, Steve stood within the transport compartment housing the mechanized corps' vehicles, gazing into the distance through the drone's feed. After marching for a while longer, they would reach the territory of Huaxia.
Meanwhile, the soldiers of Kimchi Nation and Cherry Blossom Nation were all elite troops selected from their territories. Korea's special unit Samurai and Ninja could summon their strongest unit, led by Hattori Hanzo. Hattori Hanzo's combat units possess strength comparable to lower-tier second-rank units.
Meanwhile, the Kimchi Nation civilization lacked its own special units. Their recruited forces consisted solely of common units, such as headless knight regiments. Thus, this vast army marched forward toward the territories of Huaxia. At its core lay the forces of the John Bull Nation, flanked by the combined armies of Kimchi Nation and Cherry Blossom Nation. Their objectives were perfectly aligned: to destroy the territory of Huaxia. The final day of their march, the three nations' joint assault on Huaxia.
The assault is imminent. Ha ha, China is finished.
Our forces will arrive shortly.
Crush the Huaxia kingdom. Claim their last remaining lands.
On these neutral forums, some could barely contain their excitement. They refreshed their pages repeatedly, preparing to witness the spectacle of three armies besieging the Huaxia forces.
Lin Yang was no exception. After incorporating the horses as units within Huaxia territory,
He immediately unleashed his sword-flying technique, heading straight for the recruitment camp.
With sufficient units now available, he could recruit Huaxia's newest unit. Reminder to the Lord, the current horse unit can summon 3,000 tiger leopard cavalry units.
The next production cycle for new units from the horse unit will require 30 days.
Lord, shall we summon?
Upon hearing this, Lin Yang immediately began his actions. First, he summoned the tiger leopard cavalry.
He placed them under the command of Zhang Zia.
Within the Huaxia territories at this time, the vast task of soldier training was entrusted to Zhang Zia. All management of the waters was entrusted to the Dragon King of the East Sea, Aoguang. The forests within the territory were placed under the care of the wood god, Dongfang Jumeng. Lin Yang himself oversaw all development within the territory, while also commanding its strongest combat force, the great sage equal to heaven, the Monkey King. This mighty deity required no administrative duties. His sole mission was to safeguard the domain. After all these arrangements were made, Lin Yang, holding the wood spirit pill in his hand, headed toward the gathering place of spiritual energy, the location of those cultivators.
They were now working feverishly, constantly refining pills. Seeing this, Lin Yang immediately joined in. Everyone, how is your pill refinement progressing? Lin Yang asked the group.
Lord, almost there. It won't take more than 2 days to gather enough. With these pills, our Huaxia's strength will surely surge.
Lin Yang nodded.
He knew these cultivators were formidable. Each cultivator was among the elite in Huagua, let alone the team formed by them.
Excellent. You've all worked hard. Now, take a look at this thing in my hand. Lin Yang produced the wood spirit pill, rich in wood elemental energy.
He handed it to the most senior cultivator leader present. Upon seeing it, the cultivator leader gasped in astonishment.
What kind of treasure is this? It feels even more potent than any pill I've ever encountered. May we study it for a while? Chapter 50, The Mechanical Legion.
Lin Yang smiled and shook his head.
Leave it to you. After settling this matter, Lin Yang proceeded to Zhang Taigon's location.
At this moment, the entire force of over 3,000 tiger leopard cavalry from Huaxia had already assembled under Zhang Zia's command. Lin Yang entrusted the tiger leopard cavalry to Zhang Zia's command. Thus, the Huaxia forces now possess not only the great shield infantry but also the formidable tiger leopard cavalry.
Zhang Zia's training regimen never ceased for a single day.
They maintained an intense training regimen.
Lin Yang expressed his approval of this.
After all, this was the only way to rapidly enhance the overall strength of Huaxia.
After all, the invasion from John Bull's nation was only a day away. What are we to do? Their forces will be here any moment.
Don't worry, trust our Lord.
Yes, he will surely resolve this.
On this day, ordinary citizens of Huaxia were all nervously glued to the live-streamed battles unfolding in the astral domain. They hoped Lin Yang would bring them a miracle. Lin Yang glanced at the training of the numerous soldiers, a cold smile curling his lips.
How dare you bully our great nation of China? Just wait.
Lin Yang thought silently to himself. Inside the Huaxia Parliament Hall, the chairman had ceased all diplomatic maneuvering. Instead, he stared at the screen with a look of deep concern. Other council members gathered around. The chairman frowned and said, "This could spell trouble.
If this place falls, China will lose its last remaining territory."
Another council member beside him agreed, though we hate to admit it, the elite forces of John Bull's nation are indeed formidable.
Especially their weapons of mass destruction. It's said their firepower could obliterate our entire territory with ease.
Therefore, Your Excellency, we must formulate a plan swiftly. Otherwise, we truly cannot withstand the enemy forces.
Indeed, Your Excellency. What are we to do? We must devise a foolproof countermeasure.
Yes, and we must contact our Lord immediately.
The speaker declared firmly, our Lord's efforts in repelling the monster tide should be sufficient proof of his trustworthiness.
The councillors nodded in agreement.
Very well. We shall proceed as the speaker suggests. The speaker took a deep breath. The meeting is adjourned. We will no longer accept any proposals from the United States.
Within the territories of Huaxia, Lin Yang was currently in the first floor chamber of the Lord's Palace. He had already incorporated another achievement from the library. Moreover, new structures had been erected within the domain to defend against the invasion of that John Bull nation. That was the Huaxia Artillery Battery. This was also a new structure available after his lord level had been upgraded. There were 3 of them in total, each equipped with cannons. Once enemies approached, they could fire immediately. Additionally, there was a massive crossbow.
The crossbow only requires 500 gene of iron plates paired with arrows to operate. Lin Yang was thoroughly satisfied with these cannons and the ballista.
The newly produced book from the library was a classic text written in ancient script. Titled The Secrets of Heavenly Mechanics, it was created by the ancient ancestors of Huaxia. Lin Yang carefully flipped through several pages.
Its contents were entirely devoted to ancient mechanical arts. Lin Yang couldn't comprehend it yet, so he set it aside for now. At this moment, Lin Yang simply waited in silence for the invasion of John Bull's nation. The next day,
from the watchtower of his domain, Lin Yang could already see the mechanized legions of John Bull Nation approaching.
Reporting to the Lord, John Bull Nation has crossed the border. Good. Have all units prepare for battle. At Lin Yang's command, Jiang Zia had already mounted his 4-on-like steed, leading the Huaban army and tiger leopard cavalry of Huaxia in formation outside the city walls, awaiting the invasion of Zhonkao Nation. Meanwhile, at the other end, an officer of the Zhonkao Nation, named Steve, stood before the command vehicle. He stood ready to direct his forces in launching a massive artillery barrage to lay waste to the Huaxia territory, followed by the entry of Korean and Japanese troops into the city for the assault. Meanwhile, on the forum. Ha 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 ha. Our forces are truly formidable. Just watch how these flesh and blood legions of Huaxia resist. Exactly. We'll crush the Huaxia territory in one fell swoop, forcing them to submit to our rule forevermore. Let's watch. They're doomed. Netizens from the United States buzzed with excitement in the forum. Lin Yang stood atop the observation tower. His gaze pierced through layers of mist, locking onto the command vehicle of John Bull Nation. He flew down on his sword, locating the resting spot of the Monkey King. Monkey King, let's go. It's your turn to act. Got it. Upon hearing the summons, the resting Monkey King, his eyes snapped open instantly. He leapt high into the air and headed toward the outer perimeter of the territory. This time, Lin Yang's orders were clear: head to the locations of those John Bull Nation's mechanical legions. Destroy every single one of those weapons of mass destruction. The Monkey King's speed was extraordinary. Along the way, he encountered numerous John Bull Nation mech soldiers. When the Monkey King saw the black barrels protruding from these creatures' hands, he momentarily couldn't identify what they were. Meanwhile, the John Bull Nation's mechanized legion's weapons of mass destruction remained in the rear, poised to strike at any moment and bombard the territories of Huaxia. Countless black muzzles were aimed squarely at the heart of China's territory. Roar! The Monkey King roared in fury. He enlarged his golden staff several times over, and in an instant, his own form grew countless times larger. With a flick of his body, he appeared on John Bull's artillery platform in the blink of an eye. Crack! The Monkey King slammed his golden staff into the ground, causing the entire earth to tremble. Crackling fissures spread across the artillery platforms. The mechanical artillery, poised to bombard Chinese territory, was caught off guard by this sudden upheaval. Under the immense force, the Pickle Nation's artillery platforms instantly exploded. Countless mechanical soldiers from the land of the John Bulls suffered collateral damage. Seeing this, the Monkey King, he swung his golden staff again, sweeping it wildly across the artillery platforms. At this moment, the Monkey King hadn't even resorted to his heaven-shaping earth-transforming technique. Merely wielding his golden staff sufficed. He swept through this trash. Yet the Monkey King remained cautious. After all, this was John Bull's country, the foremost mechanical industrial power within the astral realm. Although the Monkey King's power had transcended the ordinary, reaching the level of a cultivator at the refining spirit stage. In this world where technology had advanced far beyond his own, he dared not let his guard down. Bang! 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 One artillery turret after another was obliterated. Countless John Bull mechanical soldiers were reduced to dust. Seeing this, he finally stopped his attack. This rampage had left the Monkey King feeling exhilarated, but his stamina had also plummeted. He swiftly returned to his territory and found Lin Yang. Heh, this old son's mission is complete. Chapter 51, Useless. John Bull Nation. Inside the command center of John Bull Nation's territory. Their lord sat in the command chair, his expression grave as he watched the battle footage streaming from the outskirts of the Huaxia territory. They had already entered Huaxia's domain. Yet the Monkey King's subsequent combat display shattered his confidence in annihilating Huaxia in one fell swoop. Yet, due to Huaxia's strategic deployment this time, the officers of Zhonkao country were utterly clueless on how to break through. General, why not just launch missiles? That would conveniently flatten the entire Huaxia territory. Don't be rash. Huaxia clearly intends to trap us here. I fear they've planted explosives near their territory. But, Lord, are you content to just watch those Huaxia territories? They're utterly arrogant. Shut up. What do you know? But, the officer was about to argue further. Suddenly, a cry of alarm echoed through the command room. Our heavy weapons, they've been completely destroyed. Instantly, the commander's remote screen had turned completely black. What's going on? The officer urgently demanded. Reporting to the Lord, our heavy weapon systems have been attacked. They are now completely disabled. Damn it! The commander roared in fury. What about the communication devices? They've been attacked too. We can't contact headquarters now. Request reinforcements immediately. The commander of the John Bull Nation, stationed on the outskirts of Huaxia territory, ordered through gritted teeth. Yes, sir. At that moment, the officer still harbored some resentment. But he had only taken 2 steps. Boom! A
A shell slammed into the ground beside him, exploding and instantly blasting a gaping hole in the wall behind him. Ah! The officer commanding the John Bull forces at the outskirts of Huaxia territory shrieked in terror. Quiet! Regroup the defenses immediately! The commander bellowed. The other officers obeyed the commander's orders and rushed out. But not long after. Another deafening explosion. The commander leading the mechanical legion was once again sent flying by the blast. Thud! The commander slammed into a tank, instantly crushing it to pieces. Such was the power of the Huaxia artillery. Damn it, damn it! Prepare the escape pods. Retreat! The commander bellowed. He finally realized he was truly in trouble. But just as he prepared to retreat and reorganize his assault, ready to strike again at Huaxia territory, a powerful sense of danger surged through his entire body, making every hair on his body stand on end. What is it? The commander looked out toward the edge of Huaxia territory in confusion. The thunderous clatter of hooves echoed through the air. Immediately, arrows rained down upon him like a storm. Whoosh! 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 Arrows pierced through steel, penetrated tanks, and embedded themselves into the commander's body. No! The mechanical legions emitted shattering sounds. Oil splattered everywhere. Thud! The officer from the United States collapsed to the ground, never to rise again. His body lay on the ground, twitching a few times before going still. The Huabao cavalry of China charged at breakneck speed. In the blink of an eye, they closed to within less than 100 meters of the John Bull soldiers. Boom! 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 The Tiger Leopard cavalry's warhorses stomped the ground furiously. The John Bull soldiers didn't even have time to react. Squadron after squadron of Tiger Leopard cavalry thrust their spears upward from their mounts. Spears in hand, they charged toward the soldiers. Thud! Thud! The sound of spearheads piercing mechanical bodies echoed continuously. The soldiers couldn't withstand the Tiger Leopard cavalry's charge. After charging through them, the Tiger Leopard cavalry pressed forward relentlessly. Wherever they passed, corpses littered the field and rivers of blood flowed. A brief skirmish. The Tiger Leopard cavalry annihilated 2/3 of John Bull's forces. The remaining Cherry Blossom and Kimchi soldiers witnessed this carnage yet remained unflustered. Instead, Hattori Hanzo of the Cherry Blossom Nation wore an inscrutable smile. General, I find this tactic truly masterful. Hattori Hanzo chuckled. Oomph. The officer snorted coldly. Though formidable, this tactic is not without countermeasures. General, I believe we need not resort to this tactic. Hattori Hanzo declared. The officer frowned. Oh? What do you mean? It's time for our Sakura Ninja Corps to make their move. The Sakura Nation's forces were primarily composed of samurai, translating to combat strength equivalent to over 5th rank. The Ninja Corps, however, possessed combat strength equivalent to the upper tier of the 3rd rank. Lin Yang felt it unnecessary to call upon the Monkey King just yet. Unless overwhelmingly powerful foes appeared, he preferred not to trouble the Monkey King. Instead, he saw this as an excellent opportunity to train his troops. Therefore, after the Monkey King had destroyed the artillery capable of threatening Huaxia territory, he entrusted Jiang Zia with full command of the entire campaign. After all, as an immortal, Jiang Zia could effortlessly annihilate these mundane weapons of war. Jiang Zia's military achievements were truly magnificent. This time, Jiang Zia still refrained from using any martial arts. Holding his command flag in hand, he first ordered the Tiger Leopard cavalry to charge. After the Tiger Leopard cavalry completed their charge, he then ordered the main force of the Tiger Ben army to advance forward. They launched a powerful offensive. At that very moment, Jiang Zia led his formidable forces forward into battle. Finally, Jiang Zia personally led his troops to the front lines, slaughtering the enemy soldiers. Soon, the John Bull soldiers collapsed. The reason was simple. The mechanical legions had lost their command structure. Under Jiang Zia's assault, they completely lost their coordination and tactical discipline. Steve, the John Bull Nation's commander in charge of this battle, had lost his former composure. Witnessing so many troops annihilated, his heart was filled with dread. How could this happen? How did the Huaxia territory suddenly amass such a massive army? Steve's face betrayed utter disbelief. He simply couldn't fathom the reason behind it. But he knew that if he allowed the Huaxia territory's forces to continue this slaughter, they would likely face defeat here today. Damn it! Steve cursed angrily. And now they even have cavalry units. Steve's only hope lay in waiting for his heavy firepower units to redeploy. But that would take time. It wasn't as if being a mechanized corps made it possible. In the endless wait, Steve could only hope the armies of Sakura and Kimchi Nation would prove somewhat useful. Just as he was about to contact the forces within John Bull's own territory, he discovered the communication facilities had been severed. Quick! Restore the communications. Request backup. How useless can Steve be? He can't even handle those trash Chinese? An impatient voice rang out from within John Bull's territory. That was Charles, the Lord of John Bull Country. Chapter 52, Hattori Hanzo.
Hearing Charles's complaint, the Lord of Sakura Country chuckled inwardly and said, "Esteemed Lord Charles, it's not Steve's fault. That Chinese general is simply too formidable, and his cavalry corps is overwhelmingly powerful." A general from China? Which one? What's his name? Charles inquired. His name is Zhang Zia. Oomph. Another bloody deity? Charles snorted coldly. Weren't they severely weakened? Why have they reappeared? Charles demanded. Are you certain of their identities? Charles paused before speaking. Let our mighty commander take the stage, declared the Lord of Sakura Nation. Upon hearing this, Charles pondered for a moment before replying. In that case, we can inform him. Let him deal with Zhang Zia of Huaxia. I believe, given that fellow's strength, he will surely be able to slay Zhang Zia. The man they pinned their hopes on was Hattori Hanzo, the ninja god of the land of cherry blossoms. Your Excellency Lord Charles, your foresight is truly remarkable, the Lord of Sakura Country praised. Outside the borders of Huaxia, Huaxia's Tiger Guard had already clashed with the land of cherry blossoms ninja legions. The battle raged fiercely. Casualties were mounting on both sides. Roar! At that moment, thunder roared across the sky, followed by a howling gale. Countless leaves were whipped into a whirlwind, swirling everywhere. Rumble! The sky darkened instantly. This was Zhang Zia's heavenly thunder talisman. After unleashing the heavenly thunder spell, he aimed it at the ninja legion of the land of cherry blossoms. The bombardment commenced. The ninja legion was instantly obliterated. Screams of agony filled the air. But this was far from over. The heavenly thunder seal was merely the beginning. Dark clouds gathered overhead, followed by flashes of lightning and deafening thunder. Rumble! Thunderbolts descended, striking the soldiers of the land of cherry blossoms. Bang! Thud, thud, thud. The ninja corps of the land of cherry blossoms were all struck down, collapsing to the ground. After a few convulsions, they lay utterly still. What's going on? Hattori Hanzo knew it was time for him to step in. He flung the shuriken in his hand toward Zhang Zia's direction. Release! Whoosh! The shuriken transformed into a streak of light, hurtling toward Zhang Zia. Zhang Zia saw the incoming shuriken and wore a mocking smile. You're asking for it. Boom! Just as the shuriken neared Zhang Zia, a bolt of thunder struck beside him. Instantly, the shuriken shattered. What? Hattori Hanzo shouted in shock. The thunderbolt had been weak, yet terrifyingly powerful. Who are you? Hattori Hanzo blared at Zhang Zia. I am Zhang Zia, Zhang Zia replied with a faint smile. Impressive. But I am your opponent. After speaking, Hattori Hanzo leapt forward, charging toward Zhang Zia from the opposite direction. He intended to ambush Zhang Zia. Yet he forgot the man he faced was Zhang Zia. A mere brat dares to act so boldly before this old man. Zhang Zia roared in fury, drawing the divine slaying whip from his waist and lashing it out. Whoosh! The whip's lashing energy poured forth like a colossal waterfall. Boom! The blade's edge collided fiercely with Hattori Hanzo's katana. Hattori Hanzo's blade, known as the Hanzo katana, was no ordinary weapon either. Two forces collided. Clang! 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 Hattori Hanzo stumbled back 3 steps before halting. Whoosh! The other ninjas around them sucked in their breaths. After all, Hattori Hanzo was among the elite ninja of the land of cherry blossoms. And now he'd been driven back by a general from China? Could it be that the deities of China were even more formidable than the legendary god of ninjas? The Tiger Guard's formation attack showed no sign of slowing. Roar! Hattori Hanzo roared, his body trembling violently as he summoned every ounce of his strength. Ha! This is interesting, Zhang Zia remarked coldly. Die! Hattori Hanzo bellowed, his Hanzo sword striking out with blinding speed. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The Hanzo sword, carrying a powerful gust of wind, charged toward Zhang Zia. Seeing this attack, Zhang Zia sneered coldly. You dare challenge this old man with swords? He sidestepped. He leapt down from the 4 on likes. He drew the 3-ring sword in his hand and unleashed the true martial sword technique. Meanwhile, Lin Yang watched with delight. Zhang Zia's true martial sword technique was finally being unleashed. This was a prime opportunity for Lin Yang to learn. Swish, swish, swish. Sword shadows swirled densely, unleashing immense power. Thud, thud, thud. In an instant, Hattori Hanzo's swordplay became utterly chaotic. Only then did Lin Yang realize this was the pinnacle of the true martial sword technique. 10,000 swords returned to the source. Swish. A flash of sword light. Crack. Hattori Hanzo's Hanzo sword was cleaved in 2. Ah! Hattori Hanzo stumbled backward in panic. But it was already too late. Thud. Zhang Zia thrust his long sword into Hattori Hanzo's heart, killing him with a single strike. After Hattori Hanzo's death, the Sakura Nation's legion descended into utter chaos. They were driven into a corner by the spearmen of China's Tiger Guard. Meanwhile, Lin Yang moved toward the Tiger Leopard cavalry's position. He engaged the undead knights recruited by the Kimchi Nation.
Lin Yang had prior experience fighting them.
Death Knight. Race, Undead. Maximum combat power, Grade 3.
They are the original undead legions, similar to the Headless Knights, but their combat prowess is formidable.
Far more terrifying than the Headless Knights.
Lin Yang, wielding the Xianyuan sword, had already engaged the Necromancer Knight's leader in combat.
The two exchanged blows relentlessly. Though formidable, the Necromancer Knight leader's combat skills were vastly inferior to those of the now transcended Lin Yang.
Thus, he was no match for Lin Yang.
Still wielding his spear, he attempted to strike down Lin Yang.
But Lin Yang had already spotted the opening.
The spear thrust toward Lin Yang's chest, aiming to force him into an unavoidable position. But the Xianyuan sword in Lin Yang's grasp was no joke. With a flick of his wrist, Lin Yang wrenched the spear from the Death Knight leader's grasp, sending it hurtling back toward him. Lin Yang effortlessly caught the spear in his palm. This was the power Lin Yang possessed after wielding the Xianyuan sword. He possessed an exceptionally accurate assessment of his enemy's combat strength. He immediately thrust the sword toward the Necromancer Knight's position. With a loud boom, the Death Knight's body exploded. As for the undead steed beneath him, it was cleaved in two by a blade's edge, collapsing to the ground. Without hesitation, Lin Yang pressed forward. Shortly after, he encountered several more ninjas and swiftly disposed of them. By the end of his journey, few ninjas remained. But they were the cream of the crop, possessing extraordinary combat prowess. Still, in Lin Yang's eyes, they were mere trash. Lin Yang chuckled. You dare to trespass on the territory of China? Chapter 53, The Tiger Leopard Cavalry Assault. With that said, Lin Yang swung his long sword. Clang! The sword's edge swept out in a flurry. Several ninjas instantly turned into mist of blood and scattered. Lin Yang's eyebrows twitched. Judging by the current situation, the forces of Kimchi Nation and Cherry Blossom Nation were also on the verge of being crushed by him. Soon, the army before him became the Chinese forces mopping up the remnants of the Korean and Japanese armies. One by one, ninjas and samurai fell into pools of blood, not a single body left intact. Lin Yang shook his head slightly. Such a battlefield held little impact on him. He had endured far bloodier monster invasions before. This was nothing. Lin Yang didn't exactly relish the sight of such slaughter. But if they dared to invade the territory of China, that was an entirely different matter. With that thought, Lin Yang withdrew from the Chinese forces' encirclement of the enemy. Instead, he soared high on his sword, surveying John Bull's nation's next wave of firepower. Damn it! The Chinese forces are simply too powerful. What are we to do now? Damn those Chinese, they all deserve to die. Even Hattori Hanzo of our Cherry Blossom Nation has fallen. The rest of the battle rests entirely on John Bull's shoulders. Sigh, we Kimchi Nation has suffered heavy losses too. Shut up, Korea. All you contributed were some easily recruited undead knight squads. So the John Bull Nation is just a paper tiger after all? At this moment, the Monkey King had consumed the great restoration pill given by Lin Yang. He closed his eyes to recover his stamina. The next wave of attacks from John Bull's country would undoubtedly be a serious one. Therefore, the Monkey King must remain vigilant. The same applied to everyone else. This included nations like Korea and Japan, currently engaged in combat with the Chinese forces. They now face the same predicament. Boom! 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 The mechanical roar echoed through every corner of the Huaxia territories. The rear echelon of the John Bull Nation. Their real forces. They were about to arrive. This signaled that John Bull's nation was about to get serious. In the distance, a colossal mechanical head has emerged. This must be the ultimate weapon of the United States. Oomph. Looks like they're ready to fight to the death. A cold smile curled at the corners of Lin Yang's lips. Meanwhile, behind the John Bull Nation's forces, where Steve was stationed, countless mortar launchers appeared in their rear ranks. And the tanks of John Bull's nation reappeared within Lin Yang's field of vision. Everything was ready. All that remained was for John Bull's most elite troops to launch their assault. Thump, 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 thump. The mechanized infantry of John Bull Nation now raised their rifles, aiming at the positions of the Huaxia Tiger Guard. Rat-a-tat-tat, rat-a-tat-tat. A dense hail of bullets erupted from the barrels, unleashed toward the Huaxia forces' positions. They had only one thought: to halt the advance of the Huaxia forces at all costs. This would allow their forces to build up greater destructive power, paving the way for their ultimate weapon to make its perfect entrance. Only then could the Huaxia forces be utterly annihilated. What the hell is that from the United States? Looks like some kind of giant mech? Technology truly is the primary productive force. China's deities just can't compete. We're done for. Why did Lin Yang have to provoke John Bull Nation, ranked among the top 5 powers? Chinese netizens flooded the comments with pessimistic views on the battle's outcome. Tonight, the alliance of Kimchi Nation, Cherry Blossom Nation, and John Cao Nation would make their decisive move to annihilate China. It promises to be a brutal battle. And their sole objective? To destroy this city. Then, to slaughter all the Chinese people. As for themselves, they will undoubtedly face severe trials. For in the battles here,
they will suffer heavy losses in troops.
It might even weaken their nation's military strength. But, for the greater good, they have no choice but to proceed. And what of the Huaxia forces?
Facing the enemy's frenzied assault, they showed not a hint of panic. The great shields were already raised. Simultaneously, the cannons on the city walls and the archers positioned behind the troops
began their counterattack against the Jeonbul nation's main force.
At this moment, the full might of both sides collided.
Boom! 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 Bang! 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 The deafening explosions echoed across the sky. Blinding flashes of fire erupted. Shell after shell was loaded into the mortars. All that remained was for Steve's command to begin the barrage against the walls of Huaxia. At that moment, Steve's expression turned cold, a cruel smile curling his lips.
Oomph,
so this is China's might? Very well, let's utterly destroy them. Then, level this place to the ground. Ha 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 ha. After Steve finished speaking, glaring at the corpse of his aide beside him, he roared, "Fire the cannons!" The soldiers of Jeonbul's nation were also filled with excitement.
The artillerymen in the rear ranks and the operators at the mech control stations sprang into action.
Full firepower. The massive cannons in the rear ranks of Jeonbul's nation. The bombardment was about to begin.
Lin Yang, already airborne, had long since noticed the mortar assault. He immediately initiated his own actions.
Tiger Leopard Cavalry. At your command. Your servants are here. Speak your command, Lord. The commander of the Tiger Leopard Cavalry, established by Jiang Zia, responded loudly. Follow me into battle.
No sooner had the words left his mouth than the Tiger Leopard Cavalry formed a line behind Lin Yang as he soared through the air on his sword, charging forward at breakneck speed. Whoosh, whoosh. Simultaneously, the Tiger Leopard Cavalry began their mounted archery assault. Several long arrows shot straight toward their targets. Thwack! Thud! 2 artillerymen directing the mortar fire were struck through the heart by the arrows and collapsed in pools of blood.
Ah! Enemy ambush! Quick, take cover!
A soldier responsible for logistics cried out in alarm.
But it was too late. The Tiger Leopard Cavalry gave them no time to react. Spears plunged into their chests.
This sudden assault finally prevented the Jeonbul nation from firing the next wave of cannonballs. Lin Yang drew his Shenyuan sword, slashing down a soldier in the rear ranks of the Jeonbul nation.
He roared, "Don't you dare! How dare you harm my Chinese people!" In the blink of an eye, the Jeonbul nation's artillery crew was slaughtered to the last man. Lin Yang led the Tiger Leopard Cavalry straight toward the Jeonbul forces. Kill! Kill them all! The Tiger Leopard Cavalry fought their way forward. Wherever their blades struck, rivers of blood flowed. Moreover, the Tiger Leopard Cavalry's speed was astonishingly swift, far beyond what Jeonbul's forces could withstand. Their speed utterly defied the British imagination of what ancient heavy cavalry could achieve. This was only natural. This was all thanks to the enhancement of Jiang Zia's 6 strategies,
combined with the Tiger Leopard Cavalry's own buffs.
Tiger Leopard Charge, Tiger Leopard Cavalry Speed Bonus, 100%. Chapter 54, The Ultimate Weapon. The appearance of their ultimate weapon signaled that victory was theirs for the taking. Fire the cannon? What are you doing? Despite Commander Steve's order, the massive cannonball failed to launch. What's going on? Where's the shell? Why did the shelling stop? Could it be we're out of ammunition?
The mechanical operators of Jeonbul nation were filled with confusion. Even all the staff officers in the command center were astonished. Only Steve's face twisted into a grimace, his teeth clenched.
Damn it! Didn't any of you detect their enemy attack? Is this the so-called strongest reconnaissance corps you've been bragging about? Steve roared.
But he had forgotten one crucial thing. The Monkey King had already wiped out their drone legion.
How is this possible? We're the most advanced nation on Earth. How could our reconnaissance capabilities vanish? This shouldn't be happening. It's utterly unacceptable. Hearing this answer, all the staff officers and machine operators were stunned.
After all, Jeonbul nation had mobilized nearly half its forces for this operation. They had deployed nearly half their forces, pulling out virtually every trick in their bag. Their drone reconnaissance corps, mechanical legions, and the most devastating artillery barrage tactics. Yet now, unexpectedly, they were as blind as bats. Their drone reconnaissance corps had been completely destroyed, and their artillery barrage tactics were gone.
That tells them one thing. The plan had failed? Forget it, punishment can wait. Once our ultimate weapon emerges, they're finished.
Steve groaned, clutching his head in frustration. Lin Yang led the rear Tiger Leopard Cavalry back to their positions after finishing off another wave.
Reporting to the Lord, the Jeonbul ultimate weapon ahead is likely nearing completion.
A massive counterattack from Jeonbul nation is imminent, and its destructive power is terrifying.
The Tiger Leopard Cavalry commander reported to Lin Yang. Return to your positions. Lin Yang remained calm. The only hope now was
waiting for the Monkey King to make his next appearance.
Reporting to the Lord, John Bull's ultimate weapon has initiated its operation. Estimated distance, 500 meters. Lin Yang listened to the report as he walked. Think I'm easy to push around? Lin Yang remained calm and composed.
He casually sliced through a mechanical soldier. He continued advancing forward.
At the same time,
throughout the entire forest, trees, flowers, and plants withered and turned a dull yellow. The scorching heat reached Lin Yang's face.
That colossal ultimate weapon of the United States
now radiated an intense white light around its body, like the sun itself.
Its footsteps grew clearer and clearer, as if trampling on everyone's hearts. With each step, everyone felt a weight pressing down on their chests like a stone. Lord, get out of the way. It's almost upon us. The Tiger Leopard cavalry commander shouted urgently to Lin Yang. Boom! At that critical moment, a laser beam shot toward the opposite direction of Lin Yang. It exploded instantly. After the deafening roar, the smoke cleared. Lord! Jiang Zia, spotting Lin Yang's direction, cried out urgently. After the smoke cleared, he finally saw Lin Yang emerging on his sword. His face was pale. That laser cannon had nearly killed him just now. Not bad. You actually blocked it. The operator of John Bull Nation's ultimate weapon snorted coldly upon seeing his attack blocked by Lin Yang.
Then, he raised the massive barrel of his weapon once more, aiming it at Lin Yang in the distance. This time, an even more terrifying white light erupted from its hands,
instantly engulfing Lin Yang within its grasp.
Immediately, violent tremors rippled through the air, causing the ground beneath Lin Yang's feet to sink several inches.
Tiger Leopard cavalry. Split into smaller units. Conserve your strength. Lin Yang roared in fury. Then, the intense, scorching light was about to engulf Lin Yang's body. We're done for. Lin Yang lamented. At his current cultivation level, he couldn't evade this attack. At that very moment. Ha! The Monkey King's voice, like heavenly music, saved Lin Yang. The Monkey King wielded his to block the attack for Lin Yang.
Lin Yang immediately flew away on his sword to a safe location. As the saying goes, when gods fight, mortals suffer. As a mere mortal, Lin Yang would be wise not to involve himself in the battle between the Monkey King and the ultimate weapon. Dirt and debris flew everywhere, nearly injuring even Lin Yang.
Damn it, this guy's pretty tough. Lin Yang cursed under his breath. His gaze fixed on the colossal ultimate weapon looming in the sky.
Only now could he see it clearly.
This ultimate weapon was a massive humanoid mecha. Its appearance was peculiar. Its entire body was covered in metallic armor. Its eyes are blue.
One hand grips a massive metal rod, while the other forms a colossal cannon barrel.
With a thunderous boom, another cannonball was fired.
This time, he aimed it at the Monkey King's back.
Watch me destroy you. You dead monkey.
The operator of John Bull Nation's ultimate weapon spoke with a hint of contempt.
Bring it on.
The Monkey King's expression turned cold as his swept through the air like a whirlwind.
Clang, clang, clang.
The Monkey King relentlessly parried the attacks of John Bull Nation's ultimate weapon. In an instant, he closed in beside the ultimate weapon. With tremendous force, he wielded his golden staff.
He relentlessly pounded the ultimate weapon. The deafening clang of metal echoed ceaselessly.
The Monkey King and the mecha clashed in combat. The agile Monkey King darted about like a flea on a drum, striking left and right against the massive humanoid weapon. The ultimate weapon attempted to use its massive frame to throw the Monkey King off balance. But no matter how much force it exerted, it couldn't budge the Monkey King.
Boom! Suddenly,
the Monkey King seized an opening and delivered a near-fatal blow. The cannon barrel of that humanoid weapon was smashed clean off by the Monkey King's.
Watch this. This is what I'm capable of, he declared.
The Monkey King smashed off the ultimate weapon's helmet, revealing its true form.
Damn it! You forced my hand. The operator of the John Bull Nation's ultimate weapon cursed furiously. Activate ultimate form. It wasn't that the operator of the ultimate weapon from John Bull's country deliberately held back from using this form. Rather, once this ultimate form was activated, the operator could only maintain control for half an hour. Moreover, in the offensive war, there was no timely resupply, so they had not used this ultimate form from the start. Suddenly, the outer shell of the ultimate weapon cracked open, revealing its pitch-black inner mechanisms as wisps of smoke began to billow out. With a hissing sound, the outer shell of the ultimate weapon cracked open, revealing its core. Instantly, a tremendous shockwave sent even the Monkey King flying backward. The ultimate weapon's final form revealed. Chapter 55, Manifesting Divine Might. What is this? Good heavens! What is this thing?
Holy crap, this feels like something that could destroy the entire star realm. The people of Huaxia murmured in bewilderment. Even the assembly members inside the Huaxia Parliament Hall stared at the scene in bewilderment. Such an entity transcended their comprehension. I know legend has it this is the ultimate weapon newly developed by the astral domain of the United States.
They say the rays it emits can obliterate an entire city. Destroy entire cities? No wonder they call it the ultimate form.
One parliamentarian exclaimed in awe. They had never witnessed the power to destroy a city. But they had heard of the terror of the ultimate form.
Then how are we to counter such a weapon? The council chairman voiced his concern. Sigh, why would the United States disclose such unfavorable information? Let's not dwell on such nonsense. Since Lin Yang has chosen to handle it, we'll simply wait and see.
The council chairman forced a smile as he spoke. He too was deeply concerned for Lin Yang's safety, but after all, the Huaxia territory possessed the Monkey King.
Though the ultimate weapon's power was terrifying.
The council chairman had already considered the worst-case scenario.
That was for Lin Yang to survive and rebuild the Huaxia territory.
For that was the future hope of Huaxia.
So what if you're the Monkey King? You damned monkey will die today.
The ultimate weapons operator sneered coldly. He immediately wielded the ultimate weapon in its final form, raising the colossal laser sword in his hand and slashing toward the Monkey King.
The ultimate weapon's current form was nearly as large as before.
Standing 100 meters tall, it was pitch black all over. Surrounded by various forms of energy. The sight alone sent chills down one's spine. If that blade were to come crashing down, even the Monkey King wouldn't stand a chance. Your so-called technology is nothing but bull.
You don't understand divine arts at all.
And you certainly don't understand the power of the gods. Old Sun will show you the true power of our Chinese immortals.
Divine arts emulate heaven and earth.
Upon hearing these words, the Monkey King's expression turned solemn. His eyes instantly turned golden. His entire body erupted in blinding white light. Then, his feet lifted directly off the ground. His entire form soared into the air, hovering mid-sky. Gusts of fierce wind billowed the Monkey King's battle robes. Shaking off his divine might, he transformed in an instant, growing 10,000 feet tall. 2 hands raised thee, like pillars supporting the heavens atop Mount Kunlun. His form now towered several heads above the ultimate weapon of that John Bull nation. Roar! The Monkey King roared in fury, smashing his staff against the colossal laser sword that sought to cleave him from the sky.
Boom! A deafening explosion echoed across the heavens.
The Monkey King's immense strength, amplified by the divine power of the golden monkey staff. The colossal laser sword shattered violently under the strike of the Monkey King's golden staff, sending countless shards of energy flying in all directions like dazzling fireworks. The Monkey King flickered into a golden beam of light, instantly appearing before the ultimate weapon.
It's over. The operator of the ultimate weapon roared in fury, scrambling to dodge.
But he sensed the Monkey King's speed was beyond compare.
There was no way he could evade it.
With no other choice, he activated his energy shield, attempting to defend against the Monkey King's strike. Meanwhile, the Monkey King raised his golden staff, channeling a powerful golden energy that slammed violently into the energy shield released by the ultimate weapon. The shield began to shatter under the impact of its fragments scattering in all directions. The operators of the ultimate weapon watched in stunned disbelief.
Their nation's ultimate weapon couldn't withstand the Monkey King's power.
A cold smile flashed in the Monkey King's eyes. He suddenly increased his force, the golden monkey staff emitting a piercing whistling sound as it slammed viciously into the ultimate weapon. Even with the power of the heaven-earth transformation technique, the Monkey King's speed remained utterly unaffected.
He remained as swift as ever. Boom!
A thunderous explosion echoed as the golden monkey staff struck the ultimate weapon. Its entire body shook violently, emitting a series of screeching metallic grinding sounds.
Cracks began to form in the ultimate weapon's outer shell, revealing the intricate mechanical structure within.
Seizing the moment, the Monkey King swung his golden staff once more, delivering a crushing blow directly at the core of the ultimate weapon.
Boom! A deafening explosion reverberated across the battlefield, unleashing a violent surge of energy. The ultimate weapon was utterly shattered by the golden staff's force, its fragments scattering wildly and bursting into a dazzling shower of sparks. The Monkey King stood triumphant on the battlefield, radiating an aura of invincibility as the glow of victory enveloped his form. The assembly hall of the Huaxia Council fell silent as its members stared in stunned disbelief.
That the Monkey King had defeated the ultimate weapon was utterly inconceivable. The hope of Huaxia has not yet faded, exclaimed the assembly president, his voice thick with emotion. The people of Huaxia cheered with excitement, filled with pride and joy at the Monkey King's triumph. The Monkey King let out a mighty roar, his form dissolving into a golden light as he reverted to his true form. Maintaining the heaven-emulating, earth-shaping form had simply drained his magical power too severely. Yet unbeknownst to him, his fighting spirit would forever inspire the people of China to strive tirelessly for the nation's future. As the Monkey King returned, all of China was immersed in joy.
China has triumphed. China shall prevail. Long live China.
The people of China shouted wildly.
Meanwhile, Steve, the commander of the John Bull nation, could only lead his troops in a humiliating retreat back to their territory.
Steve hurriedly withdrew his troops from the battlefield, his heart filled with rage and resentment.
He knew full well that the Monkey King's power now seemed unmatched.
This time, their British Empire's conspiracy had been completely exposed, and his plan had utterly failed. For now, he could only retreat to British territory. Along the way, he would first head to Kimchi territory to regroup and recuperate. Steve wasted no time. The moment he set foot in Kimchi Nation's territory, he swiftly convened an emergency meeting with his trusted generals. Facing this defeat, Steve knew he could no longer risk direct confrontation with the Monkey King. Instead, he would weaken China's strength through covert schemes. After deliberation, they communicated their strategy to the Lord of the Land of the Bull. Steve understood this conspiracy required meticulous planning and execution. It could not escape the scrutiny of John Bull Nation's elite special forces. Within the Huaxia territories at that moment, another battle had concluded. Lin Yang was now organizing the Tiger Guard soldiers and militia to clear the battlefield. Following the battle's conclusion, the severely weakened nations of Zhangkao, Cherry Blossom, and Kimchi were no longer capable of launching proactive offensives against Huaxia territory. Huaxia's combat prowess had truly surpassed their wildest expectations. Chapter 56, Upgrading the River Diagram and Luo Book. Immediately after deciding on a strategy of recuperation and restoration, he immediately commenced his next plan. First, he must return to the Lord's palace. Perhaps repelling their assault might even earn us a reward. With this thought, Lin Yang swiftly flew on his sword to the Lord's palace. Sure enough, upon entering the Lord's palace, he received a message. It was a notification from the palace's AI. Congratulations! Huaxia has successfully repelled the enemy's assault. First successful defense reward, 5,000 gold coins. 1,000 experience points. Current experience, 11,913. Reminder to the Lord. Upgrade conditions have been met. You may now spend 3,000 gold coins to upgrade your territory level. Lin Yang read the message and felt immense joy. Upgrade. 3,000 gold coins were no burden for Lin Yang. Was no great sacrifice to spend. Congratulations, Lord. Upgrade successful. Your current territory level is medium village. Unlocked buildings can be viewed under buildable structures in the Lord's market. Upgrade your territory buildings directly. The Lord may inspect them at their convenience. After hearing this, he stepped outside to survey the current state of his domain. As soon as he stepped out of the Lord's palace, he was greeted by a thriving scene within his domain. He saw that the once rudimentary wooden huts had been completely transformed, replaced by a row of tile-roofed houses built with blue tiles and earthen walls. These houses stood neatly arranged on both sides of the wide streets. The walls were adorned with intricate patterns and paintings reflecting traditional Chinese motifs. Compared to before, the entire domain now appeared to be changing day by day. At that moment, bustling crowds filled the streets of the domain. They wore traditional Chinese attire. Street stalls lined the roads, their vendors busily selling goods like fresh flowers, delicacies, and handicrafts. If this scene in the Chinese territory were transposed to an ancient feudal dynasty, it would be considered a golden age. But Lin Yang knew this was not enough. His true goal remained far beyond reach. After repelling the annihilation-seeking invasions from John Bull, Kimchi Nation, and the Cherry Blossom Triumvirate, Lin Yang opened the territory rankings. He saw that the Huaxia territory had now climbed into the top 70. It held the 66th position. Lin Yang chuckled to himself after seeing this. This ranking clearly did not reflect Huaxia's current capabilities. But it didn't matter. 66 signifies smooth sailing, not a bad sign at all. Lin Yang thought to himself. He promptly resumed his exploration. The entire domain radiated a thriving atmosphere. In terms of livability within the Huaxia territory, it had undoubtedly reached 100% level. Meanwhile, while Lin Yang was still planning his next steps for development, Steve and his commanders devised a sinister scheme. They resolved to infiltrate Huaxia using spies and internal collaborators, seeking out and sabotaging the nation's vital resources and strategic strongholds. Through this approach, they hoped to weaken China's strength, plunging it into a state of internal turmoil and external pressure. Steve understood that this conspiracy required meticulous planning and execution. So they immediately contacted the lords of the United Kingdom regarding the plan. Only with the consent of the lords of John Bull country, this plan could only be implemented. John Bull Nation's covert operations within the astral realm are matched only by the ninja forces of Sakura Nation. Otherwise, they wouldn't be known as one of the dominant powers in the astral realm. The Lord of John Cao country was named Kevin. Lord Kevin of John Cao immediately issued his orders to Steve. That was to immediately contact the Lord of Sakura Nation. After Steve and Lord Kevin of John Bull Nation discussed their meticulously planned conspiracy, they urgently needed to contact Lord Ishida K of Sakura Nation. However, after suffering a humiliating defeat in the war against China, the Lord of Sakura immediately recognized the gravity of the situation. Seated within the Lord's palace in Sakura Nation, Ishida K wore a grave expression. He understood that the alliance between Sakura Nation and John Cao Nation meant China might face an even greater threat, and Sakura Nation could not remain uninvolved.
It could even become a complete puppet of the John Bull nation.
He immediately summoned his ninja forces and key advisors for an urgent discussion meeting. Within the meeting chamber, Ishida Kei's decisiveness and wisdom commanded the respect of all advisors within the Star Realm's Sakura Nation territory.
We cannot stand idly by. Ishida Kei's voice was calm yet resolute. John Bull Nation is our ally, we must assist them.
Likewise, the rise of Huaxia poses a threat to us as well.
The Lord is correct.
A ninja rose to his feet. Our ninja forces are world-renowned. We can dispatch elite units to infiltrate China, gather intelligence, and provide support.
Yes, we need to understand the enemy's plans and actions. Ishida Kei nodded in agreement. At the same time, we must halt their advancement. The atmosphere in the meeting room was tense yet resolute. Ishida Kei and his strategists began formulating a secret operational plan to support the United States in confronting China. After all, China was a thorn in the side of the land of cherry blossoms, one that must be eliminated.
Becoming a puppet of the John Bull Nation, however, was a slow poison.
Though deadly, it would not kill them quickly. Given the Sakura Nation's past actions, the rise of Huaxia would surely bring them no good. It's settled. Onimusha. Contact John Bull immediately.
Establish our Joint Special Forces Unit.
Sakura Nation's Ishida Kei ordered. A hint of coldness lingered on his face. The Oni warrior, wearing his heavy mask, bowed respectfully in acknowledgement. He immediately headed toward Steve's location. And so it was. Under the arrangements of Kevin, the Lord of the United States, and Steve of Japan, a joint special forces unit targeting China had begun to take shape. Within the territory of China. Just as Lin Yang was about to head to the recruitment camp to see the effects of the upgrade, the system in his mind suddenly prompted, "Host, please open the river diagram and Luo book immediately to view the upgrade effects." Lin Yang rejoiced upon hearing this. With a flick of his mind, he summoned the river diagram and Luo book in his hand. He immediately opened the river diagram and Luo book in his hand. The scroll, which had previously resembled parchment, had upgraded into a paper-like form. At this moment, Lin Yang remained unaware of the conspiracies brewing between Sakura Nation and John Bull Nation. After opening the river diagram and Luo book, Lin Yang's mind was in turmoil. The system prompt sounded once more. Hetu Luoshu upgrade effect, project a sacred realm within your domain. Divine artifact forging unlocked, the second 9 tripods can now be forged. New deity unlocked. Host may commence summoning if desired. Chapter 57, Crisis. Lin Yang heard the system's voice in his ear. Anticipation began to stir within him as he pondered the capabilities of the next 9 tripods. Of course, deciding which cauldron to forge required careful consideration. The only cauldron currently in his domain was the Yuzhou cauldron he had forged earlier. Forging the previous cauldron had consumed a great deal of his mental energy. Lin Yang spent some time flipping through the river diagram and Luo book. He ultimately selected the Yangzhou Ding, also known as the dragon-patterned Crimson Ding. Legend held that the dragon-patterned Crimson tripod was one of the 9 tripods cast by Emperor Yu of Xia. Qin Wuwang had lifted this very tripod in Luoyi and died from the injury. The 9 tripods symbolized the foundation of the realm. Lin Yang knew this tripod must be forged. Immediately, his divine consciousness stirred. He poured in the required units of copper and gold coins for the Yangzhou Ding. All materials were now prepared. Lin Yang's expression grew solemn as he began the forging of the Yangzhou Ding. After pouring them in, the embryonic form of the Yangzhou Ding re-emerged among the 9 tripods. The remaining time required only Lin Yang's complete focus on the forging. This absolute focus meant concentrating his entire being to achieve 100% precision in the forging. This process was lengthy and demanded immense patience. Lin Yang sat motionless, utterly still. The outside world seemed utterly disconnected from him. Lin Yang drew a deep breath, immersing his entire consciousness into the forging of the Yangzhou Ding. Closing his eyes, he concentrated his entire consciousness on forging this Yangzhou Ding among the 9 tripods. Within this tranquil space, Lin Yang sensed the power of the 9 tripods' legacy wisdom and mystical energy, sedimented over countless ages, rippling through his consciousness. He could sense the Yangzhou Ding gradually awakening within the 9 tripods, its spiritual energy steadily filling. The form of the Yangzhou Ding began to crystallize, transforming from a blurred mass of energy into the shape of a colossal cauldron. Lin Yang could sense the immense power contained within, as if a long slumbering colossal cauldron was about to awaken. He knew this was a crucial moment. Without a moment's delay, he channeled his divine consciousness to regulate the energy flow within the 9 tripods, ensuring every inch of the Yangzhou tripod was thoroughly refined and polished. His palms lightly touched the 9 tripods, each subtle movement containing immeasurably precise force. Time slipped away as Lin Yang sat there, utterly focused, his spirit merging with the Yangzhou Ding until they became one. Under his guidance, every part of the Yangzhou Ding received meticulous refinement. Each angle radiated a unique brilliance, and the distinctive huaxia patterns delighted all who witnessed it. Finally, as the last thread of energy coalesced, Lin Yang felt a tremendous force surge into the Yangzhou Ding, forging it to perfection.
The Yangzhou Ding blazed with a crimson glow, burning fiercely like flames, radiating unparalleled majesty and power.
Lin Yang exhaled in relief.
Gazing at the colossal cauldron before him, he knew he had succeeded. The Yangzhou cauldron was no longer a rough form but a genuine treasure of Huaxia, imbued with the mystical power of the 9 cauldrons. He rose silently, absorbing the energy radiating from the Yangzhou Ding, his heart brimming with joy and fulfillment.
He knew this colossal vessel would become a cornerstone for his domain. The task of forging the great cauldron was complete, yet Lin Yang's mind already began to anticipate its capabilities.
System notice: the Yangzhou Ding of the 9 tripods has been forged. Yangzhou Ding ability increases weapon production within the Huaxia domain by 50%.
Upon forging all 9 tripods, all enhancements will reach 100%. After hearing this announcement, Lin Yang's heart surged with excitement. He never imagined that forging all 9 tripods would yield such formidable abilities. Combined with the previous Yuzhou Ding's ability, the buff for the Huaxia territories has increased once more.
Lin Yang knew that only by fully forging the 9 tripods could he truly realize his ambitions and goals. He looked forward to the challenges and achievements ahead, determined to venture further into the Star Realm. Yet, even as Lin Yang savored the formidable power of the second of the 9 tripods, he remained unaware that another conspiracy targeting Huaxia, this time orchestrated by Sakura Nation and Janbul Nation, was quietly drawing near.
Meanwhile, Sakura Nation's Ishida K had already made contact with Steve. Both sides had finalized the detailed operational plan.
While Lin Yang focused his mind on forging the 9 tripods, their plan was also proceeding methodically. Each party fulfilled their respective roles. Ishida K and his staff began covert preparations. Seated within Japan's command center, Ishida K faced a vast map. Wearing black gloves, he lightly traced his fingers across various points on the map, his eyes revealing a hint of coldness and scheming. Though Hattori Hanzo was dead. However, according to the ninja tradition existing in Sakura Nation, Ishida K could use gold coins to recruit a new ninja. That ninja was Ishikawa Gomen, known as the Thousand Birds Lament. After recruiting him, Ishida K handed over command of the ninja forces to this ninja. Meanwhile, the other advisors bustled about the room, each clutching a confidential document, their expressions grave. Following Ishida K's instructions, they marked key locations and operational plans on the map, mapping out a meticulous strategic layout. Divide the special forces into 3 teams. Each will infiltrate different locations within Huaxia to conduct reconnaissance and sabotage. Ishikawa Gomen's voice was cold and resolute. We must complete our mission before they can react. The staff nodded silently, assigning tasks to each operative. Each knew this operation was extremely dangerous, yet they accepted the mission willingly. For they understood profoundly that this was done for the supremacy of their nation and people. And so, agents from both the land of the Janbul and the land of the cherry blossoms advanced toward the direction of China. During their operation, the chairman of the Huaxia Council, watching the live feed, also received this news. He immediately sought to contact Lin Yang through the communication function with the Lord. However, the Astral Realm authorities swiftly responded. Disclosing another nation's strategic deployments will result in severe punishment. The penalty entails random confiscation of 1 territory. Upon hearing this, the council chairman's heart sank. He had no choice but to abandon his attempt to contact Lin Yang. Yet he persisted, asking, "Might the Lord be able to contact our nation's high command? You will still face severe punishment. The astral realm must ensure absolute fairness and impartiality." After hearing this, the council chairman completely abandoned any hope of communicating with Lin Yang. He murmured to himself, "Lin Yang, you're on your own now." After speaking, the council chairman's face turned pale, his eyes filled with profound sorrow and worry. Now, threats were truly coming wave after wave toward Huaxia. Chapter 58, The Mo Family. China was caught between 2 fires, facing immense pressure. Within the Star Realm, Huaxia, after completing all his tasks, he made one final decision. That was to entrust all matters of military preparedness and logistics to a new deity. With this thought, Lin Yang immediately opened the river diagram and the Book of Changes. He began to carefully examine which deities might be suitable for this task. Within the paper volumes of the river diagram and Luo book, Lin Yang began his search. With the current funds of the Huaxia territory, it was possible to recruit 2 deities. On the deity recruitment page within the river diagram and Luo book, many new deities had been added. Sure enough, the very deity Lin Yang needed most appeared within the river diagram and Luo book. None other than Master Mozi, the advocate of universal love and non-aggression. Lin Yang's eyes lit up instantly. He knew Mozi was absolutely capable of handling military logistics and supply duties. Without hesitation, he summoned Mozi from the river diagram and Luo book. Master Mozi had long been venerated by the mysterious Mahist school. Having received offerings from mortals for millennia, he had naturally ascended to the ranks of the divine. Lin Yang understood this well. Soon, Mozi's biography appeared prominently within the river diagram and Luo book. Mozi, founder of the Maoist school of thought, proposed concepts such as universal love, non-aggression, respect for the virtuous, unity, divine will, belief in spirits, rejection of fate, rejection of music, frugal burial, and frugal use. Centered on universal love, with frugality and valuing talent as its pillars, he established a comprehensive scientific theory system distinguished by its achievements in geometry, physics, and optics. The Maoist school wielded significant influence during the pre-Qin period, standing alongside Confucianism as one of the prominent schools of thought. During the Warring States period's 100 schools of thought, it was said that one was either a Confucian or a Maoist. In short, Mozi's scholarship profoundly influenced later Chinese philosophy, physics, and numerous other fields. He was a versatile sage. Soon, as the blazing light of the river diagram on the Luo book flashed, Mozi's divine projection materialized before Lin Yang. Soon, Lin Yang could clearly see Mozi's appearance. A middle-aged man clad in coarse cloth, burdened with numerous scrolls, his face weathered and resilient, the visage of a man who had weathered countless storms. Mozi smiled and replied, "My lord, since you have entrusted such a weighty responsibility to this old man, I shall spare no effort." Lin Yang was delighted by Mozi's arrival, knowing his scholarship and wisdom would prove invaluable in military logistics. He addressed Mozi, "Master Mozi, I have complete confidence in your abilities and knowledge. You will oversee military logistics for the Huaxia territories, ensuring sufficient supplies and support during wartime. Simultaneously, you may apply your philosophy of universal love and non-aggression to foster peace and tranquility throughout the Huaxia territories." Mozi smiled and nodded, accepting Lin Yang's arrangement. He understood the weight of his responsibility and recognized the critical importance of military logistics during wartime. Thus, under Lin Yang's arrangements, Lin Yang selected the Forge Workshop as Master Mozi's residence. At that moment, the system voice echoed in Lin Yang's mind once more. Mozi personal buff. Non-aggression enables construction of Moist School special mechanical devices for domain development or city defense. While Mozi is present, all weapon production quality increases by 50%. Universal love, while Mozi is present, the livability of the territory increases by 50%. Lin Yang was stunned by the system's announcement in his mind. Mozi's abilities were truly formidable. Yet recruiting Mozi had cost Lin Yang a mere 500 gold coins. Though not a combat deity, this ability alone was enough to propel Huaxia's development forward in giant strides. Thus, the daytime hours passed as Lin Yang forged one of the 9 tripods and recruited Mozi. As night fell, Ishikawa Gomen of Sakura Nation and Agent 07 of John Bull Nation led their highly trained teams of operatives, silently infiltrating the outskirts of Huaxia territory. This marked the prelude to the espionage campaign they were orchestrating. Ishikawa Gomen's ninja forces moved through the darkness like ghosts, their individual prowess unmatched. Each ninja is a mid-tier expert of the 3rd rank, skilled in covert operations and attacking with various weapons. They habitually slip into the shadows, waiting for the chance to exploit their enemies' weaknesses. Meanwhile, Agent 07 from John Bull Nation is a seasoned operative, handsome in appearance and equipped with the nation's most advanced technological gear. The agents under his command are equally skilled. Their cutting-edge technology and professional skills allow them to move silently through Chinese territory. Their specialized attire renders them nearly invisible at night, making them almost intangible. Their mission is to gather intelligence and breach the defenses of the Chinese territory. In this special operation, both nations deployed elite forces, prepared to give their all. They understood that victory would belong to those who could uncover the enemy's weaknesses and swiftly defeat them. Ishikawa Gomen and Agent 07 are the top-tier operatives of their respective nations, and their prowess and intellect will be on full display in this espionage battle. Their objectives were to disrupt military supply lines and support networks within Huaxia territory, while simultaneously gathering intelligence to weaken the enemy's combat capabilities. However, they were unaware that Master Mozi, the newly appointed head of military logistics for the Huaxia territory, had already begun his work. Master Mozi's ability to promote universal love and reject aggression granted significant bonuses to the Huaxia territory for an entire day. Mr. Mozi worked tirelessly in the forge. Lin Yang, naturally, had not rested either. After a simple dinner, he arrived at the domain's forge. Under the influence of Master Mozi's personal abilities, the weapons and equipment within the Huaxia domain had undergone significant enhancement. Now, they could inflict special damage on monsters without needing cultivators to bestow buffs. Similarly, as Lord Lin Yang's rank increased, it had gained the capability to forge new types of armor. They even possessed the capacity for mass production. This development greatly excited Lin Yang, heightening his anticipation for the future growth of his domain. In the main hall of the Forge Workshop, Mr. Mozi, who was meticulously shaping the prototype armor, spotted Lord Lin Yang entering. A smile spread across his face. He addressed Lin Yang. "Within our domain, perhaps we could establish a new special forces unit. It shall be called the Juzi Group." Lin Yang was taken aback upon hearing this. Could this be Master Mozi's hidden capability? The Juzi Group was an organization within the Maoist school, adhering to strict discipline, with its leader known as the Juzi. Historically, the next Juzi was selected by the previous one from among the virtuous, passing the mantle down through generations. This was an organization established by the disciples of the Mo school to implement the principles of Moism, sacrificing themselves to uphold the way.
Their purpose was righteousness, tirelessly traveling between states in that era. Likewise, their capabilities should not be underestimated. Agreed.
Lin Yang agreed immediately.
Chapter 59, Targeting Commoners?
Master Mosey had already entrusted him with a complete set of armor blueprints. After studying them carefully, he immediately ordered his craftsmen to begin forging the new armor. They had always lacked new weapons. With such favorable conditions now, they had to forge them quickly, otherwise, many matters would become difficult to handle.
Moreover, a special forces unit was precisely what Lin Yang needed. Lin Yang's influence within the Stellar Realm territory continued to grow. The challenges he faced were growing ever more formidable.
Therefore, cultivating a team personally led by Mosey to conduct special operations was absolutely essential.
Under Lin Yang's arrangements and planning, several population organizations were placed under Mosey's command.
100-strong unit was thus assembled. Under Mosey's guidance, they commenced covert training, formulating specific drills and objectives.
After completing this task, Lin Yang proceeded to the recruitment camp. He inspected the latest recruits available for the domain. Greetings, Lord. Zhang Zia was present at the recruitment camp at that moment. He bowed upon seeing Lin Yang enter. You've worked hard.
Lin Yang nodded with a smile.
Stroking his beard, Zhang Zia addressed Lin Yang. My lord, the new soldiers needed within the domain now are crossbowmen. If your lordship approves, recruitment can begin immediately.
Zhang Zia said respectfully.
Then it shall be done as you suggest.
After making all these arrangements, Lin Yang returned to his resting quarters and fell asleep.
He no longer practiced the breath control technique.
Had been fully mastered. What Lin Yang needed now was to cultivate new internal martial arts techniques. Perhaps, once the next batch of maps from the library was produced,
Lin Yang would be able to cultivate new internal martial arts techniques.
Ishikawa Gomen led a 100-strong ninja force as they silently infiltrated the territory of Huaxia.
Their objective was to ambush Huaxia soldiers, sowing chaos and destruction.
They carefully avoided patrolling guards, striving to make not a sound. In the darkness, Ishikawa Gomen commanded his troops while meticulously observing the surroundings. They chose a relatively vulnerable area for infiltration to minimize the risk of detection. Charge! One cough. Clad in black ninja attire, the warriors moved with agile precision through the Chinese territory, using cover and shadows to conceal their presence. Employing ninjutsu, they swiftly materialized at their target positions, striking the Huaxia soldiers with lightning speed. The Huaxia soldiers were patrolling and changing shifts, completely unprepared for an attack by ninjas from the land of cherry blossoms at this moment.
In an instant, cries of alarm and shouts filled the Huaxia territory. Ishikawa Gomen and his ninjas fully exploited their specialties, weaving nimbly through the battlefield.
Employing various weapons and techniques, they swiftly weakened the fighting capabilities of the Huaxia soldiers. Shuriken flew like shadows, striking without warning. The Huaxia soldiers scrambled to react, but they were unfamiliar with ninja combat styles and tactics. Faced with the fierce assault of the Sakura Nation's ninjas, they descended into chaos and panic. Ishikawa Gomen calmly commanded his forces, exploiting the battlefield terrain and the soldiers' disarray to launch repeated ambushes and strikes. Their objective was to create sufficient chaos to weaken the fighting strength of the Huaxia territory. In the fierce battle, Huaxia soldiers fell one by one. They fought desperately, but against the ninjas' masterful combat skills and elusive movements, they gradually found themselves at a disadvantage. Led by Ishikawa Gomen, the ninja force swiftly gained the upper hand through their exceptional combat prowess and seamless coordination. They mercilessly eliminated Huaxia soldiers, filling the entire territory with the stench of blood and death.
As time passed, the ninjas of Sakura Nation steadily accomplished their mission.
Bold and cunning, they exploited the chaos among the Huaxia soldiers to successfully destroy key facilities and kill some of the Huaxia populace. Finally, when reinforcements arrived at the Chinese territory, Ishikawa Gomen and his ninja force had already completed their mission and slipped away from the battlefield.
Like ghosts in the darkness, they vanished into the night, leaving behind the bewildered and helpless figures of the Huaxia soldiers.
This surprise attack exacted a heavy toll on the Huaxia territory, while the ninjas of Sakura Nation successfully issued a warning to Huaxia, demonstrating their unparalleled combat prowess. This battle also made the Huaxia territories realize they needed greater vigilance and stronger forces to defend against external threats.
Excellent! 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 Only our Sakura Nation could pull this off. Let the Huaxia people taste their own medicine. Let them fear us. Well done. Brilliantly done. The people of Sakura witnessed Ishikawa Gomen's forces successfully completing their mission. One by one, they broke into smiles. At that moment, Ishikawa Gomen, having completed his mission, arrived at the temporary camp on the outskirts of Huaxia territory. Well done, lads. Break camp immediately. We need to relocate our base. Ishikawa Goemon, ever cautious by nature, issued the order without delay. Territory under attack. Territory under attack. Territory under attack. At that moment, Lin Yang was jolted awake from his sleep by the sound. He immediately rose and hurried to the first-floor Lord's Hall to assess the situation. Assistant, assess the territory's losses. Lin Yang commanded the AI of the Lord's Palace. Reporting to the Lord. The domain has suffered sabotage by enemy special forces. Damage sustained, 2 farmlands destroyed, 5 population units plundered, and a 100-man patrol force annihilated. Astral Realm notice, Lords may train special forces to counter enemy sabotage operations. Recruitment cost per agent, 100 gold coins. Lin Yang listened and was furious. What? They dare invade our Huaxia territory? Do they think Huaxia is easy to bully? Lin Yang roared with rage, then immediately headed to Mosey's location. Well, Mr. Mosey? Our territory has been attacked. Lin Yang demanded the moment he entered the room. I'm already aware of the situation. Rest assured, our Mosey Grand Master organization relies less on lengthy training and more on rapid advancement through practical experience. After pausing, Mosey added, Lord. In 3 days, I will provide you with a special operations unit at your disposal. Then I shall await your good news. Lin Yang, his anger still simmering, addressed Mosey solemnly. Meanwhile, the people of Huaxia, having watched the live broadcast from the Star Realm, they too expressed outrage. Attacking civilians? What kind of scum are they? Damn those cherry blossom people, they're disgusting. Why does it feel like the deity the Lord is recruiting now isn't very powerful? Building a special forces unit in 3 days? Impossible. Chapter 60, Mechanical Prosthetics. Many ordinary citizens of Huaxia simply didn't believe Mosey's words, convinced the territory had suffered severe damage and urgently needed new forces to protect it. The Lord AI immediately issued a warning. The domain's habitability is critically low. Population growth will cease. Domain harvests reduced by 50%. Lin Yang nodded upon hearing this. This was only natural. Under such circumstances, with everyone in the territory feeling insecure, the livability rating would inevitably drop. Assistant, open the Territory Satisfaction Interface. Residence Satisfaction Interface. Satisfaction, critical red alert. Housing, satisfied. Livability, 5100. After reading this, Lin Yang's anger flared up. These damn cherry blossom country people started messing around with Lin Yang's territory. They were deliberately trying to annoy him. If they were truly capable, why not attack China's territory? Let them taste the might of China's divine warriors again. Instead, they resorted to underhanded tactics. After venting his frustration, Lin Yang began formulating countermeasures in his mind. Assistant, activate the address system. Receive Lord's request. Immediately broadcasting the Lord's voice to all citizens within the domain. Lin Yang entered the public address hall. Clearing his throat, he declared, My fellow countrymen and women, I make no empty promises. Within these 3 days, I will train a special forces unit capable of defending the territory of Huaxia. Hearing Lin Yang's resolute and confident voice, the crowd gradually quieted down. Their eyes turned to him, seeking the hope he promised. Lin Yang continued, I know our territory has suffered unjust attacks and destruction, but we must not lose our confidence and courage because of this. The strength of Huaxia is boundless. We possess a glorious history and formidable combat prowess. Now is the time for us to unite as one and stand together against foreign enemies. The crowd erupted into applause, expressing their support and agreement with Lin Yang. Lin Yang continued, I pledge that within the next 3 days, we will train a special forces unit capable of defending the territory of Huaxia. They will become the guardians of our lands, protecting our homeland from enemy intrusion. Upon hearing this news, the people's satisfaction levels rebounded to an orange warning status. Lin Yang was thoroughly satisfied with the current situation. Keep up the good work, people of Huaxia. After Lin Yang finished speaking, he knew deep down, if the target remained unmet after 3 days, he would lose the trust of the Chinese people forever. Now, he could only rely on Master Mosey. Lin Yang immediately headed back to Zhang Zia's location. The promise had been made. Lin Yang had already devised his countermeasures. That is to intensify patrols within the territory, thus ensuring the protection of the people of Huaxia. Meanwhile, special forces from the United States quietly approached the borders of China. Their objective was clear, to assassinate Lin Yang. They had seized upon the chaos within Huaxia's territory, seeking to eliminate its guardian while the opportunity presented itself. However, Lin Yang was no easy target to assassinate. The image of him wielding the Xianyuan sword in battle was etched into 07's mind. Moreover, Lin Yang had long since detected the enemy's movements and made thorough preparations. The reason was simple, the Xianyuan sword in Lin Yang's hands only reacted when he was in danger. Yet the John Bull Nation's special forces never anticipated that Lin Yang had already uncovered their plans. He swiftly issued orders, placing the entire Tiger Guard army on high alert, thereby exposing the special forces operation. Jiang Ziya's command skills were exceptional.
He immediately halted the chaos within the Huaxia forces and restored order. Within the territory, the Huaxia populace obeyed the Tiger Guard's commands and took cover, while the special forces fell into the trap Lin Yang had set. Yet 07 remained unaware that he was gradually stepping into Huaxia's trap. Relying on the advanced technology of the John Bull Nation, the agents used the scanning capabilities of their special watches to locate Lin Yang and execute their assassination plan. But Lin Yang had anticipated this move. Knowing the agents would rely on technological devices for their search, Lin Yang had prepared his countermeasures long ago. His plan was to wait quietly within the Lord's palace for their attack. With steadfastness, meet all changes. When the agents' watches began scanning the surroundings, they found their target, Lord Lin Yang of Huaxia, motionless within the Lord's palace. This filled them with doubt. Meanwhile, Agent 07 was completely consumed by the thrill of scoring a major victory. They were determined to take down the big fish, Lin Yang, in one fell swoop.
All units, march! Directly decapitate the Huaxia Lord.
As 07 issued the command, the agents immediately sprang into action, racing toward the palace of the Huaxia Lord.
At the same time, the moment the special forces entered Huaxia territory, not a single soul was in sight.
The agents gradually sensed something was amiss, but it was already too late. Jiang Ziya's elite Tiger Guard troops had long been lying in ambush around the agents, silently waiting for their moment. The moment the agents realized they had fallen into a trap, Huiban's troops launched a surprise assault.
All troops, fire! Jiang Ziya commanded the Tiger Guard troops. On alert! Front row crossbowmen and rear row archers. Wave after wave of arrows rained down upon the agents of the John Bull Nation. Fierce combat erupted within the territory.
Caught off guard by the sudden assault from Huaxia, the agents fell into panic.
They activated the energy shields embedded in their agent suits to deflect the arrows, yet struggled to find an opening to counterattack.
Agent 07 realized the situation was dire and urgently issued orders for the agents to form squads and launch a counterattack.
Spread out! Everyone spread out!
Under the encircling assault of the Tiger Guard, the agents were forced to scatter and flee. With ample combat experience, 07 immediately implemented a divide-and-conquer tactic.
This would allow them to seek an opening for a counterattack. Jiang Ziya observed the unfolding battle.
Seeing the agents spread out, he decided to join the fight personally. He immediately ordered the Tiger Guard to shift tactics, aiming to eliminate the agents one by one. The Tiger Guard divided into several squads, working in perfect coordination to swiftly encircle the agents.
Jiang Ziya's target was Agent 07. The John Cow Nation's Special Forces' legacy lay in technological equipment.
Under the influence of John Bull Nation's technology,
Agent 07's body was largely composed of mechanical prosthetics, all representing John Bull Nation's most cutting-edge technology.
But Jiang Ziya cared little for such things. Mounted on the 4 unlikes, he swung his divine slaying whip and lashed out at Agent 07. 07 immediately activated the cannons in his palms, unleashing a barrage of fire at Jiang Ziya. But Jiang Ziya wasn't afraid of such things. He dodged them with ease. Following swiftly, he lashed out at 07 with the divine slaying whip.
Crack! Jiang Ziya's divine slaying whip possessed immense power, shattering 07's right arm.
07 sucked in a sharp breath of pain.
07 cursed furiously, immediately activating his ultimate weapon. The mechanical exoskeleton covering his body activated fully. Chapter 61, The Emperor of Sakura Nation's Countermeasure. But how could the Chinese authorities let them escape?
A fierce pursuit officially commenced.
Even with 07 activating his exoskeleton. The Chinese Lord's Mansion. At this moment, under Lin Yang's arrangements, the Tiger Guard had already laid out an inescapable net.
Within the Huaxia Lord's domain, Agent 07 led the remaining operatives in preparation for the charge.
All eyes were fixed ahead, ready to engage the enemy in a fierce confrontation. At that moment, 07's exoskeleton fully unfolded, revealing its most perfect form. This exoskeleton was Agent 07's secret weapon, integrating a wide array of cutting-edge technologies. Constructed from cutting-edge materials and design, it possessed formidable combat prowess and adaptability. Equipped with it, Agent 07 transformed into an unbeatable god of war. Within this vast domain of the feudal lord, the Tiger Guard army was led by the deity Jiang Ziya. As the foremost threat to Huaxia, he is an exceptionally formidable opponent, mastering diverse martial arts and mystical spells. Agent 07 and his team were tasked with decapitating the Huaxia lord to dismantle Huaxia's development. Agent 07 gripped his weapon tightly, his gaze unwavering and composed. They knew full well that facing the deity Jiang Ziya would be a life or death battle. Yet they felt no fear, for they possessed the backing of advanced technology and believed their strength could overcome any foe. At Jiang Ziya's command, the Tiger Guard army sprang into action. They dispersed into smaller squads, determined to eliminate the invading agents from the John Bull Nation. Meanwhile, the divine Jiang Ziya sensed the threat posed by Agent 07 and resolved to intervene personally.
Wielding a silver longsword known as the three-ring sword, he moved with the agility of the wind, each swing unleashing a fierce blade aura.
His swordsmanship was transcendent, seemingly in harmony with the heavens and earth. The confrontation between Agent 07 and the divine Jiang Zia intensified.
High technology clashed with mystical magic, filling the air with sparks and ripples of energy. The agents of John Bull Nation coordinated tightly, harnessing the power of their exoskeletons to launch fierce assaults, determined to defeat the divine Jiang Zia. But how could the Tiger Guard soldiers allow their commander to be surrounded and killed so easily? They thrust their spears forward, closing the encircling formation. As the battle raged on, Agent 07 gradually sensed the immense power of the divine Jiang Zia. His swordplay grew increasingly fierce, and the power of his spells became ever more terrifying. A myriad of elemental talismans were unleashed. The entire world was filled with a frenzied aura, utterly breathtaking. Both sides traded blows, each strike deadly and merciless. Jiang Zia now recognized that Agent 07's exoskeleton relied heavily on electrical power. Jiang Zia understood clearly that once the power source was eliminated, 07's exoskeleton would pose no further threat. Thus, the divine Jiang Zia channeled his magic, silently chanting incantations. Instantly, a faint blue mist enveloped the entire landscape. The thin blue mist rapidly coalesced into a sphere about 2 meters in diameter, pressing down towards 07's position.
Boom! A deafening explosion echoed.
Agent 07 was sent flying backward, only regaining his footing after tumbling dozens of meters. His chest bore the brunt of the impact. Blood spurted from his mouth, his face drained of color. He shook his head, struggling to remain standing. The celestial thunder unleashed by the talisman rained down relentlessly around Agent 07. Jiang Zia watched Agent 07 struggle to his feet, inwardly relieved. He knew this strike hadn't completely defeated Agent 07, but at least it had temporarily crippled his mobility.
Jiang Zia took a deep breath, determined to continue casting spells until he finally defeated him.
He swiftly gathered his magical power, forming seals with both hands as runes began to appear between his palms.
He murmured incantations, channeling his energy into the talismans.
The thunder and lightning gathered within the talismans blazed with dazzling light, coiling like a colossal dragon around Jiang Zia.
As Jiang Zia's incantation grew louder, the energies of heaven and earth began to converge.
Jiang Zia's gaze fixed on Agent 07, sensing the energy fluctuations emanating from him growing increasingly unstable. Suddenly, a bolt of thunder crashed down from the heavens, striking Agent 07 with the fury of a raging dragon. In the blink of an eye, the entire battlefield was engulfed in thunder. Agent 07 was struck by the thunderbolt, instantly engulfed in a violent explosion. Electricity raged through his body, crackling with a piercing hiss.
Yet Jiang Zia knew this was far from enough. He continued casting his spell, harnessing the thunder's power to relentlessly amplify the attack's ferocity. The thunder summoning technique of the Xiantiao sect commanded lightning of extraordinary potency.
Agent 07 struggled to resist, but he could no longer fully withstand the onslaught of the celestial thunder. His energy shields were already fully deployed.
Yet, it was still insufficient.
As the thunderous roar grew louder, Agent 07's exoskeleton began to crack and shatter, his body slowly disintegrating into fragments. He gritted his teeth and held on, but ultimately couldn't withstand Jiang Zia's powerful magic. His energy shield shattered completely. Finally, a massive bolt of lightning struck Agent 07 in the chest.
His body instantly exploded into fragments, reduced to dust.
Elsewhere, the encirclement by the Huaben army of Huaxia was beginning to bear fruit. The lines of the John Bull agents were crumbling, their ranks steadily decimated by the Tiger Guard.
Agent 07's sacrifice only fueled the Tiger Guard soldiers' fervor.
Their volley of gunfire surged forward like a divine dragon. Thus, the battlefield's atmosphere abruptly fell silent, leaving only the solitary figure of Jiang Zia. Surveying the field strewn with the corpses of John Bull's agents, Jiang Zia felt profound emotion. Though the battle had been arduous, he had successfully eliminated Agent 07, achieving a glorious victory for human security. Yet Lin Yang knew this was merely the beginning of his struggle. The ninja forces of Kimchi Nation remained unchecked.
Capital of Sakura Nation. Inside a luxurious mansion. The Emperor of Sakura Nation wore a cold, stern expression.
Within a luxurious mansion in the capital of Sakura Nation, the Emperor's expression was icy, and a tense atmosphere permeated the surroundings.
The dark clouds of political strife hung over the mansion as various factions vie for power and influence. Damn those John Bull's people, they're useless. How dare they come asking us to act? Seated upon his lofty throne, the Emperor of Sakura Nation surveyed the assembled high-ranking officials and advisors before him, each bearing a hint of worry and unease. After this battle, it's time we challenge their standing in the Northern Alliance. The Emperor of Sakura Nation chuckled. The advisors nodded in agreement, understanding the Emperor's intent. Political struggle had become an inevitable choice. Various factions were secretly vying for control and the right to dictate resource allocation. Chapter 62, The Struggle on the Ground. Your Majesty, should we reconsider our delegation for the Northern Alliance Conference? One advisor offered his suggestion. The emperor pondered for a moment before nodding. Proceed accordingly.
Additionally, we must strengthen diplomatic ties with other nations to secure greater support and cooperation.
Diplomatic maneuvering is equally crucial. We cannot afford to be isolated.
The atmosphere within the residence grew increasingly tense.
Everyone understood that political struggle was a war without gunpowder.
They needed to skillfully manipulate power and leverage intelligence to achieve their objectives. In this political chessboard, each player pursued their own interests and objectives, yet they all knew that only through unity could they overcome both external and internal adversaries.
The emperor continued, I demand vigilance from every one of you. Keep a constant watch on developments from all sides.
We must closely monitor the actions of hostile forces while safeguarding our own interests and reputation.
Political struggle is a brutal game, but we shall never be defeated. The assembly nodded silently, understanding that this political struggle presented an opportunity for Sakura Nation. They must exert every ounce of effort and fight with all their might. Within this opulent mansion, the dark clouds of political struggle hung heavy over every heart, confronting them with challenges unprecedented in scale. Notify our lord to order the ninja forces into action. Success is non-negotiable.
The emperor's words had barely faded when the advisors sprang into action. One advisor hurriedly left the mansion for the Northern Alliance Conference to reorganize their forces. Another advisor began formulating diplomatic strategies, engaging in secret talks with other nations to secure greater support and cooperation.
The tension within the mansion thickened. Everyone knew the political struggle had reached a boiling point.
They stood ready at all times to manipulate power and exploit intelligence, striving relentlessly toward their objectives. The emperor silently watched his advisors depart, his heart heavy with pressure and responsibility. Many opposition factions within the nation had already begun questioning their disastrous defeat in the battle against Huaxia. Particularly troubling was the loss of Hattori Hanzo, a high-level combat asset, to the lord of Sakura Nation.
He understood that now was precisely when Sakura Nation needed unity most. Only by standing together could they overcome both external and internal enemies. In this political chessboard, each player pursued their own interests and objectives, yet they all understood that only through unity could they prevail over their foes. Meanwhile, the chairman of the Huaxia Council witnessed the defeat of the John Bull Nation's agents within Huaxia territory. His heart swelled with satisfaction. Issue a proclamation immediately condemning the despicable actions of the John Bull Nation's lord. Your Majesty, should we reconsider our delegation for the Northern Alliance Conference?
An advisor offered his suggestion.
The emperor pondered for a moment before nodding. Proceed with it.
Additionally, we must strengthen diplomatic ties with other nations to secure greater support and cooperation.
Diplomatic struggles are equally crucial. We cannot afford to be isolated.
The atmosphere within the residence grew increasingly tense.
Everyone understood that political struggle was a war without gunpowder.
They needed to skillfully manipulate power and leverage intelligence to achieve their objectives. In this political chessboard, each player pursued their own interests and objectives, yet they all knew that only through unity could they overcome both external and internal foes.
The emperor continued, I demand vigilance from every one of you. Keep a constant watch on developments from all sides.
We must closely monitor the actions of hostile forces while safeguarding our own interests and reputation.
Political struggle is a brutal game, but we shall never be defeated. The assembly nodded silently, understanding that this political struggle presented an opportunity for Sakura Nation. They must exert every ounce of effort and fight with all their might. Within this opulent mansion, the dark clouds of political struggle hung heavy over every heart, confronting them with challenges unprecedented in scale. Notify our lord to order the ninja forces into action. Success is non-negotiable.
The emperor's words had barely faded when the advisors sprang into action. One advisor hurriedly left the mansion for the Northern Alliance Conference to reorganize their forces. Another advisor began formulating diplomatic strategies, engaging in secret talks with other nations to secure greater support and cooperation. The tension within the mansion thickened. Everyone knew the political struggle had reached a boiling point. They stood ready at all times to manipulate power and exploit intelligence, striving relentlessly toward their objectives. The emperor silently watched his advisors depart, his heart heavy with pressure and responsibility. Many opposition factions within the nation had already begun questioning their disastrous defeat in the battle against Huaxia. Particularly troubling was the loss of Hattori Hanzo, a high-level combat asset, to the lord of Sakura Nation. He understood that now was precisely when Sakura Nation needed unity most. Only by standing together could they overcome both external and internal enemies. In this political chessboard, each player pursued their own interests and objectives, yet they all understood that only through unity could they prevail over their foes. Meanwhile, the chairman of the Huaxia Council witnessed the defeat of the John Bull Nation's agents within Huaxia territory. His heart swelled with satisfaction. Issue a proclamation immediately condemning the despicable actions of the John Bull Nation's lord. The chairman realized this was the perfect moment to showcase Huaxia's national strength. They must seize this opportunity to solidify their position and reputation. He immediately instructed his secretary, Xiao Zhang, to handle the matter.
On the political stage, momentum and image were equally crucial. The council president dispatched personnel to swiftly draft a proclamation condemning the John Bull country lord's assault on China. The statement declared that the John Bull country lord's actions constituted a threat to China's dignity and territorial integrity, and such despicable conduct would never be tolerated by the Chinese people. It further declared that China would take all necessary measures to safeguard its interests and territorial integrity, refusing to be bullied by any foreign aggressor. The speaker ordered the proclamation to be issued immediately, making the world aware of China's stance and resolve. Amid the tense atmosphere in the assembly hall, the speaker once again felt the cruelty of political struggle. He understood that present-day China could not afford to show weakness. It must stand firm to uphold the nation's dignity and interests. This political struggle would also serve as his opportunity to demonstrate China's capabilities and governance strength. The speaker resolved to seize this moment to consolidate his position on the political stage and pave the way for China's future. Under his command, Huaxia's forces would unite as one, fearing no challenge as they faced the trials ahead. This was a war without gunpowder. With Lin Yang striving so hard in the Star Realm, how could their forces on the ground afford to slack off? Such political maneuvering could alleviate some of the pressure facing Huaxia in the Star Realm. This, too, counts as an effort made by the council president. Chapter 63, Hidden Sentinels. The struggle on the ground never ceased after Lin Yang arrived in the Star Realm. And Lin Yang's struggles within the Astral Realm had never ceased either. Huaxia had always struggled to survive in the cracks, steadily building its strength to lay the groundwork for the future. And so it went. Bearing the hopes of the Huaxia Council chairman, he arrived at the Forge Workshop, where Master Mozi still resided. The Grand Master Corps to be established this time would be Huaxia's first special operations force in the Star Realm. Master Mozi resided permanently in the Forge Workshop. As Lin Yang entered the forge and witnessed Master Mozi's intense focus, he couldn't help but marvel. Master Mozi's forging skills are truly unmatched. At this moment, a batch of Huaxia's new weapons had already been deployed for use. Master Mo raised his head to glance at Lin Yang, smiling as he replied, "You flatter me, young friend. I presume the Lord has come to inquire about the progress of establishing the Mozi Grand Masters?" Lin Yang replied without hesitation, "Indeed. How is the training progressing?" Master Mo paused his work. After a moment of silence, he spoke slowly, "Please wait one more day, Lord. The equipment they require has already been forged." Lin Yang nodded in response to Master Mozi's words. "Thank you for your trouble, Master Mozi." Master Mo waved his hand dismissively as he addressed Lin Yang. "Lord, are you a swordsman?" Mozi inquired. Lin Yang nodded in agreement. "Yes, Master Mozi. If your lordship is interested, you are welcome to join us during tomorrow's training session. Would the Lord be interested in the Mozi sword technique?" Upon hearing Master Mo mention the Mozi sword technique, a hint of excitement flashed across Lin Yang's face. He addressed Master Mozi. "Thank you very much for the invitation, Master Mozi. I am most interested in learning the Mozi sword technique. I will arrive punctually tomorrow." Master Mozi nodded solemnly. "Tomorrow morning. No delays." Lin Yang solemnly agreed. The following morning, in the Huaxia territory, Lin Yang, clad in flowing white robes, flew toward Master Mozi on his sword. Lin Yang understood clearly that learning the Mozi sword technique would be an absolute blessing for him. The Mozi sword technique is the Mo school's unique martial art, emphasizing both offense and defense. It not only emphasizes the subtlety and precision of sword techniques but also places great importance on the integration of sword skills with one's state of mind, enabling one to achieve victory through unexpected means. If your lordship masters the Mozi sword technique, you will undoubtedly gain a significant advantage in battle. Upon seeing Lin Yang arrive, Mozi immediately began sharing his insights on the Mozi sword technique. After hearing Master Mozi's explanation, Lin Yang felt an even stronger desire to learn this sword technique. He solemnly declared, "Master Mozi, I will dedicate myself wholeheartedly to mastering the Mozi sword technique and strive to grasp its essence as swiftly as possible." Master Mozi nodded with a smile, his tone revealing his high expectations for Lin Yang. "I have long heard of the Lord's intellect and prowess. I am confident you will gain profound insights as you study the Mozi sword technique. Let us begin." Lin Yang bowed deeply to Master Mozi in gratitude. He retrieved the Xianyuan sword from his storage ring. "Let us begin, Master Mozi." At that moment, the Mozi Grand Master's troops were also standing by at the Forge Workshop entrance. They would learn the moist sword techniques alongside Lin Yang. Master Mo smiled and nodded, his tone revealing his anticipation for Lin Yang. Master Mo smiled, his gaze sweeping over the Mozi Grand Masters as he encouraged them. "Esteemed Grand Masters of the Mo School, today we have the honor of learning the Mozi sword technique alongside His Lordship, the Lord of Huaxia. This is a glory for our Mo School. We must pursue the pinnacle of swordsmanship with the highest standards." The Grand Masters responded in unison, their morale soaring. Master Mo guided Lin Yang, teaching him the fundamental movements and stances of the Mozi sword technique.
Lin Yang absorbed the lessons with complete focus, his body moving with agile precision as he mirrored Master Mo's demonstrations. Sword light flashed and sword shadows danced. Renowned for its balanced offense and defense, the Mozi sword technique emphasized precision and subtlety in execution. It placed greater importance on the integration of sword skills with mental focus, aiming to achieve victory through unexpected tactics. Lin Yang gradually entered the realm of Mozi sword technique. His sword skills grew increasingly proficient and his movements became more agile.
Master Mo nodded with satisfaction and praised Lin Yang.
Your Highness's talent and dedication are truly remarkable. Your swordplay has reached the foundational level of Mozi sword technique. Next, we shall proceed to more advanced training. A proud smile spread across Lin Yang's face as he replied to Master Mozi, "Thank you deeply for your guidance, Master Mozi. I will strive even harder to master the Mozi sword technique to its fullest potential." Master Mo smiled and nodded, then began explaining more advanced sword techniques. Time slipped away as they practiced the sword techniques.
Lin Yang and the Mozi masters were fully immersed, constantly pushing their limits in pursuit of the art's subtleties. Finally, after a day of rigorous training, Lin Yang and the Mozi elders' swordsmanship reached a new height.
Master Mo gazed at them with satisfaction.
Excellent. Everyone has performed admirably. Hearing Master Mozi's praise, their spirits soared, and their morale reached its peak.
Lin Yang sensed the power of the sword techniques and the unity among the Mozi masters. They were no longer isolated fighters but a tightly knit team.
Master Mo inspired them, declaring,
"The special forces of Huaxia, the Grand Master Corps, shall be the sharp sword of the Star Realm. We shall safeguard Huaxia's security and vanquish all foes." Filled with pride and a sense of mission, the group raised their swords, their blades ringing out in unison.
The Sakura Ninja Corps, led by Ishikawa Gomen, moved silently through the darkness of night. Once again, they bypassed the sentry posts of the Huaxia Tiger Guard and entered Huaxia territory. However, this time their mission did not succeed as anticipated. Ishikawa Gomen, leader of the Sakura Nation's ninja force, stood at the front of the ranks.
He knew well that the success of this mission held the glory and fate of the Sakura Nation in the balance. Standing at the very front, Gomen surveyed his men and rallied them. "Men, tonight, we will demonstrate the true might of Sakura Ninja. Prepare to breach the enemy lines and claim victory." Inspired by Gomen's words, the team's morale soared. After bypassing the Huaxia sentry posts, unexpectedly, a volley of crossbow bolts flew toward them. Simultaneously, a piercing arrow streaked through the sky.
Amidst the blazing, dazzling fire, Ishikawa Gomen's heart sank in alarm. "Retreat! We've been spotted." After Ishikawa Gomen shouted this command, the entire Sakura ninja force began their retreat. These ninja troops possessed formidable abilities. They swiftly vanished into the darkness, leaving their pursuers empty-handed. As the Tiger Guard troops pursued, they found only a desolate grassland. No trace of the Sakura ninja force remained. "Damn it! We let them slip away." The Tiger Guard soldiers were filled with regret. If only they had captured them earlier. Chapter 64, The First Battle. 3 days. The very moment Master Moz had foretold the completion of the Grand Master's forces, Lin Yang arrived punctually at Master Mozi's location. The Mozi Grand Master's forces had already commenced their construction work. Upon seeing Lin Yang, Master Mo immediately stepped forward to greet him, saying, "My lord, your timing is truly perfect. Today marks the completion of the Grand Master's forces." "Yes, I know." As the two conversed, a resounding chorus of unified, powerful voices echoed across the training grounds of the Mozi Grand Master's forces. They were uniformly clad in black robes and each carried the Mo school sword. These were the Mo swords forged from black mystical iron using Master Mozi's exclusive techniques. All other mechanical equipment was manufactured according to Master Mozi's blueprints. For instance, the climbing grappling hooks, night vision suits, and numerous other small devices. Each and every one was crafted from Master Mozi's mechanical blueprints. Master Mozi and Lin Yang stood beside the training grounds of the Grand Master's troops, observing the soldiers undergoing rigorous drills. The soldiers, clad in black and carrying black swords, performed various military maneuvers with perfect synchronization. Their physical strength and coordination had been greatly enhanced, each movement flowing as smoothly as clouds drifting across the sky. Lin Yang was profoundly moved by the imposing presence of the Grand Master's troops. He looked at Master Mozi and sensed his unwavering resolve. Master Mo turned to face Lin Yang, his eyes sparkling with pride and satisfaction. "Lord, this elite force has completed 3 days of training and is ready to engage the enemy tonight." Lin Yang smiled faintly, his heart brimming with admiration for Master Mozi. "Master Mozi, your dedication has helped Huaxia forge this formidable giant corps. Tonight, let us shift from defense to offense and strike proactively. Wipe out the ninja forces of Sakura Nation." Master Mo nodded, his face beaming with pride. "My lord speaks wisely. I suggest we depart immediately. I shall lead the charge personally." Mozi addressed Lin Yang, then slung his greatsword over his back and strode toward the elite force. Lin Yang followed behind. "Advance!" Moz commanded loudly. "Aye."
At that moment, the Chinese people watching the live broadcast were all stunned.
Only 3 days? They can train an entire special forces unit in that time? This seems a bit bizarre. Could the deity recruited this time be a madman? Exactly. Let's hope China doesn't get into trouble.
Online discussions were abuzz, with many expressing concern, though anticipation for the Grandmaster's forces outweighed the worries.
Meanwhile, the Emperor of Sakura Nation was closely monitoring this conflict.
Though not as grand as their recent invasion of China, it still carried immense significance. After all, this giant force represented China's true strength and depth. This weighed heavily on the Emperor's shoulders. However, this force had only undergone 3 days of training. This fact offered some solace to the Emperor of Japan. After all, the ninja corps of the Land of Cherry Blossoms had undergone nearly 3 years of training. This period matched the length of their time in the Star Realm.
In other words, this Sakura Nation ninja unit was the cream of the crop.
They believed that with this single Sakura Nation ninja unit, they could annihilate the entire military force of China.
Outskirts of the Huaxia territory.
Master Mozi, leading the Grand Master's forces, had already reached the territory's outskirts.
Meanwhile, Lin Yang waited in the Lord's Hall for news from Master Mozi. Simultaneously, he monitored Master Mozi's battle progress. Master Mozi stood at the border of Huaxia territory with his Grand Master troops, searching for the ninja forces of Sakura Nation. Clothed in black and bearing ink-hued swords, their every movement radiated a palpable aura of lethal intent. Master Mo gazed into the distant horizon ahead. He could sense the aura of the Sakura Nation ninja forces passing by. He drew a deep breath, his hand gripping the greatsword trembling slightly. This was his first battle in the Star Realm, yet not a trace of fear flickered in Master Mozi's eyes. Behind him, the soldiers of the giant clan's forces watched the horizon with tense focus, their bodies taut and ready to respond to any enemy attack at a moment's notice. Locating the temporary encampment of the Sakura Nation's forces was Master Mozi's objective. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through, scattering falling leaves. The leaves danced in the air, as if foretelling the impending battle. At that moment, Master Mozi's gaze sharpened. He sensed the enemy's presence and traces of their recent encampment. Master Mo held his breath, concentrating intently on tracking the enemy's scent. With keen perception and trained eyes, he fixed his gaze on the distant forest ahead. Suddenly, he noticed something amiss in a clump of bushes within the woods. Master Mozi immediately ordered his soldiers to prepare while quietly approaching the bushes. As the Grand Master's troops advanced cautiously, Master Mo uncovered the enemy's trail. It turned out that the Sakura Nation's ninja force had already passed this position and was encamped near the water source ahead. Master Mozi calmly analyzed the situation and devised a meticulous strategy. He commanded the Grand Master's forces to advance toward the water source. Following Master Mozi's command, the soldiers swiftly advanced forward. Clad in black robes and bearing ink-hued swords, their strides were steady and powerful, resembling an indomitable beast. Finally, the giant clan forces reached the water source. Master Mozi halted his advance, carefully observing the enemy's defensive positions. The Sakura Nation ninjas had established a tight defensive perimeter around the water source, appearing impregnable. A plan flashed through Master Mozi's mind. He ordered the soldiers to split into several squads, each choosing the optimal attack route. They would launch simultaneous assaults from different directions, disrupting the enemy's formation. The soldiers obeyed, silently splitting up and slipping behind enemy lines. From an elevated vantage point, Master Mo observed the entire battlefield. A resolute power surged through his palm as he gripped his greatsword. All troops, scatter and attack. The ninjas of Sakura Nation were thrown into panic, caught completely off guard by the Grand Master's forces' surprise assault. They scrambled to adjust their stances, attempting to counterattack, but they could not withstand the onslaught of the Grand Master's forces. Seizing the moment, Master Mo led the giant clan troops in a charge toward the Sakura Nation ninjas. Ishikawa Gomen swiftly raised his long sword, directing the Sakura Nation ninja forces to resist. Clang! The two forces clashed and passed each other, with the giant clan troops continuing their advance. Thud! Another ninja fell to the ground. Splatter! On the other side, a ninja's chest was pierced through. Thud! Yet another ninja fell. Quick! Stop them! Seeing this, Ishikawa Gomen roared in fury. But the might of the giant clan forces far exceeded their expectations. Even the formidable strength of the Sakura Nation's ninja corps couldn't halt the giant clan's advance. Chapter 65: The Triumph of Chinese Sword Techniques. After Master Mozi dispatched 2 more ninjas, the giant clan forces closed to within less than 100 meters of the Sakura Nation ninja squad. Seeing this, Ishikawa Gomen was consumed by panic. He swiftly raised his katana and swung it forward. He aimed to strike down a Huaxia soldier. Clang! Master Mozi thrust out his greatsword, parrying Ishikawa Gomen's katana. He locked horns with Ishikawa Gomen. As Master Mozi and Ishikawa Gomen clashed, the entire battlefield descended into even greater chaos. This clash between a Chinese deity and a warrior summoned by the civilization of the Land of Cherry Blossoms. The spectators watching felt a surge of astonishment. Is this middle-aged deity from China really this powerful? Let's be honest, this level of combat power is beyond what ordinary people can handle. Could it be he truly is a deity? Meanwhile, Master Mozi was locked in a fierce struggle with Ishikawa Goemon. Seeing victory within his grasp, Ishikawa Goemon was overcome with excitement. The soldiers of the giant clan forces engaged in fierce hand-to-hand combat with the ninjas of the land of cherry blossoms. Sword flashes crisscrossed, blade shadows danced wildly, and blood spurted forth. Master Mozi moved with agile precision, his greatsword dancing with unstoppable force. He would slay one ninja, then parry Ishikawa Goemon's fierce assault. Each strike was filled with astonishing power and precision. Ishikawa Goemon, however, was no pushover. His swordplay was sharp and ruthless. Using the unique agility and mobility of a ninja, he sought to find a weakness in Master Mozi and strike him down in one decisive blow. On the battlefield, soldiers continued to fight relentlessly. They let out deafening battle cries, raising their weapons to clash with the ninjas of Sakura Nation. Blades flashed back and forth, weaving a bloody tableau. Master Mozi sensed the tension in the battle and continually adjusted his combat strategy. He directed his soldiers to launch orderly assaults, leveraging the strength of their team to suppress the Sakura Nation ninjas. Meanwhile, the Sakura Nation ninjas demonstrated astonishing combat prowess. Employing specialized ninjutsu and hidden weapons, they sought opportunities to strike at the flanks or rear of the Grand Master's forces. The battle reached a fever pitch, the battlefield thick with the acrid smell of gunpowder and the scent of blood. The soldiers fought valiantly, undaunted by hardship, giving their all for Master Mozi's cause. Master Mozi gripped his greatsword tightly, his physique strong and resilient, his gaze revealing unwavering resolve and tenacity. He kept a watchful eye on the entire battlefield, ever ready to counter enemy assaults. This battle was destined to be far from over. Both armies were evenly matched, each fighting for their convictions. Amidst the chaos of the battlefield, who would emerge victorious remained to be seen. The clash between Master Mozi and Ishikawa Goemon grew increasingly fierce, both combatants fighting with bloodshot eyes. Their sword techniques and footwork intertwined, sparks flying amidst the flashing blades. Soldiers watching the duel watched intently, their eyes fixed on this pivotal confrontation while simultaneously unleashing their own killing techniques upon the enemies before them. Ninjas from the land of cherry blossoms and the mighty armies of China were locked in fierce combat. The carnage on the battlefield intensified. Swords and blades clashed relentlessly, bodies fell, yet more soldiers charged forward, fighting for their convictions. The clash between Master Mozi and Ishikawa Goemon grew fiercer. Their figures darted across the battlefield, swords and blades weaving a spectacular tableau. Both fought with every ounce of strength, striving to defeat their opponent and protect their nation and beliefs. As the battle progressed, Master Mozi gradually revealed extraordinary strength and wisdom. He was not merely a formidable warrior but also an exceptional commander. He exploited the battlefield terrain and his soldiers' advantages, constantly creating tactical breakthroughs and firmly controlling the course of the battle. The ninjas of Sakura Nation sensed the threat posed by the Grand Master's forces, growing increasingly cunning and ruthless. They employed ninjutsu and hidden weapons for ambushes, attempting to find Master Mozi's weaknesses. Yet Master Mozi responded with sharp wit to every threat, leaving his opponents no opening. The battle raged on for an extended period, severely testing the morale of both sides. Both sides fought with every ounce of strength they possessed. The battlefield was thick with the acrid smell of gunpowder and the scent of blood, yet no one retreated. Every soldier stood firm at their post. In this chaotic battle, who would emerge victorious remained to be seen. Master Mozi and his soldiers were determined to defend their beliefs, fighting for the future of their nation and people. They would not give up easily until they achieved ultimate victory. At this moment, Master Mozi unleashed his Mozi sword technique in its fullest form. The battle intensified, each of Master Mozi's strikes carrying fierce gale force winds and an unmatched, piercing momentum. Ishikawa Goemon was forced into retreat, scrambling to evade Master Mozi's attacks. Yet Master Mo's blade cut ruthlessly through the air, aiming straight for Ishikawa Goemon's throat. This was the true power of the Mozi sword technique. Seeing this, Ishikawa Goemon quickly parried, thrusting his katana forward to block the blade. Clang! The greatsword collided with Ishikawa Goemon's katana, producing a sharp metallic ring. His palms went numb, nearly causing him to drop the sword. He cried out in pain, feeling immense force surge through his arms, making his bones rattle and creak. He could barely withstand Master Mozi's powerful assault, forced back step by step. The tension on the battlefield intensified as soldiers were drawn to this fierce duel, witnessing firsthand the power of Master Mozi's swordsmanship and Ishikawa Goemon's tenacious resistance. Master Mozi moved with agile grace, his swordplay flowing like clouds in water. He seemed to have transformed into an invincible god upon the battlefield. Each strike unleashed a fierce gale, sharp beyond compare, its gleaming blade leaving no room for escape. Meanwhile, Ishikawa Goemon grew increasingly desperate. His attacks were effortlessly parried by Master Mozi, the disparity in strength leaving him feeling utterly powerless. This was the superiority of Chinese sword techniques over Japanese swordplay. The soldiers on the battlefield were inspired by Master Mozi's valor, viewing him as their hope and leader. Ishikawa Goemon, however, was forced into retreat, his body and spirit exhausted.
In this life-or-death struggle, Master Mozi displayed extraordinary swordsmanship and tactical brilliance. Each strike carried lethal intent, leaving his foe defenseless. As the battle raged on, Master Mozi's swordplay grew ever more ruthless, his relentless assault leaving Ishikawa Goemon gasping for breath. The battlefield echoed with the clamor of combat, shouts of battle, and the clash of blades. Blood flowed across the field, thick smoke of gunpowder filling the air.
This battle was destined to be no easy end.
Both sides fought with everything they had, battling for their convictions.
Who would emerge victorious in the end? Only time would tell. Chapter 66, The Extermination.
The battle raged on for a long time, with fierce fighting on both sides. Every offensive and defensive maneuver was fraught with peril. While battles raged elsewhere,
the outcomes had already been decided. The mighty armies of Huaxia, one by one, launched fierce pursuits against the ninja forces of Sakura Nation. Riding their momentum, they cut down enemy after enemy. Ishikawa Goemon and his forces, outnumbered and lacking sufficient responsiveness, suffered heavy losses as casualties soared.
Their situation was precarious, teetering on the brink of annihilation at any moment.
The death of every ninja filled Ishikawa Goemon with burning anxiety.
Ishikawa Goemon knew the tide had turned against them.
If they didn't retreat now, it would be too late.
Yet beneath Master Mozi's blade, they found themselves utterly unable to breach the protective barrier of his long sword.
Ishikawa Goemon clenched his teeth tightly, fear flickering in his eyes. He knew the tide had turned irrevocably. If he didn't leave now, it would be too late. He ordered his troops to retreat, hoping to preserve some strength and leave a glimmer of hope for Sakura Nation's future counterattack.
The ninjas scrambled to leave the battlefield, but the pursuing Huaxia forces pressed relentlessly, launching wave after wave of fierce attacks. This made an orderly retreat utterly impossible. Ishikawa Goemon led the remnants of his forces in desperate resistance. They used their bodies as shields, trading their lives for time, buying precious moments for their commander to escape the battlefield. Blood flowed across the battlefield, corpses littered the ground, and agonized moans mingled with the clamor of fierce combat. Though the ninja forces of the Land of Cherry Blossoms possessed decent individual combat skills, they were utterly no match for the Mozi Grand Masters.
The teamwork of the Mozi Grand Masters was utterly overwhelming.
Their assault surged like a raging flood, swords thrust relentlessly, seeking to claim Ishikawa Goemon's life. Ishikawa Goemon darted left and right, maintaining constant vigilance as he sought to evade the enemy's fatal blows. Yet their predicament grew increasingly perilous. The sheer numbers and strength of the Huaxia forces left Ishikawa Goemon feeling utterly overwhelmed. His swordplay grew increasingly erratic. His katana was hacked to pieces by the Grand Master's moisture swords, his arms covered in blood.
Ishikawa Goemon's expression grew increasingly grim.
He knew that if this continued, his entire force would be annihilated. A surge of rage and refusal welled up within him. He refused to accept defeat, refused to let his men perish.
He refused to accept it. He refused to be killed by a bunch of upstarts. He refused to let the disgrace of the Land of Cherry Blossoms extend from his own body. Bastards! Ishikawa Goemon roared, swinging his katana at the nearest Mozi warrior.
Moz sneered coldly, parrying the attack with his ink sword before using the momentum to lunge forward several paces.
Seeing this, Ishikawa Goemon inwardly cursed his misfortune. But now, he had no room to maneuver. Seizing the moment, the Mozi Grand Masters surged forward, sweeping across the battlefield in a relentless advance.
Their focus was solely on the ninja forces of the Land of Cherry Blossoms.
Thud!
The sharp blade pierced flesh as Mozi's sword tip drove through Ishikawa Goemon's chest. This was the true brilliance of Mozi's sword technique. Defense became offense. The fiercer the enemy's assault, the more devastating Mozi's counterattack. Ishikawa Goemon's pupils contracted violently, his face contorted with sheer terror. He glanced down at the sword embedded in his chest, his lips trembling as if to speak, but no words came out. His body went limp, and he fell backward onto the ground.
Ishikawa Goemon's death did not dampen the morale of the Sakura Nation soldiers.
On the contrary, it ignited a fierce hatred within them. One by one, they fought with every ounce of strength, launching a frenzied counterattack against the Huaxia forces. Yet it was nothing more than the futile struggle of a cornered beast, like headless flies. Under the defense of the mighty forces of Huaxia, the fate awaiting those Cherry Blossom Nation soldiers could be summed up in one word: death. The battle raged for half an hour, and the entire Sakura Nation ninja force was utterly crushed by Huaxia in one fell swoop. The battle ended there. Lin Yang's heart, which had been in his throat, finally settled. Seeing the Grand Master's forces led by Master Mo extinguish the Sakura Nation's arrogance, he knew in his heart that the time for China's counterattack had arrived.
Damn! Master Mozi is incredible. Ishikawa Goemon is one of the top 10 ninjas in Sakura Nation. Who would have thought Master Mozi could even defeat Ishikawa Goemon?
Master Mozi is too strong. I'm absolutely bowing down to him in awe. The audience buzzed with excited chatter. On the ground, the chairman of the Huaxia Council rejoiced inwardly. This counterattack not only utterly destroyed the Sakura Nation's ninja forces but also shattered their confidence. After this battle, if Sakura Nation wished to regroup and make another attempt, it would require far greater effort.
Moreover, Sakura Nation's military strength would undoubtedly suffer severe damage.
Now, they could proceed steadily, gradually consolidating the gains of war.
Ha ha. The chairman of the Huaxia Council couldn't help but burst into hearty laughter.
The situation in Huaxia was steadily improving.
The Huaxia Council members now awaited Lin Yang's next strategic move. After all, once this battle concluded, the land of cherry blossoms would have no further opportunity to attack.
Meanwhile, the citizens of other civilizations felt a suffocating sense of dread clogging their throats.
Damn it, how could Huaxia be so powerful? Did they really summon gods? How can they know everything?
Sigh, our Sakura nation has suffered too great a loss this time. It's all that John Bull's fault for sending our elite forces to their doom.
In the astral plane,
Lin Yang smiled faintly as he began laying out the next phase of his plan. At this moment, Huaxia's progress was remarkably evident.
Lin Yang now awaited only the return of Master Mozi to the territory.
The next step, naturally, was to have Master Mozi's forces expand the territory's horizons. Simultaneously, he aimed to draw the attention of the land of cherry blossoms. As for Lin Yang himself, he needed to develop the current territory and seek opportunities. The current borders held little that could hold his interest. After all, he had already dealt with everything that needed to be dealt with. Beyond the borders lay untapped treasures, exactly what Lin Yang needed, such as various medicinal herbs and spiritual plants, or rare minerals. But these were not yet within the current territory's reach. Therefore, Lin Yang needed to expand the territory's boundaries once more. The several thousand gold coins he currently possessed were more than sufficient. He must expand his domain to a sufficiently large scale. All of this required money. Lin Yang soon arrived at the place he needed to be. That was the watchtower of his domain. Lin Yang climbed up. The watchtower stood tall. From here, one could see the entire forest, and even the distant mountain ranges stretched into view. Chapter 67, Heading to the Monster Zone. Lin Yang quickly arrived at the watchtower. He directly inserted gold coins, dispelling a wave of mist. Lin Yang was about to begin his campaign against Sakura Nation. Before that, he needed to expand his territory's visibility. This would allow his territory to gain more gold coins, ensuring a surefire victory against Sakura Nation. This was Lin Yang's strategy. Soon, Lin Yang commenced his operations. He began analyzing the situation revealed after the fog of war cleared. He continued searching the map for new monster territories. This time, the clearing of the mist at the territory's periphery revealed the borders of both Kimchi Nation and Cherry Blossom Nation. This shift finally allowed him to transition from a passive defensive stance to a counterattack strategy. First, he examined the current monster list for the territory. They were vastly more powerful than before. Lin Yang immediately noticed the third-tier monsters lurking at the periphery of the Cherry Blossom Nation's territory, the hungry skeletons. These skeletons were towering in stature, their bones hardened with undead power. They wielded sharp bone blades capable of piercing armor with ease. In combat, they were not only swift and agile with ferocious attacks, but also possessed a degree of tactical intelligence, making them formidable foes. Lin Yang knew defeating them would be no easy feat, requiring careful execution of his tactics. Next, he noticed the bronze sword demons at the outskirts of the Kimchi Nation territory. These sword demons were entirely forged from bronze, wielding sharp blades with ruthless sword techniques and lightning-fast strikes. They possessed exceptional combat skills and tenacious vitality, making them nearly impossible to defeat easily. Consequently, Kimchi Nation largely turned a blind eye to them, even paying tribute to this monster to prevent it from invading their territory. Beyond the bronze sword demons, another immensely powerful demonic entity lurked. This creature was colossal in size, radiating an intense aura of darkness. Its power is immeasurable, possessing the ability to destroy everything in its path, a true nightmare incarnate. That is the Azure Lion monster near the Tianju territory. A colossal humanoid lion monster, its fur shimmering with golden light. Its physique is immense, its strength astonishing, and its speed swift. Its claws are like blades, capable of tearing through any defense. Unlike other monsters, the Azure Lion Demon possesses formidable magical abilities, much like the one depicted in Journey to the West. Yet no one had ever witnessed it at its full might. Facing these formidable beasts, a resolute fighting spirit surged within Lin Yang. Exterminating these beasts should net a hefty reward, right? After reading the details, the rewards for these monsters already had Lin Yang's heart racing with anticipation. As for the first monster to take down, Lin Yang decided to target the hungry skeleton first. He headed straight for the Lord's Hall on the first floor. He addressed the AI in the Lord's Hall. Assistant, retrieve the hungry skeleton's data. Hungry skeleton. Race, demon spirit. Combat tier, mid-tier 3rd grade. Description, ordinary weapons are utterly useless against hungry skeletons. They can only be driven away by sunlight or artificial light. Hungry skeletons originate from mass deaths, forming a collective entity born from the suffering of hundreds. After reading this, Lin Yang sucked in a sharp breath. He headed toward Zhang Zia's location. This demonic entity was clearly beyond Master Mozi's capabilities to handle.
As for new combat deities, Lin Yang resolved to recruit another deity capable of single combat to address the territory's unforeseen needs. But not now, he would wait until after subduing that skeleton. The territory of Huaxia. Currently, it requires a deity who, if not on par with the Monkey King, must at least possess half his strength. After pondering this, Lin Yang made his way to Jiang Ziya's location. At that moment, Master Mosey had just returned to the territory. He addressed Lin Yang. The battle went very smoothly. Lin Yang nodded upon hearing this. Yes, Master Mosey. I've already reviewed the battle records. Master Mo smiled, then headed toward the forge. At this point, Master Mosey's mechanical combat weapons were not yet fully developed. Lin Yang knew that once Master Mosey completed those mechanical devices, the Grand Master's forces would finally be fully operational. As for the Sakura Nation, after eliminating such a ninja force, it was unlikely they could pose any further threat to China. Lin Yang couldn't care less about what the Cherry Blossom Nation's lord was thinking. After conveying his intentions to Jiang Ziya smiled at Lin Yang. Lord, your timing couldn't be better. Our Tiger Guard army is now fully manned. It's at its peak strength. Lin Yang was about to speak. If we had an opportunity for actual combat, our troops could gain valuable new experience. Jiang Ziya said to Lin Yang. That's excellent. New monster lairs have appeared on the outskirts of our territory. Jiang Ziya's eyes lit up with excitement at the news. He immediately followed Lin Yang away. Lin Yang handed Jiang Ziya the map and the data on the hungry skeletons to examine. After reviewing them, Jiang Ziya's brow furrowed slightly. Third grade? It seems I must make some preparations. Shall we lead the expedition tomorrow? Jiang Ziya asked Lin Yang. Lin Yang nodded. Understood. Jiang Ziya, I must now prepare some talismans and gather the necessary vessels. I take my leave, Lord. Jiang Ziya bowed with clasped hands before departing the Lord's palace. He returned to the training grounds to begin preparations. The next morning, Jiang Ziya led 3,000 elite troops, fully equipped and ready for action, toward the target area. Jiang Ziya was a cautious man who never fought unprepared battles. The troop formation was meticulously organized, 1,000 crossbowmen, 1,500 spearmen, and 500 heavy shield bearers. Jiang Ziya had meticulously planned and trained each unit to handle any possible scenario. Before departure, Jiang Ziya meticulously studied the records on the hungry skeletons, learning that conventional weapons were ineffective against them. They could only be driven away by the rising sun or affected by artificial light. He had already prepared the relevant talismans to effectively counter the hungry skeletons. At departure, Jiang Ziya personally inspected each soldier's equipment and readiness to ensure they were fully prepared. He also devised meticulous tactics and a marching plan to maximize the unit's combat effectiveness and survivability. If all else failed, Jiang Ziya would personally intervene to deal with the monsters. The troops advanced along the designated route, moving in tight formation under Jiang Ziya's command. Jiang Ziya's army marched swiftly and orderly, with scarcely a moment's pause. They traversed a dense forest, advancing toward their target area with steady strides. Along the way, Jiang Ziya remained vigilant, dispatching scouts to reconnoiter and ensure the safety of their surroundings. They maintained a strict battle formation, remaining highly alert and prepared to counter any potential attack at any moment. As time passed, Jiang Ziya's forces finally reached the target area. It was a region shrouded in unknown peril. The ground was littered with skulls. It was clearly an extraordinary sight. Chapter 68, The Hungry Skeletons. Before them stretched a vast, gloomy expanse, seemingly concealing imperceptible dangers within. The skeletons on the ground hinted at the extraordinary nature of this place. Jiang Ziya stood at the forefront of the formation, took a deep breath, and stared into the darkness ahead. He knew this battle would be a severe test, yet he trusted himself and his warriors to meet any challenge. Prepare for battle. Maintain formation. Advance cautiously. Jiang Ziya issued the command, his voice firm and resolute. 3,000 elite troops, their morale soaring, set forth on their journey. Their objective, to seek out and defeat the hungry skeletons, safeguard the realm's peace, and claim their reward. Jiang Ziya led his troops, resolutely taking the first step into the unknown darkness. This time, Jiang Ziya rode his four-on-legs beast without straying too far from the group. The divine slaying whip was clutched tightly in his hand. In the darkness, Jiang Ziya guided the group as they cautiously explored forward. They followed the designated path, scanning every corner of their surroundings, ready to counter any potential attack. As they delved deeper into the shadowy realm, the number of skeletal remains on the ground grew, revealing that a scene of unimaginable horror had once unfolded here. An unusual tension rose within Jiang Ziya's heart. Suddenly, a low, guttural growl echoed through the darkness, carrying a threat and a warning. Creak, creak. The eerie sound clearly did not belong to a human. Jiang Ziya immediately ordered the troops to halt, forming a defensive formation before continuing their march. In an instant, a colossal skeletal arm lunged toward the position of the Huaxia Tiger Guard. The sheer force of that blow could have shattered solid rock. Fortunately, the well-trained troops reacted swiftly and dodged. The blow missed its mark.
The shield bearers swiftly raised their massive shields, bracing for the next assault. And finally, the starving skeleton emerged from the darkness before Jiang Ziya's eyes. Its massive skeletal frame radiated a terrifying menace. 2 ghostly flames burned in its eyes, emitting a cold and merciless glow.
The soldiers surrounding Jiang Ziya couldn't help but gasp in horror.
It was simply too massive. Several times larger than an ordinary skeleton.
Wayo-arg!
It let out a deafening howl, piercing the sky. It charged forward, swinging its sharp bone spurs. Its speed was astonishing. In the blink of an eye, it was already close. Wielding its bone spurs, it charged straight at the Tiger Guard soldiers holding large shields. After witnessing this, Jiang Ziya knew he must act.
Hold your ground, Jiang Ziya commanded, waving his signal flag. He swiftly rode his 4-unlikes mount to the position of the starving skeleton. Gripping his divine slaying whip tightly, he stood majestically at the front of the formation, staring down the enemy before him. He understood clearly that this was a battle of life and death, where victory hinged on the entire team's coordination and precise tactics. He ordered the crossbowmen to strike first, aiming to weaken the hungry skeleton's strength as much as possible. A hail of arrows rained down, instantly assaulting the colossal hungry skeleton. Immediately following, spearmen and shield bearers charged to the front lines, stabbing at the hungry skeletons. The spearmen swung their weapons, aiming for weak points and repeatedly piercing the enemy's body. The shield bearers blocked the hungry skeleton's attacks with their sturdy shields, buying time and space for their comrades. Jiang Ziya darted nimbly across the battlefield, unleashing the power of his divine slaying whip to lash at the hungry ghost skeleton's feet. Crack! The hungry skeleton roared in pain, leaping to its feet. It leapt toward the Huaxia troops. The hungry skeleton moved with lightning speed, each attack striking with pinpoint accuracy. Jiang Ziya witnessed the swift movements of the starving skeletons and immediately ordered his troops to disperse. This was to prevent casualties. This allowed the archers and crossbowmen to launch more intense attacks. The spearmen swiftly changed tactics, using agile footwork and nimble steps to flank the hungry skeletons and launch more devastating attacks. They targeted the skeletal creature's vital points, eyes, skulls, and chests, thrusting fearlessly into the enemy. The shield bearers coordinated even more tightly, forming a solid defensive line. They skillfully parried every attack from the hungry skeletons with their shields while simultaneously pressing against the enemy's bodies, attempting to pin them down. Jiang Ziya, harnessing the mystical power of the divine whip, swiftly shifted tactics. He carefully observed the hungry skeletons' movement patterns and attack gaps. As the hungry skeletons leapt upward once more, Jiang Ziya deftly evaded their strikes and delivered a fatal blow the instant they landed. The divine slaying whip struck like lightning at the skeleton's joints, aiming to cripple its mobility. Throughout the battle, the Huaxia forces continuously adapted their tactics and coordination to maximize the weakening of the hungry skeleton's strength. The Tiger Guard soldiers supported one another, coordinated seamlessly, and remained vigilant and resourceful at all times. However, the hungry skeletons proved to be formidable foes. Cunning and formidable, it constantly shifted its attack patterns and tactics, seeking to shatter the Huaxia forces' morale and defenses. After observing the battle, Jiang Ziya had fully deciphered the hungry skeleton's attack patterns. He drew a talisman from his sleeve. After silently chanting the incantation, he shouted, "Ignite!" Instantly, searing flames erupted, accompanied by blinding light. Enveloped by the flames and light, the hungry ghost skeleton let out a piercing shriek. It attempted to block the assault with its bone spurs, but the searing heat and blinding light inflicted unbearable agony. Jiang Ziya, undaunted, raised the divine smiting whip and brought it down with a thunderous crack upon the hungry ghost skeleton's feet. The divine smiting whip thundered like a clap of lightning, striking the skeleton's joints. The hungry ghost skeleton let out a piercing roar, writhing in agony, yet it refused to yield. It struggled frantically, trying to break free from the bonds of flame and light. Jiang Ziya showed no weakness. He accurately anticipated the hungry ghost skeleton's movements, dodging its attacks and striking back at the perfect moment. He lashed the starving skeleton's body with the divine smashing whip, each strike delivering devastating force. After witnessing this in the Lord Lin Yang's palace, he was overjoyed. Zhang Taigong truly lives up to his reputation. He's incredibly powerful. News of the battle in this sector had now reached the land of cherry blossoms. The Lord of Sakura Nation seethed with rage, cursing, "Damn those Chinese. They're like a dog trying to catch a mouse. If our ninja forces weren't still in training, I'd have wiped them out on the spot." As soon as the Sakura Nation's lord finished speaking, his advisors immediately interceded. "Your lordship, please calm your anger. Do not act impulsively. We have no offensive forces available at this moment." Hearing this, the lord found a way to save face. He closed his eyes to rest, paying no heed to the battle raging at the borders of his domain. At that moment, Jiang Ziya had already produced a new talisman. He was ready to end the battle. Chapter 69, Prince Neza. Jiang Ziya clutched the talisman tightly, his gaze unwavering. He knew this was the moment to end the battle. Though the hungry skeletons raged, bound by flames and light, they were beginning to show signs of exhaustion. Suddenly, a fierce wind swept through, raising clouds of dust.
Flames surged like rolling dragons, and light shone like countless stars.
This was the immense power unleashed by Zhang Ziya's talisman.
A storm-like force enveloped the entire battlefield, imposing an invisible pressure upon all present. Simultaneously, a colossal fire crow materialized amidst the fray. The hungry skeleton roared in agony, struggling against this overwhelming force, but to no avail. Zhang Ziya held the talisman aloft, murmuring incantations as mystical runes glowed with an eerie light. Suddenly, the fire crow erupted from the talisman, streaking across the night sky like lightning, hurtling straight toward the hungry skeleton, a torrent of violent energy. The hungry ghost skeleton let out a wretched scream, its body convulsing violently before shattering into fragments. It dissolved into ashes, scattered by the wind. The Huaxia forces on the battlefield erupted in deafening cheers. Victory was theirs. Zhang Ziya lowered the talisman, his expression impassive as he scanned the surroundings, confirming the enemy had been utterly crushed.
Upon hearing the news, the Lord of Sakura Nation was seized with dread, no longer daring to underestimate his foe. He closed his eyes in silent contemplation, plotting his next move.
Meanwhile, upon receiving news of the defeat, the Lord of Sakura Nation was deeply alarmed and dared not underestimate his foe any longer. He closed his eyes in silent contemplation, pondering countermeasures, fully aware that this battle was merely the beginning and that future challenges would be even more formidable.
He must prepare to meet the trials ahead, ensuring the Cherry Blossom Kingdom's supremacy within this domain.
The aftermath of the battle gradually subsided, yet the story's chapters were far from concluded. The journey ahead remained long, filled with unknown challenges and opportunities. Within the borders of Huaxia. At that moment, Lin Yang also received news from the Lord's palace.
Congratulations, Lord of Huaxia.
Rewards obtained for defeating the hungry skeletons.
Congratulations, Lord.
Successfully eliminated the threat of starving skeletons on the outskirts of your domain.
Congratulations, Lord. Reward, 1,000 gold coins. Kill reward EXP, 1,000 EXP. Current EXP, 12,913. After hearing this, nodded. The domain now held over 5,000 gold coins. Lin Yang decided to immediately begin summoning a new deity. Zhang Ziya and the Huaben army of Huaxia also needed a break from clearing monsters around the territory's perimeter. Lin Yang nodded. He opened the river diagram and book of changes in his hands. A faint glow began to emanate from the river diagram and book of changes. The deities within the river diagram and Luo book underwent new transformations. Lin Yang looked over and froze instantly. Among the deities he could summon, one figure stood out as exceptionally prominent in Chinese civilization. None other than the third prince Neza. After seeing this, Lin Yang instantly became excited. Neza summoning cost 5,000 gold coins. Without hesitation, Lin Yang selected the divine projection of the third prince Neza for summoning. A glow emanated from the river diagram and the book of changes. At this moment, Lin Yang needed to focus all his thoughts on visualizing this supreme deity. Soon, a massive flesh and blood form appeared within Lin Yang's mind. There was still no movement. The system's voice echoed within his mind. Host, you must now visualize the divine projection of Neza, the third prince. This endeavor carries immense peril. Please meditate with utmost focus, Lord. Upon hearing this, Lin Yang immediately began his visualization. You may begin. Lin Yang closed his eyes, immersing himself completely in the visualization of the divine projection of Neza, the third prince. He felt as though he had entered an ethereal realm, surrounded by an aura of profound mystery and immense power. He strained every fiber of his mind, striving to establish a connection with this supreme deity. The enormous flesh and blood form instantly materialized before Lin Yang. Lin Yang felt the surrounding space begin to warp as a powerful surge of energy flooded his consciousness. He seemed to hear Neza the third prince's call, an invisible force guiding him toward a mysterious realm. In that ethereal realm, he beheld a colossal flesh and blood form, the primordial state of Neza, the third prince. This flesh form radiated an immense, enigmatic aura, as if containing boundless power and wisdom. A thought stirred within Lin Yang, and he resolved to begin summoning the third prince Neza. He gathered his will, projecting all his conviction and strength into the flesh form. At Lin Yang's command, the flesh form began to slowly transform, gradually taking on the true appearance of the third prince Neza. He stood tall and dashing, wielding a crimson-plumed spear and clad in a robe of mixed heaven silk, radiating an irresistible aura of immense power. Wisdom and resolve flashed in Neza's eyes as he gazed at Lin Yang, conveying an unspoken understanding and promise. Lin Yang felt a surge of immense power surge into his body. He knew Prince Neza had answered his call and would now project himself into the territory of Huaxia. Suddenly, a blinding light flashed, revealing a strikingly handsome figure before Lin Yang's eyes. Lin Yang's heart raced with both excitement and tension. He realized this visualization was far more complex than previous attempts. The divine projection of the third prince Neza radiated a powerful energy fluctuation, exerting an unprecedented pressure upon him. Host, you must remain calm and focus entirely on communicating with Neza the third prince's divine projection. Only then can you gain his power within the lands of Huaxia. The
The system's voice echoed in Lin Yang's mind once more, urging him to maintain unwavering focus.
Lin Yang took a deep breath, striving to steady his emotions.
He began communicating with Neza, the third prince's divine projection, attempting to convey his wishes and needs. Gradually, he sensed a unique connection forming between himself and the deity as a powerful force began surging into his body. Suddenly, a massive energy fluctuation erupted. Lin Yang felt as though he had merged with the entire world, becoming one with Neza, the third prince's divine projection. He felt immense power surge through his veins, filling him with overwhelming strength and vitality.
This was Neza's power, mighty and brimming with life force. Was this Neza?
At this moment, Lin Yang seemed to merge completely with Neza's true form. Finally, this deity, a symbol of China's challenge to patriarchy,
had descended upon the lands of China. He is the third prince Neza. Boom! The instant Neza descended, an overwhelming aura of terror erupted from the third prince, instantly stunning the entire crowd. Lin Yang sensed a certain resonance forming between himself and this divine projection of Neza. He could even sense Neza's gaze fixed upon him. The next second, the young deity riding the wind and fire wheels appeared before Lin Yang. Chapter 70, The New Era.
He smiled at him, a look of satisfaction on his face, and spoke softly, "I've been waiting for you for a long time." Lin Yang gazed at Neza, the third prince, a hint of longing in his heart. This deity of Huaxia had been a formidable presence throughout Huaxia's history. He was almost a deity embodying the Chinese civilization's intense yearning for freedom. "Ah!" Lin Yang exclaimed, overwhelmed by the honor. "Greetings, third prince Neza." Lin Yang bowed respectfully. Nada then lifted Lin Yang's arm and said, "No need for formalities. I'll walk through fire and water for the Chinese realm." After speaking, Neza gripped his fire-tip spear and, riding his wind fire wheels, addressed Lin Yang. For reasons unknown to Lin Yang, Neza's projection manifested in the Huaxia territory as this exceptionally powerful incarnation. Just then, the system's voice echoed in Lin Yang's mind. Summoning of Huaxia deity successful. Monkey King's offensive restrictions lifted. The hour of China's rise has arrived. Hearing the system's voice in his mind, Lin Yang's blood instantly began to boil. "Alright. Let's begin our assault. With Neza now on our side." Lin Yang felt triumphant. "Now we can finally target the land of cherry blossoms and the land of kimchi. It's time to execute our plan." Lin Yang immediately addressed Jiang Zia, commander of the Huaben army of China, full-scale attack. Destroy the land of cherry blossoms. Then he turned to the Monkey King and commanded, destroy the kingdom of India. The next order Lin Yang gave was to the newly recruited third prince Neza. His sole mission? To deal with the Kimchi nation. Thus, the three deities launched their unified assault. Master Mozi, meanwhile, led his own forces toward the territory of the Kimchi nation. Lin Yang himself led the Tiger Leopard cavalry to invade the kingdom of Tianzhu. In this campaign, Lin Yang was determined to wage a war of annihilation. Let them all know the might of China. Under Lin Yang's command and arrangements, the forces of China converged, preparing to launch an unprecedented campaign of conquest. Jiang Zia led the Tiger Guard army charging toward the land of cherry blossoms. The Monkey King commanded his forces to the kingdom of India, while the third prince Neza bravely advanced toward the land of kimchi. As the Tiger Guard army crushed the ninja legions of Sakura nation, the valleys of the land of India echoed with fierce combat. The Monkey King unleashed his heaven-shaking earth-shattering technique, directly crushing the deities of India. Even though they could summon the projection of Azura, they were no match for the Monkey King. Within moments, they were mercilessly struck down by his staff. Meanwhile, the walls of Kimchi Kingdom trembled precariously under Neza's divine might. Master Mozi led his troops into fierce combat within the Pickle Kingdom's territory, determined to make them understand the might of China. Prince Neza, wielding his fiery spear like a god of war, commenced his own battle. Lin Yang led the Tiger Leopard cavalry into the territory of the Indian kingdom, displaying unparalleled combat prowess and resolve. The entire battlefield was filled with the acrid smoke of gunpowder and the roar of battle cries, each charge striking terror into the enemy's hearts. Ultimately, under China's unified command, the Cherry Blossom Kingdom, Kimchi Kingdom, and Tianzhu Kingdom were utterly crushed. They came to know China's formidable strength and invincible might. Lin Yang and his men displayed boundless courage and wisdom, their victory showcasing the majesty and glory of China. This war of annihilation became a page in history, forever etched in the hearts of the people. At that moment, none could have imagined. In just a single day, the three great powers surrounding Huaxia had been ruthlessly annihilated by Huaxia. The territories on the ground, once devoured by neighboring nations, were all incorporated into Lin Yang's domain. Congratulations! China's territory ranking has entered the top 10. China now ranks 6th. Hearing the AI's announcement from the Lord's palace, Lin Yang's blood truly began to boil. Next step. We'll show them what Huaxia is made of. With that, Lin Yang immediately issued his command. He assembled all military forces within Huaxia's borders, preparing to take military action against the other three major powers. China's military might once again send shockwaves across the world. On the ground, news spread that China's war of conquest was about to begin. The President of the United States spoke with urgency and fear in his voice. Hurry. Have our commanders assemble the troops immediately. We must stop China's expansion. Mr. President. China is simply too formidable. We have no means to halt their expansion. Indeed, Mr. President. I believe you should abandon confrontation with China and choose peaceful coexistence. Perhaps that is the only viable path. No. I reject your views. China is a weak nation. Yet it has grown into a colossal power. Enough. We'll fight China to the death. Notify John Bull's country. Wipe out China. The President of the United States roared furiously. For everyone knew, China was the most terrifying force of all. The next war in the Star Realm to determine the true ruler had begun. The Star Realm. Lin Yang stood holding the Xianyuan sword, flanked by the Monkey King and Neza. At the forefront stand Master Mozi and Jiang Zia. Facing them were the mechanical legions of the land of the free and the cyborg legions of the land of the beautiful. The real war has begun. Whoever loses will plunge into the abyss forever, becoming nations lost to the cosmos. Kill. With a furious roar, Lin Yang charged forward at the head of the ranks. Following closely behind him, all soldiers raised their weapons high and charged alongside him. Meanwhile, facing the formidable power of their enemies, launched a decapitation operation. The battle erupted instantly. The two surging forces collided, erupting in earth-shattering explosions. In an instant, cannon shells, machine gun fire, gunpowder, and bomb fragments flew everywhere. Both sides unleashed their firepower, plunging into a frenzied slaughter. This was a brutal battle, one they were destined to lose. Yet under the overwhelming divine might of Huaxia, nearly all the mechanized forces were easily dealt with. Clear the area. In a mere half hour, they were utterly defeated. After this battle, Huaxia emerged as the most formidable power in the Star Realm. Lin Yang, meanwhile, established his own tributary system. Every nation paying tribute to Huaxia would receive its protection. A new chapter in the Star Realm had been fully opened. The might of Huaxia seemed virtually unshakable. Meanwhile, on the surface of the earth, had reclaimed all its lost territories. The grandeur of the Tang dynasty re-emerged across the land. Every Chinese citizen takes pride in their heritage, while neighboring nations tremble before China's formidable might. Meanwhile, the once arrogant and domineering United States had been thoroughly beaten into a pariah by China. Yet, the benevolence and righteousness of China spread across the entire blue planet. None failed to acknowledge the benevolence of China.